My wife is gone, my child too. I have nothing left. Because of you, you took everything from me. If this country's law requires me to respect you as a human being, I'd rather be an object and never forgive you. Kim, for the pain I've endured, my wife and my child, I'll give you back 1,000-fold, 1,000,000-fold. This despairing man is named Kim Jo-Soo-Seok. His life was once full of joy as a father. But today, a deranged killer came and took the ones he loved most. Despite being surrounded by police, he walked calmly without fear. Seeing his beloved family members lying cold on the floor with blood-stained photos, his heart ached as if torn apart. He clutched his hand tightly in pain and anger. His colleague tried to soothe him by approaching Anui, but all emotions inside him were dead now. Only the desperate hatred for Kim Sin remained. He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. Life for life. Ignoring his colleague's warnings, Do-seok only wanted to kill Kim Sin. His colleagues tried to stop him from going down the path of crime, but Do-seok was a seasoned police officer with exceptional skills and strength. So even alone, he could overpower all the officers here, including their weapons. The fight continued until the chief's gunshot echoed. The chief was a close friend of Do-seok's family. He didn't want to see his friend make mistakes out of anger. The chief pointed his gun at Do-seok and begged him to stop. But for Do-seok, his loved ones were gone. With nothing left to lose, he no longer cared about anything. If being a human meant accepting that monster's crimes, then he didn't need it. Do-seok continued towards Kim Sin. The chief had no choice but to shoot and miss Do-seok's leg. He pleaded desperately for him to stop, but his anger and hatred clouded his judgment. As he lunged forward, the chief reluctantly shot at his leg to prevent a crime. Do-seok fell on the floor, but continued crawling towards Kim Sin in despair. Why isn't anyone stopping him? After Kim Shin was caught, his identity was immediately broadcast nationwide. His target was families with children. So far, 28 victims have been reported killed. At the central police station, officers and civilians crowded in. Facing questions, Kim Shin calmly replied a confusing statement: families should be together. Everyone froze, not understanding what this sick man meant. The families of the victims who were killed by Kim Shin were deeply upset, crying bitterly. Seeing this, Kim Shin was not afraid but seemed satisfied. He reluctantly cooperated with the police to reenact the crime scene. Before breaking into the house, the victim and her daughter were still sleeping together. The mother woke up groggily thinking it was her husband returning home. But when she turned around, it was Kim Sin, the notorious killer. Without letting the mother speak, Kim Sin rushed to cover her mouth with his hand and threatened to kill her son if she screamed. To protect her child, the mother had no choice but to follow the killer's orders. He then locked the boy in the bathroom and began his sick acts. Kim Sin asked the mother about her son's favorite song and made her sing it. If she finished singing, he would spare the child out of mercy and return to reenact the scene. As the mother sang the song, Kim Shin recounted his crime process. He let go of the mother and tied her hands, then cut her wrists with a kitchen knife. The mother continued singing as she was instructed, but in the end, she couldn't resist and died before finishing the song. Thus, the child's fate followed his mother's. For Do-seok, after leaving the hospital, the pain of losing his family still lingered. He vowed to sell his soul if necessary to make that sick killer pay 1,000-fold for this loss. Everyone knows South Korea's laws are the most confusing in the world. A deranged man harming a 6-year-old child only gets 12 years, and Kim Shin here is no different. Despite being sentenced to death by the court, South Korea has not carried out any executions in 15 years, so Kim Shin received life imprisonment instead. This infuriated both the public and the families of the victims, including this boy Jiho. Jiho is a special kid. He used to have a happy family, but now his life feels dark. The chief of police felt sorry for him and took him in as an orphan. Since Kim Shin's sentence was officially announced, Jiho's personality changed completely. He became colder and more stubborn, causing so much trouble that the chief had to go to school to apologize. Jiho's pranks were particularly mean, targeting bullies and rough people. The teacher said Jiho has fought with classmates for times. Even if those kids were wrong, he needs to tell the teacher. But when the chief asked why, Jiho just said that telling on them would only get them a scolding. Those who do bad things need proper punishment so they won't repeat their mistakes. The chief was surprised and speechless after hearing Jiho's words and his scary expression. He tried to persuade Jiho about humanity, justice, and forgiveness. The chief hugged Jiho and comforted him. He didn't want this little boy to become a cold-blooded person who hurts others without mercy in the future. Jiho agreed that it's hard for someone like that to change, because there are too many unpleasant things in life that no one cleans up, so he needs to take action himself. For example, with a bully who bullied an old man and filmed it for fun, Jiho secretly put stones in the chicken's food, making it bite its own mouth. Or with those gangsters who extorted money by threatening others, Jiho would secretly throw bricks from above to deal with them. In Jiho's eyes, everything was dirty. No matter how much he tried to clean up the world, it still remained the same. This time, his target was those perverts who wanted to drug girls. Jiho secretly cut off the gas pipe and quickly left. When those trash came back and lit a cigarette, an explosion happened, burning down the whole house. The large fire attracted many people who gathered around, but they just stood there whispering. This uncle was reacting differently from everyone else. He watched the fire with delight and encouraged it to grow bigger. Everyone was unhappy with his strange behavior and criticized him, but he didn't care and turned to Jiho, saying that this joke with fire was really funny. Jiho. The old man chuckled, asking why Jiho looked surprised. He then pointed at the signboard behind Jiho, clearly showing it. Each word was emphasized by the old man, like "asi man" and "zod." He shrugged coldly with a look of disdain, probably some loser. Meanwhile, the group started shouting, "Fire truck is here, over there." People were panicking to clear the way. A few years ago, Jiho's father sobbed quietly. If he took one more step, his mother would smile. He continued mumbling, taking 2 more steps, and his father would smile too. After a while, Jiho's father cried loudly, always smiling when looking at him. On the other side, someone gently combed Jiho's hair. Suddenly, he burst into tears, his voice lowering, feeling jealous. He turned to Jiho with an evil look, saying that his father really loved him. Despite Jiho trembling in fear, he continued combing his hair. How enviable. At this moment, Jiho was still trapped in a nightmare. He cried on the familiar bed. Hearing the noise, Tizio quickly jumped down and asked, "You talk so much. Having another nightmare?" Jiho nodded, his eyes still wet with tears. "Yes." A small note was given to him with a teasing tone. "Hold on tight, your face is all sweaty and teary." Jiho took it quickly. "Thanks." The air became calm as he laughed. "Hungry now." Hearing that, Tizio urged him, "Let's go eat." Jiho had lived in an orphanage for 10 years after his father passed away. The screen turned on, the female announcer's voice echoing with a warm background music. Today's weather forecast is sunny and hot. The highest temperature over 3 days will be 27 degrees Celsius. In the dining hall, it was cozy and noisy with children. Taisei arrived and scolded affectionately. "What are you doing? Have you finished everything?" Trang Rong confidently replied, "Of course I can finish." The director immediately lectured, "Trang Rong, there's still more. Don't be selfish." On the other side, Jiho gently called Jian. Jian sat on his lap and started eating, with small hands reaching for the meat dish. Taiseo stopped him sternly. No biting your fingers to eat." Seeing this, Trang Rong showed a disgusted look. Jian's dirty little hand touched the cold meat dish. The boy next to him groaned, "Yucky." Right now, Tessio is teasing Zion. "How can someone who's older than you still have messy diapers?" Jiho quickly joins in from the side. "You two are only elementary school, right?" Trang stands up to argue immediately. "I cleaned it already." He acts a little angry and a bit proud at the same time. "Did I clean it or not? How many times have I had to wash your sheets for you?" The principal steps forward. "Tessio, in the past, I also had to do laundry for my children." He looks at him with dissatisfaction. Dad, why make me look bad in front of those kids? The principal speaks slowly as if recounting his life's achievements. All the clothes I washed for you could cover this entire land of Nam Hosan. Later, he looks at the children with a gentle gaze. How's school going these days? Anything interesting happening there, kids? Tessio quickly responds. We're in our final year of high school now, so we just bury ourselves in studying. Jiho gives him a sit-along glance. He grins mischievously. Lucky you to be buried in your studies? He smiles but subtly nods. Be quiet. At this moment, Tessio suddenly exclaims. Right. His eyes narrow slightly. Remember when a few classmates' houses on campus burned down? Do you know about Diane in 6th grade? He doesn't look back but answers vaguely. Really? I don't know. TXL helplessly reminds him. Pay attention a bit more. They say he and his friend were hospitalized with severe burns all over their bodies. The principal's face shows a hint of sadness. Severe burns at 19 years old? Truly pitiful. Surely God prepared a great trial for him. He looks towards the cross and prays together with everyone. Everyone in the room bows their heads, hands clasped tightly. Lord above, have mercy on those naughty friends of our children at school. May they recover soon. The voices echo, wishing them happiness and peace forevermore. Jiho also bows his head to pray, mumbling softly in his throat. Amen. The early prayer session ends. The principal smiles warmly. Enjoy your meal. Jiho and Taiseo nod, thanking him for the food. Suddenly, the background music changes dramatically. A news reporter appears with a serious expression. Next news item, an unforgettable name, Kim Sin. Hearing this, his peers start to shiver. His voice continues like a knife cutting into his mind. 10 years ago, targeting families with young children, Kim Sin killed 28 people and terrified the entire nation. Jiho's eyes nearly lock onto the TV screen. The reporter continues to speak. His time in prison made him repent. An interview with someone who shared a cell with Kim Sin and was released. At this moment, the TV screen suddenly turns off. TXO tightly presses the remote control. Annoyed, these guys on TV have nothing left to say, ruining my appetite. Noticing his stern expression, the principal asks Han worriedly, Are you okay? He lifts his head and looks calm. Yes, I'm fine. His aunt smiles reassuringly. It's all over now. I forgive them all. The scene changes to a street with bright signs. Zieng firmly extends his hand and loudly demands, Hand it over. A younger male student trembles as he hands over the medicine bag. Here you are. He takes the packet of medicine from him, smiling happily. Do students like you smoke this stuff? The last student bites his lip. No, sir. Zieng is satisfied and slaps his bag firmly. Line 60 completed as required. Right. Maybe we should just get rid of it, right? Alright. Then he surprisingly took on a male student role. Like you said, I'll make a video and send it to my parents, then tell you that I've stopped smoking. You hesitated slightly. That's a bit. Seeing this, the old man glared. What do you think? Don't you like it? Under his malicious gaze, the male student cowered and shook his head. No. The old man raised an eyebrow in amusement. Right, by the way, express your love to your parents too. Immediately, the old man enthusiastically guided him. Come on. Look at the screen. Start now. At this moment, Jiho had secretly recorded everything. Inside the male student, he whispered softly, Mom, I'm sorry for smoking. From now on, I promise not to do it again. The shy boy continued, I love you, Mom. Hearing this, the old man's embrace loudly reminded him, You also have to say that you love your dad. Initially, everyone thought the old man was a gangster from school, but as they watched, he seemed warm and kind, just the type who makes people feel affectionate despite his tough exterior. After a while, the old man smiled contentedly. That's it for today's mission. I'll keep working hard for the future of young generations as the old man. The old man raised his hand in a heart shape and winked at the camera. Subscribe to Old Man Driver's channel, please. The two kids next to him hesitated to follow along. Yes, turn on notifications to get the latest videos. Everyone echoed loudly. See you next time. After the broadcast ended, the old man angrily hit the male student's head hard. "You fool, with so few views lately, you should pay more attention." He nodded and said, "I'm sorry." Immediately after, the old man slapped him hard in the face. "Why didn't you turn off the camera yourself when you were in front of it? My plan was so good, why did you skip it?" Despite this, he continued to nod his head. "I'm sorry." However, the old man kept hitting him. "You fool! Why didn't you choose me for Trung Ha when I was selected?" Mr. Yen gritted his teeth and raised his hand. "If my rides keep decreasing, it's over for you. Did you think I'm nice and easy to deal with?" At 23 years old, the old man was a bully who used to torment others in high school. Going back a few years, he didn't hesitate to hit people without mercy. The hard slap hit the man's face directly. The old man approached and shouted loudly, "This crazy kid, how can we drink and smoke when you're around?" His friend chimed in with a few words. What a brave old man! Facing the old man's fierce expression, he was scared and held his face. No, don't drink at the convenience store like that. I just wanted to remind you of something good." The woman behind him was worried. "My love," she angrily shouted with tears in her eyes. "Stop it! I'm calling the police. How dare you act like this?" The kid next to them kept calling for his father. Hearing that, the old man shouted, "You bastard! Do you think I'm scared?" The child couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. "Dad!" Seeing this, the woman threatened, "The police will be here soon." Zieng almost burst out laughing at her remark. "The police?" He clenched his fist tightly and swung it up. "So what about the police?" "I'm not scared." Then Zieng straightened and delivered a punch towards the man. Under his power, the man fell backward. His head accidentally hit the ground below with force. Seeing this, his wife was in great pain. "Oh my husband, those behind are extremely excited. That punch was good. Just one more hit." On the ground lay the man's body convulsing uncontrollably. Zieng also laughed at this. "This damn kid. He's just plain unlucky. This guy is weak." The students on the bus had beaten a 30-year-old man, leaving him in a vegetative state. But he didn't stop. Instead, he sat down on top of the man. Zieng sneered, "Buddy, grow up a bit." He continued to swing his fists high with taunting words. "Go ahead and try to fight back." Then Zieng punched the man's face again forcefully. Seeing this, the wife quickly knelt down. Please spare us. Stop, I beg you." The child behind also shouted, "Dad." One of them suddenly reminded, "Look, the police are coming. We stopped just in time." But his brutality didn't make Zieng stop. He smiled maliciously. "Don't joke with me if you're good. Come here and I'll take you on." As a minor, Bak Zieng only received 2 years of imprisonment as punishment. In prison, Zieng still didn't give up his cheeky habits. He angrily cursed. That's true. Facing the act of taking someone's life, Zieng only sighed in disappointment. That mouth is so black, and after serving his sentence, Bak Zieng started a YouTube channel about prison life. In the live stream, he appeared excitedly. "Guys, today I'm going to tell you all about my time in prison. Prison stories, surely you don't know, but wherever people live, there's love." Zieng started making strange gestures and sarcastic remarks. "Those gay guys who go round with holes. I quite like that." Looking at the comments below, Zieng felt a bit satisfied. Everyone, no need to clean anything. You can see how beautiful real love is, right? Later, he introduced himself again. "Me, huh? Talk to me about everything you want to share. I'm Park Seong. I'll listen to all of it." The channel is called Park Seong TV. 426,000 subscribers, 728 videos. His subscriptions skyrocketed due to his vulgar talk. Back to reality. Seong continued his gangster act. He gently slapped the male student's cheek. "Try harder, okay?" The scared boy nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'll try my best." Then he turned away but didn't forget to curse. "You're all stupid." Despite this, the student still bowed respectfully. "Be careful when you leave. Greetings, big brother." Meanwhile, Jiho observed the whole incident. He muttered softly, "What a mess." Later, Jiho walked silently on an empty street. Zieng looked at his phone with dissatisfaction. These people who dig up others' private lives turn ordinary people into vegetative states. The screen showed a famous YouTuber acting clumsily and despicably. He couldn't help but curse. They can't say it to my face, so they do it behind my back, right? Later, Zieng proudly smiled. The bus driver is much nicer now. Otherwise, you guys would be in trouble. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a scratch on the car. Girl, what's this? He shines a flashlight into the car, cursing nonstop. Damn dog, who did this? The car is furious, grinding its teeth. Damn dogs, damn them, I'll kill you both. After a while, his whole body trembles. You dare. What are you doing now? Jiho raises the hammer high, aiming at the car's head. Seong takes advantage of his distraction and quickly leans into the car. He immediately controls Jiho by hugging him tightly. The hammer in Jiho's hand falls to the ground. Now, the car tightens its grip on his neck. Another damn dog? As he speaks, he tightens his grip. Using the hammer to hit me, look down there. Your eyes are tightly closed. Not enough. That punch wasn't strong enough. The car gives a slight smile at Seong's small hand. Is this called punching? Saying so, the car slowly raises its fist and punches. Immediately after, he delivers a powerful punch to Jiho's face. The car doesn't forget to teach him, like this. He continues hitting. Damn dog, did you dare sneak attack me? As he curses, Seong keeps hitting Jiho's face. His voice is wild with rage. Madman. His whole body seems to shrink before Seong's towering figure. His hand still doesn't stop hitting Jiho. It can be seen that Seong's fingers are already stained with blood from him. At this moment, Jiho is almost unconscious. He struggles to open his eyes. No! However, Jiho's consciousness begins to awaken. While he was in a daze, Seong suddenly shouts loudly, "What now? You!" Jiho only hears his furious voice. Damn it, let go. At the same time, the car's body is squeezed by its neck and lifted high. He struggles fiercely. Damn dog, release me. At this moment, the wheel suddenly pops out. A much heavier opponent weighing 50 pounds more than him. The car emphasizes, no matter how strong your punches are, if they don't hit the weak point, it's useless. On the other side, the car urgently pleads, be gentle, just see the wheel gently pull his hand away. Use his vulnerable spot and escape danger. The pain immediately reaches his brain, causing him to cry out in agony. Damn dog. Despite the car's intense pain, it still focuses on instructing, then counterattacks by targeting its opponent's weakness, the best technique. The wheel tightens its grip around his neck. The car enthusiastically reminds him, you should choke him to death. No matter how big your opponent is, if their carotid artery is blocked, they will lose all strength in just 3 seconds and faint. Just as the car predicted, it completely loses consciousness after 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Jiho still attentively listens to each instruction from the car. The wheel's voice continues, but this is not yet over. His hand returns to his neck. If he tightens more, the opponent's body will become exhausted and stiffen. At this moment, the whole car trembles violently, then stops moving. He still tightly holds the choke around his neck with a cold face. Continuing like this will result in death by asphyxiation. 100% he'll die from it. On this side, Jiho can hardly take his eyes off the wheel's actions. Just when he is still dazed, the car continues to instruct, whether a teenager or an adult man or woman. Margie Hall opens her eyes wide at Dulsock's words, and even old people will die. There are no exceptions. At this moment, he suddenly remembers his murdered father. The car's voice echoes in his childhood memories, even if it were a monster. Meanwhile, Jin smiles at Jiho. Back to reality, he grits his teeth. The end result for him will still be death. Jiho's eyes widen in shock as his face shows horror. At this moment, the car has completely lost its ability to resist. Seeing him fading away, Jiho quickly pushes the wheel off. No! The whole car falls to the ground due to this. It can be seen that Jiho is desperately performing CPR on him. Seeing his strange actions, the car looks bewildered. What are you doing? At this moment, Jiho continuously presses Seong's lungs with his hands. From his mouth comes a sound. He must not be killed. After some time, thanks to Jiho's help, Seong fortunately regains consciousness. Seeing him awake, Jiho gently smiles. Just killing him is enough. He suddenly speaks cryptically. It means nothing. Jiho gritted his teeth. This foolish man must slowly feel the pain of his victims. He clenched the hammer tightly in his hand until his joints creaked. Looking at his boss's car with a cold gaze, Jiho thought about the permanent loss of using his hands and legs. Jiho's voice was heavy with hatred, but his eyes remained coldly in control. He would die from the gradual decline due to his own crimes. As soon as he spoke, he raised the hammer high above his head. Hearing each blow of the hammer, Duxiok smiled proudly. The sky gradually turned a mysterious black. His boss leisurely took out a cigarette. In the quiet air, Duxiok held the pack of cigarettes in front of Jiho and lit one. Jiho didn't take it and looked at his boss warily. "Who are you, uncle?" Duxiok glanced at him slowly and replied, "A fellow sufferer who wants to help you." As if those words were a mocking joke. He responded indifferently, "I can do it myself, so I don't need your help." Hearing this, his boss sighed slightly with a mocking look. "Being weak like you and still managing to get things done until now is really lucky." Duxiok's hoarse voice echoed in Jiho's ears, but at this rate, he would soon join his father in the grave. Those words stabbed straight into Jiho's heart. He angrily squeezed his boss's neck. "Who are you?" Jiho emphasized each word. "He knows everything about me." Unlike him, Duxiok was extremely calm. "Me?" Looking directly at Jiho's eyes, his voice became more serious. He used to be a detective investigating Kim Sin and had lost his wife and son because of him. Hearing this, Jiho seemed frozen in place. Without giving Jiho time to react, Duxiok suddenly grabbed his hand and would help him become stronger. He then pushed Jiho down to the ground with one move. Duxiok looked at him and frowned. How can someone so weak be a hero? There are still many such days, so you need to get stronger. Hearing his insult, Jiho gritted his teeth. He immediately broke free from Duxiok's control. Jiho looked up at him. "I don't want to be a hero." Unable to hold back, he retorted, "If you're that powerful, just go and do it yourself. I have my own way." Seeing his advice was ineffective, Duxiok launched his final attempt. "If you join us, you can kill Kim Sin." Jiho's eyes widened with surprise mixed with doubt. At that moment, Kao announced in a stern voice, "People who turn themselves into the same name and live only for one purpose to make Kim Sin suffer until death." Hearing this, Jiho repeated Duxiok's words. His boss quietly extended his hand towards Jiho. "Yes, the cursed name that penetrates Kim Sin. Now, Duxiok seriously made an offer, and you become our arrow." Looking directly into Jiho's eyes, each word was compressed with unyielding pressure. "Go to prison and kill Kim Sin from inside." But just then, Duxiok's voice pulled Jiho back to reality. "Who the hell is it? Who hit you?" His voice lowered as if trying to hide something. "Not really, I just slipped on the stairs." She looked at the wounds on Jiho's body. "How did you fall down the stairs and end up like this?" Seeing Seiya didn't believe him, he continued to explain. "Really, I fell onto my side and hit the stairs. It's impossible for someone to fall that way on purpose." Despite Jiho's denial, Seiya concluded alone. "Did someone hit you?" He quickly shook his head. "No way!" She continued to ask. "Tell me who hit you. I'll give him a good beating." "Do you know?" He laughed and teased her. "Your little mouse hands can hit anyone." Tizio beside him couldn't resist adding a few words. With such thin hands, how could he hit anyone? The car pretended to get angry from the teasing. "Do you want to try it out?" After a while, Miss Lu returned to her gentle demeanor. "You should also learn something too. Just studying hard isn't enough." Tizio only smiled in response. "Is that so?" Hearing this, he immediately rebutted, "I did try it out, but how come my grades are still bad?" The car suddenly punched him hard in the stomach. Tizio showed some courage today. Jiho couldn't help laughing loudly and was scolded by his friend. At this moment, her tone softened. "What did you do tonight?" "I thought about it all night. You're still lying on your stomach, struggling to breathe. After a while of thinking, Ji-ho replied briefly, I don't know either. He suddenly bent down to check his phone. Tizio beside him continued complaining, my tooth hurts so much. On the screen was a message, if you're interested in becoming an arrow, come to the place I mentioned earlier. I'm waiting for you. During this time, the car suddenly spoke up, Mom wants me to watch her store tonight. Do you want to join? Tessio replied without hesitation, that's a good job opportunity. I'll go and eat first, then leave. Miss Thu looked down on him. What can you do anyway? Just as they were discussing, he suddenly rushed out. Ji-ho stopped scratching his head. I just remembered I have to meet Chang-soo today. So sorry, the two of you go together. The car asked again, Chang-soo is your elementary school friend, right? Tessio replied uncomfortably, are you trying to drive us away or something? Hearing this, he teased, you're jealous, aren't you? She laughed and responded, no, I'm just upset, I know it. Miss Thu and the car run a convenience store near their summer orphanage. Inside, she constantly reminded them to check IDs when people buy alcohol or cigarettes. Tessio replied unhappily, I know, there's no need for me to come here twice. The car argued back. I lost trust in your face, so I have to remind you. That's why Ji-ho, Tessio, and Seiya are like brothers from a young age. Suddenly, she pointed towards the glass door. Look, Ji-ho, quickly peek out. He's been hanging around with Chang-soo lately, hasn't he? Inside, Seiya suddenly moved her mouth. The corner of her eyes curved unusually. Both Tessio and Tizio simultaneously made ugly faces with a polite middle finger gesture. Ji-ho smiled in response. What did you say? How do the two of you coordinate so well? He laughed loudly for a moment, then stopped. Ji-ho quietly turned around and tightly pressed his lips together. Immediately after, Ji-ho walked alone on an empty street. The scene changed to a desolate mountain area. At this time, he held the flashlight and went forward. After a while, Ji-ho panted heavily from exhaustion. Suddenly, his father's familiar voice echoed again. If you take one more step, you'll see your mother smile. Just 2 steps more, and you'll see your father's. Ji-ho looked at his father. Dad, is this what you want? On the other side, his father peeked behind a tree without speaking, only filled with laughter. However, Ji-ho chose to walk past him. He suddenly stepped on a gravestone. The words read, warning, this area is under military jurisdiction and all unauthorized activities are strictly prohibited. 508th Regiment. Ji-ho pointed the flashlight forward. Is it here? He approached with caution. Even though he was discussing killing Kim, he couldn't let his guard down. Ji-ho stood silently outside. He kept reminding himself, if anything feels off, he must attack immediately. He knew everything about him and what he had done. While Ji-ho was hesitating, a sudden light shone on him. The car slowly looked at Ji-ho. Did you find your way here? His lips unconsciously curved up. Thank you for coming, he said. Come in. The car carefully pressed the switch next to the door. Inside, it was like a basement, but had enough light. He spoke up, his voice steady and resolute. This place will make you stronger. Ji-ho suddenly noticed a newspaper on the wall, detailing how Kim-sun was pursued by 3 police officers who were killed by him, with the culprit escaping. He curiously looked around, wondering what this place used to be. Doozy O.C. calmly replied, it's an armory. After a moment of silence, he continued, I knew this place when I was in the military. The army left it behind when Ji-ho left, so feel free to use it. Ji-ho raised his eyebrows in disbelief and said, you're a detective now. Doozy O.C. nodded. When I was younger. He stood solemnly before a map. I used to be a special forces operative. Hearing this, Ji-ho immediately got to the point. So what do I need to do to kill Kim-sun, who's sitting in prison? Without giving him time to ask more, he replied succinctly, get stronger. Doozyok stared straight into Ji-ho's eyes and warned, survive this. Hearing this, Ji-ho felt a bit confused. Why? Before Ji-ho could finish his question, Doozyok suddenly punched him hard in the neck. Despite Ji-ho's pain, Doozyok continued, Kim-sun is not just a murderer, He's also a monster who killed 3 experienced detective officers with his bare hands. He approached and gripped Ji-ho's throat tightly, his voice deep and sharp like a knife. A weak arrow only reveals the location of the bow, so we need to make you stronger than ever before. Ji-ho seemed to have run out of breath. Do-seok tightened his grip even more mercilessly. He emphasized each word. If not, your fate will be death. Do-seok's eyes flashed with coldness. Remember that every relationship between us now is just a tool for revenge. Below, Ji-ho foamed at the mouth and his eyes widened in shock. Still conscious, he frantically searched his pockets. He quickly pulled out a knife and swung it towards Do-seok. Seeing this, Do-seok smiled approvingly. Good job for being cautious. Suddenly changing his tone, Do-seok said, but relying on a knife like this won't be enough to kill Kim-sen. In another part of the prison, screams echoed. The prisoners clutched their knives tightly in fear. They hesitated and dared not approach. One of them whispered nervously, "Boss, big brother, stop! Stop it! Bastard!" Just then, Shing suddenly swung a sharp needle in another direction. A man clutched his face with his hands. Blood flowed from his eyes. Eyes, my eyes! Seeing this, Do-seok's subordinates became anxious. "Boss, stop! Calm down!" The frightened one shouted, "Listen to that kid, move back." He suddenly smiled slyly. To kill someone in another man's room at night, it's better to just stop now, right? The group stammered and begged, Kim Shing, we were wrong, we'll never touch you again." Seeing this, he suddenly lunged towards the man. Shing went mad and bit his ear. The man clutched his ear tightly and cried out in pain. Others quickly rushed to help. "Black! Crazy Black!" He grinned maliciously. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I won't kill you." His eyes narrowed like a predator's. His voice became more ruthless. "I'll break each of your limbs in half. Legs, ears, eyes, each part has 2, so losing one is no big deal, right?" As the man continued to cry out, he quickly grabbed his hand. Shing angrily threatened, "Be quiet or I'll kill you." Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from another corner of the room. "Kim Shing, stop your dirty hands and play with me." The subordinates immediately knelt down. "Big brother, I'm sorry. I didn't know Kim was here too." The one who just spoke walked in, his voice full of anger. "I've done all kinds of dirty things and lived like a scum." The big guy gently started moving his bones, as if he could see you doing this. He looked steadily at Kim. "Now I can't ignore it anymore. This big guy is tall and imposing. It's hilarious how I'm risking my life for justice like this." He just laughed mockingly. "Oh, really? Don't say such sarcastic things. I often hear similar phrases too." Before he could finish speaking, the big guy suddenly punched him in the face. Then he kept hitting without stopping, killing Kim. In another scene, Do-seok approached with his bare hands to the knife's tip. Ji-ho was tightly held by his hand. Immediately, Do-seok firmly pressed him against the opposite wall. At this moment, he didn't forget to push Ji-ho aside. Below, Do-seok had already clenched his fist into a tight ball. Right now, he harshly punched his stomach. Ji-ho hugged his body, writhing in agony. Do-seok coldly looked at Ji-ho and said, "Don't get too carried away with your weapons. For those stronger than you, it's like a kindergarten kid with a knife." At the same time, he couldn't help retching. But he didn't care and continued to lecture sternly. "This fake hero game is over. You're not strong at all. Rebirth now." Ji-ho lifted his head with visible effort. "Kim Shing." He exhaled heavily. "How strong was that bastard? Is he even stronger than me?" In response to the unexpected question, Do-seok fell silent. After a moment of silence, he suddenly mentioned an event. "I once watched CCTV footage of Kim Shing killing 3 police officers with his bare hands." Do-seok easily remembered each moment of breaking bones with him if it were bending a twig. Meanwhile, Kim Shing tightly squeezed the big guy's neck and twisted his arm. The big guy screamed in pain. Immediately, Kim Shing opened the big guy's mouth wide. Below, Do-seok continued. He would crush each muscle like tearing a loaf of bread. Kim Shing smiled slyly, thinking maybe he was playing the role of justice. He widened the big guy's mouth even more, enjoying it further. The subordinates were furious and shouted, "Big, big brother." Then the knife-wielding men rushed over. "You bastard! We'll fight you to the death. That bastard doesn't have a knife. Charge in." Du Xoc spoke softly. His strength and speed aren't human. It's a primitive battle, pure and simple. Just as the fat man rushed forward, Kim Shing quickly dodged. He paused for a moment, his cold eyes swept over the opponent, then he chuckled. "I didn't make a deal." As soon as he said that, Kim Shing punched the fat man in the face. He stepped on the other guy's shoulder. Then Kim Shing happily rushed to the remaining one. He struck hard at the man's head. Kim Shing's laughter was like a death knell. "I don't need a knife to kill you guys." Han looked around with sick eyes, only using it to make everything prettier. Step forward slowly, like a predator savoring its game. A loud scream echoed. Don't come here. Go away. Get out of here." To the monster. But it was too late. He fiercely swung his hand at the prisoner. The prisoner fell straight into his gut. With a twisted smile, he spoke with experience and madness. When she was younger, people called her that too. Looking at the prisoner, she whispered, "That's how I got 6 fingers and 6 belly buttons." On the other side, the voice seemed to choke up. He didn't need a knife. His hands could even pierce through human skin. In an instant, the prisoners lay scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, Man laughed in approval. "Great performance, man." Smiling with glee, he just witnessed the most beautiful massacre. "Nice, Kim Shin." He laughed wildly. It was truly fun. At that moment, a group of men entered from outside, followed by his subordinates. Ji Zhang grumbled unhappily. "Really? Calling us to clean up again?" He kept cursing. Big Brother is addicted to the crazy one. For a murderer like him, the underworld means nothing. The bodies were being dragged out one by one. The prisoners wiped away the blood diligently. Ji Yang worriedly turned towards Zhangman. "Call me next time when there's a fight. This crazy Kim Shin is dangerous." He gently placed his hand on Zhangman's shoulder. "In such a small place, it's better to be friendly than to fight." Zhangman playfully teased him. "Don't get too jealous. Just do your job well." Hearing this, Ji Zhang frowned. "Jealous? I was just worried about you." Unconsciously, she laughed, the sound reaching his ears. Ji Zhang immediately got upset, clearly unhappy. "What are you laughing at?" He smiled mockingly. "There's nothing you can do to help anyway." Hearing this, he couldn't resist grabbing Jin's collar. "What did you say? Say it again and I'll kill you." He smirked, his eyes filled with disdain. "You want to kill me? I'm too scared." Immediately after, Jin squeezed Ji Zhang's wrist tightly. The pain made him shudder. Seeing the conflict, Dongmin stepped in to mediate. "Come on." He smiled gently. "Family members should live harmoniously." Dongmin suddenly paused. "Right. I forgot a few photos from last weekend." He took out a thin envelope. On the other side, Du Xiok spoke with an indifferent tone. "As far as I know, no one can defeat him in a one-on-one battle." Looking at Jiho seriously, "This is why we gathered and came up with a plan. The plan to kill the demon is called Bao in secret." Du Xiok declared firmly, "You're not alone, little one, with those who share the desire to end his life. Let's do it." His eyes narrowed in doubt. "Do I need to become stronger? Alright, help me get stronger as soon as possible." Suddenly, his foot moved beside Jiho. Du Xiok kicked hard at him. He warned to strengthen quickly. "You must put your life in danger." At this moment, Du Xiok became serious. In a real battle, any mistake could mean death. Seeing Jiho unconscious on the ground, he sighed. The training session ends here today. The next morning, only his leg was seen trembling slightly. The light accidentally shone directly into Jiho's eyes, making him furrow his brow. Jiho struggled to open his eyes. He couldn't help feeling jealous. Jiho's gaze suddenly stopped at a small corner of the floor, where a luminescent sticker was attached. He paused to glare around. "Where am I?" In one corner of the room, an old toy box appeared. On the wall hung a picture of a happy family. Jiho stared at it for a long time, looking at a photo of his family. Looking at the expression in the photo, He couldn't help but sigh. Turns out, he used to have that kind of expression too. After a while, Jiho opened the door with difficulty. He hesitantly stepped outside, surrounded by plastic waste. The unpleasant smell filled the air, making Jiho frown. It stinks. He looked at the mess of trash with discomfort. Every other room was tidy and neat, but this place was like a pigsty. In that case, Jiho could only complain, not knowing when he last cleaned up. As he walked, he accidentally stepped on something. Jiho picked up the poster, which clearly had Kim Sin as the sender and Kim Do-seok as the recipient. He lifted the envelope, his hand touching the slanted printed words. Then he fell into thought. Sin Kim. The handwritten lines inside seemed to whisper a message. Dear Dad, how are you? I'm here 10 years already. In recent times, Dad must have changed a lot, but I can still recognize you immediately. Dad, I'm living well and exercising regularly. Reading this, Jiho's face stiffened. His facial muscles almost stopped moving. Dad? At that moment, Do-seok suddenly appeared. Awake now, right? Curiosity urged him to shout. What is the relationship between you and Shin Kim? Why did he call you Dad? He immediately snatched the envelope from Jiho. Do-seok lost control. Don't worry about this meaningless piece of paper. He was also gradually losing his composure on the side. The letter said, it's your father. Explain to me why he called you that way. Small pieces of paper fell down. The ant got even more agitated. What relationship? What kind of relationship is this? In a state of losing control, he shouted fiercely, I don't know anything, backing away several steps. His trembling hand tightly gripped his head. Me? I don't know. A sudden rage erupted in him. Why did that bastard call me Dad? Why is it me? On this side, he gently rubbed his wrist. The pervert. All these ridiculous tricks. He muttered doubtfully. Why does he ask for a photo of the kid's father every week that he killed? His subordinate responded unhappily. What do crazy people know about what's in their heads anyway? At this moment, Sin tenderly caressed Do-zzc's photos. He unconsciously laughed. Is Dad still alone like that? Surely he must be sad. Turning back to Do-zzc, his words lost control. 15 years ago, I met Kim Sin and his mother. Do-seok's voice sank, blending with regret and sorrow. Every day, I thought about it. If we hadn't met at the park that day, nothing would have happened. Returning to 15 years ago, the scene focused on a group of green trees. The car slowly stopped. Hiding like this is so boring. He clenched his teeth on a cigarette, wondering when that black guy would show up again. He might have disappeared for good. Someone nearby complained, this is the third time already. I wonder how much longer we'll have to wait. Suddenly, a voice echoed, Honey, are we meeting here? Hearing the sound, the car driver seemed to which where he was seated. Jin Seok smiled brightly. We really were meant to be together, right? His brows furrowed. Confusion spread across his face. Who is this woman? The person behind teased. You're her boyfriend, right? Hearing that, the car driver got angry. Hey, do you want to die? She ignored him and continued with her act. Honey is me, Jin Seok. Oh, Jin Seok. We love each other deeply. Jin Seok frowned. Stay calm. I'm a police officer. Talking nonsense will get you in trouble. Suddenly, she whispered softly, Come here, team member. Really not the case, senior. Over there, Jin Seok kept frowning at someone. Hey son, greet your dad. She smiled happily. Honey, this is our son. His name is Kim. Surprise flashed across his face before turning to anger quickly. What are you doing with the kid? Are you crazy? Jin Seok was frightened by the car driver's stern look. Calm down, okay? Don't shout so loud. He was nearly out of control now. Why is this his son? Senior, a colleague quickly tried to stop him. You're too excited. She whispered, I have evidence. The car driver froze, eyes filled with doubt. What proof do you have? Jin Seok bit her lip, mouthing silently, We love each other and this is the result of our love. Then she took out a dirty bag. Jin Seok hesitantly handed it to him. Please take a look. The car driver stared at her intently, his face tense. She just smiled and shook the bag gently, Our love memories are all here. Jin Seok shook the bag in front of Do Seok. Everything is here. She laughed maniacally. Our love memories. Seeing him hesitate, she urged, open it up and take a look. Do Seok frowned, looking uncomfortable. What's this? Are you crazy? After some hesitation, he took the bag from her. Jin Seok ignored Do Seok, her eyes sparkling like a child. I've kept it safe just to meet you again. Don't you remember us and our memories too? Trying to stay calm, he glanced at the box. This is... The car driver's finger touched the first item in the box, a crumpled advertisement. A colleague sighed and shook her head. The other one threatened, this lady is really off her rocker. We are real police officers. Keep acting like this and you'll get into big trouble. He finally breathed out. Jin Seok suddenly rushed over. What's wrong, honey? You said it was a gun. Why is it a gun? She clung tightly to Do Seok in pain. These are precious memories for both of us. The colleague rushes over quickly. This old lady. Despite everyone's efforts to stop her, Jin Seok clung on tightly. My love, it's you. The love of his life. Jin Seok, here I am. Then she screamed in despair. Why do you act like you don't know me? You are everything to my mother and me. The van driver felt uncomfortable, getting angry and shouting. What's wrong with this crazy woman? She is pushing things too far. At the same time, she suddenly grabbed Jin's hair. He stood there and spoke coldly, stop. Looking at her with a cold gaze, he said, go home now. Jin van driver sobbed. Jin, Shin, I found my family. He approached her with a sharp look. Move faster. This is ridiculous. She paused and slowly nodded. It's time for us to go home now. The colleague nearby muttered uncomfortably. What is that boy doing to his mother? This brat really knows how to act up. They didn't forget to reassure him. The senior is tired. It's a miracle he made it here with his son. Van driver Do stood quietly observing from afar. He couldn't help shouting, wait a moment. Do van driver sighed and chased them away. This isn't proper etiquette. Approaching, he took out some money. Take this. Buy something for your mother and eat with her. Before leaving, Do reminded him to treat his mother well. Looking straight into Kim's eyes, don't curse at your mother like that, kid. He quickly accepted the money from Do van driver. Kim smiled weakly, yes, I understand, father. Hearing this, Do van driver frowned again. Why do you call me that? What's wrong with my mother and me? A colleague nearby laughed, unable to hide his excitement. So kind of the senior. Isn't giving these guys some coffee money better? Back in reality, he spoke in the old room. It was our first meeting with Kim Sin. He recounted solemnly, at that time I only thought they were a crazy mother-son pair. As he continued, Do van driver's face darkened, like 5 years later when Kim Sin turned 20. Diho interrupted, he started killing people and the first victim was my father. Do van driver raised his voice. He is deeply obsessed with his family. Looking at the family photo, he couldn't help feeling angry. Everyone calls him dad, but when he sees other families, his desire to kill rises. He emphasized the pain, especially in happy families. They are happier, the more he hates them. As a child, Jiho looked up at the sky excitedly. It's an airplane. Fankich boasted to his father, it's so close, Dad is the best. Do van driver smiled warmly at Jiho. Good that our little pilot likes it. Meanwhile, he clenched his hand tightly. Let me kill Kim Sin. Jiho raised his head with determination. Just let me kill him and do whatever you need to make me stronger. Impressed by his courage, Do van driver agreed. Okay, always remember this. He seriously reminded, now you're no longer a person but an arrow. A few days later, Jiho went to school as usual. Vanna tapped him from behind and asked, Jiho, where are you going so quietly? Suddenly hugging Gen Z, she looked confused. What's wrong with him? Sensing the concern in others' eyes, Jiho quickly explained, scared to death, just did push-ups and now my muscles hurt. Vanna frowned. What kind of pain makes your face look like that? He quickly replied with a smile. Just fell down. I tripped. She started to doubt as she heard this. Again, Tizio stared intently at Jiho. How did you fall that both times and end up with a face injury? Aziz also rushed in to ask more questions. What have you been doing these days? No! He kept denying it. I really did trip. Jiho looked at his phone with bright eyes. Now that he has a date with Chang-soo, he should leave first. Hearing this, Tizio furrowed his brow. Is it that Chang-soo again? Have you ever seen Chang-soo before? She shook her head in response. Never. His figure gradually disappeared, leaving Aziz standing there alone, still not convinced. I have no idea what Jiho has been doing these days either. Meanwhile, his body was kicked mercilessly. The thugs took turns beating him up viciously. One of them angrily rushed over, this dog suddenly charging in like a mad dog. He fiercely kicked the man with curses. Did you get hit by a car or something? Hearing the siren, the leader suddenly tensed. Damn it. Someone called the police. Let's go. They left immediately, leaving him alone. Jiho gradually regained consciousness after a moment of unconsciousness. At the same time, Duziak stepped out with a megaphone. He looked at his watch, for guys fainted in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Duziak disapprovingly assessed him. You lost because of lack of strength and stamina. A while later, he soliloquized that each bag weighing 80 pounds would help build his strength and stamina. Jiho's body continued to tremble under the weight, Duziak emphasized, especially focusing on his legs for better balance and landing. Meanwhile, Duziak sternly ordered him to drink it all. Eating is also a way to train. He drank the porridge in one go without hesitation. Seeing Jiho vomit, he reminded again, try to eat. You need to gain weight to compete with that Kim Shin guy. The nausea was still coming on, but he tried to suppress it. A while later, Jiho managed to finish everything. At this moment, Do Seok suddenly put his hand around his neck. He sternly said, even when eating or resting, don't let your guard down. Do Seok continued, staring straight ahead as if trying to penetrate the man's soul. Always keep your body ready. These training sessions are hell, but clearly effective, fighting on the streets until fainting and then continuing day after day. After some time, Jiho gained the ability to defeat his opponents. Another thug charged forward. This dog, why did you dare? He immediately kicked towards them. From that point on, Jiho realized how light his body had become. Now, Jiho straightened and punched the enemy. He fell into thought, feeling the movements. At this moment, a cane suddenly hit Jiho's head hard. The man gritted his teeth and cursed. You little brat. He swung the cane again. Did you think you just hit someone? What can you do with such a puny body? The cane struck down on his head again. The man seemed not to intend to stop. He shouted loudly, do you think this is where we are? From behind, someone grabbed him. Duziak laughed coldly and said, you guys have worked hard, using weapons because you couldn't beat a little kid? Seeing him, he became even angrier. You, who are you? Damn it, you're tired of living, huh? Immediately after that, shouts echoed throughout the entire auditorium. The man's body was thrown straight at Jiho by Do ZCC. He spoke slowly, when are you going to get up and stay here? Do ZCC turned around, looking agitated. Training today isn't over yet. His small hand continued to punch forcefully into the tree in front of him. Behind him, he kept reminding, earlier you hit that guy with a stick and knocked him down, but he still got up. Make your hands hard and sharp like weapons. Do ZZC's words echoed in Jiho's ears, suggesting that one strike could defeat the opponent. His hand continued to punch forcefully forward. For months later, Jiho's fist flew straight into his opponent's face. He knocked down each of them with bare hands. At the same time, the man suddenly clamped Jiho's neck tightly. Got you now. This time, he forcefully pushed him to the ground. The man slid on the cold floor. He was in such pain that his face contorted. Then Jiho stepped hard on the man's face with his foot. The scene changed. His face was covered in sweat. Jiho carried 3 heavy sacks of rice on his back. He kicked his opponent strongly as he looked away. Another one grabbed a knife. You bastard! Go die! Just as the knife was coming, Jiho quickly turned to dodge it. Seizing the opportunity, he punched hard into his face. Meanwhile, the wooden stick showed signs of wear and tear. However, not just one but several sticks were damaged. At the same time, a madman grabbed Jiho. "You little punk." He held him by the shoulders. "You're not good enough for me yet." The man taunted, "Stop dreaming, dog." Suddenly, Jiho disappeared. He turned his head back in panic. The man angrily cursed, "You little punk." Before he could finish, Jiho charged and hit him repeatedly. At the last moment, Jiho's hand flew towards the man's face. Then Gwyn punched hard into his face. Du ZCC nodded approvingly beside him. "Much better now." Mr. Kang smiled with satisfaction. One arrow had become sharper and could pierce through the enemy. In that moment, Jiho appeared tall and muscular. His eyes also changed over time. Du ZCC quickly ordered, "Come on, Jiho." The scene switched to a bustling street. Zubiu cursed loudly, "You bastards, why did your company dare ignore me?" He casually unbuttoned his pants. While handling business, he was constantly scolded. "Damn it! Just because I have a criminal record? You damn scum! You bastards think there's nowhere else for me to work except here?" In his hand, he heard Dassault's voice. Target 47 years old, Ozupil. He had brutally killed a bar employee during construction, but was released after only 6 years due to mental and physical deterioration. Later, he tiredly returned to the room. "You damn scum! I'll kill all of you." Seeing Jiho, Zubiu shouted in surprise, "That dog." He backed away in fear. "You! Who are you? How did you get in here?" Suddenly, he stood up and advanced. Zubiu couldn't hide his fear. "What is it? What's going on?" On the other side, Duck Sisu still gives instructions. The training to fight has ended. Now it's time to train how to kill a person. If before was about fighting training, it's now time for killing training. Jiho looked straight at him and introduced himself. "I'm Hoesat," Duck Sisu said with a cold tone. "Remember, the one coming next is also a murderer like Kim Shin." His eyes shone with a cold look. He had brutally killed innocent people before. Every word from Duck Sisu echoed in Jiho's ears. He was no longer human. He paused briefly, his voice deeper and more ominous, as if an arrow that couldn't be certain to hit the target was a faulty one. Duck Sisu suddenly looked straight into his eyes, and this very arrow would harm his own teammate. On the other side, Jubal panicked and shouted, "Who are you?" His face showed clear annoyance. "Why did you come into someone else's house like this?" At this moment, Zubal angrily grabbed Jiho by the collar. "You dog, trying to steal something, huh?" He tightened his grip, his teeth grinding loudly on the thief. Zubal was nearly enraged, but suddenly used his hand to twist Duck Sisu's arm behind his back. The pain immediately transferred, causing Zubal to scream in agony. My hand! My hand!" Without giving Duck Sisu time to react, Jiho continued punching his neck. Zubal clutched his throat and coughed violently. He looked down with a sharper, colder gaze. "It hurts, but it's nothing compared to the pain of those you've killed." Duck Sisu quietly approached the kitchen area. "You dog!" Zubal quickly grabbed the knife. He roared in anger. "So that's why?" Even as Bill turned to point the knife at Jiho, "What else do you want now? I've already paid the price by going to jail. That's also why my life is like a pile of shit now, you piece of trash." He still angrily grabbed Duck Sisu's collar. "Sure enough, you're not human anymore." At that moment, Jiho pushed Jubal back without saying anything. The knife in his hand decisively stabbed into the left side of Duck Sisu's chest. Immediately, Jubal looked like a pig being slaughtered. The pain made him nearly unconscious. He kept pleading for mercy. "Save me, please. I'm sorry. Do it." But Jiho didn't care. The prisoner next to him hurriedly, "Hey, sorry, he hasn't been here long either." After a moment of silence, Sin bowed his head and blew out the candle. He gently cut the cake. "It's not for a birthday. This is just to commemorate those children I killed." Then he asked for permission to confess. Using it, as a way to remember those children who were murdered. He continued speaking with an indifferent expression, like the boy in his mind had passed away today. If he were alive now, he would be about 15 years old. The man trembled slightly when he received the cake. Seeing this, he smiled and wished him a good meal. At that moment, Durang suddenly cursed, calling him an abandoned child. He stared straight at him. "You're always doing crazy things, aren't you? Immediately bring me a plate of cake. I'll let you know if I want to eat it or not." Refused immediately, "No thanks, it's disgusting." He divided the cake into paper bags, and "Big brother sent this for you." He happily accepted it and thanked him. His eyes were filled with contempt. "What a scoundrel, your face is truly disgusting." At that moment, Shin broke out in an unprecedentedly happy smile. The scene switched to a public bathhouse. The people inside looked at the strange creature if they had just seen something unfamiliar. Meanwhile, Duziak poured water over Ji-ho's head forcefully. Just glancing briefly, Duziak and Ji-ho were sitting neatly. He glanced at him. After killing someone with a knife, he should go take a bath to avoid the smell of blood on his body. Following Duziak's advice, Ji-ho used a sponge to clean his entire body. Suddenly, he fell silent and his lips began to tremble. Duziak paused for a moment before speaking. Today was the day Rong-soo died. His tone slowed down as he spoke. Ji-ho tilted his head at Duziak, his eyes showing confusion. In the bathhouse, the sound of running water echoed steadily. Meanwhile, Du gently supported Ji-ho's back like a father would. Ji-ho showed a pained expression. "I once let go of this grudge." His voice was heavy as it was very difficult for a person to kill such a monster. Suddenly, Duziak approached, his eyes blazing with anger. "But that hatred has always lingered in my mind and made me do anything just to kill that Kim Sin, the despicable creature." Ji-ho slowly said, "I feel the same way." He suddenly asked a question. If he turned into a monster like him, would Jong-soo really want that? Duziak remained silent in response to Ji-ho's challenge. Finally, Duziak chose honesty and said it wouldn't be what he wanted. He continued speaking, "My son, Jong-soo, is a good boy." Ji-ho nodded slightly, his eyes showing understanding. "My father would probably think the same way too." Du's hand remained on Ji-ho's back, but there was a change. Drops of water continuously fell as if cleansing his mind. The scene now showed Duziak and his younger self. Turning to Sin, he carefully looked at the photos. Ji-jong looked with dissatisfaction. "This pervert! Why do you keep taking pictures of that old woman?" He grumbled in annoyance. "Are you kidding? Take it." Suddenly, he reached into Ji-jong's mouth. Sin then firmly pressed, causing him to wince in pain. Ji-jong lay on the ground while he remained calm. Sin gnashed his teeth. He was no longer alone. He angrily roared, "Who is walking beside my father like this?" In that moment, Sin's face was covered in veins as he spoke. "My father must be lonely and always thinking about me." At the education office, two prisoners with a look of desperation stood guard outside the office. Inside the office, a hesitant voice said, "Sir, please understand." The education official spoke with fear, avoiding eye contact with the person across from him. "I can only remain indifferent when facing Director Kang Jeong-gu." It was indeed difficult, and there are no more reports of deaths due to accidents now. They're all happy for Ji-ho. "You just made it in time," as they were finishing up their preparations. A little voice spoke up. "What's an aviation school?" T-Shap quickly replied, "It's where pilots are trained." The child immediately praised with admiration. "Ji-ho is so good." The director patted Ji-ho on the back and said, "At least you should have told us that you passed university." Ji-ho hesitated to respond. I just got the news from my teacher today." The kind-faced director laughed and said, "So it's true, your teacher is indeed our benefactor. We must go meet him and thank him. There are all kinds of delicious food on the table, sea delicacies and mountain treasures." Akar took a big bite of the firewood rib and praised, "Director, this rib you made is truly top-notch." T-Sop replied with a side smile, "It's natural for us to be famous for our firewood ribs." Hearing the praise, the director smiled happily. "Watching you all eat like this makes me feel that my efforts are worth it." Suddenly, Akar asked about Jiho again. "When did you decide to become a pilot? I didn't know you liked that job." Jiho answered vaguely, shrugging off the question. "I just applied because my teacher kept encouraging me." Seiya laughed even louder at this answer. "How could someone like you pass an exam? Laugh it up." Taisop, who was eating, turned to ask, "Seiya, where are you going to study?" Seiya replied, "I'm studying at a social welfare school. I want to work at an orphanage like this one." The director praised her. "I'm proud of you, Akar. You'll have to work hard, especially with kids like T-Sop." T-Sop then poked her cheeks and said, "Meeting cute kids like you makes me feel unworthy." "You're so adorable, Akar, but it might be time for you to change your mind." The director suddenly asked, "Are you still working hard to pass the police academy exam, T-Sop?" She made a big smile and said, "Yes, I'm studying hard and training as well." The children eating nearby looked surprised at her answer. "You're going to be a police officer? That's amazing." "Amazing." They admired her even more. T-Sop hesitated to respond, "But I have to pass their test first." The director was so happy, tears welled up in his eyes. Mr. Kin wiped away a tear from his eye. "Just a few days ago, you were still little and now you've grown up like this. Time flies so fast." T-Sop complained, "Dad's going to cry again." Seiya comforted him, "I'll always come back often, Dad." The others chimed in, "Me too." "Director." They didn't notice that Jiho was sitting silently and not saying a word. Suddenly he spoke up. "Right." Jiho scratched his head nervously. "I forgot we had plans, so I'll excuse myself now." T-Sop looked angry as she tried to stop him. "We prepared for you and now you're leaving like this?" The director looked worried and asked, "Jiho, is there something urgent?" Without saying more, he quietly stood up, opened the door, and left. "Yes, it's important, so I'll excuse myself." T-Sop called him back, "Seo Jiho." Outside, Jiho gently closed the door and said, "Sorry." The door slammed shut without a second glance from Jiho. Zia worriedly asked, "What's wrong with him lately?" T-Sop pouted and said, "Enough already. Let's eat all of his share." Jiho angrily kept berating himself. "Don't talk to me like that. He is my friend after all." As night fell, Jiho walked alone into the dark forest. He used a flashlight to illuminate his path. Suddenly, he broke out into an odd smile. Jiho mumbled, "Zia, it really was a wonderful dream. I wanted to become someone like a professor." Step by step in the dark forest, T-Sop said, "Taxop is quite suitable for the police force. He's genuinely kind-hearted." After walking for a while, Jiho stopped before an odd door deep in the woods. Both of them would surely become good people. He gently opened the iron door. Jiho had promised ZCC that he would go to prison when he turned 20. Inside, ZCC was already waiting there. "Here we are. He will commit a crime on his own with a needle." Jiho removed his glasses and looked determined. "Yes, let's start the training now, sir." On this side, Taisop groaned after a hearty meal. His stomach was stretched out. Zia laughed at him. "How can you eat like a barrel?" Taisop quickly retorted, "It's just that I don't want to leave any leftovers for Jiho." He was still sulking about Jiho leaving the party without permission. His father had prepared so much. That terrible kid. I really don't like his attitude these days at all. Taisop continued scolding, but he never answers when asked. Zia laughed and teased him. "And now you're wearing Jiho's clothes, right?" Taisop smiled in response. "His stuff is just like mine anyway. We used to share undergarments when we were kids too." She laughed and said, "How dirty." The moon hung high in the sky as it grew dark. Zia spoke with a sad expression while walking. "Lately, I felt like Jiho might suddenly disappear." Taisop tried to reassure her. "Do you think he'll run away from home?" "Don't worry, if that happens, I'll bring him back myself." Zia quickly replied, "No, not like that." Her eyes suddenly contained a sense of sorrow, as though one day she would turn to dust and leave this world. Taisop pondered her words, turning his head to look at her. He wondered if it was like Thanos snapping his fingers? How can someone just disappear like that? He's just a young man, don't worry too much. I hope they've arrived at Zia's place. We're here, Zia said with gratitude. You really don't need to bring me home like this. Just stay strong. Taisop laughed loudly. Right. He waved goodbye to Zia. See you tomorrow. She nodded gently. Okay, be careful on your way home. After bidding farewell to Zia, Taisop quickly walked back. On the way back, he kept thinking about what Zia had said. The Motesip expression was contemplative. How could Jiho just disappear like that? He instinctively opened his phone and looked at it. Everyone's here, right? Dad, its friends, and even the kids. How can we believe it if that lazy bum just disappears like that? Suddenly, someone sneaks up behind you. You fall to the ground. The guy with the flashlight stick is still holding onto it. It's gotta be that idiot, right? The guy following quickly confirms. Yeah. Hoodie guy steps out from the orphanage. Shop owner falls unconscious on the ground. Just don't stop now. The guy grabs his hoodie collar with one hand. With the other, he holds it up to dangle. Damn it! Let's do this! We still need to report back. A bunch of screwdriver photos are scattered on the table. Rip them into tiny pieces and put in your mouth. He chews those photos thoroughly. Rip another photo. Then he puts that piece into his mouth to chew. As he chews, he looks at the photos and whispers to himself, I won't give these to anyone. On this photo, only a hoodie-wearing young man is left. Holding the photo, he gazes intently. Dad's just for me. Over there, other prisoners are discussing. Boss, you let Kim ask like that? Jiang speaks up. That crazy guy. His attitude keeps changing. Other prisoners in the room had been injured by him. Jiangman holds his pet dog and strokes it. I'll just keep my promise this time. Then he angrily hugs the dog. For a dog to bark at its owner is wrong. Either chain it or feed it. On the other side, Jiho continues intense training, drenched in sweat. Duziak is training with him. Jiho has learned how to dodge his attacks. And he's also learned how to counterattack. Jiho is now strong enough to lift the screwdriver guy gently. He wanted to knock him down, so he attacked his ribs. The screwdriver guy retaliates by pushing back with his elbow. Jiho retreats and readies himself for defense. Screwdriver guy praises him for progress but says he still needs to be faster. His face is covered in bruises on his cheeks. Yes! Screwdriver guy turns around and leaves, takes a break then heads to eat. Jiho looks surprised and asks back, Eating? You mean that blended porridge? Seeing this dumb question, Duziak can't help but laugh. Eating that all the time won't do you any good. Do you like black ramen? Then Duziak leads Jiho to a restaurant. The table is set with his favorite noodles. Screwdriver guy holds a soju glass in hand. I heard you got into university. You want to go? That university? He quickly responds, No! Why not? Then he asks with surprise, But why are you asking that? He replied calmly, I've been keeping an eye on you all along. Duck's eye straightened and raised his wine cup to his lips. It's like that now too. Don't you feel bad being followed around day in and day out? You don't seem upset with Duck's eye at all. No, I understand because I'm the arrow myself. When did you start following me? Duck's eye was honest with Jiho. From the very beginning, we've been watching you, the only survivor of Kimson's cases. He continued, from when you arrived at the orphanage for blind children, on your first day at a new elementary school. Hearing this, Jiho looked surprised. He had won first place in the running competition during the sports festival. Duckseye recounted that after finishing elementary school, he shared a meal of sour and sweet stir-fried meat with other children at the orphanage. From middle school to high school, I've seen it all. He smiled, looking at Jiho, who had grown so much since he was little. Time flies. Hearing Duxie's words, you just sat there silently without a word. Jiho suddenly realized something. Seeing him hesitate, Duckseye spoke again. The noodles are done. Eat quickly. he said softly. After living with Duxai for some time, Ji-ho still couldn't see his father's shadow in it. Just as Ji-ho picked up a spoon of noodles, his phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone to answer. "Hello, taxi?" On the other end, the taxi driver sobbed, "Ji-ho, come quickly." The caller was upset and hurt badly. Hearing this news, his face turned dark. Quickly, he rushed to the hospital, to the emergency room. The health monitor kept changing information. Tisov lay motionless in a coma on the bed. He needed a ventilator. Ji-ho was stunned and couldn't say anything. The director knelt beside the bed, weeping bitterly. "Tisov, what's happening? Why?" The taxi driver sobbed back. The doctor said Tisov had lost half of his little finger. Half of Tesov's little finger was cut off. She continued and even severed the tendons in his leg. At this point, both she and the director could only stand there crying. Ji-ho still stood there silently looking at Tisov. The taxi driver sobbed as she looked at Ji-ho. She asked, "Who? Why did they do this to Tisov? Do you know who it is?" Ji-ho clenched his teeth, shaking with anger. Tisov was still in a coma. Ji-ho trembled, "I'll kill them all." Suddenly, he turned and left. The taxi driver looked at him with confusion. He walked out of the hospital room coldly. She asked, "Where are you going?" "Go!" Outside, it was raining heavily. Thunder rumbled. Go took out his phone to call someone, reporting about T-Shop's left hand and leg. He walked through the rain, talking on the phone, completely drenched. It happened just like that time. "Do you know who it is?" Duxai received a call from Ji-ho. He raised his eyebrows. "I guess it's Jong Ki, Jong Man's underling." Duxai had his own judgment. They were warning us, but somehow got the wrong person. Ji-ho coldly asked, "Where are those bastards hiding? I'll find them and kill them all." Duxai stopped him. "No, if you come out, it's a pity for Tisov's situation, but also because of this. Your existence is hidden." Ji-ho shouted angrily, "I don't care, my friend was hurt." Duxai stepped back. "This is also our responsibility, so let the old man finish it." He then showed his determination. "So go and kill Kim Sin as planned, even without me by your side." The shock of these words left him speechless. He asked back, "What do you mean by that? You're not staying beside me anymore?" Duzo each just cut off our conversation coldly. The forest man stood in front of a tall building. Do Seuk looked up at the sky. Kim Director was stripped and beaten. He kept begging, I'm sorry. I'll sign the contract. Please forgive me." The scoundrels laughed at his ragged appearance. "It seems Director Kim has figured it out now. If you hadn't followed my instructions from the start, this wouldn't have happened." He leaned in close to Kim Director and lit a cigarette. "Damn! Do you know that I can't get closer to Brother Jong-ki despite being grateful to Director Kim?" Kim Director lay on the floor crying. "Please, let me go home." He pleaded, "That guy is getting close, but I need to pay the deposit first." The scoundrel smiled wickedly and said he would make amends. His underling added from the side, "Bro, we haven't gotten anything out of you yet." He replied with a smile, "This time you'll have to take a hit." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Is it delivery?" The head thug turned to his underling. "What's that about? Did you order something?" His underling quickly denied it. "No, probably someone upstairs ordered something." Kim Director lay on the floor sobbing uncontrollably. He tried to cry out a few times. The head thug suddenly stopped caring about Kim Director and went outside to see who was at the door. "Who are you?" Before he could assess the situation, he was knocked down and fell to the ground. The scoundrel panicked, holding a baseball bat in his hand, shouting loudly, "What's going on? You!" Duzi-uk approached quietly. He grabbed the collar of the scoundrel and pulled him back. Then he punched him hard right between the eyes. He glared at them with a look of sheer anger. "You all go to hell. Tell that little John Key guy." Duzi-uk was furious and shouted, "Come on out and fight then." The other gang members heard the commotion and rushed down from upstairs. "What's going on? What's happening here?" One of them who just came downstairs asked, "Why are they attacking Director Kim's people?" The fat thug quickly replied, "No, not really." They looked extremely surprised. "What is this about?" Seeing only one person, the head thug showed contempt and asked if there was just one of you. Another underling asked. He charged in here all by himself, and at an old man's age too. The other thug nodded in confirmation. He looked menacingly and said, "Are you senile or something?" Doozy ignored him and delivered a powerful punch. The head thug fell to the ground, stunned by his underling's reaction. Doozy continued his assault, landing another punch right between his eyes. He didn't stop there. He raised his leg to deliver a solid kick. Several underlings saw the critical situation and tried to rush in to save their big brother, but were instead punched in the stomach by him. One of them made a bold move, pulling out an old, dull knife and stabbing at his opponent. "You dog." The driver was furious when caught off guard. He turned around to look at that guy. "Do you think your body can withstand one stab like this?" Saying that, he grabbed the man's face with both hands. "Where do you think you are?" With a gentle move, the driver broke the other man's neck to one side. The others saw this and were terrified. He quickly drew his knife and aimed it straight at him. He snapped that guy's neck with just his bare hands. The driver calmly said, "I'll give you a last chance." Looking at them sternly, he told them to leave and start a new life. As he spoke, the driver approached the gangsters, threatening them, "If not, I will spare your lives." One of them was still fearless, holding his knife in front of him, ready to attack at any moment. Without hesitation, he lunged with the knife. "Stop making noise!" The scene switched back to Jiho training with the driver. He asked, "If I keep practicing like this, can I defeat 10 guys at once?" The driver replied seriously, "That's only in comics. No matter how much you train, your body has its limits." The gangsters charged forward. One of them shouted loudly, "Attack him from all sides." The driver punched that guy. A swift punch to the face disfigured his features. After hitting one, he kicked another. Another gangster tried to stab him with a stick from behind. "Die straight away." The driver quickly turned and dealt with this one efficiently. He looked around at them. At this moment, the driver's eyes were filled with anger. He continued punching that guy's face and then lunged to hit another. His fists kept pounding forward frantically. The others were tortured until they bled and broke their teeth. After a while of fighting, many lay scattered on the floor as the rest didn't give up. They still held their staves, trying to attack. "Come on, hit him harder. Don't hold back." The driver stood aside with his arms crossed, smiling smugly at them. "There's no way you can win." Back to the scene where the driver was advising Jiho, "But still, there's a way. If you make most of your enemies hesitate, then you have a chance to win." Jiho was surprised by what he said. "Most of your enemies?" The driver pointed his fist forward, thinking to himself, "The enemy will always believe that sheer numbers can easily overpower us. They think they are safe when outnumbering us." On this side, he continued dealing with each one. He remembered what he taught Jiho: break their belief by overwhelming force. The few underlings still held their knives at him but looked scared. The driver always kept that in his heart. Scare them with fear. The driver confidently stepped over the bodies of the gangsters. He glanced at them with a taunting smile. "What are you doing? Why aren't you attacking yet?" They were drenched in sweat out of fear. They cowered as he slowly approached. "If not now." To the gangsters, the driver was like a monster. "Let me handle this one." The lesson to Jiho echoed in his mind, and at that moment, their numerical advantage would no longer matter. The gangsters stepped back fearfully as he approached. The driver calmly dealt with them and walked past their bodies. Looking at the people before him, they were just enemies trembling in fear. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "What are you doing?" The voice appeared behind the wall, hesitating because of his fear. The guys looked back at the one called Big Brother. He quickly approached and hit one of them on the head. "I was just a bit late. Look at your stupid bunch." "Oh my god, you guys are really dogs." "Is that Youngki?" the driver asks, eyeing him carefully. Youngki approaches and hugs one of his subordinates, laughing loudly with a very confident attitude. "Look at this punk. He's so scared he might wet himself." No, it can't be. "So your balls are that big, huh?" Then the man suddenly stops and stares intently at the driver. Don't be so scared you pee yourself. Why should we be this afraid, right? Keep acting like a coward and you won't get any higher. The driver thinks to himself, as soon as that kid came, the fear I just saw was completely erased. Junkie confidently walks towards the driver, not expecting him to handle those cute subordinates so quickly. He stands facing the old man without any fear at all. The uncle is strong, huh? But he still looks down on me. But can he move like that anymore? Seeing his attitude, Du Ziyak suddenly stops. Seeing Du Ziyak's trembling body, Zhang Qi could guess something, though he tried not to show it. He must be at his limit now, right? Saying this, the man looks arrogantly at him and says, if you fight me now, you're dead. The driver doesn't respond, directly punching his face. Outside, it's still raining heavily with thunder and lightning. A punk on the phone is speaking angrily. Just kidding, I gave you more time. Why are you still borrowing money like this? He stands in the middle of the road, cursing loudly into the phone. Hell, if that's the case, sell your kidneys or eyes and pay me back. He continues to curse without noticing someone has appeared behind him. You forgot you wrote a contract to sell that broken body of yours? Now I'll go get ready for some money. Jiho suddenly calls out his name. Hey, you idiot! He turns around in surprise. Jiho is now wearing a mask. He looks at him and says, do you recognize me, you idiot? The punk quickly realizes it's the guy who rushed into the room just then. Suddenly, Jiho acts, grabbing his collar. He leans close to his face and asks where Zhang Qi is. In the jail cell, Zhang Man is training his dog to sit down. He continues giving commands here. The dog is very intelligent. Following every action, it turns around. Zhang Man says down and the dog looks at him. He gets angry again and says down once more. The dog doesn't understand. Zhang Man says down one last time. This time, he's so angry that he raises his hand to hit the dog. He glares at the dog viciously. I said sit down. That dog. The dog is scared by this attitude. Its whole body trembles. Suddenly, Ji bursts into the jail cell from outside. Boss, I heard that driver went to Jonki's place. Zhang Man looks puzzled and asks Kim Du-siak if he is his father as Kim called him. Jiil quickly nods in confirmation. Yes, they say he's stronger than we thought. Should we send more people there? Zhang Man cruelly puts the dog down with a calm expression. No need to do that. Saying this, he grins maliciously, because Zhang Qi is someone I personally trained. The punk on the floor is beaten so badly he's lying motionless. I really didn't know. How could a lowly person like me know about such a terrorist? Jiho keeps physically assaulting him. A terrifying guy. He hesitated and replied fearfully. Li Zhangqi, who is the leader of Zhang Zhangman's action team, everyone calls him Zhang Zhangman's dog. On this side, John tilted his head to extract something from between his teeth. He held a tooth in his hand and marveled at it, really surprising. Then he sat down on the floor, looking at the tooth with a smile. This is a person. You're truly a monster, uncle. He looked at the screwdriver with great excitement. This was my first time meeting someone so strong, but why do you want to meet me? He leaned against the wall while the screwdriver lay on the floor. If you hadn't met me, you would still be alive now. He looked at the screwdriver and said goodbye. See you later then. Death! The madman fiercely grabbed the hand of the prisoner and bit it viciously. He struggled to pull back his hand, screaming in pain. Hurry up! Stop him! A nearby prisoner tried to intervene. Kim, please stop! His words did not fall into anyone's ears at all. He directly punched the man right on the cheek. The man still struggled and made a few sounds while being hit. Calm down, calm down. Please throw your fist to protect yourself. He glared at the prisoners. Who gave you permission to touch my dad? I just said you only need to make those guys around my dad disappear. In his anger, he squeezed another prisoner's neck until he suffocated. He was even more cruel when he tightly squeezed the other man's private parts. He lifted the prisoner above him. The prisoner kept shouting for help. Save me. He stared at the trembling prisoners below. Only I can harm my dad. Another prisoner who was beaten up and bleeding shouted, Kim, please, calm down. Please help me. We're on the same side. Without caring, he threw the prisoner he was holding high onto the floor. The man went stiff and only opened his mouth in fear without saying anything else. He slowly stood up and repeated what the other prisoner said, We're on the same side, but in this relationship. Then he combed his hair and gave a sinister smile. I'm the crocodile while you guys are just birds picking scraps from my mouth. And all it takes is for me to close my mouth, and I can eat you alive anytime I want. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, Kim Shin! A rough hand hit Shin's face hard. After his subordinates were beaten up, he finally intervened. Stop it! Shin touched his bruised cheek and smiled lightly as if nothing happened. You came just in time. I have a few things to ask you. He tried to smile, but with a hint of threat. But your questions really caught me off guard. Can you help me answer this? Wrongman looked at Sin with disdain. For a wild dog like you, giving punishment is the best training method. Sin smiled past him and laughed mockingly. Are you really that stupid or pretending to be? Sin's hand was now moving. It was ready to attack Wrongman at any moment. If you see a mad dog, you should run away immediately. Otherwise, you'll be bitten to death. Suddenly, a piece of paper blocked his view and made Sin stop his action. Wrongman proudly showed a picture of Dulso lying in bed. So you think someone's holding this fake's life in their hands? He threatened. Just one call from me, and that fake will be thrown into the sea immediately. Look at the photo, then clench your teeth with anger. His eyes kept darting round. Try touching just one hair of mine if you're so good. He's mine. With the upper hand, Wrongman laughed freely. If you listen well, that mad old man will be yours. Then he showed another photo of a dying Durek on the bed needing a ventilator, but he still purred like this, saying goodbye to that old fool. At the hospital where Durek was kept, John asked about his condition. How is he? Dr. Kim quickly replied, paralyzed completely. He smiled again. His vision and hearing were still good, but this old man was also pretty dumb now. John Key's subordinate complained, Bro, do we really have to keep cleaning up after that bastard anymore? John Key laughed loudly with a very smug look. What can you do about it? Looking at the paralyzed Durek on the bed, his eyes wide and frothy, he encouraged his subordinate again. Then John Key left. Before leaving, he patted his subordinate's shoulder and warned, Make sure to wash your hands well or Sid might get a whiff of it. The subordinate grumbled as he went. HMPH! John Key continued teasing his subordinate with a mocking tone. You're being very serious this time. I bet you wouldn't dare call me to the company party anymore if you knew. Just as John Key was about to leave, Do Seoke suddenly called out Ji-Yuge and Yi-Hyo. Dr. Kim looked surprised at him, still trying to speak but mumbling. Do Seoke tried saying Yi-Hyo again. John Key turned around with a smile. No, this old man is just a dog chain for the Kim company that Mr. Kim wants back, so we need him alive. Do Seoke lay on the bed, connected to a ventilator but still tried to say Yi-Yu-K-Y-O. He said, when you plug your nose and press your face close, what else can you try saying? Just live it out as if nothing happened. Then he looked at him with a creepy smile, wishing him sweet dreams forever. Time passed. For months later, everyone shouted happy birthday in chorus. Jiho blew the candles on his cake amidst cheers. Happy birthday, Jiho! Happy birthday, bro! Happy birthday, Jiho! Jiho scratched his head awkwardly. Thank you all. The director broke the awkward silence by asking, Tomorrow morning, where do you plan to go? The college entrance exam is over now. Have a really good time, right? Jiho quickly confirmed. Yes, I'm planning to go with Zia and the test shop to the amusement park. They quickly moved to the amusement park together. On the roller coaster, Jiho couldn't stop enjoying the thrill. He screamed loudly as if letting out all his worries. The three of them enjoyed snacks at the park. Jiho and Taisop rode the merry-go-round. Zia took photos to capture this moment. They went somewhere else, dressed in cute costumes and posed for pictures to keep memories. After a day of fun at the park, they decided to have pizza together. Jiho put a large piece into his mouth. She's dripping down. A big slice of pizza. 3 people enjoyed it warmly. Taesop then led them to karaoke. Jiho and Seiya enthusiastically danced along with Taesop singing. After the whole day of fun, on their way back, Taesop fell asleep soundly in the car. Seiya said, probably from singing too much at the karaoke place, he must be exhausted. Looking at Taesop's sleeping face, Jiho couldn't help laughing, drooling. The more he looked at Taesop, the happier his face became, the more he wanted to trace lines on its face. Suddenly, Seiya looked at him with sparkling eyes. Jiho, it's really lucky you're back. Jiho was confused, not understanding what she meant by that. Seiya hesitated again, looking down and avoiding his gaze. Recently, I felt like something strange about you, as if you might disappear somewhere. Then she smiled brightly, but probably just in my imagination. You're still the Seo Jiho we know. Seiya shared her thoughts, and Jiho fell silent, lost in thought. She suddenly took something out of her pocket. Wait, I'll show you later. It's a simple gift wrapped in craft paper for your birthday. Jiho held the gift and asked, what is this? Seiya blushed. It's a hoodie. She whispered, but after buying it, I didn't want to give it to Taesop anymore. I was afraid of reminding him of unhappy memories. Jiho smiled and thanked her. Seiya said, I think we'll go to college and grow up. Even if we become old, we'll always be friends like this. Suddenly, Jiho called out, Seiya. He lowered his head, unable to look at Seiya in the eyes. I'm sorry. Seiya was surprised and couldn't believe her ears. Jiho, the door is closed. Jiho had been standing next to the car but disappeared without a trace. Car called out in shock. Jiho, Jiho. Outside, Jiho walked slowly along the subway platform. He clutched the gift tightly in his hand. I'm sorry to everyone, really sorry. In an old building with no lights on except for the car's headlights, a scrawny man sat next to a bed and complained about the situation, looking like he was about to explode. We thought we'd be accepted into the organization, but ended up doing such lowly tasks. Damn it! The others agreed, glaring at the bedridden man with disgust. Forget it, I don't want to do this anymore. King hell. It smells awful. The scrawny man quickly turned his head and questioned, do you know what will happen if you run away? He rubbed his head in fear. That scared guy. CK. Damn it, my head hurts so much. The bedridden man remained motionless. No signs of life. He held a cigarette in his hand. Hey, sometimes he says something, right? What is it? The bedridden man didn't respond. He angrily shouted, open your mouth and tell me what you're saying. After that, he laughed at his subordinate. You old bastard. He took a deep breath and threw the cigarette away. He held the cigarette right in front of the bedridden man's eyes. He was glaring at you guys. The bedridden man suddenly mumbled something. He tried to lean closer to hear what he said. What is it? What are you saying? He struggled to speak. Cheers. He laughed mockingly. Speak up louder. You fool. He didn't know that his accomplice behind him had been taken care of by Jiho. Seeing Jiho help the bedridden man finish speaking. Congratulations on your birthday. Cheers. Birthday. The guy heard the birthday wishes and made a joke about it. He didn't understand why he said that. Whose birthday are we celebrating? He's really crazy. He continued, right? You're just left with this broken body. Your mind can't be of any use anymore. Before he could finish speaking, Jiho gave him a straight kick to the face. Iyak lay motionless on the hospital bed. After dealing with that guy, Jiho approached his bedside. Uncle, just as planned, I've endured until today. Looking at Iak's condition now, he couldn't help but shed tears. But what the hell is going on? What's happening here? Iak mumbled a few times. Easy. He tried to speak again. Easy. Do it. Looking at Iak's condition now, Jiho was momentarily furious. He clenched his fist tightly. Uncle, that bastard did this. Jiho's tears flowed down into streams. I'll kill him. A black car had arrived here. Jongki stepped out of the car and scolded his subordinate. Do you want to die? Who asked you to handle this matter? Those rascals, right? I only let them in for a moment. He pinched his subordinate's ear and questioned him. "This is your problem. Now get those guys out of here immediately." The guy kept writhing as he apologized. Me apologize." Just as he entered the room, he stopped abruptly. His face showed surprise at the scene in front of him. Seeing all those guys lying unconscious on the floor made him feel satisfied. "What's going on here?" Ji-ho suddenly appeared from nowhere and gave a kick to that guy. Ji-ho continued charging, intending to use his fist to finish off that guy. But Ji-ho's fist was stopped. Jang-ji also appeared. Surprise, someone came to visit the patient out of nowhere. Ji-ho glared angrily and asked again, "Are you Jong-ki?" Hearing his name called, Jong-ki smiled and asked, "Do you know my name?" Then he narrowed his eyes, gave a sinister smile, and pressed it close to his face. "You know who I am but still insist on coming here. Ha! You're really stupid." Prison shower room. A prisoner with a knife charged forward bravely, the monster. He stood there calmly and fearlessly looking at that guy. Even when the tip of the knife was about to touch his eye, he didn't move an inch. Sensing the right moment, Sun lightly hit the guy's face with one hand, stopping the attack. The guy's head hit the wall, leaving a wet mark. His face was also covered in blood. Sun pressed harder and the guy's head sank deeper into the wall. Sun's expression remained unchanged. He stared blankly at the person before him with lifeless eyes. The prisoner fell to the floor of the shower room. Kang Ji-young-gu's men outside observed the scene. These guys in prison are really ordinary. Seeing Sin just kill that prisoner, he sighed and said, "Kim Sin is indeed very good at killing people." G.E. Aang replied with caution beside him, "Even like this, we still need to be careful. Who knows what's going on in the crazy mind of Kim Sin?" When younger members show disrespect, Wrong Man acts like he's been through it all. Whether a murderer or just a regular person, they're all the same to him. Looking at Shin standing dumbfounded in front of the bathroom, as long as we control their desires and weaknesses, those people are nothing more than dogs following our commands. Saying that, Zongman smirks with satisfaction, knowing he has a card to play against Shin. As long as that old man remains under our control, there won't be any problems. Zongman is completely confident in his plan. Just keep him tightly controlled, and that mad dog will do the dirty work for us. Then we'll return to our rightful place at the top. Don't stay silent in the bathroom. Round him lie the dead bodies of other prisoners scattered on the floor. On this side, Jongman lies dying on a bed, watching Ji-ho and Jong-ki fight each other. Ji-ho and Jong-ki continue to struggle fiercely. Failing with one strike, Ji-ho uses his other hand for another attempt. He plants his foot firmly, preparing to break the deadlock with a powerful kick. Quickly, Ji-ho kicks Jong-ki in the head. With anger in his eyes, he looks at him. "Is it your fault that he became like this?" Jong-ki grins and guesses. He then delivers a powerful punch to Ji-ho's face. Punch after punch, Ji-ho quickly raises his hand to block. Try tasting the flavor of defeat. You'll know right away. Ji-ho can't attack, only blocking and waiting for an opportunity. Seeing the chance, he turns and kicks Jong-ki in the stomach. Surprised by the sudden attack, Jong-ki can't defend himself, groaning. Taking advantage, Ji-ho continues to punch forward. This punch twists Jong-ki's face into a grimace. Another punch from Ji-ho lands on Jong-ki's other cheek. Jong-ki finds his chance and retaliates. Ji-ho asks, "You're quick but still weak. How does it feel to be hit?" Using his foot, Jong-ki pushes away Ji-ho's leg. He then delivers a series of punches, including this one. Finding an opening, Jong-ki counters and will understand each other better now. Quickly gathering momentum, he delivers a powerful punch. Before the fist could touch, Ji-ho blocks with his own punch from below. "I didn't think so." With this hit, Jong-ki falls to the ground unconscious. Looking at him lying before him, Ji-ho thinks he can't lose to him. He asks angrily, "What did you do?" Jong-ki lies on the floor, praising, "You're really strong." Raising his head, "I admit defeat, you've won." Ji-ho looks confused, and Jong-ki continues, "I lost, how could I beat you?" He holds out his hands in submission, "Stop now, please, let me go." Ji-ho stares at Jong-ki intently. He doesn't understand what he's doing. What? What is it? What are you doing, making a fool of yourself? Do you think we can stop here? Standing up, Jong-ki wipes the blood from his nose. What do you want? I'll accept any demands of yours. Try me. Should I surrender to the police now? Hearing this, Ji-ho becomes furious and rushes forward. Stop playing around, dog. After a surprise punch, Jong-ki stumbles, confirming they can't communicate. Turning, he runs out. Running is his best option. Ji-ho angrily chases after him, stopping in place. He shouts, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Ji-ho notices his fingers have deformed. What? What's happening? Ji-ho's body starts showing strange signs. His fingers keep bending and twisting. His body. Jung isn't running anymore. The man stood straight. Maybe because you're young, it takes more time for the drug to take effect, right? He gently approached. You figured it out, haven't you? In Ji-ho's eyes, Jong-ki's face was distorted. Ji-ho began to walk with a severely twisted gait. I spit saliva everywhere. What did you do to me? Jong-ki stood calmly as Ji-ho fell to the ground. Spring Dream. The poison was hidden in the ring on his hand. This is a product of my organization. Jong explained, if you take the drug, your body will gradually relax and you'll have a happy dream. How does it feel? You're starting to feel better, right? Ji-ho fell to the ground, trying to scream with all his strength. Uncle, even he did this. Jong smiled wickedly. He was also taking the drug now. He looked at the 4 bottle and challenged, try guessing what I put in it. A fly landed on Du Xiok's eye, but he didn't react at all. Du Xiok lay motionless, completely unaware of the outside world. Seeing this, Ji-ho clenched his teeth in anger. He shouted loudly, you bastard, I have to kill you. Due to the drug's effect, Ji-ho couldn't do anything. Instead, Jong-ki kicked him hard on the head. With one foot, he laughed arrogantly at Ji-ho. You can't beat me. Jong-ki complained again. Taking care of this old man costs a lot of our money. As he spoke, he suddenly realized something. Right, do it like that. His face was so distorted it couldn't be recognized anymore. I know how you can earn money for the old man to take this drug every day. You're young and have a good body, so there will be many customers coming to visit. Jonglin explained that spring dreams are different from other drugs. While talking, he kept stepping on Ji-ho's head. Once it enters the body, it stimulates the hippocampus of the brain. The drug's side effects made Ji-ho lose his mind, causing happy memories to replay in his mind. He held a phone and smiled wickedly at Ji-ho. Watching others sink into their beautiful dreams is really interesting, but that's just the effect of the drug. Some people still pay money to relive old memories. Ji-ho was lost in his illusions. His eyes were lifeless. Jong-ki held the phone and called, "Hello, it's me." In his daze, Ji-ho tried to listen to the conversation. There are a few things that need to be sent to Dr. Kim. He fainted after a while. In his dream, he remembered the past. A small hand touched the iron fence. It's really an airplane. He happily turned around and showed it to his father. It's too close to us. Dad, you're the best. Ji-ho's father smiled with a loving look. The small pilot in your dad likes that. Ji-ho, why do you like airplanes so much? In response to his father's question, the child Ji-ho answered honestly, of course. When I grow up, I will become an airplane pilot. He talked about his dream with a smile. Then we can travel abroad every day together. His father nodded and encouraged him. Ji-ho makes me proud. Then his father hugged him. Ji-ho flew high like an airplane. Let's see how well you fly. He pouted, Dad, I'm not a child anymore. I'm in first grade now. His father smiled lovingly and said that to him. He was still just a child who didn't cry even when dust got into his eyes. Ji-ho laughed with happy eyes. Yes, then you'll always be your dad's little boy. So his father kept lifting him up and flying. This period of time was very happy for Ji-ho. Outside, Ji-ho's face showed great happiness. Jong sat on the side smoking a cigarette. He smiled and said that you should really thank me. Ji-ho had been stripped of his belongings and injected with some strange liquid by him. Thanks to me, you're now in an eternal happy dream. Dr. Kim also approached at this moment. He sat down looking very satisfied, ready to proceed. This guy's physical condition is really good. Mr. G ordered him to leave nothing behind and take everything out. Dr. Kim quickly picked up the surgical knife with a very wicked expression on his face. Yes, let's get started together. After we're done, remember to follow Spring Dream. The snail car is lying on the bed. He mumbled a few words. No! Alright. Jiho's eyes are still dazed now. He has completely lost consciousness. Jiho fell back into his childhood dreams. He put a large piece of kimbap in his mouth. He savored the taste of his father's rolled rice dish. It's so delicious. Sure enough, Dad's kimbap is still the best. Your dad asked with a smile. Why did you put carrots in? He smiled and shrugged. Apart from the carrots, everything else was perfect. In the midst of happy atmosphere, suddenly Dad became nostalgic. Jiho, I'm sorry I can't play with you often anymore. As a child, Jiho naively replied that it's not because Dad works hard to earn money for him. He's no longer a child, so there's no need for Dad to apologize about that. Your dad patted your head and said, right? You're no longer a child now. When did you grow up like this? Jiho wished to grow up quickly to help his father. He would become a pilot so that Dad wouldn't have to work hard anymore. Suddenly, someone spoke over their conversation. Hello. Hello, suddenly appearing from nowhere. Didn't notice you standing behind us. How happy your family looks. Jiho's dad turned around in surprise and asked, what is it? He smiled. I really like playing with everyone. I want to play too. Outside, the snail car kept shouting. Dr. Kim recognized this state immediately. He was having a nightmare. His tone was both sincere and sarcastic as he continued to bring the surgical knife close to Jiho's chest. It's okay. It's just a dream. Life is all just a dream anyway. Jiho's dad looked puzzled and asked, playing with us? What are you talking about? This is a family outing. Without saying anything else, he forcefully stabbed Jiho. He narrowed his eyes and said, let's play together. Don't keep happiness to yourself like that. Jiho turned pale at the scene. He cried out, Dad, Dad. He turned back and placed a hand on Jiho's shoulder. Hey, kid, which song do you like? Your dad lay down on one side. He shook his hand towards him. No, not allowed. He struggled to scream a few times. Jiho, not allowed. Outside, the snail car tried to grab Dr. Kim's shoe with its trembling hands. Not allowed. The snail car fell forward, struggling and shouting, not allowed. Dr. Kim was surprised and turned around, unable to believe what he saw. What is it? How did you get here? The snail car shouted, no, no. Suddenly a foot appeared and kicked him straight in the head. Junkie glared at the snail car with hatred. Go away, I'll kill you now. He kicked him several more times. He's kicking him while cursing. If you're just a dog chain, do your duty as one. Just lie down and sleep. Suddenly, a scream caught Junkie's attention. And Ho suddenly woke up, sat bolt upright, even mumbling incoherently. Jiang's eyes widened at the scene. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. And how could you wake up? I injected enough to knock out 10 people. Jiho stood and lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch. Luckily, Jonki managed to catch him in time. Jiho's mouth moved silently. Quickly, quickly. He kept shouting, Dad, I'm sorry, Dad. Turns out Jiho was still dreaming. In the dream, he was beaten and pinned down on grass, tears streaming down his face. In the dream, he saw his father hanging from a metal fence to protect him. Outside, even though his eyes were lifeless, his tears flowed freely. I couldn't protect my dad. The screw car crashed, creaking as Mr. Dine fell to the floor. Jiho did too. Father, I'm sorry. Without hesitation, he lunged at Jonki and punched him hard. He groaned in pain but waited, waiting. In his daze, Jiho still had enough strength to pin Jonki down. One of his cheeks was already distorted from the beating. As he hit, he cried out, Father, I'm sorry. Another punch landed on Jonki's nose. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He pinned Jonki and punched him in the face again. Ji-ho continued to cry as he bled. I'm sorry. The image of young Ji-ho flashed before his eyes. Father, I'm sorry. His last words broke free from the sedative's hold. Sitting beside the screw car, he held a piece of paper. Happy birthday, Ji-ho. Even though you're grown up, our friendship will always be. Ji-ho bowed his head and read each word carefully on the paper. Suddenly, another voice echoed, I never thought I'd directly contact you. Ji-ho was surprised, looking up with wide eyes. An older man appeared in front of the door, thanks to the screw car. I've heard a lot about you, Ji-ho. With sorrowful eyes, he sincerely apologized. Truly sorry. Ji-ho asked, Detective A, you're the team leader, right? He continued, there's nothing to apologize for. Everything is my fault. I'm just a victim too. Looking at Jonki's body on the floor. I don't deny my illegal actions. I'll confess to killing someone. Even now, he thinks about Dulceoke in the room behind him. Please take care of her. The man quickly accepted the responsibility from him. I'll take good care of Dulceoke. Take care too. Soon after, Ji-ho was sent to a reformatory camp. He had to wear the same uniform as other prisoners very quickly. If convicted, he would be housed with Kim Sin. Some old inmates mocked him. Cute new guy. Welcome. We won't tell anyone you killed someone. Other inmates with hollow faces looked at Ji-ho through the iron bars, speaking rudely. Welcome to hell, deadbeat. What are you up to? This place smells like society. Come join us in our room. Behind the iron bars, Shin was sitting quietly looking at a photo. He couldn't help but look back with hatred. We've arrived as planned to kill Kim Sin. The man dragged Jonki's body into a dark tunnel. On his birthday, he had drunk and wandered alone. He instructed Ji-ho to stick to the story later, accidentally clashed with Lee Jonki and killed him in self-defense. He gave Ji-ho some advice, then gave him a new name. His identity would be fake while in prison, not Seo Ji-ho, but Kim Young-ho. Hearing this new name, Ji-ho repeated it with surprise. Kim Young-ho? The man quickly replied, that's the name Do Seo personally chose. Hearing this, Ji-ho guessed a few things. Do you and Jisoo and you? He must have combined your names. The man bowed his head with sorrow. I've always lived in regret. Regret for 10 years ago, when I should have shot Kim Sin instead of the screw car. He continued to handcuff Ji-ho's hands as he spoke. Even now, that still haunts me. He kept repeating what if to express his regret. What if I had killed Kim Sin back then? A young man like you wouldn't have had to do this. His eyes narrowed as he spoke, his face drooping. All these sins are etched on his face. On behalf of the senior, I sincerely apologize for exploiting you. I'm truly sorry. Very quickly after that, it was time for trial day. The judge declares that since this is the first offense and was unintentional, the defendant is sentenced to 3 years in prison. Ji-ho nods silently, accepting his guilt without saying more. Z can't stop crying upon hearing the court's announcement. It can't be like this. X's sobs grow louder, certain that it shouldn't end this way. Ji-ho definitely wouldn't do something like this. She continues to cry and scream while Ji-ho remains silent, averting his gaze from the other's eyes. There must be some mistake here. The prosecutor has been calm until now, but finally starts crying into streams. Ji-ho, I apologize. This father sincerely apologizes to you. He stands up and looks at Ji-ho, sobbing an apology. It's because of me that you're in this situation. It's my fault for not properly disciplining you. The prosecutor isn't blaming him at all. Instead, he hopes Ji-ho will return after his time in prison. Pay the price for what you've done and come back to us, son. The prosecutor has always been ready to open his arms to welcome Ji-ho when he returns. Hearing these words, Ji-ho can't hold back his tears. We'll always be here waiting for you. The prosecutor looks at him with a very sincere expression. I will start over everything when you come back, Ji-ho. Seeing everyone sad and crying for him, he can't contain his emotions, kissing the air in front of them and apologizing. Immediately after, he is taken to cell 2525 Kim Dong-ho, which is his room. The old inmates in the cell tease him. What a mess, man. Zombie smiles at him and asks, What happened that you're here? Introduce yourself. Jiho remains silent, not responding to anything. Chunso sees this stubborn new inmate and gets angry, shouting loudly, "You stupid guy, are you mute or something?" Jiho quietly finds a corner in the cell and sits down. Another inmate starts making trouble again. Didn't you hear what he asked? Seeing him still not responding, he stands up, ready to start a fight. Do you like it here? Another inmate quickly stops him. Calm down. Don't end up in solitary again now. Jongsu grins like a pig. This guy is too young to understand the rules, right? I'll teach this punk a lesson or two. Jiho sits quietly alone, deep in thought, ignoring everyone around him. Jiho's mind is filled with thoughts at that moment. The other inmates see he isn't talking and don't say anything else either. His eyes are burning with anger, wanting to burn all the inmates here to ashes. Jiho's mind is filled with images of the entire cell on fire. Everyone should be burned up, but he needs to endure until he can kill Kim Sin. Right now, Jiho can only bear it and do nothing else. Jongmin suddenly sits up and smiles at Jiho. It's been a long time since we had such a dumb guy here. Do you think being in prison means you're protected by the law? He smirks, looking down on him. Don't be so naive to think that way. In places like this, if you make a move, you'll end up in trouble. He continues his taunting. There's no such thing as law here, man. Saying that, he turns and looks at the new inmate again. Hey, wet behind the ears. What do you think I should teach him? Yes. Jongmin orders, go give him a lesson now. Right away for me. The new inmate trembles in fear and asks, but what am I supposed to do? Before he can finish his sentence, the other inmate slaps him hard across the face. Ronman grabs the new inmate's collar from behind. Always being like this is why you're treated so badly here, kid. The smallest inmate under me should deal with it. He shouts loudly for Jiho to hear. I'll give you 10 minutes. Jongmin starts to set conditions, threatening him into working for himself. If you can't hurt it within the time I'm giving you, you're dead to me. Rongman begins counting out loud. Let's start. Everyone in here has bloodstains all over their faces. He stops in fear in front of Jiho. Outside the hallway, Rongman moves with Jiaying. He turns to ask his subordinate, Kim, do you know where the screw key went? Jiaying confirms confidently. You can rest assured. I bring it to him every week from our old photos. Rongman warns again. Absolutely don't let it find out. If he knows the chain around his neck is gone, who knows what will happen? Rongman starts thinking differently. We need to replace Kim with another pawn. Suddenly, something unusual happens in the next cell, making him turn and look. Inside that cell, a fight breaks out. Rongman keeps kicking his head and yelling at him. You bastard, do you know where we are? You new little devil. Jiho doesn't react. He just lies there, calling for help with his hands covering his face. Rongman continues to curse, pleading with them to let him go. Even as he curses, tears start welling up in his eyes. Brother, please spare me. Hurry up, you dog. Dongmin sits on the side and laughs loudly at the scene. This is hilarious. They're fighting here. Chun Seo chimes in with agreement. That wet one's beating someone while crying too. Suddenly, something from outside startles Dongmin. He quickly orders everyone to stop. Everyone stop immediately. Rongman looks into the cell through the window. It's time for bed. What are you still doing? The zombies tremble when they see Rongman. There's a new ghost here. They're just teaching him a lesson since he doesn't understand much. Rongman looks curious. New guy, right? Seeing Jiho lying on the floor, he shows no concern. Alright, hit him a few times and he'll figure it out. Jiho still has that cold expression with no resistance. Rongman hints that this level of violence is fine. Just hit him twice or 3 times. The zombie responds quickly. Yes, I understand now. We're done here. Mr. Zhang Zongman. Good night, sir. Hearing the name Zongman, Dongmin looks up sharply. Zhang Zongman? Rongman continues walking. As he walks, he complains. There's no one here who can be used properly. They're all idiots. Inside the cell, there are extreme shouts again. Rongman curses again. You worthless bastards. He quickly returns to the cell. Didn't you hear what I just said? It's so noisy. Ji-ho, hurry up and go to bed. Looking through the window slit, Chong-man can easily see him shaking in fear. Ji-ho stands still around a group of unconscious people. Seeing this scene, Chong-man's eyes widen in surprise. How could he have knocked out 3 men so quickly? Watching Ji-ho use his fists to subdue the entire cell without any weapons surprises Chong-man even more. Ji-ho glances at Chong-man. He remembers what that man said when he was handcuffed. Now, this prison is completely under Chong-rongman's control. That man kept advising him the only way to approach Kimshin might be by working for Chong-rongman. After all, he became a place of hope and trust, so his first task was to become an informant for Chong-rongman. Chong-rongman looks pleased. He smiles and asks, "New recruit, what's your name?" Ji-ho coldly responds, "Kim Chung-ho." Chong-rongman opens the door and steps in with a sinister expression. "Young-ho, how do you feel about working for me?" He continues, offering to make him an informant. If there are any conditions, he can talk about them. Ji-ho remains silent for a moment. Then he hesitates and says, "I want." His eyes narrow in anger as he responds to Chong-rongman, "Yeah, everything I want is that these pigs must be cleaned up thoroughly." As he finishes speaking, he lunges forward and punches Chong-rongman hard in the face. Ji-ho's expression turns fierce. "All I want is to clean up those pigs thoroughly." He clenches his shaking fist in anger. Ji-ho remains silent, deep in thought. Turns out, what just happened was all in his imagination. Chong-rongman smiles, still waiting for his answer. "Alright, whatever conditions you want. I'll do it for you, wrong man for you." He thinks back to the bedridden old man who was his guardian. He remembers falling during surgery and another fall, all for a chance to get close to Kimshin. He grits his teeth, trying to suppress his emotions. "We need to be patient. We must continue being patient." Saying this, he suddenly speaks up, "Okay?" Ji-ho turns and accepts the offer, saying, "I'll work for you." He points at Chong-rongman instead of treating him, "Cure that person." Hearing this, Chong-rongman laughs loudly. Surprised, he asks, "But he just beat you up, isn't it? That's pretty funny." But in the end, he agrees with Ji-ho's conditions. "If you want to do that, fine. What else? Money or drugs?" Ji-ho coldly replies, "Done." Chong-rongman laughs heartily. "Alright, I like guys like you the most. Do a good job, Dong-ho." The free area outside the cell block. Other prisoners are exercising together. They're basking in the sun. Ji-ho shows no interest in these activities. He sits quietly in one corner. Chong-man approaches cautiously. "Thank you for asking Chong-rongman to let me get treated. I'm sorry for hitting you earlier." Ji-ho doesn't forgive Chong-man. "It's okay, it was just because of the pressure." You can tell he's been bullied by them every day. Chong-man finally expresses his feelings. "Actually, when you defeated those guys, I felt very satisfied. A year here has truly been like hell." Hearing this, Ji-ho looks at him and asks, "So during the whole year, you never told any guards about it?" Chong-rongman hesitates. "I did tell them, but..." Suddenly, other prisoners start arguing. "That bastard, what did you say? Show me your wallet right now. Why are you laughing at something so funny? What happened to your money has nothing to do with me." Without saying a word, they start fighting. "What's the joke? You bastard, did you dare hit my father?" Chong-rongman sees this and explains, "This place is completely different from other prisons. Outside, fights continue non-stop. Good ones get transferred in, and other prisoners rush to watch the commotion. There's a fight over there. I told you it was all for nothing. You're complaining too much. I gave Kim a whole pack of cigarettes. Forget about the fights and injuries here. Whether it's gambling or smoking, it doesn't matter anymore. The guards here will ignore everything. Even if someone dies, they'll blame it on an accident." Bi-lan, Jiang's director, outside is still buzzing with other prisoners' voices. "Beat him up. Kill him. That's the rule." Ji-ho got this info and was really surprised. He quickly asked, "Why is that? Isn't it because some guards used force to suppress them?" Jiang shook his head. I don't know either, but rumors say director Jong bought all the guards. He continued, there are even rumors he bought guards with money and drugs too. Ji-ho softly asked, so all the guards are his people? The other guy replied that he also made the families of the guards hostages to make them submit. Suddenly, a prisoner interrupted their conversation. Hey, the new ghost over there! Ji-young called out, follow me. Director wants you. Ji-ho quickly followed Ji-young. On the way, Ji-young turned to look at Ji-ho and asked, looks so young, haven't you done your military service yet? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Ji-young continued, why did you come here? Ji-ho answered casually, I got drunk, had a fight, and accidentally killed someone. Zeo laughed loudly, probably got away with manslaughter. Good job, looks like that already. He turned back to smile, being noticed by the director right after coming in. Lucky you. Zeo thought as he walked, just as planned. I finally infiltrated Jong Zongman's organization. We'll tell him what to do next inside. His mind kept replaying other information, but who is it for and what exactly is the plan? In a room with honor certificates, Do Seok was being cared for in bed. Do Seok, I really regret helping your plan. The man wiped Do Zzc's face with a towel, his expression very worried. Ji-ho has been sent to jail. He whispered to Do Zzc, and it will be crucial for that crazy plan. Do Zx lay unconscious on the bed without any movement. The man continued, even though I know I can't stop it, but don't forget. Saying this, he bowed his head and leaned against the chair. We are committing a terrible sin here too. Even if you die, you won't be able to reunite with Dong-su or Hai-yen. His eyes suddenly filled with anger as we made a deal with demons. Surely we'll suffer in hell. On the other side, Ji-ho was brought to meet Songman. Director, I've brought our new recruit here. Zongman had set up a big feast in his room. He pulled out a chair next to him and smiled warmly. Come sit beside me, and let me introduce you to everyone too. Zongman announced to everyone. We have a new member joining our family now. This is Dong-ho. Though he looks young, don't underestimate him. Treat him well. The other prisoners nervously shouted in agreement. Yes, sir. Then his face turned very serious as I always say, we are a family here, part of the same household. Turning to Ji-ho, you should consider these senior members like uncles and aunts. While patting him on the shoulder, smile and treat me like your father Dong-ho. Ji-ho replied coldly, yes. Zongman was happy. He quickly raised his glass to toast. All right, fill up and let's drink together. Zongman was in high spirits. Everyone has worked hard this week, so let's celebrate to boost our energy for next week. Cheers! Suddenly, someone interrupted from somewhere. Hold on! He brought a large box into the room and closed the door. I brought cake to share with everyone. Seeing this, Ji-ho suddenly felt an electric shock run through him. Kim, please look at this smiling cake in front of you. There are so many delicious dishes today. He quickly took out the cake and put some candles on it, then placed it on the table. Ji Yang spoke with disdain, another unlucky cake for you. Go somewhere else. Jongman was happy, so he didn't mind. It looks great. Who is this cake for? Please light the candles, they're for So-yeon. He stared at the cake and smiled, a cute girl with two ponytails. Ji Yang complained, you ate all the good stuff. Let me tell you about that little girl. She was walking in the park with her father. Ji-ho got angry when he heard this, but tried to hold it back. While sitting on his dad's back, he waved and greeted everyone around him, even dogs, cats, trees, and flowers. When telling this part, I couldn't help but smile at her cute and happy face, so I didn't let the bad memory linger. Ji-ho tightly gripped his hands. We have to be patient. I can't act now. Suddenly, Ji-yang brought the cake in front of Ji-ho. I've never seen this face before. A new person? Ji-ho clenched his teeth tightly. He replied coldly, I'm Kim Dong-ho. Please smile at me. Nice to meet you, Dong-ho. Like for your welcome, do you want to blow out the candles? Sin's face was very strange, like in heaven, hoping So-yeon would come. Suddenly, his face was forcefully pressed into the cake by a hand. Ji-ho couldn't take it anymore and stopped him this way. Jongmin watched in shock from the side. What are you doing? Sin slowly raised his head. He remembered. Ji-ho narrowed his eyes, ready to fight at any moment. He stood up and licked around his mouth with a tongue pointing directly at Ji-ho's face. I've seen this before. His whole face was covered in cake. He licked the corner of his lips and pointed straight ahead. He remembered. I've seen it before. Ji-ho stood there motionless, his heart full of panic, sweating all over. What should I do? There are too many people here. The other prisoners also had pale faces. Chen asked, what's going on? What did you just do? Ji-ho stood silently without answering. He clenched his hand and thought to himself, before this group attacks me, I have to find a way to kill Kim-sun first. I must act now. Suddenly, Ji-yang stood up and pointed at Ji-ho's nose in surprise. Ji-ho was startled, not understanding what he did. Suddenly, Ji-yang smiled arrogantly as if nothing serious happened. I've seen this kind of thing since I was a child. Kids play like that. He laughed loudly and wiped some frosting on Jongmin's face. I always wanted to try it once. It's fun for everyone. Everyone is happy. Quickly take more frosting. Look at Chi-Yang and laugh loudly, showing all his teeth. Chi-Yang quickly stepped back to avoid the mess. Jongmin laughed from the side. He put a hand on his shoulder and laughed loudly, knowing you're strange, but turns out you have a humorous side too. Seeing the tense atmosphere ease up, the other prisoners quickly followed. Isn't it true? Kids today are different from us back then. Ji-ho was still trembling, not recovering from the shock of the situation. Jin kept laughing and playing with the cake on everyone's clothes, having fun. After the moment of joy, the cell became quiet again. Jongmin and Jun sat in opposite corners, avoiding each other's gaze. Ji-ho sat alone by the cabinet, thinking about what just happened. Ji-ho felt confused and uneasy inside. He didn't feel any movement from him. He remembered when Sin touched his nose, but couldn't react in time, if that was an attack. Ji-ho's heart skipped a beat as he thought about this, his eyes wide with tension. Lost in deep thought, Strongman had gotten close to him unnoticed. Dong-ho, do you follow any religion? Ji-ho was puzzled by the question from Strongman. Religion? What do you mean by that? Strongman scratched his head, feeling shy as he explained. Today is a day for religious activities. If you're bored, why don't we go together? Time seems to pass faster here and might make you feel more at ease. At the church, several inmates who follow religions had gathered there. Entering the main hall, Ji-ho asked, did you used to be a Catholic? Strongman smiled in response. No, I only started going to church more since being in prison. Then he lowered his head and explained with a pained tone. This is the only place where I won't be bullied, so it makes me feel safe here. Ji-ho was surprised by what Strongman said. Why did you come here? You don't look like a bad guy either. Tell me the truth. I had a classmate who bullied me since childhood, and I couldn't take it anymore, so I stabbed him. Strongman continued. He was still struggling, but because of my fear, I couldn't continue. Ji-ho didn't know what to say after hearing this. He just silently observed the scene. He looked pitiful again, but it seemed he wasn't much better off now than before. Even here, I still get bullied. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their conversation. Peter arrived. Oh, hello, son. Seeing this person, Strongman's attitude suddenly brightened. Is he the priest? When did you come here, father? Soon-jin greeted warmly. How have you been doing, Peter? Strongman nodded and replied, fine. Then he turned to Ji-ho. I don't think I've seen you before. Ji-ho politely greeted back, hello, I'm Dong-ho. Soon-jin, who had just met Ji-ho for the first time, seemed friendly and quickly hugged him, welcoming Dong-ho to God. He said that God would be very happy you found him. He poured out blessings, hoping Ji-ho would find peace in his heart here and prepare for a new beginning. Ji-ho's face showed no emotion as he simply replied, thank you. Soon-jin asked, do you want to come with me to the confession room? He hesitated at the mention of the confession room. Seeing Ji-ho's hesitation, Soon-jin quickly explained, that's right, most people leave their sins behind here, even if they are not completely washed away. Looking at Jiho's innocent face, he added, "It will lessen some of the burden in your heart." After a while, both of them arrived outside the confession room. Each sat in separate rooms. Seung-jin spoke with a clear voice. "What sins did you commit before coming to prison?" Jiho hesitated and said, "That person, I killed him and came here." On the other side, he asked, "Do you feel remorse for killing that person?" Hearing this question, Jiho was silent for a long time. Finally, he firmly answered, "No, I don't regret it at all." The man on the other side remained silent after hearing his answer. Suddenly, the voice from the other room echoed, Jiho's eyes still full of hatred. "That's right, you shouldn't feel remorse for that." Seung-jin continued, "That scumbag Jong-ki should have been dead long ago." Hearing this, Jiho was taken aback. As they were talking in the church, the inmates in the other cells were also discussing their own matters. Ji Il-eng was called over. He asked, "What's the matter, director?" The order came out. "Investigate more about Dong-ho." Ji and Ji looked puzzled at this command. Dong-ho is a new soldier, right? Seeing Xiang's hesitation, Zongman analyzed. Even if Kim was indifferent to him, he couldn't be caught off guard like that. This order shows that Zongman has many doubts about Jiho, his background, and why he's here. He's investigating closely for us. On this side, Jiho received information and asked about the next step in the plan. "What's the next plan? So what do I need to do now?" Seong-jin replied helplessly. "Actually, we encountered some trouble during preparation. Besides us, other arrow shooters acted on their own." Jiho was surprised and asked if they acted alone. Seong-jin nodded in confirmation. "Yes, there are 3 more people here." Seong-jin continued, "Since losing contact with Do Seok, we've been very confused. They planned to kill Kim Sin in his private room. I tried to stop them, but it was ineffective." In the prison cell at night, a prisoner carrying an arrow entered and stood before another cellmate's bed. Seeing this prisoner seemed asleep, they decided to act. The prisoner, with a look of hatred, tears streaming down his face, swung the arrow high into hell. "Kim Sin," he shouted loudly as he stabbed the arrow forcefully into the soft target in front of him. The other 2 also charged and stabbed repeatedly. Suddenly, Shin appeared from nowhere. "What are you doing at this hour? It's too noisy." The black one turned around frantically. "What should I do?" Shin smiled at the group, who told me that some guests would be visiting today. He quickly swung his hand forward to attack. With just a slash, Shin swiftly dealt with the prisoner. Followed by kicks and punches, both remaining prisoners were easily handled, their faces contorted, teeth and lips mixed together. On this side, Seong-jin continued telling Jiho about how everyone was brutally killed. Seong-jin mentioned another plan, but Do Seok had already devised a solo plan that could be carried out even with just us. As he spoke, Gata opened the cell door and passed through an unfamiliar vial. This is called Odontuk. Ingesting just 0.01 grams will cause immediate paralysis of the body. Seong-jin explained in detail about the effects of this poison. Each cell on his body would feel like being burned to the extreme, a pain he had never experienced before. Jiho held the greenish liquid vial, a slow and painful death suitable for Kim Sin, the poison. He tightly gripped the vial with suspicion. "Is this really Du Zeok's plan?" Seong-jin nodded in agreement. "Yes, Du Zeok told me about it." Jiho had many questions in his mind. He doubted why Du Zeok trained him and why he became that arrow. Seong-jin replied, "Training you was just a precautionary measure." He hesitated to suppress Jiho's strength. Perhaps Dong-ho would never be able to defeat Kim Sin. Then Seong-jin continued, "We can't play with fire like this. To kill Kim Sin, we need to do everything possible." At this point, Jiho said nothing more. He replied softly, "Yes, I understand now." He tightly gripped the vial with a determined look on his face. "But I'm here not just to defeat, but also to kill Kim Sin." Seong-jin continued instructing. "Kim Sin doesn't eat food distributed in the canteen. He uses cakes as memorials for his victims. He doesn't eat them, he only shares with others. Therefore, we need to put this into the communal food distribution box." Hearing this order, Ji-ho thought about the food distribution bin, but if so, Zeung-jin acknowledged, yes. He emphasized that not only Kim Sin but all criminals would be killed. The image of all criminals lying dead on the dining table appeared before Ji-ho. Zeung-jin pulled the small window separating the two cells and gave a sinister smile at Ji-ho. We will exterminate this trash here. Returning to the cell, Ji-ho held the poison vial thoughtfully. He looked deeply into his thoughts. These scum and sinners need proper punishment. But to kill Kim Sin, Ji-ho's face began to darken. Is it necessary to sacrifice everyone else's lives? Yes, Uncle really wants this, right? Where did these thoughts of yours come from? Dong-ho, what do you think of the confession room? For me, I cried for a whole day after my first visit. In the man, Ji-ho hid the medicine bottle in his pants pocket. You said you stabbed someone on purpose before coming here, right? The man hesitated and replied, yes. Ji-ho asked further, why did you do that? After a long silence, Man finally spoke softly, I'm just from the countryside. In the countryside, there are schools from elementary to high school. Man's face turned pale as he continued, ever since I was little, I've always been bullied because of it. A guy like Dong-ho probably can't even imagine that. Man recounted his hometown back then, a place covered in dense forests. He was bullied by classmates, hit on the head, and teased mercilessly. At that time, he was extremely scared, covering his face with his hands as he cried and begged for mercy. I'm sorry, please stop. His classmates continued to bully him without mercy, laughing and continuing their cruel actions. You guys think this wet one is annoying, right? We'll keep playing until he stops crying. Seeing Man cry, the kids kept it up, typical of a wet one. Then Man talked about being forced to swallow strange things in elementary school. Open your mouth. Wet one, open wide for me, or I'll just shove it down your throat. His classmates repeatedly made him eat fried insects and spicy ones, making him vomit. Was this supposed to be a way to boost his protein intake? At that time, Man had no strength to resist. He could only endure the bullying. You need enough protein. Wet one, I take better care of my friends than you do. The bullying didn't stop when Man entered middle school. He was stripped and ridiculed by his classmates. Look at this. It's Midwet's birthday today, so he wants to perform a striptease show. One of the bullies mocked him, saying he even practices dancing. The story continued without an end in sight. From middle school to adulthood, that bully smiled smugly. Time flies so quickly. 15 years have passed already, right? He's a potato brain. Knowing each other for so long, we must be super close friends now. Man reluctantly agreed. Yes, all these years were like nightmares to Man, but the bully spoke softly. We did have fun playing together when we were young. I was just joking around with my friends, nothing more. You understand that too. Man nodded slightly. MMHMM. After a while, the other guy started to provoke again. The glass is empty now. There are just us two here, so it's kind of boring. He demanded that he call his brother over. Man was surprised and asked with confusion, my brother? Man smiled awkwardly. He's still a student and isn't allowed to drink. The other guy insisted, not giving up easily. That's why I told you to call him over. With a sly smile, he said without any shame, last time I saw him, he looked stronger. Get him here and buy some more snacks too. Man wanted to refuse but was scared and hesitant. But he's still sleeping now, so let's just drink together for now. As soon as he finished speaking, the other guy slapped Man hard in the face, knocking off his glasses. He glared menacingly at Man, demanding, what are you talking about? Call him here quickly. Then he insulted again, calling Man a wet one. Hearing these words, Man suddenly froze, tears streaming down his face. After telling this story, Man spoke with anger. Being bullied in that countryside means enduring it forever. Facing that bully, within Man tried to say a few words, but he was also crying because of the pain. The bully was now crying, cursing, cursed you bastard, you crazy. Within Man couldn't take it anymore and suddenly got angry. He threw a bottle at the bully who fell to the ground. Everyone cries when they see someone in pain. At this moment, all the past humiliations and sufferings seemed to be released. Within Man cursed again, "I'm not some sissy, you miserable scum." Within Man admitted his actions. He couldn't deny that he had committed a crime. The more he spoke, the more angry he felt inside, but sometimes he wondered why it was him and not someone else who ended up here. "I can't understand anymore. Joe has just been sitting silently listening to you this whole time." Meanwhile, somewhere else, some prisoners were fighting. Two tall, strong-looking men were punching each other fiercely. One of them was punched in the face and his features changed. The other was hit so hard that blood spurted out. He cursed. "Cursed you!" His opponent didn't stop, just kept charging forward. Other prisoners outside were cheering them on. Another win. 3 wins in a row. Sure enough, this is the boss of Cell 7. He's strong as hell. The prisoner smiled arrogantly at his defeated opponent lying on the floor. Another prisoner stepped forward to collect bets from those who lost. "Anyone who lost, bring out your cigarettes here." Those who lost money were visibly upset and complained, "We thought we'd win this time." After winning another strong opponent, he loudly called out, "Come on, anyone else who wants to go. I'm done for now. You can all have a shot." Suddenly, someone clapped loudly, breaking the atmosphere. Wrongman stepped out with his followers and praised the prisoner. "Amazing! 3 wins in a row." The prisoner saw him and hesitated slightly. "Dare you?" the director said. Wrongman smiled confidently at the prisoner. "Anyone who wants to fight can come up, right?" He then pointed at Kim and asked, "How about we fight with Kim?" Hearing his opponent was Kim, the prisoner hesitated. His body started sweating. "With Kim? Kim wants to fight? What's wrong? Why can't I? How could I possibly do that?" Seeing the prisoner hesitate, Wrongman smiled reassuringly. "It's just a normal game, so don't be too tense. Come on, what do you think? And I see it's been a while since you've exercised your muscles." The prisoner yawned lazily, showing his reluctance. "Alright, this place is getting boring anyway." Hearing give up, Wrongman's attitude suddenly changed dramatically. "No way, Kim. Come on, I give up." "Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir." Upon hearing the word give up, Wrongman's demeanor changed abruptly. He approached closely and questioned the prisoner. "If you can't do it, what are you showing?" Wrongman's body was now exuding a fierce aura. He stared intently at the prisoner, questioning him. "If you can't do it, what are you showing?" Facing Wrongman's attitude, the prisoner suddenly became submissive. He lowered his head and dared not look into Wrongman's eyes. His whole body was trembling. I might have said something wrong. Please forgive me for this." The headmaster saw the cowardice of this boy and showed a disdainful expression. Then he asked the remaining crowd, "Indeed, these young people only have words but no substance. Is there anyone here who wants to fight Kim Sin?" To encourage participation, he offered anything if they won this match, whatever you want after winning. Hearing such an attractive offer, a hand slowly rose from the crowd. Ji-ho stepped forward and said, "I want to participate in the battle." Everyone here is itching for it. Their eyes are tense. Only Wrongman looks pleased, watching our new recruit. "But you're sure, right? Kim Sin is strong." Ji-ho replied with a determined look. "It's okay." He clenched his fist, thinking about the match. It was Ji-ho's hope. If he won against Kim Sin, they wouldn't need to proceed with their poison plan. "Please step closer to Ji-ho." He smiled. "You're really cheerful, Dong-ho." They all went through this because everyone was afraid. The whole cake incident yesterday was the same. Before he could finish speaking, Ji-ho punched him right in the face. Ji-ho was determined now. Don't give him any chance to attack. Use all your strength. He kept hitting his face and everything else he had. Ji-ho's eyes lit up with hope. Then he hit hard on the cheek, knocking him down. He silently wished for death. "Kim Sin," Ji-ho shouted in his heart as he rushed forward. But this punch was suddenly caught by Sin. Sin smiled and called out Dong-ho's name. Sin's cheeks were flushed, his eyes shone with joy. "Great, I haven't felt so happy in a long time, Dong-ho." Ji-ho was stunned by these words. He didn't understand why he had such an attitude. Counterattack! Sin punched hard into his stomach. Let's get closer and more intimate. Ji-ho was pushed back by the chest, falling far away. No, this can't be happening. I'm sure I hit a vital point on him. Try another attack. His head slammed into the floor hard. Just as his head touched the tiles, Ji-ho realized his punches weren't affecting Sin, but he still wasn't losing consciousness. Suddenly, Sin said, "Having fun." Seeing Ji-ho lying motionless on the ground, Sin showed a disappointed expression. I overdid it. Looking at Ji-ho lying lifelessly on the floor, Sin smiled foolishly. Dong-ho, sorry for that. Are you still asleep? Ji-ho remained face down, silent and unresponsive. Then Wrong Man turned to ask the headmaster, "Director, please treat Dong-ho. We need to continue playing after this." Wrong Man stood in shock. Suddenly, Ji-ho woke up. He grabbed Sin's neck, leaving him no time to react, his eyes wide with fear. Caught off guard from behind, he couldn't defend himself and just stood there. Ji-ho whispered into his ear, "Even a child or a woman." He whispered in a raspy voice, "Or an old person." Ji-ho's eyes glowed with a fierce look, even if it were a monster. Kicked from behind and unable to resist, he opened his mouth trying to breathe. Ji-ho refused to let go. He wanted Sin dead for sure. Sin's face turned pale, veins stood out on his face, his eyes widened. He coughed a few times, struggling for breath. Sin's whole body trembled as he tried to move his hands to resist. Ji-ho focused on controlling him, but made a mistake, allowing Sin to control both of his arms behind his back. Quickly, Sin used his trembling hands to grip tightly around his neck to fight back. More viciously, he bit into his throat, causing Ji-ho to scream in pain. Ji-ho's face turned purple. He clenched his teeth to resist. The battle now relies on both sides' patience, seeing who will give up first. Seeing Ji-ho's attitude struggling to resist my power, Shin smiled satisfiedly. Ji-ho's neck is bruised purple, and blue veins stretch along his throat. Ji-ho can only see the whites of his eyes now, gasping for breath as he cries out a few times. Shin was almost choked, but both sides still refused to give up. Shin used his nails to scratch at Ji-ho's neck. After a moment's struggle, finally, he decided to release his grip. Ji-ho fell back. While Shin stood firm on the ground, Ji-ho was nearly about to hit his head against the floor. Shin was drenched in sweat, taking a deep breath. He smiled and turned to look at Ji-ho, who lay sprawled on the floor praising him. "I almost choked there. You're really the best." Ji-ho lay unconscious without saying anything. Shin spoke again. "I nearly died from it too." Saying that, Shin waved goodbye and left. "See you next time, Dong-ho." Ji-ho remained motionless on the floor with saliva drooling out of his mouth. Shin continued, "I almost died from it too." As Mandoon stood there stunned, I thought that guy could provide some entertainment. The more he spoke, the louder he laughed, not expecting him to fight Kim Shin like this. Surprising, right? Ji-I stood behind looking uncomfortable and unsatisfied. Someone from the crowd had been quietly listening to these words since when? In a cold room, Do-seo-ok lay alone on the bed. He closed his eyes recalling past events. He remembered his youth with a very happy expression. "My dear, you've worked hard." Do-seo-ok held his newborn child tightly in his arms. Later, Jong-soo and we should live happily together. I will definitely protect our home. His wife smiled and gently stroked the baby's head. He also reminded himself to keep healthy. Jong-soo, take care of yourself. Happy times passed quickly. The child grew up. From taking his first steps to calling out, the innocent eyes reached out and called softly, "Ha ha." Jong-soo grew up under the protection of his parents. Do-seo-ok praised him. "Jong-soo, you're so smart." His wife laughed along with him. "It's because he has a bit of your spirit, right?" Do-seo-ok smiled happily. "1, 2, come here to daddy, Jong-soo." Thus, the three of them lived peacefully. Their family continued to live happily from season to season. They watched Jong-soo grow up from infancy to adulthood and understanding the world around him. That year, though it was winter, their hearts were warm with love from each other. Do-seo-ok smiled at his wife, who looked fondly back at him. Rongsu grew up and started kindergarten. He came home excited to show his parents. At school, he learned to dance. Daddy, I practiced dancing for you. Let me see you dance, son. Rongsu looked at his father with big eyes. Our idol is having another concert, right? His mother said he should speak softly to avoid bothering others. Perform quietly for your parents. Be careful not to disturb the people below. Rongsu sang loudly, Baby Shark do 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 do. He danced along with the song, Living Under the Sea do 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 do. Rongsu continued to sing and dance around the house. Little and adorable, Baby Shark do 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 do. His mother was very happy, clapping and cheering him on. How cute, son. I think you'll become a singer when you grow up, really. Encouraged by his mother's praise, Rongsu sang even louder and danced more enthusiastically. Beautiful and kind, he sang. His mother stood up to find her phone to record this moment. Where is my phone? I want to take a video of this scene. Jong-soo sings and dances, Baby Shark Mommy do 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 do. Suddenly she stood up and looked over to see screws in his eyes welling up with tears. She was alarmed as she asked, What's wrong? He suddenly started crying for no reason. He smiled, trying to appear fine. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Dooseok wiped the tear from his eye, saying it's just getting old and his eyes can't control themselves anymore. Suddenly he seemed to realize something. Dooseok looked at his hand and where his ring finger was missing. His wife beside him didn't notice anything unusual. She comforted with a smile, saying he's just easily moved by emotions. Jong-soo had been so focused on singing that he hadn't noticed or spoken to his father. This is the first time you've cried like this in front of me. It's okay, Dad. The teacher said boys can cry too. His tears flowed more from his nose and his mouth kept mumbling. Hey, Dad, Jong-soo. Then he looked at his hands with a reluctant expression. It's time for me to go now. I have something important to do, but I forgot about it. Hearing this, his wife was alarmed and didn't understand what happened. What did you just say? That sounds terrible. Where are you going? Jong-soo had been happy, but suddenly his face turned serious as he pleaded. Where are you going, Dad? Don't go, please. Stay and play with me. Dooseok rushed to hug Jong-soo tightly. He lowered his head. I'm sorry, Jong-soo. Hi, Aang. Wait for me a moment. It won't be long. The family photo on the wall now showed some spots of blood. Dooseok had returned to his current old appearance. He would come back right away. The door of the room suddenly opened again. A man carried a basin and entered with great alarm. Seeing Dooseok sitting dazed on the bed, he asked, Do X-Yak, are you okay? Dooseok's tears flowed as he hesitantly asked, What happened to me? In the hospital room, Ji-ho was still unconscious on the bed. He groggily opened his eyes and looked around. A relieved voice said, You're awake now, right? Ji-ho startled and sat up quickly. Priest Seong-jin quickly asked, If you feel tired, lie down and rest again. You just woke up, but this Seong-jin already came to check on your condition. How did the fight with Kim Sun-ha go? Could you win? Ji-ho's entire body was covered in wounds. If I could have attacked, then. Before he could finish, Seong-jin cut him off. No, Dong-ho can't possibly beat Kim Sin. He explained that even if Kim Sin wasn't alert, Dong-ho wouldn't have a chance to defeat him. Moreover, such a defeat would be meaningless. Now Seong-jin carefully examined Ji-ho's body. He had broken ribs too. With his injured state, Ji-ho couldn't possibly win against Kim Sin. Hearing this, Ji-ho could only nod and listen without any resistance. After some hesitation, Seong-jin decided to persuade him to use the poison I gave you. That's an order from above for him. With that said, he stood up and left, excused myself. Before leaving, he added, Dong-ho, please don't think about anything else. These words echoed in Ji-ho's mind, making him pause. Just thinking of how his father was killed by Kim Sin was enough. As he left the room, Seong-jin quickly departed to avoid any more trouble. Just as he walked out, he ran into another prisoner. The prisoner deliberately knocked to hit Seong-jin's shoulder. The angry prisoner cursed loudly. F*CKU, what do you like to do? Seong-jin quickly followed him down. Sorry, sir. I was just thinking too much and forgot to pay attention to the ground in front of me. The prisoner replied with a frustrated tone. Can't you see where you're going? The prisoner turned away but continued cursing. Now we're chained together, yet I still bumped into this damn guard. Seong-jin suddenly called out to the prisoner and gave him a candy. Here, I want to give you this as an apology. Do you like sweets? They say sugary treats can help reduce stress. The prisoner took the candy with a puzzled expression. Is it the candy? Really? You're not a kid anymore, giving out candies like that. Although he looked annoyed, he still took it and put it in his mouth. Remember to look where you're going next time. Seong-jin bowed respectfully until the prisoner left. Yes, I'm sorry. Leaving the medical room, he returned to the church. Seong-jin knelt before the priest. Father, he begged for guidance, asking the priest to show him a way so he wouldn't get lost again. Seong-jin clutched his hands tightly, helping the prisoner make the right decision. After eating the candy, the prisoner noticed something was off. His face suddenly contorted and his steps became unsteady. Inside the room, Seong-jin continued praying for Dong-ho, asking for courage as he had given to him. The prisoner's hands suddenly shrank and trembled. He fell to the ground, writhing in pain. The other prisoners were alarmed by this scene. What? What is it? Why is that happening? His body contorted for a moment before he started foaming at the mouth. His eyes turned white. The other prisoners quickly called the warden to handle the situation. Warden? Where's the warden? Seong-jin asked for another favor. Please help me use it. His face turned extremely ugly when mentioning this. No need to be afraid. Bowing before him like a child. A delicious piece of meat was placed in the bowl. Ji-ho laughed loudly and ate heartily. Ji-ho accepted the meat with suspicion, thanking the man. The meat was just an excuse to start a conversation. La Zongman asked about their previous match. Our last sparring session went well. Where did you learn fighting from? Ji-ho avoided this question. No, I didn't learn anything. Zongman smiled widely. He placed his hand on Ji-ho's shoulder. Not learning but still being quite good at fighting, huh? Alright, if I teach you a few tricks, it might be even better. Zongman continued. Our Utopia company follows the principle of meritocracy. Good ability means good treatment. He kept patting Dong-ho's shoulder to encourage him. Come on, Dong-ho. Yes. G.E.O.Ing saw this and looked displeased, not very satisfied. After dinner, they quickly left. On the way back, Rongman told his subordinates that he was going to assign Dong-ho to manage Zhuanmeng prison. G.E.O.Ing asked in confusion, managing Zhuanmeng. Why? Hearing this, G.E.O.Ing panicked and quickly asked, giving such an important task to someone so new, it should be me. Zongman calmly explained that if the foolish ones don't know what they have to do, we need a strong presence to react to things that seem impossible. He continued his argument. After fighting Shin, Zongman now highly valued Ji-ho. In that battle, Junho lost, but he showed us his acute senses when fighting Kim Shin. That's the strong presence we need. Ji-il seemed displeased. But, quickly, Zongman understood Ji-il's thoughts. If you think it's unfair, fight with Kim Shin and prove that you're not weak. As he spoke, his attitude was one of disdain. How can I do that? Rongman continued because he didn't want to die. G.E.O.Ing noticed him tightly gripping the hand, trying to suppress his anger. Upon returning to their room, G.E.O.Ing punched the wall repeatedly to vent his frustration. Damn it. He hit so hard that his hands were covered in blood and the wall had several holes. After all these years of struggle, at this moment, G.E.O.Ing felt extremely hopeless. He felt like all his efforts over the years were wasted. G.E.O.Ing kept blaming himself for following orders blindly, always following him, and even risking his life to escape from prison. As he spoke, a flood of resentment rose up, causing tears to flow down his face. But I'm not crazy enough to choose this new recruit and nurture him instead. Suddenly, the jail appeared calling out, Mr. Kyo-ong. Seeing the scene before him, a bit frightened he announced, there's a visitor, someone wants to see me. G.E.O.Eng was surprised and said, "Okay, come in." In the visiting room, a government employee reported that they had extracted data from John Key's CCTV footage. It was badly damaged, so only one photo could be retrieved. Z.E.O.Eng asked if anyone matching John Key had been found. The employee placed a file on the table and said, "Yes, but I've never seen this person before. No matter how much we investigated, no information was found." Z.E.O.Eng took the file and looked at it skeptically. Could he be one of King Jong-gu's recruits? The employee nodded. "Yes, that's what I thought, so I sent an additional spy to his side." G-I-O-N-G pulled out a piece of paper from the file. "Forget about this. This isn't it." He looked at the information on the paper and laughed maniacally. "You're more interesting than I thought, our rising star." In the manager's office, Kim was talking to a waiter. "Working as a waiter requires moving your body a lot too. Do you know that my restaurant is always packed during peak hours?" Seeing the pitiful person in front of him, he said, "It might be a bit stressful for me to serve someone with such an awkward walk. I agreed to hire you out of pity, but this is a bit too much." In the end, he decided to fire him. "Sorry, Tisov, you won't come back tomorrow." From then on, it was all suffering and insults. When he knew he was fired, he fell down in anger. "How can they fire me when my wage is below minimum and I have to do twice the work of others?" He glared at the man in front of him and ordered, "Check my payment for all the overtime hours and back pay. If even 1 penny is missing, I'll sue you." Manager Kim saw this familiar waiter daring to defy him. "Sue? For accepting you into the company?" TSOP stood up, put on his coat and left. Manager Kim was furious, cursing under his breath. Damn it. He warned that Tisov would never find another part-time job in town. "I'll blacklist you, little punk." Before leaving, he turned to Manager Kim and said one more thing. His eyes narrowed as he spoke each word with a threatening tone. "Be careful or I'll burn down the whole chain of stores." As he left, he was just a blind and disabled person with nothing left to lose. After being fired, he went to a fast food store looking for something to fill his stomach. Tessiv's car comforted him. "Cheer up, Tisov. You'll find a new job eventually." TSOB just took a bite of the cake in his hand and replied with disappointment. "How can there be any good place to accept someone who's an orphan, disabled, and just graduated? There are plenty of people available out there." Hearing these words, the car suddenly got angry. She shouted loudly, "Hey, shut up. You shouldn't say that. Do you understand?" Realizing he shouldn't have said that, he quickly spoke up. "Sorry, I've sent over 100 resumes, but no one has responded." TSOB's expression turned gloomy as his thoughts became negative. He lowered his head, with a look of despair in his face and eyes. "Can I even survive now?" Hearing this, the car sighed. TSOB reminisced about the good old days when he was at the orphanage, enjoying playing with Jiho. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up, showing a new message. He picked up his phone to check the notification. Suddenly, TSOB exclaimed in joy, "Oh my god! Car! You were right!" His eyes shone with happiness. "I think I got a new job at a good place. Look at that." The car quickly regained her emotions, seeing his smile. "See? I told you it would work. Where did they accept you?" TSOB happily showed off. "It's a huge company. That's utopia. Inside the cell." After some time of contemplation, GE finally made up his mind. "Director, I have something to tell you." He raised an eyebrow in response. "What is it?" GE's expression turned tense. "It's about the Kim family, right?" Doman stopped his actions upon hearing Jiho's name. "What happened to him?" GE remained silent for a moment. Then he hesitantly spoke up again. "Director, what I mean is..." GE, instead of his usual aggressive attitude, now he was soft-spoken. "Brother, can you reconsider the management of Spring Dream and give it to me?" He tried to explain his reasoning. "After all, I've been with you for 15 years, and now you're giving this job to a new recruit who's only here for less than a month." GE responded, "I understand that." Jong Man stood up and placed his hand on GE's shoulder. "Isn't it fast? After 15 years, the first time we meet again, you circle around me like this." He turned to look at the dog beside him, who had been following him everywhere and dealt with all kinds of issues in the casino. Jongman continued speaking. GE lowered his head, silently listening. "So being discarded just because a new recruit came would be sad, right? I understand that. But when? Speaking of which," he smiled again, "having been by your side for such a long time, you should know." Every word from Jongman now seemed to negate all the efforts GE had made over the years. The dogs would die because of their greed. GE didn't beg anymore. He bowed his head in acceptance. "Yes, I understand." He didn't look directly into Jongman's eyes. After all, we've been together for a long time, so to be sure there was no mistake. I double-checked. On this side, I'm doing some exercises to warm up my muscles, from stretching and shoulder rolls to abdominal crunches. He didn't forget to stretch his feet as well. His entire body became so flexible that he could arch himself into a perfect curve. Lying on the floor, he wondered why dance was so enjoyable. The current position allowed him to clearly see a picture on the wall. "That's how my father sent me this gift, huh?" He sneered maliciously and thanked his father. "Look closely at that picture, you'll definitely have fun playing." Then he suddenly stood up, opened the door, and walked out. As Kijang said, without that wandering man, it would be even more enjoyable. He moved quickly down the hallway, arriving where everyone was gathered. He wanted to stir things up. "Hello everyone, is the wandering uncle here?" The other prisoners quickly greeted back. "Hello Mr. Kim Sin." While talking with the warden, one of the prisoners hadn't reacted in time before getting a hard push to his neck by him. One after another, they charged at each prisoner. "Is that so?" The other prisoners didn't understand what was happening. They were extremely frightened, shivering with fear. What? What is it? Why suddenly? Step forward and give him a kick right in the chin." He smiled satisfiedly, feeling very pleased. The other prisoners formed a line to block his path. Arrogantly he spoke, "Sorry everyone, but from now on there won't be anyone named Jong Rongman anymore." He gave the prisoners an extremely sinister smile, "Because I'm going to kill all of you." A bloody hand lay on the floor with insects crawling over it. The dead lay in various positions against the walls. Blood was everywhere, staining the hallway. Jongma saw this and got extremely angry, shouting loudly. "What are you doing now?" He angrily shouted to Kim Shin, who merely smiled without any fear. The hands are still squeezing another subordinate of Rongman's neck. He looks like that and still asks, right? His bright smile means nothing serious will happen as I'm just killing him. Rongman is furious to the core now. "Your father, did you do anything to it then you don't care anymore, huh?" He grunts nonchalantly. He slowly approaches. "Have you forgotten, sir? You must." Coming in front of Rongman, his face has turned pale. "Hold the chain with my name on it tightly." He stands blocking him, "Because this is also your lifeline." Dongman shouts at his subordinates to stop that bastard, kill him quickly. The subordinates quickly refuse their mission. "We don't have enough strength for that." A voice suddenly interrupts boss. Dongman cheers. "You're here already, right?" Following the old habit, he orders, "Hurry up and do something with Kim, quickly." ZEONG no longer follows Rongman. He gently nods. "Boss, you told me that ZEONG would die because of his greed." ZEONG says, "Dogs will die from their own greed." Hearing this from ZEONG, Rongman stands frozen. ZEONG pulls out a knife from his pocket. Trembling voice, You. Rongman's face turns pale. "What are you doing?" After that, he shoves the knife into Rongman's hand. "Fight with Kim and prove it." He approaches closely. "You're not weak at all." Holding the knife, Rongman trembles from anger and fear. "You bastards, why did you dare?" Saying this, his eyes turn red, biting your master back. "Huh?" Zongban holds the knife and stands up slowly. "Fine, I'll show you." He quickly assumes a defensive stance. "That's why I could rise to this position today, and why my nickname in Utopia is Hellhound with 3 heads. After hearing his words, he smirks. "What a wonderful nickname, sir." Zongbin rushes forward to show his strength. Grab your muzzle, you damn bastard. A sharp knife pierces through his abdomen. 20 years ago, it rained heavily. A man in white clothes sat on the street crying out for help. Please help me. The other person showed no mercy and coldly replied that this was your fault for being weak and foolish enough to jump into this work. The man's eyes turn cold as he grabs it. He clutches the old knife tightly. All he has is Rongman's body, and there's only one way to rise higher in position. A man lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, killed by him. Bodies of men in white t-shirts fall under his blade, killed. A series of men in white t-shirts fall down and are killed. Rongman looks up to the chairman. Report is done, sir, proving his strength. The chairman from above looks down. That's Hellhound with 3 heads. He looks at Rongman satisfied, very obedient. In the heavy rain, Rongman smiles happily and thanks you, sir. Back to reality. Rongman is under attack, but even as a 3-headed hellhound, he's no match for this devil. He jumps forward, grabs Rongman's head, and gives him a hard kick in the nose. Uncle, make me feel happy more. Boldly grab his head. I've been looking forward to killing you. His eyes are filled with rage, like a real devil, but this is boring now. He approaches and forcefully pushes Rongman's head down on the floor. Looking at the man lying on the ground, he wears a cold expression. I'm done playing, let's finish quickly. Rongman clutches his pants with trembling hands. Wait, Shank. His face covered in blood, pleading, I'll do anything you want, so please spare me. If it means becoming your dog, I'm ready. I can also give you the position of boss at Utopia. He grins heavily. Really? Rongman nods with tears in his eyes. Yes, from now on, you'll be the boss. As he says this, he approaches and touches Rongman's ear. No, besides that, did you just say you'd do anything for me? Shing's voice becomes eerie. Then let's play this game together. He leans close to him. Which song do you like the most? Rongman is forced to raise his hand by him. He could only cry out a few times. The man was scared and tried to speak a few words. I'm so tired. Honey pot. Exhausted from waiting. His face is covered in wounds now. He has lost some teeth but still tries to force it out. Honey pot alone in the night. The guard, who had to sit and watch this scene, didn't dare intervene. The man's voice, using what little strength he had, repeated, really, no. GEO and suddenly spoke up. Nothing will change. Just continue as usual, sir. The guard made Fright ask to confirm their safety, saying, I and my daughter are still safe, right? GEO and smirked, writing down. He lit a cigarette for the North Guard. You're still not perceiving anything. It will be dangerous if you don't. The North Guard quickly understood, immediately switching to respectful tone. I was indeed disrespectful. What should I call you now? He stood up and rushed over to light GEO and cigarette. South Director wrote. GEO and sat with his legs crossed on the table. Of course, he must address me that way. Man continued singing with what little breath he had left. Don't stop now. Honey man. He stopped singing after a while. His hands are covered in blood. That's it. Using bare hands is faster than with a knife. He chuckled. At least finish the song before you go, uncle. Disappointed. Very disappointed. Man collapsed on the floor and quickly turned away. Before leaving, he asked the guard for a favor. Right, Warden sir, can you help me with something? The guard, scared, agreed. Yes, what is it? He requested to be allowed out. I'll return right after finishing this. The guard's face turned pale. Out. No, that's not possible, especially for that. Quickly took a few steps forward. Really? But Rongman and me are different. The guard looked down, afraid to meet his eyes. I'm sorry, but it's beyond my authority now. It will definitely attract attention. He just used one finger and broke the guard's glasses into pieces. Smiled menacingly, I'll be back soon and no one will know. The guard's glasses shattered at that moment. He stood there trembling without saying a word. On this side, a hand was trying to scoop rice with a spoon. The snail car brought the spoon to his mouth. His companion comforted him. Don't push yourself too hard. You just woke up and are already eating like that. The snail car held the bowl of rice. I can't keep doing this anymore. He looked at the bowl seriously. I must quickly regain my usual state. He said, I have to keep my promise to Jiho. In an elevator, a grown man and a child spoke up. Please wait for us. Let us go together. The person inside pressed the button in the elevator. The man politely thanked him. Thank you for waiting. The child quickly thanked as well. Thanks, uncle. Noticing the unfamiliar person inside the elevator, the man greeted cheerfully, I've never seen you before. Are you new here? He replied coldly, no, my father lives here. The man smiled warmly, so he's on this floor then? Suddenly, the child said, Dad, that guy has 6 fingers. The man panicked and quickly stopped his son. Don't say that. The child didn't understand why he couldn't speak like that. Why not? On this side, the man was surprised. Promise. What did you promise Jiho? Suddenly, a doorbell rang from outside. He wondered who could be ringing the doorbell. Who could it be? No one ever comes to visit me. The man answered from outside. Yes, I'm coming right away. The constant ringing was driving him crazy. Stop ringing that bell. I'm on my way. The person outside kept pressing the doorbell. The door opened. Stand right in front of the door with a smile. Dad, I am home. The doorbell was still ringing even after he answered. He gently turned the doorknob. Yes, I'm coming. Looking at the stranger standing in front of him, he asked again with surprise, Who is it? The pink-haired girl questioned him impatiently from outside. Why don't you hurry up and open the door already? I ran all this way. I'm so tired. She walked straight into the room without permission. This smell, the whole room smells terrible because there are 2 of you here. The man tried to stop her. Hold on. How can you order me around like that? Let's ventilate the place quickly. It's unacceptable for a stranger to enter without permission. He quickly grabbed her bag. Wait, who are you? She turned and glared at him angrily. What are you doing? I've been running all this way. It's exhausting. Riding the tricycle from inside, he stumbled out. It was me who called. She is a girl and also a hacker. The tricycle rider introduced herself. My name is Jordi Opa. Ex-Pa smiled upon seeing the tricycle rider. He looked like a skeleton, didn't he? The man was surprised to hear her name. Ho Acc Ba. I thought it was a boy's name when I heard it. She turned and asked with a pout. Of course, that's a fake name. Have you ever seen a hacker use their real name? The tricycle rider's expression became serious. Kim Sin, any news on him? Acc Ba also looked more serious. I rushed here because of him. She narrowed her eyes seriously. I just hacked into the prison CCTV and think Kim Sin has escaped. Here, take this cloth and breathe deeply. His eyes shone with satisfaction at the smell of skin and cigarette smoke. The whole house was filled with trash inhaled from that piece of cloth. It smells like Dad. He returned to the children's room. Lying on the child's bed, he looked around. As expected, his father wasn't here. His mouth kept smiling. I need to ask Dung where my father is. The photo frame fell to the floor and broke into pieces. He bit down on a model of the broken photo. And I also have to let Dad know that I'm here. The tricycle rider slammed her hand on the table. He clenched his teeth in anger. Kim Shin, you devil! Deokpa's whole body trembled. He killed Jung Rongman and is still out there, enjoying himself. I need to find him right now. Deokpa pulls out his computer to search for information. I'm looking for the places he might frequent, but haven't found any leads yet. His father made a mistake. He's not using credit cards anymore. Deokpa looks extremely tense. If we don't find him soon, who knows what will happen? The TV shows an announcement. Next news update. A murder case is quickly reported. 2 bodies of a child and an adult were found in the Central Body apartment complex, shocking everyone. The bodies were discovered in the boiler room by a security guard. Hearing this, their faces suddenly paled. The news continues to report that both victims are Lee and his son, residents of the apartment complex. Based on the severity of the wounds, the police suspect the motive was jealousy or revenge. Deokpa's eyes narrowed. She spoke up, Uncle, Isn't this your apartment? Seeing this news, the opera gripped her hand cider. The man's face showed anger and frustration as he cursed. Kim Shin, you bastard. Time passed. It's been quite some time since I asked to leave. North Inspector is starting to worry. Please. He kept biting his fingers to calm himself down. Please come back soon. Please. Please. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie rang, breaking the tense atmosphere. A voice came from the walkie-talkie, North Inspector speaking. Stand before the prison door. He smiled and waved inside. I'm back now. In the cell, Ji-ho started his training again. 15. He kept planting banana trees and doing push-ups. 16. 17. Halfway through. Here he fell down. Ji-ho sat there, his hand on the floor in shock. I can only do half of what I usually can. He touched the wound on his side. I need to recover quickly. There's no time left. A voice startled Ji-ho. Great job. You've been training for such a short time? Shin appeared before him, not noticed until now. Your ribs must still hurt, right? Ji-ho asked in surprise. Yes. What's going on? Why are you here at this hour? Shin looked at Ji-ho and smiled. Thank you for saving my father, Young-ho. Hearing that, Ji-ho's face paled again. He quickly stepped towards Ji-ho, now calling him Ji-ho instead. As he touched his head, I can't believe how big you've grown. He remembered the past, the little boy who wanted to be a pilot. Shin asked with surprise. Not much time has passed since then. Time flies so fast. Ji-ho was extremely tense, sweating profusely. Has he discovered me? Can I fight in this condition? He clenched his fists. Can I defeat Kim Shin? Thinking of the song earlier, I can't help but remember the song Ji-ho sang before. He walked past Ji-ho and hummed the tune, taking a step, My Mother's Smile. He continued singing 2 more steps, My Father's Smile. At this point, he suddenly turned to look at Ji-ho, but before he could do anything, Ji-ho hit him. Just seeing you brings laughter. Ji-ho kept pounding Shin's face. There was no other choice. His eyes were full of determination. This was all he could do. Despite being beaten severely, Shin continued singing forever, Our Family, a Garden of Smiles, never stopping. Kim Sin is human too, with bones and organs, so he can be killed. Thinking that way, Ji-ho kept hitting him continuously. Blood covered his face. A few teeth fell out. Sin continued singing without resisting. Mom laughs, Dad smiles. Ji-ho roared and rushed forward to kill Kim Sin. The whole family always laughed and sang, but when they got to this part, Sin grabbed Ji-ho's hand. With a garden of smiles on his face, blood in his mouth, teeth and lips mixed up, he still continued singing. He held Ji-ho's hand with a smile. I finished singing. Using his other hand, he broke Ji-ho's shoulder. Just from Shin's move, Ji-ho's shoulder was already damaged. In pain, Ji-ho shouted, Damn it. Seeing this, Sin smiled. Shin grabbed Ji-ho's wrist and ordered, Now it's your turn, Ji-ho. Sing for me. Shin twisted Ji-ho's hand backward like how Ji-ho's father used to do. Another of Ji-ho's bones broke under Shin's force. Ji-ho fell to his knees on the floor. If you don't like it, Sin smiled. He suddenly asked a question. Tell me where our father is. Then he forced Ji-ho to make a choice. You only have 2 options. Shin threatened, either sing or tell me where our father is, otherwise, I'll start with your arm. As he said this, he tightened his grip. The rest of your body will follow. Despite the pain, Ji-ho struggled to respond. Me and Uncle Duckswoke trained every day just to kill you. Shin only grunted as if not hearing. Ji-ho fell face down on the ground. After training, we would go to the public bathhouse together and massage each other's backs. Ji-ho recounted, we ate dinner and chatted every day. Continuing, Uncle always followed me since I was young. That's why he knew everything about me. Shin didn't care after hearing this. He laughed loudly. Ji-ho, what are you saying? You're too childish. You're too childish. Just sing something. Hurry up. The name Kim Dong-ho was given by Uncle himself. It's a combination of Dong-soo and Tao. Looking at Shin with a mocking look, Ji-ho said, Look, who named you? Kim Sin. Hearing this, Shin got angry and kicked Ji-ho Do-ho in the head. Ji-ho flew backward. He hit his head on a shelf. Immediately, he fell to the ground, lying face down. Ji-ho's anger at Shin's provocation made Chosun furious. Grabbing a mop, he sang, "You dog." Trying to stand up, Ji-ho, using one hand to support his broken shoulder, despite the severe injury, he laughed mockingly at Sin's fury. Looking at Sin with a mocking look, Ji-ho said, "I remember how to kill you now." One eye of Ji-ho was swollen, blood from his nose dripped onto the floor. "That punch made me remember how to kill you now." Across from them, Sin raised both hands to his face as if enjoying a joke. "How do you want to kill me?" Without waiting, he rushed forward. "You're still not steady on your feet. Don't hesitate, deliver a straight punch to his face." His eyes flash with lethal intent as he declares, "You're just a toy I received from my father." Another kick aimed at Ji-ho's left cheek. He looks down at him kneeling on the floor and even names this toy. Grasp his hair, yank upwards, voice arrogant and meaningless. Pulling his hand back, ready to deliver another punch that will surely be broken. A heavy fist aimed at Ji-ho's right cheek. Since anger like a flood of rage pours out in furious punches, I don't envy him in the slightest. His face contorts with fury. No envy, not even a bit. Ji-ho is knocked to the floor, unable to resist any longer. Sin speaks slowly, "Ji-ho, let's start over from the beginning." He grabs his hand and says, "I'll break each of your fingers one by one. Sing along now." Ji-ho's face is bruised beyond recognition, eyes gradually opening to listen, like a toy. In a strange reflex, he raises the remaining arm. Two fingers suddenly go into his mouth. He arches back, hands over his mouth, shouting, "What did you do that for?" Ji-ho doesn't respond, just looks at him with eyes full of understanding. He continues to laugh, the sound steady and constant. He grumbles, "What's so funny? You're acting like a kid, Ji-ho." This time, Ji-ho speaks slowly, "I've applied that poison." A glass bottle lies on the floor, liquid seeping out as if declaring its potency. Sin holds him back, face changing color when Ji-ho continues, fingers next. In a desperate effort, he reaches for his mouth, trying to vomit up the poison from his body. His eyes gleam with satisfaction. "Even if you throw up now, it won't help. Just absorbing an extremely small amount will paralyze your entire body." He speaks slowly and mysteriously. "You'll die in agony, burning through every part of your body." Sin's face glows red as he offers the antidote. "Before I kill you." Ji-ho shudders awake, slowly sitting up to answer, "There's no antidote." He sits firmly with his hands behind him. "Even if it's you, if my whole body is paralyzed like this, you can't kill me." Hearing these words, he goes completely still. Ji-ho's past fragments in his mind. Take another step and see your mother's smile. Images of his father appear as he takes to more steps. "Dad, now you don't have to sing anymore, right?" But at that moment, Sin suddenly grabs his head, pressing with a kiss. Ji-ho's eyes widen in shock, struggling but futile. His voice is harsh and deadly. "Just a small amount like this is enough to kill you." He frowns deeply. "Going down alone will be boring. Let's go together, sis." Elsewhere, a sign hangs silently on the wall outside the office. Inside, everyone sits at their desks. A staff member places a coffee cup on the table politely. "Miss, please take this." The woman responds, "How did you know my intentions?" She laughs and says, "I see you drink coffee every day at this time." The short-haired girl takes the coffee cup. "I can get it myself." "Thank you very much. I'll take it." "Yes, yes." The man across from her speaks. "Tease off." "Yes, sir. Can you make 10 copies of this?" She turns with her usual quickness. "Yes." Across the room, Kim manager calls out, "T-Sop, please call Mr. Kim for me." Tiseo smiles brightly as if she's never been tired before. "Yes." Another voice is heard. "T-Sop, the room is too dirty. Please help clean up, okay?" As usual, you respond, "Yes." Another reminder in. "Mr. T-Soup, could you prepare for the manager's video call?" Without hesitation. "Yes." Director Kim quietly stands in a corner observing Mr. T-Soup. At the automatic coffee machine, he asks, "How do you find the work environment at the test shop?" Is it okay? You take the coffee cup, slightly bow your head, and politely reply to the manager that everything is smooth because of everyone's care. Director Kim's eyes light up with admiration. I admire how strong you are. My son is around your age too, but he just plays games all day. You scratch your head awkwardly and chuckle. No, sir! He brings the coffee to his lips and speaks slowly, revealing something he's kept in his heart for a long time. Actually, I was the one who chose you for the test shop. Pause briefly before continuing. You make me nostalgic. In the past, I was also at the orphanage during winter. The test shop's face shows clear emotion. Boss, is it like that for you too? Director Kim nods and puts his hand in his pocket. I often call that place the orphanage as well. He pats your shoulder gently and calls you Mr. T-Soup. Director Kim lowers his voice, knowing how it feels to crawl through a dark tunnel now, but someday you'll see the light. He continues, work hard and diligently, Mr. T-Soup, and I will help promote you to a full-time employee. Hearing this, Mr. T-Soup's eyes well up with tears. Thank you. Thank you. You meet someone whose voice trembles but is determined. I'll work even harder from now on, sir. Thank you, sir. Director Kim quickly waves his hand. No need to be formal. Suddenly, he pulls out a black suitcase tightly closed. Mr. T-Soup, can you bring this to the customer for me? You take the suitcase and nod. Yes, I understand. But what is this? It's quite heavy. Director Kim calmly replies, it's documents to be delivered to the client. And he reminds you, they're very important, so please keep them safe. A while later, your eyes are glued to the phone screen, the customer mentioned by the manager. T-Soup looks around. This is indeed the place. This place seems old and somewhat deserted. You wonder, does our company also do business with people in such places? Your hand raises to knock 3 times on the door clearly. A voice from inside echoes. Who's there? You quickly answer. Hello, I'm from the finance company Utopia, Mr. Kim's assistant here to deliver something. The door opens slightly. A man with a shaved head and a long scar on his mouth steps out. It's Director Kim's subordinate. He stops and asks briefly, what is it? You bring the suitcase forward, it's here. As he grabs the handle of the suitcase, you glance at the tattoo on his wrist, wondering if he's a gangster. Despite this, his tone softens. Thank you for bringing it. He smiles with one eye and asks to convey greetings to the manager and thank him as well. Mr. T-Soup's face stiffens slightly, responding instinctively. Yes, I will pass on your message, sir. It seems we've judged a book by its cover already. On another afternoon, Director Kim places a similar suitcase in front of you again. Tech-Sob, can you help me again today? You hesitated, but then took his hand to accept it. Sure. Since then, my boss has asked me to deliver things every day. Tezov stood at the door, handing a suitcase to the man. And one day, he walked down the familiar road, holding a suitcase in one hand and staring intently at his phone screen with the other. A hurried call came through. Excuse me, sir. The girl with golden hair and an old coat huddled on her thin frame, pleading, just one more time, please, I'll do everything right after this. Meanwhile, outside a tall white apartment building, Daru paused at the news of Kimson's assassination. If Kimson and Ki Jang had killed Jong Rongman, what was Jiho and Kung's situation now? Daru quickly typed on his keyboard. Jiho has been confirmed as a member of that organization. Now, I'm not sure about the current situation either. A moment of silence, she hesitated, and then Kung. Daru's eyes froze on a news report. The ambush to kill Kimson had failed. Everyone was dead. He couldn't believe what he heard. What? No. That can't be happening. I told him to wait. She looked at her computer screen and replied softly, I don't know either. It's like they were ordered to attack Kimson suddenly. Daru clenched his fist into a tight ball, cursing. Why did they do this? He was shaking with anger. I told them not to act without my permission until the arrow was in place. Why? Yanmin's voice broke through the fake air of sadness. Everyone is dead now, right? The 3 of them. She lowered her head softly. Yes, everyone is dead and only Jiho remains in prison. In the long hallway, footsteps echoed dryly. He believed in fate. The man approached silently, his lips moving as if reciting a prayer. With his hands behind his back, he sang softly, "The Lord is calling happiness to us. Thank you, by the grace of God, I vow my loyalty." His footsteps stopped at the door, inscribing the words of the Lord. In the room, Diho lay unconscious with dried blood on his face, following the path. Nearby, Shingen's face was pressed against the floor. "Lord, please protect us," he whispered like reciting a scripture, "the faith of people." Then he bent down and gently carried Shingen onto his back. "My children." His footsteps left the room. He loved his father very much. The light from the hallway illuminated their figures. We can understand this feeling of longing for love more than anyone else. In his hand, a silver cross necklace swayed with each step. "We are like you." His voice was heavy with an odd sense of empathy. "I will help you be reborn." Shingen Jin's eyes looked straight ahead confidently, living again as Jesus did. Shingen Jin took a vial and poured it into Shingen's mouth. He held his head with the other hand, like a priest performing a baptism for someone about to be reborn in sin. Seong Jin placed Shingen on her lap. "I always thought about this." Sunlight filtered through a crack in the wall, hitting a candle. "Heavenly Lord." He closed his eyes and muttered, "Why did you create me? Why an evil like me?" In that silent darkness, old memories like a cold wind rushed back. Images of a butterfly appeared. A painting with various butterflies. Seong Jin. "Did I catch many insects like this?" The father's voice echoed. "I've always known I was special. You were the top student in your class during summer camp." His mother patted his shoulder from when he was a child. "Our son will grow up to be someone like Faber, right?" Those words were incredibly warm. "I don't feel happiness in the usual way." In memory, his father quickly turned away. "Oh my God, it's already time. Shingen, let's go, hurry and get ready." But I decided to live well. Shingen closed her eyes, whispering a prayer as if in a wish, because the Lord was watching over her. He stood silently before the wall of paintings, checking if he had succumbed to evil. His entire body shook with remorse. "I've made mistakes. Please forgive me. I was very scared. So scared." He choked back his words. "I went through a long and boring time, like a beetle hiding in the darkness." Before, he worked at a free meal kitchen for homeless people without joy or happiness. An old man came to get his food and spoke up. "It's so hot today. You must be tired, young man." Seong Jin smiled faintly like a mirage. "Are you okay?" Despite the sweat pouring down, Seong Jin's eyes sparkled as if finding temporary peace. "Seeing everyone eat so well, I don't feel any fatigue at all, right? To avoid being discovered, I've been living a low-profile life like this." He kept his stance waiting for Sin to wake up. Kim Sin had appeared in the world. A brutal murderer killed 28 people. The TV news showed his face, cold and indifferent. Seong Jin sat before the trembling screen, though he looked like me. He didn't look away from Sin's face on the TV, but he was a devil without fear. Seong Jin said, "I wondered how God would punish Kim Sin and came to the prison. But he wasn't punished at all." Seong Jin looked at the sword hanging on the wall. "Kim Sin, you're still not afraid." The sword was still there, shining under the sun, which made me suspicious. Seong Jin laughed. "Maybe God doesn't care about us at all. Am I the only one who's scared?" So I tried to check. He quietly followed the homeless man for a while and called out, "Old man." Seong Jin took out a candy and asked with a smile, "Would you like some candy as a treat?" "One person." The old man convulsed on the ground, gasping for breath. "What? Why did you do that?" "2 people. 3 people." A man fell to his knees. His face turned pale and dry. Blood trickled from his lips. Lin Muk, please call 119. My stomach hurts." "For people, 5 people." Seong Jin's hand gripped the dead body's ankle tightly. "I've killed more than 10 people." Seong Jin's face was cold as he dragged the corpse through the dark rain. From above, he looked down at the brightly lit city below. "Indeed, I wasn't punished." Seong Jin's lips moved silently, and I realized West still held a bottle of medicine. God doesn't care about us at all. He doesn't love us. Just then, Shin's faint voice rang out. "You!" He half opened his eyes, smiling with a crooked mouth. Interesting indeed. Zoong Jin bowed and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Brother Shen." At the same time, a hoarse voice echoed, "Sir, please, just one." A thin girl with cracked lips wore a long coat. "Give me one, I'll do anything, please." She stepped back and frowned. "What? Why? It's autumn, why are you wearing a long jacket?" She placed her hand on his shoulder, trembling voice. "Please, don't pretend you don't understand. I couldn't sleep for more than a week." Her lips opened wide in question. "What? Why?" She leaned close and whispered, "I'll do anything you ask. Please give me one from your pocket." Her other hand touched the suitcase at her feet. "Honestly, just one isn't enough." Bang, startled, he pushed her away and shouted, "What are you doing?" He tightly held onto his suitcase and explained, "Maybe she's mistaken or something." "What? This is just our company's documents." The girl laughed again. "Documents, huh?" Her deep-set eyes widened as if losing her composure. "I said this clearly, but you still won't cooperate?" Then she lunged forward and grabbed the suitcase with both hands. "I told you to give it to me." "Damn!" He gasped, thinking he was having a nightmare, and tried to pull away. Bang! She pulled back and yelled, "Why? Let go." He said she grabbed the suitcase again, handing it over. "I told you to give it here." Suddenly, the lock on the suitcase popped open. Tiny white pills scattered out. They rolled all over the floor. She fell back, holding a few small ones. Sure enough, they were there, her spring dreams. The girl's eyes sparkled with drool. She could sleep now, dream now. Bang! Still standing there, holding an empty suitcase. "Girl, what is this?" Seeing the girl turn and walk away, he called out loudly, "Hey, wait!" Bang! His heart pounded wildly as he ran after her. Stopping, there she is. She didn't stop but clutched the white pills tightly in her hand. A year should be enough, no, 2 years at least. Suddenly, she bumped into someone standing in front of her. Kim manager looked at her and spoke. "Ma'am, this won't do." She saw 3 people blocking her path. "How did you know?" She sat down on the ground like a broken doll. At that moment, bang, he ran up, not understanding yet, stammering, "Oh, manager." Her tears flowed uncontrollably. I was wrong. Maybe I've lost my mind." She raised her hands. "Return the pile of pills. Pills, I'll return them all." He stood still when he heard her voice. "Please, please spare me." Kim manager crossed his arms and leaned forward slightly. "Mum, lift your head up. Why would we kill you? Don't say such scary things. Just compensate for the broken bottles of pills." The girl lifted her head with trembling lips. "Compensate? I don't have the money." Kim manager maintained his composure. "Don't worry. We have a way for customers like you to pay." He turned and gave orders. "Please guide our customer." The bodyguard behind him immediately responded. "Yes." Bang! Only now did he approach, puzzled. "Oh, deputy manager. What are these?" She was led up to a nearby car by 2 tall bodyguards. Time seemed to pause as Kim manager called his name softly, T-Sob. Right after that, he pulled out a syringe and held tightly onto his arm with the other hand, which is why I told him to keep the bag safe. His face went stiff as the cold sensation from the needle touched his skin. He whispered, his body drained of strength, "Body, deputy director, boss." His voice was emotionless. I was very satisfied with T-Sob's diligence, but it still felt a bit regrettable. On the table were surgical tools. Someone sighed, "Oh my god." Drive Kim held the scalpel tightly, saying, "It's tough to work to K a day, isn't it?" He stood beside him, grinning, and said, "You're getting on my nerves again." Kim director's watchful voice said, "Spring Dream is about to lose its effect. Hurry up." He frowned in response. The deputy director is too meticulous. On the operating table, T-Sob slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this, Dr. Kim asked for permission. He seems to be waking up, right? Should we give him more medicine? He took out a box of pills with indifference. What's the point, since he'll die anyway, so no need to waste on useless things. He brought the surgical knife closer to his stomach. Yes, I know now. It will probably hurt a lot. T-Sob weakly said, Deputy Director, why are you doing this to me?" Drive Kim laughed sarcastically and repeated, "Why? Why? He tilted his head and answered, I chose you because I wanted it to be like this. You're an orphan, so even if you disappear, no one would care anyway, right? Just then, a creaking sound came from the lock. The metallic sound struggled and hurriedly turned the key. Drive Kim raised his eyebrows at the box of pills. What's going on? Who is opening the door? The door stopped. Then Duziu appeared in the doorway. I promised Jiho. He stepped inside with a cane and said he would protect his friends. Duziu's eyes were resolute, but almost got into trouble again. Looking at him lying motionless on the operating table, he apologized for the mistake. Drive Kim turned around. Didn't you die just now? You're still alive? Drive Kim chuckled lightly and said, turns out our injured customer. He started rolling up Somi's sleeve with a casual attitude, thanking her for coming on her own. Behind Dr. Kim, two bodyguards stepped out holding knives. But I see you're still having trouble standing. Do you want to fight us? Duziu suddenly swung his cane and hit the light switch hard. The room went dark, his voice echoed. No! His hand gripped the cane, veins bulging. I'll kill you so you can't do it. Duziu's eyes turned bloodshot like a resurrected demon. More messes. A heavy punch hit the wall. The whole body shook as his teeth clenched. It's me. I was tricked, so this is what happened. Behind him, Yongmin called softly, Duziu. Duziu sat on a chair and said hesitantly, Uncle, there's still one more thing to say. He turned his head to listen as she continued, Tessup, the person you asked me to investigate before. Duziu's eyes widened in shock. What are you saying? She quickly typed on her keyboard. Lim Tessup joined Utopia 1 month ago. Diakpa looked worried and said, all the employees there are drug addicts, homeless, orphans, they're all users of Spring Dream. Images appeared on the computer screen. I tried ordering from the Utopia company's website and saw it. His eyes showed pure shock. So this is Jiho's friend. Is he now the one transporting Spring Dream? Diakpa quickly responded, yes. And there's an even bigger issue. Her voice sounded heavier now. During work, all staff without familiar relatives disappeared soon after. The security guard suddenly paused his urgent tone. Where are you going, Uncle? Seeing the security guard wearing a coat, she hurriedly asked, are you really planning to go there now? He ran over in panic. Security guard, where are you going with that condition? Your physical state can't fight right now. He didn't turn around to answer. I promised. She stiffened, but instead of Jiho being the target, I must protect his friends. Each word felt like a slap to his pride. He couldn't keep a promise once broken. He tightly gripped his cane and refused to break another promise. His determined gaze met theirs. Absolutely not. The room was shrouded in darkness, no lights on. The security officer behind Kim Director nervously looked around. Where did he go? He calmly replied, don't panic, defend your weaknesses and wait. Fighting in the dark can be ambushed anytime. Kim Director's hand clenched into a fist, seeing his cane. Mine are sharper. Time passed slowly with no movement. Looking at the door, no sign of the security guard. He thought, why hasn't he attacked yet? If he's used to darkness, we won't have a chance. Sweat began to form on his forehead. Maybe he only wanted to lure us in. An idea suddenly flashed through Kim Director's mind. Are you trying to trick us to save that log? Suddenly, golden light appeared. The security officer shielded his face from the sudden bright light. He nervously frowned. My eyes. A swift strike from the security guard's cane. The security officer shouted loudly. The knife pointed straight ahead. As he was ready to attack, darkness immediately engulfed the room. The security officer angrily yelled, Stop, where are you going now? Like hunting wild animals. Kim Director silently pondered, hiding in darkness, using light to blind and attack, then turn off the lights and escape. He chuckled, if we're hunting wild animals, we need bait too. The security officer's hands trembled, sweat pouring down. Suddenly, a finger poked his back. He immediately turned around, raised his fist behind him. That damn thing. His other hand swung the knife forward. There you are. His face twisted in anger. Where are you? Come out here. Just as he shouted, the lights flickered on. I told you to come out. Another blow to his head. The security officer fell down without reacting. At that moment, a whisper came from behind him. Why did he suddenly reveal himself? A hand clamped tightly on the security guard's shoulder. Kim Director stood behind and spoke. "We got him!" He used his body weight to push down the security guard, ending the chase. His body flew through the air. The glasses of Mr. Kim fall to the floor. "I won!" His eyes glow with intense anger. "Once I've got them, I'll never let go." Deputy Director is a promising judo coach. In a previous match, Mr. Kim locked his opponent's hands with his legs. His face shows no emotion. One fight, that's it, but somehow in all the wins. Mr. Kim tightly grips his opponent's hand and decisively breaks their arm. Then he willingly entered Utopia. He always broke his opponent's arms. A loud cry echoes, but Mr. Kim doesn't hesitate at all. In the room, two men are beaten senseless. One clutches his injured arm in pain. The deputy director doesn't use a knife like the other thugs. His arm bulges with strength. Just by hand. Mr. Kim decisively uses both hands to break the man's arm. He tightly grips and breaks his opponent's arm, killing them. Looking around, a smile tugs at the corner of his mouth. Now, Mr. Kim firmly holds down the man's leg. When fighting for Andrew Anton, he doesn't feel pain, meaning even if you're stabbed with a knife, you must see blood to know it's happened. His eyes are wild, but the pain from broken bones and torn ligaments is different. One can't ignore it. Mr. Kim's hands squeeze the man's leg tightly as if wanting to crush it. Fighting spirit and pride will vanish. His voice continues, making people feel powerless. Suddenly, a light bulb on the ceiling flickers on. He takes a deep breath, steadies his voice. "Is that all?" A sharp finger from the ceiling pierces Mr. Kim's eye, causing him to panic and scream. "What? What is it?" "I broke your arm." Both hands cover his face. "Eyes. My eyes." The ceiling finger grabs Mr. Kim's head firmly. Broken bones hurt, but compared to the pain of losing a family, it's nothing. Now he becomes angry. Those you kill are someone else's family too. Images flash in his mind. Without parents, there is no family. They are precious families to others. His hand wraps around Mr. Kim's neck. His hand struggles for a moment, then stops. The ceiling finger releases and pants heavily. Looking around, thinking about what to do now. Suddenly, the golf club hits hard against the ceiling finger's head. Dr. Kim appears from behind, another death to deal with. This is too much, it's a nightmare. The golf club is high. Just having Juan Meng can make you dream of happiness. Another hit on the ceiling finger's head, treating this situation as withdrawal symptoms from Juan Meng. He struggles but can't resist. With his broken leg, he can't retaliate. His eyes gradually close, meaning consciousness is fading. Dr. Kim's face twists in anger. "Go away. Help me escape this nightmare." Suddenly, a knife pierces through his back. Dr. Kim jerks and turns around. What's happening? The knife is pulled out. He shivers with thick lips. It was just a dream. Why? He slumps down, choking on a sob. Damn! It hurts so much. On the ground, for bodies lie in pieces. The ceiling finger groans half awake. Ting! Ting ting! Tai Soup stands still, questioning himself. Is this how office life is? His eyes widen in bewilderment as he asks. What's happening? Do you know about it? Tell me what happened. After a while, the wheelchair rolls down the deserted street at night. Yongmin drives silently, with Du Seok and Tai Sop in the back. Du Seok has told Tai Sop everything. The space becomes quiet as he lowers his head, staring intently at his feet. About Kim Sin, who killed his family, and Ji Hyo's. His hands clench on his thighs, including the reason leading to Tai Sop's foot and finger injuries. Tai Soup sits silently, looking out the window. And what Ji Ho will do in prison? He breaks the silence by speaking up. Sure enough, I thought so too. Tai Soup's eyes are filled with tears. Ji Ho, I thought he had no reason to kill anyone. My friend Ji Ho. The car turns onto a small road ahead. The screwdriver clicks, though Utopia won't find the last delivery person, but for safety, stay with us for a while. He lowers his head, his hair covering his trembling eyes. Master, can you make me stronger? He turns and asks in surprise, why? Tai-Soup's screwdriver eyes, though still red from tears, now show a firm resolve. I want to help Ji-ho clean up the trash. I also want to become an arrow. Chang-man enters the room. Standing before the door, he sees Ji-ho unconscious and calls out loudly. Chang-man kneels down to support his head. No, are you okay? Seeing the dried blood at Ji-ho's nose corner, he wonders who did this to him. The emotion surges, his whole body trembling violently. Ji-jong enters, his hands in his pockets shouting, "Get out! Don't loiter here!" He still holds onto Ji-ho tightly, Namki Chang-man, trembling. His face is cruel and merciless. I know, he's dead, already stinking. Without hesitation, Ji-jong orders, "Take him away." As the others lift his body, Trung-man panics and asks urgently, Wait, where are you taking him? Where will you take him? Before he can react, a stone hits his face. He sits with tears in his eyes, looking straight at him. Are you friends with this bastard? I'm telling you, you're on the same side. Trung-man clutches his cheek, sobbing in pain and fear. No, I'm sorry. After a while, the sound of earth being shoveled is heard regularly. Under the dim moonlight, he watches Ji-ho's body gradually buried under layers of cold soil. Ji-ring holds a cigarette in his hand. That's why you want to revenge on that murder? Do you think justice will prevail? He throws the burning cigarette into the new layer of earth. Brat, you're too young. The promising star of our future. From the moment you thought Kim Sin was evil, if you are justice, then you have already lost. Ji-ring's face was stern with a hint of disdain. Because it could do anything wicked. He continued, well, you can only do righteous deeds. Then D-Rang turned and left, ordering them to behave properly. He's going to bed now. The two men nearby immediately responded, yes, sir. Good night. At the same time, a man with silver hair tilted his head slightly. Shin stretched his golden arms, joints creaking softly. Seong-jin approached and said, you really have amazing recovery. You could move right after taking the antidote. His face was still pale, still swollen inside. But Shin's eyes swept over Jong-woo and Juntae in front, asking, who are these people? He smiled and replied, these are our brothers. They're not afraid at all. Seung-jin introduced, this Jong-yu clan you must have heard of, the arson murder case at a famous university dormitory. Memories flashed back, flames burning fiercely, thick smoke filling the hallway. Inside, cries echoed in chaos, fire. The man's eyes stung from smoke, mumbling, with all this smoke, I can't see anything. No, there's no way out. Suddenly, a flashlight waved through the smoke. Come here, the exit is this way. Look at that flashlight. The man followed the light, hope surging in his heart. Alive. Thank God. Everyone followed the light. But suddenly, a hammer swung down from above. The masked Udong man swung the hammer and hit the man who had just cried out for help. Two nearby girls screamed in panic. What's happening? The hammer was still dripping blood as he stepped closer with a smirk. Come on. The masked man gripped the hammer tightly. Everyone here. This is the exit. The path to the other world. The voice echoed again. Let go of your survival desires. 119 won't come. Seong-jin remained calm. He had burned down a university dorm and beaten 5 people to death with a hammer. And for murders were still unsolved as the police couldn't find any clues. The voice continued. As far as I know, the motive was due to feeling inferior about his appearance and education. Ronyu wiped sweat from his face. That's not the reason. His eyes were cold. Only I wanted to teach them a lesson. That's what they deserve for looking down on others. Seong smirked slightly in agreement. Yes, you're right. And the man next to him. His eyes stopped at the silent figure behind. It was Han Sun-ti, the leader of Menjeonpa. He had kidnapped 3 high school students and received money from their parents, but in the cold jail room, a voice pleaded, you said you'd release us if we paid. Please let us go, sir, mom. Rong Ziyang continued evenly, like reading a cold sentence of judgment. He still kept the children and his subordinates imprisoned. The 3 subordinates looked dazed at the bar's boss. Don't joke around. Release us. Open the door. The cries grew louder as one of them opened the door to the hellish room. "Damn you, bastard," Rong Ziyang said emotionlessly and gave them 10 peanuts and a bottle of water once a week. The imprisoned people huddled together in hunger. "This is mine. Disgusting. Go away." Sunti looked through the bars. "I'll kill all of you. Come out." A month later, when the police arrived, 2 officers were gagged. Their eyes showed satisfaction. The scene before them was a pile of bodies. Ziyang Jin glanced at him, and only 5 emaciated, bloody corpses remained. Sunti said emotionlessly, "The motive for the murders was love for humanity." His voice continued, "Out of curiosity about human thoughts due to loving them." Sunti approached Jin and acted accordingly. "Give what they live, take what they die." Hearing this, he smiled ambiguously, and how not to become a human. He looked at Ziyang with unblinking eyes, his face flushed red. "I joined this plan because Kim Shin asked me. I'm curious about Kim Shin." "Very curious." Ziyang hing his head and speaks. "Even though we're in prison, people like us are many. Later, I'll find more people." He declares it as a vow. "We will establish the Kim Shin army." He responds slowly, his voice light like the wind. "The army, that would be fun." His eyes brighten with an idea. "Let's go on a picnic first." Time passes, the atmosphere is tense as a bowstring. A voice rings out, "Lamb, General." The man bites his nails, shivering violently at the news. This is really dangerous. A police officer reports with a serious face. It's like releasing lions and tigers into the wild. On the monitor, 3 figures leave the prison. He continues biting his nails loudly. "Too noisy. I know, I know." The warden's eyes well up with tears silently. "I shouldn't have come here. I shouldn't be the general of this detention center." Meanwhile, the city is still bustling at night. He shouts wildly, "Freedom, freedom." His hand moves chaotically in the air filled with tension. Shunti walks slowly and turns to ask, "Kim Shin, aren't you curious?" His eyes stare intently. 5 colors of death are involved in this matter. Don't you wonder who survived? That clearly means the worst has lived on, right? Kim Shin's smile spreads gently like a cut through the night air. "I'm also very curious about that process. Tell me later." Shun's face turns red, answering softly like a young adult. "Yes, I will tell you when appropriate." After a while, Kim Shin stops and announces, "We're here." He points to the building in front. "Let's go on a picnic." In the room, wine is poured into glasses as someone speaks. Everyone has heard this, right? The story of Zhang Rongman being killed. They say he was bitten to death by his own mad dog. Zhanggu, sitting in the chair, gently shakes his glass. "I'm sure he went peacefully. Anyway, I'll return to my old position because things at the company are very chaotic now." His face exudes confidence. "Everyone should trust and follow me." General Zhang bows respectfully. "Yes." Others also speak up. "Hope you take care of us." A man in a yellow coat adds, "Rongman's dead, so I'm feeling much better now." General Zhang turns to ask, "Rongman is dead, so it's really relieving." General Zhang asks again, "When should we hold the inauguration ceremony?" Chairman King Zhanggu. Zhanggu Keen Tun replies, "Oh my. Okay, everyone has been working hard. Let's keep it simple and humble." He persists, "How can it be simple? We need to rent the Olympic Stadium. Boss, chairman, we have guests." Han looks serious. "Do you know what the board of directors is doing? Do you know how to work?" Someone outside reports anxiously, "They said we must meet you." Zhanggu's eyes show confusion. "Must I meet them? Who are these people?" His hand grabs someone by the hair and pulls. Shin and Shunt enter calmly, suffocating. General Zhang stands up abruptly and shouts, "Who are you?" Shin steps forward in the room. Who else could it be? He looks at each face. "They're the mad dogs you just mentioned." He speaks calmly as if introducing himself at a social gathering. "I'm the one who killed Zongman. Shouldn't you reward me with an award?" Zhanggu remains seated without fear. "So you are Kim Shin, that crazy guy?" He answers, "Yes, it's me." He shakes the glass of wine in his hand. "How can I not reward someone who killed Zongman?" Zhanggu grins half-heartedly and says to the crazy dogs, "What do you want? Want some bones?" Place a hand on the armrest and chuckle lightly. This uncle is quite interesting, huh? He sits down naturally and speaks up, but what I need more than that is a place to play with friends. Hearing this, everyone in the room takes out their weapons. We need a spacious and safe place for us to run around freely. Supporting his cheek wide open, I think Utopia is the best place. Jong-goo's face wrinkles as he looks at him with an annoyed expression. What are you talking about? That. Excitedly laugh and say, isn't Wrongman also a shareholder in Utopia? Supporting himself on the chair, leaning back slightly, his half-smile reveals a confident tone. Give me that part. Then I will spare your lives. Wrongman and Sunshi stand behind them, challenging them with a look. When Kim asks for mercy, I will spare you all, everyone draws their knives, glaring at them. Kim advances, pressing the knife against his neck, surprised to see him still calmly chuckling excitedly. Black's fierce eyes stare at Kim. Don't worry about this madman. Once he finishes that sentence, I'll cut him off. Wrongman grabs the man by the hair and pulls him up, then punches his stomach hard, making him fall back. Wrongman uses the momentum to knock him far away. The subordinate falls straight into the glass door, shattering it into pieces of glass flying everywhere. He looks at the subordinate with disdainful eyes. This is not where you should be standing. This is the stage for those in charge. Be sensible and stay there. If you fall, it will hurt a lot. Dune holds him tightly, pushing him into the air. The subordinate trembles with fear, clinging to Dune's hand. If you fall, it will hurt a lot. The subordinate is terrified. You guys are still standing there. Hurry up and do something. Everyone is sweating profusely, looking at the boss with caution. No one dares to approach. Suddenly, Jong-gu speaks calmly. Everyone calm down. These kids, grown-ups, should know how to be patient. He looks at Kim with a sly smile and says, you're supposed to be a madman who doesn't care about money. Kim laughs coldly, his voice deep. I said it before, money isn't important. He smirks, I only need a place to play with friends. Jong-gu chuckles and says, this is where we play. It's like getting hit in the head by something. He just laughs mockingly without saying anything. Jong-gu understands and smiles lightly before speaking. Alright, I'll give you that part. After all, it doesn't belong to me anyway. The subordinates are shocked and angrily ask the boss, Boss, why are you giving shares to him? How can he own shares? Jong-gu nods gently, pulling his shirt, smiling happily. It's fine. He helped us deal with Wrongman. Hearing this, Kim stands up slowly and says, good that you understand like this. He looks at Jong-gu satisfied, nodding goodbye as he leaves, but reminds him to keep his word. Suddenly, he glances at Jong-gu with a sharp voice, or else you'll die. They turn and slowly leave, leaving the subordinates fuming behind them. Jong-gu hesitantly says, Boss, are you really going to give him shares? Jong-gu calmly replies, I'm not crazy. I just said that so they wouldn't cause trouble. He looks at Jong-gu with a sinister smile and says, if we had made a fuss earlier, it would have cost us heavily. And if we killed them all, what benefit would we gain? No need to do that. Looking down at the building with a menacing gaze, his smile sends shivers down your spine. I'm different from those illiterate guys like Wrongman. We won't suffer any losses here. They will have many opportunities to kill them as they are in prison now. Jong-gu turns and says quietly, just do whatever you want for now. Sunshi looks at him with a serious expression. Boss, what's Kim going to do? Kim smiles and says, I haven't been home in a while. I'll go back to my mother's house. The scene changes and someone with a bandaged leg speaks up. Do you want to become an arrow? Looking at the person before him seriously, he says, try attacking me, attack however you like. TSLB hesitated and asked, how should I attack? He approached closely with a serious tone, testing your arrow's potential. I'm fine, just give it your best shot. Seeing his seriousness, TSLB made up her mind. Okay? She raised her hand in readiness, her eyes determined as she looked at him, but her voice still faltered. I'll do my best. Closing her eyes tightly, TSLB swung her arm and punched the screwdriver dummy's face. He said coldly, not good enough. The screwdriver quickly pointed out her mistakes. Her punch lacked power. A punch like that wouldn't kill anyone. TSLB stepped back nervously to explain. I know now because I've never fought before, but if I were trained like Jiho. He gripped her hand tightly and seriously explained, the problem isn't weak punches, it's about having power in your punches. Suddenly, he punched quickly towards her, leaving TSLB unable to react. She wanted to knock him out, but her punch lacked the resolve to defeat someone else. The screwdriver stared at her. People like you, no, should be called ordinary people like you, can't become an arrow. After that quick punch, TSLB stood stiffly, wide-eyed as she looked at his hand. She hesitated, but Jiho did it too. TSLB hung her head dejectedly. I can do this too. Give me a chance. The screwdriver turned and sat down. If it were Jiho, he would aim for the injured leg from the start, not hit the face. You're different from Jiho. TSEOP. Hearing this, she flinched, lowering her head to clench her fist tightly after a long struggle. Suddenly, TSEOP fell to the ground on his knees, kneeling before the screwdriver, her voice trembling with plea, please help me, please. TSLB hung her head, lost in thought, then hesitantly said, originally I wanted to be a police officer, protecting justice. She tightened her grip on her hand, shivering all over, but because of my body, I can't do it. Suddenly, she frowned, her face darkened with anger. Those who despise human life, I want to clean them all out of this world. Zueruo, are you really going to get rid of those bad guys? Then he quietly reached into his pocket and said in a deep voice, if it's from the bottom of your heart, go find those murderers on the street. He pulled out a small knife and showed it to TSLB. Kill them. TSLB was horrified as he stared at the knife. Zueruo looked at him with cold eyes. Then I'll consider you my arrow. The scene transitioned slowly as time passed. He looked puzzled at Zueruo. Why are you making TSLB do that? Find the bad guys and kill them yourself. Zueruo nodded in response. Because I can't drag TSLB into this. Dragging Jiho into it is already a crime unforgivable. He'll give up soon anyway. Hearing that, he could only look helplessly at Zueruo. Zueruo spoke up. Although there are many criminals in this world, but it's not easy to find them and punish them. The scene changed to the city at night. TSLB observed his surroundings. People were bustling on the street, laughing and chatting merrily. He glanced around carefully, observing each movement of every person. TSLB slowly walked with his hand in his pocket, pondering how to find a murderer and kill him. He looked left and right, scrutinizing everyone. I can't just search randomly. So he continued walking while sighing deeply, thinking, what should I do? Where are the bad guys? Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. TSLB stood in front of a convenience store. He stared for a long time before deciding to enter. The clerk greeted him with a friendly hello. He suddenly paused and asked curiously, what's going on? Why are you here so late? He smiled lightly and replied, just passing by and decided to come in. Zueruo laughed loudly as she crossed her arms. Since starting work, I haven't heard from you anymore, huh? How's it going? Is the big company treating you well? TSLB became flustered and hesitated to answer. It's just a regular job. She seemed to understand his expression. Doesn't sound too good, huh? Then Zueruo chuckled. Anyway, you came at the right time. I'm so bored of this place. Wait a bit and I'll change shits. Let's go grab some food then. How about hamburgers? TSLB smiled warmly in response. Sure. Deal. I'm actually hungry too. Suddenly, someone nearby complained loudly, King noisy. Can't even focus on my food. TSLB turned to look at the person who spoke. What's wrong? Zueruo quickly placed her hand on his shoulder. Calm down. Then she smiled lightly and apologized. Sorry, sir. The man still wasn't satisfied. His voice grew increasingly irritated. Go outside if you want something to eat. FCK off. Go stay at a motel and do whatever you want there. Pull him out of here. Let's drag him out. The guy who insulted him immediately got a furious look on his face. Hey you, driver, He quickly put his hand over the boy's mouth to stop him from speaking. He angrily stood up. Damn it, I can't keep swallowing this. That guy looked uncomfortable and turned away, muttering to himself, I really need to kill all these dogs in the convenience store. The driver watched him leave with a blank expression. The boy spoke up indignantly. What? This guy is truly crazy. Driver tried to advise. All right, ignore it. The driver looked at the mess left by that guy on the table. Was he avoiding because it was dirty or out of fear? The driver glared at his back with a resentful look. Suddenly, he called after him, Hey you! The driver angrily looked at him and scolded, Why didn't you clean up after eating and just leave like that? And don't you know it's not allowed to drink alcohol in the store? The driver slowly approached him and said, Clean up first before leaving. He still insisted. The driver grabbed his shoulder and shouted loudly, Hey! He suddenly stopped. A sinister smile appeared on his face. His voice was cold with a sharp edge. Forget it, he's already ugly, so no more luck for him. What now? Seriously, he gestured to the music playing. Do, check IT cup. I only ate a few packs of noodles. Black kept jumping and dancing along with the beat excitedly. Eating done, but you grabbed my shoulders. See that? Look at this. But I like it. Oh dear. Suddenly, he turned around to find out that the mysterious guy was wrong. He looked at him with a terrifying gaze. So I'll start now. Okay, today will be your unlucky day. Cut to next scene. Black suddenly turned around, whispered softly, And what do you want to do? He looked at Sun T. It's been a while since I've gone out and followed me. Ha. He stared at Sin seriously. I want to know about Kim Sin. Then Sun T looked around the house of Sin hesitantly, but said he couldn't follow because his mother was at home. Both walked slowly in. Sin led Sun T into the house. As soon as he entered, he couldn't look and started observing. Come on in. This is my first time bringing someone to my house. Sun T carefully observed a family photo of Shin. Suddenly, he said, It's beautiful, isn't it? She's my mother. He moved closer to the picture and asked softly, And who's this child? He looked at the boy in the picture with curiosity. Is he Kim Sin? Shin remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, his body trembled. Sun T asked seriously, Can you tell me about your childhood? His face was full of excitement as he stared at Shin. I'm so curious, it's driving me crazy. Anything is fine. Please. Shin turned to look at Sun T and smiled mysteriously without saying a word. At this moment, he began to recall. A super robot raised its hand. A voice said, My love, I'm back from work now. Zeon picked up the princess doll and replied, Back already? I made you a cake. The two boys laughed joyfully. Cake. I want to eat to mommy. They started making fake cakes for each other and laughed happily. At this moment, Shin laughed naturally. It's so good. My cake is the best after all. Suddenly, a distant call came. Shin, he brightly turned to answer, Mom. Jin-so approached the children, smiling gently. I'm going home, kids. It's dinner time. Shin smiled affectionately at her. Jin-so took his hand and led him back. On their way, she kindly asked, What do you want to eat tonight? Shin quickly answered happily, Cake, please. She looked at him, then smiled warmly. It's not your birthday. Why do you want cake every day like this? The child pouted and shook his hand pleadingly. Just once. Jin-so softened, smiling affectionately at Shin. Okay, but sing a song for me, The Three Little Sheep. Shin beamed happily. Sure, ma'am. I believe this is my most cherished memory. The child's voice echoed, 3 little sheep in a house. He joyfully held his mother's hand tightly. Cuddle dad, cuddle mom, cuddle me. Dad is very strong. At that moment, he thought because my existence before didn't matter. Behind the tree, 2 figures silently followed them. Listening to their song, the mother felt warm. The figure behind the tree, nameless and anonymous. The dirty, messy boy stood there watching the happy mother-child duo with a dazed expression. Shin still smiled affectionately at his mother singing. The little sheep was adorable. Suddenly, an eerie voice filled with hatred echoed. Kim Shin's terrifying thoughts surfaced in his mind. I want a name. After some time, Shin disappeared. The mother frantically searched for information about the missing child. In a state of panic and worry, she asked everyone she met if they had seen her son. "Please take a look for me." Jin-soo was in shock, rain or shine. She stood on the street every day distributing flyers hoping to find her beloved son one day. "Contact me if you see the boy. Help me." Her eyes gradually lost hope, but her lips kept mumbling unconsciously. "My child has been lost. Please take a look before you go. Please help me. Everyone please take a look." Missing person information just sits there. The mother's pain fell like heavy raindrops. "Help me." After some time, he appeared in front of Jin-soo. She was lifeless and shook her head vigorously denying him. "No, not my son. You're not my son." Despite her efforts to resist, I can still recognize my own child. Slowly, he took out a tranquilizer needle. He silenced Jin-soo when she tried to resist. "Why are you impersonating me?" He forcefully stabbed the needle into her neck. Continuing, he pulled out more needles and ordered, "Why can't your mother recognize me?" He stabbed all the needles into Jin-soo's body. "I am Kim Shin here." His voice was weak. "Mom misses you so much. My son is here." Din Ziyu cries in pain. Her eyes gradually became dull and tears streamed down her face. In a daze, she slowly placed her hand on his face. Din Ziyu was controlled by him. Her subconscious tried to resist, but her hand involuntarily touched his face while tears flowed nonstop. "Enjoy her embrace and speak up, Mom." His eyes went wild. He bought a cake for his son. Cut to River, who fiercely grabbed Taeseo by the collar and punched him relentlessly. "Where did everyone go just now? What about now?" He kept hitting him hard in the face while cursing. "The biggest mistake of your life was doing those stupid things earlier." Punch after punch, straight into his face. "It's too late to beg for mercy now." Jong-gu spoke with a menacing tone because that's what I'm good at, killing people. He fiercely squeezed Taeseo's neck. Taeseo thought this bastard must be sick. Jong-gu, with a smug expression, tightly grabbed his throat. "No use regretting now. Your identity will be found tomorrow morning." Taeseo struggled to resist, thinking that it was just that. How could he think of killing me? Quietly drawing out the gum knife and stabbing it into Yu's stomach. River suddenly lost momentum, fell backward, clutching his stomach in pain. "Knife, this bastard!" Finally, Taeseo managed to break free from his control. He coughed several times, trying to regulate his breathing. The guy was extremely angry now. He cursed at Taeseo nonstop. "Why did you bring a knife with you? This bastard! Are you crazy?" River quickly pulled the gum knife out of his stomach. Gu Di-yeep said, "Lucky I had abdominal muscles to block it." He struggled to hold onto Taeseo and slowly approached him. River tightly held Taeseo's body as he advanced, "Almost got me there." Then he stabbed the gum knife into Taeseo's body forcefully. Taeseo gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain. Jong-woo laughed coldly and mocked him. "Is that your finishing move? Good job. Well done." But such a small knife couldn't penetrate my abdominal muscles. Taeseo quickly lost strength, fell to the ground clutching his stomach in pain. Jong-woo excitedly licked the blade of the knife. He glared at him with an icky look. "Your voice is too sweet. That should be enough." Taeseo's face turned pale, his eyes flickered, and his vision suddenly went dark. Cut to a factory somewhere. Someone asked, "Is the production of Dream Paint still going well?" Jiang followed closely behind as he reported, "Despite having to produce more than usual, we should be able to handle it." He laughed happily. "Selling too much is also an issue, right? We need to expand the factory." Suddenly, with a hesitant expression, he reported, "Director, did that side effect happen again as I said before?" "We're still researching. We just need to clone Dream Paint created by Chairman Ogun-gu." Jiang was surprised and turned around immediately. "What's a side effect?" He looked bewildered. "You saw it last time." Then he hesitantly explained. Dream Spring transformed serotonin and vasopressin, causing issues with the amygdala. He frowned and stared at him in confusion. "What did you say? Explain more clearly." He stammered an answer. "What? That thing. Although the ratio is low, one of the users fell into an unstable state. It has extreme aggression but no pain sensation. Jianggu suddenly sneered. I remember now. I saw this before, but did I mention it? His eyes narrowed with a cunning look, his face full of scheming as he spoke. What's it got to do with anything? Anyone would think we're making healthy food. He stammered awkwardly, well, but when side effects appear, it's bad. Jianggu cut him off irritably, talking too much. His eyes became inhuman, his face excited. Just get the production done on time, and that's enough, or I'll make your family into pieces. He left with a sneer, muttering to himself as he walked away. Side effects, you worry about yourself first. Leave me here standing still. His hand trembled slightly. He stood there, eyes wide in horror, mumbling to himself, disaster. This could be a disaster. Watching the lab rats die one by one from that dangerous drug. The mad rats biting each other, he shuddered with revulsion and blame. The scoundrel only cares about money. In another scene, Taiseo was bending to break the fingers of the Yu gang member. The man screamed in pain, his eyes bulging out. He immediately threw a powerful punch right into the man's face. Zhangwu held Zenzi's face in pain. Taiseo stared at him with a deadly gaze. Zhangwu trembled and stammered, what do I do? No, this can't be happening. The man panicked, his face filled with fear as he looked at him. His limbs moved chaotically. Please, wait a moment. I was wrong. That's why. Taiseo lunged forward and grabbed the man's throat. He slowly pulled his mouth apart. Zhangwu struggled to help Zenzi. Taiseo's eyes seemed to have lost their humanity now. He looked at him and laughed coldly. The Yu gang member's fingers were broken in different directions by him. The man struggled to speak. Tai, his voice trembling. I was wrong. The Yu gang member lay on the ground, his face bruised and pleading. Please. Taiseo ignored his pleas and raised his fist high. Taiseo hit the man's face without hesitation. He continued to punch him like a madman, hitting his face non-stop. His human form was strangely transformed. Punch after punch landed on the man's face, ignoring his pitiful cries. Taiseo kept hitting his face with increasing ferocity. He seemed to go completely mad, punching him relentlessly. He had changed into something strange. His fists continued to hit the man's face non-stop. Ignoring the man's pitiful pleas, he kept hitting his face. Please! Taiseo smiled satisfaction. He continued to beat him like a madman. Suddenly, someone shouted in horror from behind. Taiseo stopped abruptly. Aihe's face was filled with fear as she looked at Taiseo. What are you doing? Stop! She trembled and stammered. Why? Why did you do that? Why hit him? You're not like this person. Slowly, she stood up and stepped away from the man. The car hesitated as he reached out to him uncertainly. Stop, even if his anger was at its peak. Suddenly, Taiseo stretched out a hand and tightly squeezed her neck, making her panic. He seemed completely unconscious now, staring at the car with a deadly gaze as he fiercely tightened his grip on her throat. She closed her eyes tightly, gritting her teeth to endure it, trying to push his hand away with all her strength. His eyes grew even more frenzied and tight, squeezing without letting go. T's voice shook and thickened. She squeezed her eyes shut, feeling like she was about to lose all her strength. SOB! Suddenly, the car CC appeared behind him. He swung his hand around, grabbing Tseo's neck and restraining her tightly, stopping at Tsop. He gritted his teeth and fiercely resisted. He continued to forcefully restrain her. The car CC tried to tighten his grip on Tseo's neck with all his strength, gradually weakening his resistance. His eyes widened before slowly closing. Then Tseo slipped away. Only then did he gradually loosen his grip. The car CC was terrified by him and couldn't help feeling scared inside. It would have been a big deal if it happened a bit later. How could Tseo end up like this? He looked at the Kari who had fainted from being attacked by Tseo. At the same time, he was shaken by the strength on his hands from resisting. How strong is this guy? The scene shifts to an old people's home. A person politely pushed a letter towards him. Director, here you are. He quickly took the envelope and looked at the person with great gratitude on his face. Thank you so much. Every time you help us like this, it must be exhausting for you. Sun Sen scratched his head gently and smiled kindly in response. No problem. Nothing to worry about. Not that many. Director, please buy some snacks for the kids. The director was moved by this request. Why so little? I'll use it carefully. The boy behind the director shyly peeked with admiration at Sun Sen. Uncle. Thank you, sir. He smiled affectionately at the child. You must listen to the director. Work hard and become a good person. Then he bid farewell and walked away. Sun Sen slowly drove his truck piled with scrap through the street. A passerby saw this and smiled. Mr. Lee, my shop is closed now. I'll come to pick it up later. He quickly replied with a smile. Thank you, sir. Sun Sen looked at the old lady huddled by the roadside and asked kindly, Auntie, have you eaten your meal? She answered, I'm not hungry. Hearing this, he took out 2 bags of food from his truck and approached her. Again, it's for you. You can't skip meals. I made some extra dishes. Take them home to eat. She reached out to accept the bags. Thank you. Seeing you reminds me of my son. If only I could stop him from becoming a gangster. At this moment, she hesitated. He's still alive now. Sun Sen listened intently with a thoughtful expression without saying anything. The scene shifts to a can of cat food placed on the ground. Sun Sen sat down and looked at the cat growling in front of him. Eat up. Little one, you seem even thinner now. The cat didn't touch any of the meat paste. It kept sniffing suspiciously at the man. Suddenly, Sun Sen remembered something and realized she needed to be cautious. Just like this. The man looked at the cat with a deep, dangerous expression. People are the biggest threat. You must always be on guard. Someone suddenly spoke up, looking at the man with an annoyed expression. Uncle, could you park the car somewhere else? I don't want my car to get damaged. Sun Sen immediately stood up and bowed. Sorry, I'll move it right away. The man still looked annoyed as he criticized her. Damn it, can't you see? Sun Sen scratched his head nervously. Next time, I'll be more careful. Sorry. The scene shifts to a late night at an office building. A worker approached Jong-gu and called out. Director! Director Jong stood straight. Listen to the report. I've chosen a few people who will go to the prison to kill Kim Sin. Just wait for your order. Behind him were several gang members with menacing expressions. Jong-gu replied, I haven't given any orders yet, but you've already picked people. Then he looked at them and laughed. Do you think these guys can kill me? We need someone more reliable. Director Jong was surprised by this, his voice hesitant. If it's certain. He then looked serious at him. I'll send Lai Sun Sen, the strongest executioner in Utopia. At that moment, Sun Sen was slowly driving her scrap truck down the street. Suddenly, she saw a group of thugs bullying some students in an alley. Hey, you bastard! It's hard to buy alcohol, right? Useless piece of trash. Just ask someone to do it for you. Bastard! Don't you understand what I said? Damn it! You're crazy! The thug slapped the student hard. The thug raised his hand and threatened, Our friends are waiting for you to buy alcohol. You've ruined our mood. Damn it! Sun Sen suddenly stopped them. Why are you doing this? Don't do that! They quickly turned their attention towards her. The 2 thugs laughed mockingly. What's the matter, uncle? Just ignore it and keep going. Cut to the other side of the scene. Director Jong was surprised by this name and asked back in disbelief. Is Lai Sun Sen that strong? Jong-gu slowly sat up and explained. Chairman Oh Jin-gu, why do you think someone with so many enemies could live a long and peaceful life? If not for Lai Sun Sen, Chairman Oh would have died from eating vegetables years ago, and now Utopia wouldn't exist. Hearing this, he was surprised. He turned around, crossed his hands, and continued speaking. Didn't the Triad Society of China plan to enter Korea before Chairman Oh sent Lai Sun Sen alone to the Triad Society? Jong-gu began recalling past events. A group of people were eagerly looking at each other with weapons in hand, challenging their opponent. Were you the only one there, wanting to negotiate? The opposite side was young Sun Sen, who didn't seem scared. He reached out and loosened his tie, staring at them intently before commanding, "If you want to live, run away quickly. I won't chase after you." Jungkook's voice slowed down as he continued. Chairman O sent a message under the name Lee Sun-sen to the Triad Society. Chairman warned them not to come to Korea, where there are monsters. In an instant, he could defeat hundreds of enemies. His eyes suddenly became terrifying as he turned and looked at the people behind him. Line 60 is repeated here for completion. His eyes suddenly became terrifying as he turned and looked at the people behind him. Line 60 is repeated here for completion. His eyes suddenly became terrifying as he turned and looked at the people behind him. I'm sure compared to Kim Sin or anyone else, he's still the strongest. Cut to Sun Sen holding a glass of wine and pushing it forward. "Here, take this." He looked at the thugs in front of him seriously and said, "Now we have some alcohol. Don't be so stubborn anymore, okay?" The thugs laughed at Sun Sen. "Yeah, got it. We'll live peacefully from now on, whatever." Suddenly one of them suggested something. "But can you give us a little money for expenses too?" He immediately echoed the request. "You must be kidding me." He mocked. "Why would I kid around? I'm asking for some money to spend, okay?" Sun Sen just stared at them without saying a word as he heard this. The thug named Black Thug still didn't realize the impending disaster and looked at him curiously. "How much money do you have? If we search, maybe only 101 or so. Are you that poor?" Suddenly, while they were talking, a luxury car sped into the forest nearby. The two thugs were surprised and confused by this. From the car, a burly man with a long scar on his face stepped out. He immediately ordered all his subordinates to quickly bow 90 degrees respectfully, greeting him as Lee Sun-sen. "I came here to pick you up." This made the two thugs and the student take notice. They stared wide-eyed at him. Tang Yanchang spoke. "Sorry for coming to find you so suddenly. Manager Kang Jong-gu insisted on inviting you back." The two thugs' faces turned pale, their bodies trembling like leaves. His face was now very sincere, begging for help. "Please come with us. I'll handle the matter here." Sun Sen's expression changed dramatically, becoming extremely fierce and different from his simple demeanor before. Cut to a cave 5 days ago. Someone was vigorously digging in the ground. He suddenly stopped. "Is this good enough?" The one beside him answered quickly. "Yeah, it's fine." He slumped and complained. "My pay. It's been a while since I dug a grave. So tiring." Outside, someone was observing the situation inside. When they left, he approached the dirt pile. He carefully examined the dirt in front of him and deduced something from it, clearly what happened earlier. Then he began digging vigorously. He remembered placing his hand on Ji-ho's chest to check for a heartbeat. Even though weak, it was still beating. Seeing Ji-ho's heart still beating made him relieved. He's still alive, like having a lifeline that helped me escape those guys. As he remembered this, he gritted his teeth and dug frantically. "This time I'll be the one to save you. Use the hoe." After some time, Ji-ho gradually emerged from under the dirt pile. Shangman cried out desperately, "Please, live on." He carried Ji-ho on his back and faintly heard his breathing. He secretly rejoiced that he was still breathing, even though weak. Shangman tried her best to carry him on her back. Her body couldn't bear the weight and kept wobbling. She struggled to take each step, worried inside. "But what should I do now?" Suddenly someone asked. "What are you doing here? Man, get a grip." His face showed fear. The guard approached. His expression was full of reproach. "What are you still wandering around here at this hour for? This is a prison, not a park." He trembled and stammered. "Short on something." Chief Inspector. Inside him, panic surged. "We've been discovered. It's over. Dong Ho. Me." Suddenly, he took a deep drag of his cigarette and spoke gravely. "You're not bad either. I thought you were a coward, like me." The guard looked at him before continuing. "Can you save him?" This question surprised him greatly. He stared blankly. At this moment, the guard's expression changed suddenly. His whole body trembled. His eyes were tense with restraint. Now to escape from this hell, there's only one way out. He stared at the cigarette and spoke seriously. Save him and let them fight each other again. At this moment, Sun Sen raised her glass of wine with a troubled expression, casting a cold glance at those in front of her. The chairman is dead. Now I no longer have anything to do with Utopia. Jong-gu chuckled lightly and said, not irrelevant. You're the founding hero. While chewing his steak, he smiled happily. I've heard about you from rumors. Compensate for the families of those you killed in the past. I heard you're living like a turtle. He angrily stood up and fiercely rebutted, that's not your business. Don't bother me anymore. Live or die. It's your own affair. Jong-gu calmly wiped his mouth and replied softly, sit down. With a sly smile, he tried to win Sun Sen over. Lee Sun Sen is still part of Utopia. Even though the chairman is gone, the contract remains valid. He frowned with an extremely unpleasant attitude. Stop talking nonsense. Your mouth. It's not hard to extract it from you. Hearing this, he chuckled and put on a smile. Then he reached into his pocket. Talking nonsense? You'll understand if you see it. Isn't this the contract between you and Chairman Oh Ying-woo? Jong-gu took out Sun Sen's contract with the previous owner and clearly said, this is your contract with the Utopia chairman. His eyes turned cold. Now, the Utopia chairman is me, King Jong-gu. From now on, Lee Sun Sen belongs to me. Leaning back in his chair, he laughed triumphantly. You know what will happen if you don't follow my orders, right? I'll punish you just like Chairman Oh did. Sun Sen angrily clenched his fists and bit his lip. As soon as the words left his mouth, he slammed his fist on the table, breaking it in two. The food scattered everywhere. This scoundrel is worse than an animal. Seeing this, he was not scared but rather extremely pleased. Now you're starting to resemble Sun Sen, I know. Jong-gu calmly looked at Sun Sen and proposed a deal. Just help me with this matter and I'll release you. Although the losses are significant, I'm not as ruthless as Chairman Oh. Come to the prison. Sun Sen's anger flared up. Her eyes pierced through his face like a bullet. Jong-gu then showed a picture of Sin and ordered, kill this guy for me. Kim Sin. Sun Sen's eyes narrowed, her expression extremely unpleasant. Jong-gu gloated. During the investigation, I was very surprised. He laughed loudly and continued, when I investigated this, I was very surprised. Haven't you met him before? Lee Sun Sen, the no one in the world has made a mistake. Cut to another scene where someone with an uneven smile panicked and shouted, open up quickly. Dong-yu stared at the prison door and kept shouting, open it fast, you bastards. His face was utterly pitiful now. His eyes were swollen, his nose runny, and he only had a few teeth left for eating porridge. He desperately shouted outside the cell door. After a while, the door gradually opened. Greet everyone as they come to welcome you late, Dong-yu. Dong-yu's voice was weak as she hesitantly recounted what happened. I encountered something deceitful. I met a madman and almost died. I didn't mean to be late. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. A madman? Wiping his tears from laughing too hard, he said sarcastically, a psychopath who almost killed himself because of a madman. Interesting indeed. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. Although his face still had a smile, his voice was extremely terrifying. How can I do that? I hate people who are weaker than those who don't keep their promises. Dong-yu panicked and tried to explain. No, please listen to me. This is the first time I've met such a madman. He was terrified as he poured out his story. No matter how hard I hit him, it didn't move. It looked like a zombie. Suddenly, he interrupted. He looked at Dong-yu with a sly smile. Yes, I know now. You've had a tough time, so you can rest now. Dong-yu was surprised and quickly responded politely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll go to rest then. Suddenly, Dong-yu stiffened. His eyes widened in shock. What just happened? It turned out that Sun-ti had snuck through and stabbed something into his neck, making Dong-yu's demeanor suddenly strange. He drooled uncontrollably, shivering all over, like it was tickling. Sun-ti pulled the needle out forcefully, causing Dong-yu to laugh uncontrollably, looking dazed as he kept scratching himself. It's so itchy. Stop. He then fell to the ground. Standing there with a smile, he said, rest well, Dong-yu. Suddenly, his jeans tightened and he shivered. If we go camping, we must be back on time. As he spoke, he stared at the people behind him. Only then can our prison fortress remain safe, understood? The new rivals stood solemnly, listening without a word. Cut to Inspector North leading Trungman down to a basement, down here. He walked slowly and explained that this used to be where political criminals were imprisoned. Now it's closed, only a few people know about it. Suddenly, he hesitated. If discovered, I won't know anything. Trungman looked incredulously at Inspector North and nervously asked, Yes, but why will you help us? He turned around, still trembling, and replied, Of course not. We can't waste it. Inspector North turned to him, sternly saying, Utopia is the condition for saving my children. Looking at Di-ho, who was weakly lying on his shoulder, he firmly swore, That man. No matter what I have to do, I must make sure he can fight again. If he's useless, I'll hand him over to Namki Rang. A while later, both entered the room. Ji-ho was quickly given intravenous fluids for recovery. On his side, his vitality gradually returned. Chongman sat before a forest of needles in his mind, thinking that it was a blessing in misfortune if Kim had transferred more funds. He remembered the scene where he begged Ji-ho to transfer money and kissed him. Ji-ho might have died on that day. Chongman looked at the needle inside him. Ji-ho's heartbeat became irregular. His body was fighting against Ototoku. From Ji-ho's perspective, he unconsciously frowned. Ji-ho's spirit was battling Kim Shin. At this subconscious moment, Ji-ho was desperately punching Tenshin's face repeatedly. Ding Chong rushed in with each punch landing on him, hundreds and thousands of times. Ji-ho then delivered a kick, straight into Shin's face. He lost his balance and fell down. Ji-ho's eyes were filled with intense anger. He raised his fist to attack Shin forcefully. But even in his dreams, Ji-ho couldn't defeat Kim Shin. Suddenly, Shin's hand grew larger, easily blocking Ji-ho's punch. He looks like a monster playing with ants in his hand. Ji-ho, you're really an interesting toy. Please raise your hands and grab his arm, then pull hard to make him cry out in pain. He laughs coldly, his sharp teeth gleaming like devilish arrows. Sing, Ji-ho! Gently pull him apart as if he were a doll being played with. Ji-ho's head rolls on the ground. At this moment, he seems to see his father's stern face in front of him. A sudden voice rings out. If you take one more step, your mother's smile. If you take two more steps, your father's smile. Whenever you just look at your child, it's always filled with laughter. Ji-ho looks steadily in that direction, tears streaming down his face. His mouth keeps calling out, Father! Father! Suddenly, the voice becomes cold. You're a failed product. The puppet looks at him with disdain. A cold voice. An arrow can't kill what's made of metal. That's substandard quality. Ji-ho cries out in pain, calling for help. Uncle, uncle, I'm sorry. Suddenly, many other puppets appear, crying non-stop, looking at Ji-ho. Save me, Ji-ho. If you don't kill Kim Sin. The strange fingers keep appearing. Everyone will die then. Suddenly, Ji-ho opens his eyes slowly. In the nightmare, he's overjoyed to wake up. He shivers and calls out, shaking hard. You're awake now? He softly speaks. I'm scared. Ji-ho's eyes are wide with fear. His mouth mutters involuntarily. Kim Sin, I'm scared. Scene change. A bus carrying passengers is entering the prison gate. Sun Sen sighs deeply. He looks around and speaks solemnly. This place hasn't changed much. Sun Sen gazes into the distance with a passionate expression. I promised myself not to come back here. A group of people are walking down the corridor. To them, they're extremely fierce. One subordinate speaks softly to Jijong, Director Namki Gang. Persuading members from outside organizations is going very smoothly. Most former Jiangrong Man members say they will join Namki Gang 3. He looks at him with a sly smile. Yeah, Director Zhang wasn't exactly a good boss to his subordinates. Isn't it just a matter of giving them some extra money and you'll have a pack of loyal dogs? The subordinate quickly answers respectfully, Yes, sir. Also, Kim Sin has gone to find Kang Jang-gu to ask for Zhang Zhangman's shares. Ji Gang suddenly stops, his voice uncomfortable. Why? He frowns slightly, almost angry. That crazy guy. Why doesn't that damn thing talk to me at all? Suddenly someone interrupted Namki Jang's words. Sun Sang waved cheerfully and greeted Ji Jang warmly after a long time. Long time no see. His eyes were dull. He stammered as he looked at the person in front of him. Lee Sun Sang. He slowly approached with a calm voice. You've become quite famous lately, and you're also more muscular now, huh? The lotus flower gently stroked Dai Zhang's head, making him shudder uncontrollably in fear. He smiled kindly and said, You've grown up so much from being just an office worker to a big boss like this. Do you know why I came here? Ji Jiang was terrified, sweating profusely, standing stiffly without daring to make any sound. Sun Sang glanced at him before giving orders firmly. I'm here to rearrange some things. Kang Jiang told him to hand over the organization to me. Just follow my commands. One of his subordinates, still confused about the situation, angrily grabbed his arm. He stepped forward and blocked Ji Jiang's path, grumbling in annoyance. What are you doing with your hand there? Do you want to die? Ji Jiang was extremely terrified as he shivered. That guy still wasn't afraid and boldly threatened him. Or should I cut open your belly and see what's inside, huh? Ji Jiang was so scared that his voice trembled as he spoke. Don't! Sun Sang raised both hands in a relaxed manner. Good job, subordinate. You've worked hard. I'll buy you lots of good food, Kajong. As soon as he said this, he quickly slapped the guy's face, making him fall into the wall. He seemed to have lost his patience and stared intently at Kajong with a menacing gaze. Kajong, what's wrong? Let's get it over with. I don't want to do this. I just want to go home quickly. Ji Jiang was trembling in fear as he stammered, organization. Ji Jiang's face darkened. I can't hand over the organization to you because it belongs to me. Sun Sang's voice suddenly turned cold. Organization? Leader. What's so important about that? His eyes became terrifying as he scowled. You guys always act like this, even though I gave you a chance to live. Do you still want to be like this? Ji Yang's subordinates quickly drew their weapons and charged at Songsheng. Songsheng gently pushed his hand forward. He remained calm and slapped the guy hard in the face. Then he turned around and hit another man with his large hand, causing the remaining Ji Yang's subordinates to panic. Songsheng swung his arm forcefully, sending one of them flying into the air. He kept hitting each other. Every attack from Sun Sang seemed to be intensified to an incredible degree. Sun Sang quickly turned around and kicked the prisoners with a spinning kick, causing them to fall back. One of the remaining subordinates shouted, He's slow because he's big. Let's surround him and attack together. Before he could finish speaking, Songsheng leaped high and delivered a powerful knee strike towards them. He then kicked the guy who had just spoken in the face. After that, he subdued each of them one by one with ruthless strikes. Sun Sang continuously attacked, his large hand swinging to deliver blows. He was using punches to say want to live, and immediately knocked out the guy after hitting him hard. Then, he glanced at the remaining people as if challenging them, run away now. The prisoners were terrified and backed away, their faces covered in sweat, muttering fearfully. Sun Sang lifted a prisoner's head and stared intently, calmly threatening, All right, let's settle these kids. They didn't do anything wrong, right? He looked at Ji Yang with a menacing gaze. If it weren't for your greed, everything could have ended peacefully. Give up now. Don't waste any more time. Ji Jiang was enraged and gritted his teeth. He ran away, shouting curses. Sun Sang kicked one of the prisoner's head and stared intently at Ji Yang. If it weren't for your greed, everything could have ended peacefully. Give up now. Don't waste any more time. Ji Jiang's face was filled with anger as he ran away, shouting curses. Ji Yang panicked and turned to run, leaving his subordinates calling after him. Big brother. Ji Jiang continued running, cursing loudly. He kept running while cursing. Damn it. King Jianggu sent Sun Sang here. I can't believe we have to deal with this monster. He burst through the door in a panic and shouted, Kim, please help me. Where is Kim? Seung Jin asked curiously. What's going on? Ki Jiang? Ji Jiang was terrified as he trembled. Jun explained loudly, Utopia is sending people to kill me. Call Kim quickly. Taijun became furious and said, Kim isn't here for you to call whenever you want. Be careful next time or your words will get mixed up. He continued shouting in panic. You damn bastard, do you know how serious the situation is? Utopia sent a monster here. Suddenly, Sun Sen quietly appeared behind him and said, Hey big brother, why did you run away with all your subordinates? They only got hurt because they trusted you. He slowly walked in, his voice cold. So, you're just like this, huh? Don't try to escape your fate, give up. Jiang's face froze as he saw him, panicking and shouting for help. Damn it! What are you doing so quickly? Aren't we allies? Sun Sen glanced at them hesitantly. Are you Kering's accomplices too? Seung Jin responded calmly. No! He greeted politely with a smile. I'm Park Sung Jin. I'm just the priest serving here. These people are my followers. Do what you need to do. Don't pay attention to us. He gritted his teeth angrily. You scoundrels. Sun Sen approached and assessed them. Someone nearby was about to log out, but didn't even blink. Quite the cheerful priest, huh? He clenched his fist tightly around his neck, saying coldly, Kering. Ji Yang winced as Sung Jin squeezed hard, struggling. Just hand over the organization to Kang Jiangyu and follow my orders. Don't die for nothing. He seemed about to suffocate, gasping for air. If I agree, will you spare my life? He looked at him seriously and replied, Yes. My purpose here isn't to kill you. My target is Kim Sin only. Sun Ti immediately lunged forward with his knife as soon as Sung Jin spoke. With a furious expression, he stabbed Sun Sen forcefully. But Sun Sen easily dodged by tilting his head. He glanced at Sun Ti and said uncomfortably, You're dirty too, huh? Sun Ti held the knife with both hands, glaring fiercely at Sun Sen. He growled menacingly, Who are you planning to kill? That's audacious. Then he continuously attacked Sun Sen. However, all of Sun's attacks were easily dodged by Sun Sen. Suddenly, a knife grazed through his shirt. Red blood splattered out. The knife then sliced across his face again. Sun Sen winced. Your technique seems to be from killing many people, huh? But Sun Ti continued attacking frantically from the side. Sun Sen hesitated. It doesn't seem like just one strike is enough to kill. Sun Ti grinned excitedly. The knife sliced across Sun Sen's face again. He said grimly, every place the blade aims at is a critical spot. The more Sun Ti attacked, the more he became strangely excited. He wielded the knife like dancing a ballet. Suddenly, he stabbed Sun Sen forcefully. The knife was dangerously close to his eyes. Sun Sen grabbed the knife tightly with his hand. The angry man stared at Sun. Mei is indeed that nasty scoundrel. Suddenly, he raised his hand high as the Sun Ti couldn't move due to the knife being held. He widened his eyes and stared intently in the direction of his hand's movement. Sun Sen forcefully slapped Sun across the face with her palm. Sun Sen's face wrinkled, looking down at Sun with a disdainful gaze. Killing for fun isn't really a good idea, is it? The force from the slap immediately made Sun Ti fall to the ground, unconscious and sprawled out. Seung Jin noticed the situation was unstable and tried to persuade him. Please stop. Mr. Kim Sin is outside now. Hearing this, he became uncomfortable and turned his face, frowning. What's a prison like? It's more like a dormitory, to chaotic. Seung Jin continued in a serious tone. Mr. Kim Sin will return after 3 days. Come then if you wish to meet him. Sun Sang replied coldly and calmly, I don't like it. It's better to wait for him here until he returns. Upon hearing this, Seung Jin chuckled lightly. I know you won't do that. You're not the kind of person who kills those who can't resist, right? He then looked intently at Sun Sen's cross necklace and boldly shared his thoughts. You are different from us. Following this, he raised his hand with a sly smile, pointing to a hanging sword on the wall. Are you not afraid that God up there will see everything? Sun Sen was annoyed. What's the point of talking about such nonsense? Do you think I won't kill you because of fear of God? He looked straight at Seung Jin. So now I have to apologize, right? I apologize to all of you. Next time, I won't do it again. Seung Jin opened his eyes slightly and preached. What you did is just deceiving yourself. He became angry and turned away. Truly, these guys are beyond words. I'll come back in 3 days. Remind Kim to prepare well. Otherwise, there won't be any apologies then. I will kill everyone, Seung-jin said, tightly holding the Bible. Jong watched this scene with disbelief. The scene switched to a hospital room where someone apologized. I'm sorry. Taezio lowered his head and hesitantly spoke. As you said, I am just an ordinary person, interrupted by ZCC, who asked, when you met that scoundrel, did you remember anything? He looked at Ji-ho as he continued, did you not remember anything? Try to recall if there's something you can remember. The scene changed. Ji-ho was practicing vigorously, punching the wall with force, thinking, I must kill him no matter what. I vowed to give my life for this. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, but why? Ji-ho looked at his trembling hands in panic. My hands can't stop shaking. I'm going crazy. At that moment, a sound caught his attention. Outside, someone was slowly descending the stairs. Ji-ho became alert and silently observed behind the wall, thinking, we agreed to signal when arriving. Who is it? Could it be Nam Ki-jang's subordinate? Or, as he thought this, his face changed, showing a hint of fear. Kim Shin clenched his teeth. He tightly gripped his hand to hide the tremors. No matter who it is, if no signal. Ji-ho's eyes became determined and pressed against the wall, waiting for an enemy, not an ally. He gritted his teeth with all his might and lunged at him. The person extended their large hand to grab Ji-ho's fist. He glanced down with a cold voice. Who is this guy? Why suddenly? Without waiting for the answer, Sun Sen grabbed his remaining hand. A punch straight to his face. Sun Sen remained calm and asked in a slow tone, are you a demon? Ji-ho gritted his teeth and stared at him. Sun Sen looked at him calmly and teased, this isn't human strength. Who is this guy? Ji-ho quickly turned and threw a side kick. Sun Sen easily caught it. He commented in a calm voice, fast attack speed. He looked at him with disdainful eyes. If he were human, he should have strength, right? The strange kid. As soon as Sun Sen finished speaking, he tightened his grip on Ji-ho's arm. Then he punched hard at Ji-ho. Ji-ho could only raise his hand to block the blow. Ji-ho's face contorted in pain as he tried to endure the attack. He thought, even if I can block it. His punch was too fast, striking a small but powerful blow on Ji-ho's body. From Ji-ho's perspective, this was extremely terrifying. The force from that punch left a large dent in his hand. How is he so strong? This guy might even be stronger than Kim Sin. He didn't know what to do and could only defend himself, staring at Sun Sen as he prepared for the next move. Sun Sen punched Ji-ho's face hard. Ji-ho lost his balance and fell backward. Sun Sen paused. Compared to the guy I killed just now for fun, you're better off. Standing tall, he coldly assessed Ji-ho, who was crawling on the floor. But you're still just a weak kid. I won't kill you, but don't play with people's lives like this again. These words made Ji-ho's anger rise. He gritted his teeth and glared at Sun Sen. Don't laugh so soon. The fight isn't over yet. Then he used his strength to stand up and rush towards Sun Sen. Ji-ho grabbed Sun Sen's waist and tried to push him down, but Sun Sen didn't move an inch. He was indifferent. Just keep charging like that won't work. What are you trying to do? Just keep charging like this won't work. Suddenly, Ji-ho's mouth swelled up as if he was building something inside. Then he lifted his head and spat all the blood in his mouth onto Sun Sen's face. Sun Sen instinctively closed his eyes tightly. He wiped his eyes with his hand. At this moment, Ji-ho raised his head high, using all his strength. His eyes glinted with a fierce intent. Ji-ho shouted loudly, Die! He forcefully hit Sun Sen's face with his head. Then he lifted his fist to strike again. Die! He continuously struck Sun Sen's face with powerful blood-soaked punches. Die! His eyes suddenly turned red. His determination to defeat the man in front of him reached its peak. Sun Sen closed his eyes and endured the attacks, groaning in discomfort. This is a bit too much. Do you still want to live? His eyes opened slightly. His voice was sharp and cold, filled with murderous intent. As long as I can kill my enemy, it doesn't matter if I die. People like you are truly pitiful. Then he immediately grabbed Jiho's neck with his hand. Sunseng hit his head into Jiho's, causing him to stagger back. Immediately after, he threw Jiho down hard onto the floor with a loud thud. He coldly said, "Just like that." Sunseng looked at Jiho with disdain and thought, "You're dead," before this battle even started. Jiho was now exhausted and could only lie there weakly. He glanced at him. "A death like yours, how can you win against a person?" The scene changed to a hospital somewhere. A voice echoed, "Screw that girl." Outside the patient room, the head of the police station leaned against the wall and paused. "Are you going to train Tisov into an arrow?" The girl lowered her head with a thoughtful expression. The head of the police station replied seriously, "I might be crazy for revenge, but not to that extent. I can't drag Tisov into this." Upon hearing this, he was confused and turned to look at the girl. "So why did you say you would train him?" The girl frowned slightly as she explained carefully. "Considering the current situation, I can't leave him behind, so I decided to use training to create a barrier to keep him out." The officer sadly intently observed Tessel's condition. Tessib's current state is like a slow-burning fuse. If he loses his sanity again, I must stop him. Du Siok frowned, his voice slowed down. "Do you understand what I'm thinking?" The officer blamed himself as he touched his face. "It was all my revenge that made these innocent children suffer so much." "Yes, it's all on me." The chief inspector refuted seriously. "No, Du Siok, it's all due to Kim Sin." He bowed his head in deep regret, and also for me, who stopped him from killing Kim Sin back then. He tried to console himself, and Du Siok, "Tisov will recover soon. Don't beat yourself up." Jiho woke up after a while, slowly opening his eyes. Sun Sen crossed his arms and looked at Jiho solemnly. "He's young, so he recovers quickly, right?" In the background, someone was extremely worried. A voice approached to ask Hanan, "Jiho, are you okay?" Seeing Sun Sen, Jiho jumped up in alarm. "What? What is it?" The man spoke calmly. "You're still dizzy. Rest a bit more." Then Sun Sen softly glanced around and said gently, "He told me everything. We all have the same enemy. I came here to kill Kim Sin too. You must be shocked by this. Kill Kim Sin." The man sat down calmly and explained, "Yes, I planned to wait for him to return here and visit the old house. But you suddenly attacked like that, making me think you were an enemy." After saying this, Sun Sen scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. "Anyway, sorry for giving you a hard time. Fortunately, you didn't get seriously injured." Jiho was still skeptical after hearing these words. He gritted his teeth in thought. Suddenly, he asked, "When you said I was dead before the battle started, what did you mean?" Sun Sen looked at him silently for a long time. Then he hesitated and narrated an old story. A man with two swords hanging from his body stared fiercely. Long ago, there was a killer named Miyamoto Musashi. Across from Gat is another person with immense strength. He participated in a life-or-death battle against Sakura Kajiro. But during the decisive moment, Musashi deliberately arrived late and provoked his opponent. The man narrated, "Kajiro was so angry that he threw away his scabbard and shouted, 'I'm over 70 years old and never faced a situation like this before. This brat is really lying.' But Musashi laughed and said, 'If you look at him with disdain and mock him, what if the scabbard was thrown away? Does that mean he will never draw his sword again? That's equivalent to losing, isn't it?' Sun Sen looked thoughtful as he explained seriously, 'I thought like in that story, when a battle hasn't ended and you disregard your own life, such people only end up failing. Being determined to the point of risking one's life is not cool at all. Those who always try their best no matter what." Hearing this, Jiho lowered his head in deep thought. Suddenly, Sun Sen hesitated and said, "That's true strength." His face turned serious. "Remember, no matter what happens, fight to survive." Sun Sen crossed his arms and continued, "If you want to be stronger, start thinking about how to stay alive because those who die trying only end up dead." Jiho just sat there in deep thought without contradicting anything. In the background, someone was concerned about Jiho's reaction. The chief inspector walked slowly down the hallway on his way home. He felt a pang of regret as he went. Even Tessip is caught up in this chaos. His eyes furrowed with a sad expression as if pondering something. Why are innocent people caught in this bottomless pit of despair? He remembered an earlier incident. At that time, he was pointing his gun forward, wishing things had gone differently and not ended up chasing the screwdriver thief. Suddenly, the barrel of his gun rose, then slowly lowered. He turned the gun to shoot the person next to him decisively, but thought about Kim, how much better it would have been, thinking this made him feel rich in sorrow. But he knew he couldn't do that no matter what. He slowly opened the door and stepped inside. As he walked, he bowed his head sadly, thinking to himself, I didn't chase the screwdriver thief. I'm just a coward. He recalled when they were drinking together, the screwdriver thief suddenly asked, Brother Chicken, why can't we do anything about this? The screwdriver thief looked at him with a confused expression and said, shouldn't we first catch that scoundrel instead of going after him? Damn it, every time you catch him and give him a proper interrogation, he'll confess to everything. He explained, this guy, we don't have concrete information yet. We can't arrest someone without evidence. We must follow the law and work within its framework. The screwdriver thief was already slightly drunk and immediately rebutted with a frown. If we stick to the law like that, when will we catch him? That scoundrel doesn't even follow the law. You're becoming more like a priest than a police officer these days. He smiled slightly and raised his glass. And you look like a piece of trash too. 1, 2, 3. Thinking about this made him regretful. The screwdriver thief's words then felt like a knife to the heart. He slowly opened the refrigerator door and reached for food out of habit. His mind was only filled with past events. For me, law is like faith. I can only be a coward hiding behind that wall of law. His face fell in fear of self-judgment and believing in so-called justice. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Uncle, long time no see. His expression quickly turned terrified. He swiftly turned to look. Sitting stiffly on the chair, he stared at him with an eerie smile and said, why are you late? The night is dangerous these days. Remember to come back early next time. I've been waiting for a long time. He was terrified by what he saw. His body shuddered involuntarily. His mouth stammered, Kim Shin. He took the jacket and sniffed it deeply before excitedly saying, this house is filled with items that carry my father's scent. With a sinister smile, he looked at him with an icky expression. Did your dad live here? He was still unable to fully recognize the person who was trembling. He tried to calm down and said slowly, I always thought about this day. As soon as he spoke, his hand went into his pocket. Immediately, he retrieved a weapon. His eyes turned cold, his face serious, hands clenched tightly, voice resolute. The day when I can redeem my mistakes. Hearing him, the other man sat still and continued to enjoy himself. He looked at him with a sinister smile. You're very brave. Don't do that. You'll die. His voice turned cold. No! He glared at him. His voice was filled with malice. I will live. I will kill you and save everyone. Change hands. The screwdriver thief brought the knife forward. Take it. Tense quickly grabbed the knife, staring at it with disbelief. Really, are we really going to train with knives? He calmly replied. Yes, what do you think we use for training? The screwdriver thief looked at him seriously and explained. No training method can progress as fast as real combat. Attack! Hearing this, Tessio was shocked, his face tightened, and his limbs began to prepare. The screwdriver thief has already gripped the knife and is getting ready to attack, the judge thinks. Clearly, Tesseo's symptom release is related to the knife, but I still don't know exactly what triggers it. Tessio gathered all his resolve and charged forward with a strike. So I'll attack now. Be careful! The screwdriver thief quickly dodged. He carefully observed every move of the boy. I must find out the cause. Only then will Tesseo's condition have a chance to be cured. Tessio closed his eyes and swung the knife as fast as he could. The knife grazed past the screwdriver thief's face. Seeing this, Tessio became terrified. He immediately shouted loudly, Uncle, are you okay? The judge glanced at him and sternly said, I've told you before, This is a real battle. Would you also ask your opponent like this? At that moment, the judge thought to himself, when using a knife to attack opponents, there were no strange reactions. Then he assumed his stance and clearly ordered, "Don't stop, keep attacking." Tessel hesitated and replied, "Strange." Suddenly, the judge swung his hand in a circle to change the direction of the knife. What if they react when stabbed with a knife themselves? The screwdriver thief frowned and quickly countered with an attack. Reflexively, he raised his hand to block it. Blood immediately spurted out, and he gritted his teeth loudly. Then Tessel, worried about the situation, asked anxiously, "Tessel, are you okay?" Seeing the blood on his hands at this moment, Tessio growled like a wild animal. His pupils began to change strangely, and he gritted his teeth with an extremely fierce expression. After that, Tessel wildly charged towards the screwdriver thief. The judge quickly reached out to stop him. The screwdriver thief grabbed the collar of Tessio's neck. His strength was immense at this moment. Tessio pushed him down and tried to stab his knife into him. In that situation, the screwdriver thief realized he would go crazy if injured by a knife. Tessio tightly grabbed his face with his hands. The screwdriver thief gritted his teeth in pain but silently assessed the situation. Too fast, too dangerous. Clearly, this wasn't the strength of someone as small as him. He tightened his grip even more, and the judge's face was swollen. Suddenly, he kicked Tessio hard in the stomach. Immediately, Tessio flew up into the air. Losing balance, he tumbled straight towards a distant wall. TXL quickly got up and stared at him, growling. Suddenly, the screwdriver thief wrapped his jacket around himself. Then he quickly tightened it to restrain Tessio. The judge's face softened. TXL, sorry. The screwdriver thief tied the rope tightly and pulled hard. "I'll definitely cure you." TXL struggled fiercely against him. Suddenly, a nearby door opened, and the Akbar appeared, exclaiming in amazement. Turns out, his symptom release happens when stabbed with a knife. You frown, looking sad and angry. The people who made Spring Dream call this the nightmare state. Each time it manifests, as if possessed by a demon, the Akbar slowly approach them. Although each episode is different, the nightmare state usually lasts from 10 to 30 minutes. She sat down and inserted a needle into Tessio's test cell. The method of cutting off the oxygen supply to the brain, or his body continued to tremble. The only solution was to inject Spring Dream into the host. The judge's face fell, his eyes vacant and terrifying. There are no treatments for this symptom yet. After the injection, Tessio gradually calmed down and stopped growling like before. At this moment, Mr. Min approached from behind and spoke. "Why should we treat him?" Clearly, he said he wanted to become a dart. Compared to the current darts that can't communicate, I find him quite useful. The screwdriver thief looked uncomfortable at him. "This boy has nothing to do with our revenge plan. We mustn't let things go too far." Mr. Min commanded, "Zell, I joined this because I saw that Kim's principals were corrupting him. I also used money to help you get the arrow to Kimson's prison." Hearing this, his expression turned extremely angry. He seemed indignant. "We've spent time and money on this, yet all I see is how dirty Kimson has become." "Bloody hell!" he angrily rebutted with intense rage. "No matter what, my word is final. We can't turn into monsters like him." Sen laughed mockingly at his words. "Hasn't he changed a lot since our first meeting? When did you become so sensitive?" Cut to Sun Seng meditating in a state of wellness. Ji-ho glanced at him hesitantly and spoke. "Uncle doesn't seem like a bad person. Then why follow Utopia's orders?" Sun Seng calmly replied with his eyes closed. "Because they're holding my family hostage." He was surprised. "Who is your family?" Sun Seng slowly opened his eyes, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Actually, it wasn't my family, but people close to those I killed. Recalling that when young, I got carried away by the power of myself and killed countless opponents." Sun Seng coldly punched the man in the face. "I kill not just because of the chairman's orders, but also for personal satisfaction." Then one day, the man Sun Seng hit kept crying to his mother. I heard sounds I never paid attention to before. At that moment, he was barely breathing and regretfully murmured, not listening to his mother. Later on, he killed more people. When Sun Sen heard the desperate calls for family from those I dealt with, it sounded like, "Mother, I miss you, Mom." But back then, I didn't care. Sun Sen looked at his opponent with disdain. Just a bunch of worthless weaklings. For them, I'm not a person, they're just an enemy. But after that kiss, he couldn't understand why he felt so uncomfortable, even though his hand was cut off. Damn it, be quiet, shut up. Every time I lay down on the bed, those sounds surround me again. Oh Sun Sen, please forgive me, please spare me. Mom, save me. Grandma, my daughter, Dad loves you. Quinn, please forgive me. Sun Sen can only cover his hand and endure. The cries for family kept me awake, driving me almost mad. His eyes stared at the veins in his hands. Then, as if something was urging him, he went to the house of the one he had killed. Sun Sen's face looked very unstable. Suddenly, an old woman asked from behind, "Who are you?" This made Sun Sen jump and tremble. Old lady with a kind expression looked at him like an old colleague of my brother Hein Tak. "You must be someone who wears a black suit just like him." Sun Sen was very confused and stammered, "Girl, that's it." With a warm smile, old lady invited him into the house, asking if he came to report on Hein Tak. She quickly invited him in. After some time, she brought out a simple meal. "It was hard for you to come all this way. Because of my family's rules, I had to travel far here. We don't have much at home. Eat naturally." Sun Sen hesitated and replied awkwardly, "Thank you. Thanks, Grandma." She smiled lightly. "It seems like your accent is similar to mine." Then Aunt Lin asked for his help, asking him to care about my brother Hein Tak. "He's just acting that way. He's actually very smart and quick-witted." Sun Sen nodded and frowned, agreeing with her. In high school, he was the class vice president at a public school. He was very intelligent, but his parents passed away early, and Grandma couldn't help him get into university. Old lady looked at the photo of her grandson as a child, wishing his parents were still alive. Maybe then he would be a doctor or an engineer now. Suddenly, she looked at Sun Sen and gently asked, "Do you know when Hein Tak will return from his business trip?" He said the company sent him to work in America. Sun Sen lowered his head, his face darkening but saying nothing. After a long time, he left. I visited several other houses of those I had killed. I realized that not all of them were living in love and care from their families. Some were debtors to their parents, while others had irresponsible fathers. Sun Sen stood still, looking at the houses of those he had killed. There were also some who were just trash in society. But I'm sure about one thing, all the people I've killed are human beings. His face was contorted, and he bit his lip hard. His eyes were red with regret. "I am a monster." Sun Sen's voice became hoarse as he realized it was too late. His eyes deepened, and finally, he told the chairman that he wanted to quit this job. He didn't want his hands stained with more blood. Sun Sen remembered what the chairman said. "Oh, sometimes like that." The chairman was very calm about it. No matter how strong their opponents are, they're still human beings. You should pity them too. I understand now. Sun Sen. The chairman sipped his wine slowly. "But quitting like this will be hard for the organization." Suddenly, he smiled warmly and made a suggestion. "Do you have something urgent that needs my help? If you can complete this mission, I'll agree to let you quit." Sun Sen's eyes lit up with hope. He asked curiously, "Is it really true? Will the chairman really allow me to quit?" The chairman smiled mysteriously and said, although he didn't want to, Sun Sen had helped us a lot. Now that he wants to leave, I must help him. He looked intently at Sun Sen, but added that if the mission failed, Sun Sen would not be allowed to quit. Instead, he would continue as my head honcho. "Li Sun Sen, did you hear me?" Sun Sen pondered seriously after hearing these words. His face suddenly scrunched up. For an orphan like me, the chairman is like a father. Despite feeling uneasy, I agreed because it was my last mission. His eyes were wide with shock. He gritted his teeth and stared at the person in front of him. This was my final mission. He tightened his grip on his hand. Another job to kill a mentally ill mother. In front of Sun Sen stood a frail mother and her son, along with their child. The child trembled and spoke, "Uncle." It looked at him, then started crying loudly. "Coming here to kill us?" The scene around them was chaotic. As if a life or death battle had just taken place in the room, the entire house was destroyed, furniture scattered everywhere, glass shards littering the floor. I dragged my suitcase while feeling cold and indifferent. Honestly, I didn't expect much from this. His voice suddenly sounded very excited. Who would have thought it would be so fun playing with me? You're pretty good too. I glanced at the suitcase in my hand, almost got killed by him. Suddenly he laughed angrily. Isn't it cramped inside? Even if it's uncomfortable, you'll just have to endure because this is an invitation for me to send to your father. I dragged the suitcase containing the chief of police and looked up at the jail ahead with a focused gaze. He smiled grimly. Finally, we're about to reunite. The boy asked in tears, "Uncle, are you here to kill us?" The mentally ill mother stepped forward to block him, fiercely protecting her son and shouting at Sun Sen, "No, absolutely not. Don't touch my child. If you want to kill me instead." Jinzi Oko roared with anger, cursing nonstop. "Don't touch my family, monster." I couldn't bring myself to harm them and couldn't just leave them as the target of the chief. Sun Sen took out a piece of paper and started writing on it carefully. Ja approached, knelt down, handed it to him gently. "Sweetie, take this." I gave them the phone number of a police officer who refused to submit to the chief. He looked seriously at Sun Sen and explained, "This is the contact information for a strong and reliable police officer." He quickly took it. "If anyone like him comes looking again in the future, call this number. The officer will come right away. Remember this information." After saying that, Sun Sen turned around and left, even though he didn't know why the chief wanted to kill them. But Jin Zioko was stunned as he watched him leave. "Take care of yourselves." He suddenly smiled. "We're fine now." He gently touched her head. "No one can hurt your mother anymore." She clung tightly to the boy, shivering uncontrollably because she is his mother, my son's mother. Sun Sen's face turned terrifying. He said coldly, "You will only die at my hands." Sun Sen knelt in front of the chief and asked curiously, "Why can't I do it? This mission wasn't too difficult, right?" He frowned angrily, questioning him. "Didn't you know that even though you couldn't complete this task, he still gave me such a mission? Why did you send me to kill a woman and her child?" The chief calmly said, "If it were before, you wouldn't have questioned us like this." The chief's eyes turned angry. "That woman is Oyinsuk, my half-sister." He slowly reached into his pocket. "She was always smart and cunning from a young age." Then he took out a vial containing some liquid inside. "But do you know what caused it to become like this?" Sun Sen stared at the object in his hand, asking in shock, "Sir, what is that?" The chief looked at the vial and laughed happily. "It's the future. This is the bright future of Utopia." Then he put it away and looked straight at him. "Naturally, anything that could obstruct our future must be eliminated, right?" Sun Sen couldn't believe his ears, asking in shock, "Even if it was my family?" He slowly stood up, his voice cold. "Family, that's not important." His eyes no longer had any humanity left. "How can they be part of my family when they are nothing at all?" Mr. Ban scolded him. "Now look at me with that same gaze again. It seems like a leash is needed now if you want to follow my orders." Sun Sen was shocked and hesitated, asking, "Leash? Why?" The chief ordered in response, "Because my loyal dog has started wagging its tail at the thief. I need to be wary of it coming back to bite me." His face was terrifying and threatening. "If you defy orders or look at me with that same gaze again, I will find all the families of your victims and kill them one by one." Sun Sen, trembling in fear, could only kneel there, staring at the madman before him. "His wife, children, parents, they will all die because of you." The harsh voice returned to reality as I killed more people at Chairman's command. The chains binding me grew tighter. Suddenly, Sun Sen tightened her fists and shook violently. Her voice strained as she had to continue killing for those people, making the chains bind her even more. Sun Sen's face darkened, her eyes deepening into a bottomless abyss from which I couldn't escape. I was the living devil in that hell. He said seriously, "You must never be like me. Jiho listened intently to the story, his mind lost in thought. Taking lives is also pushing oneself down to hell if it's for revenge. Suddenly, Sun Sen ordered with a deadly tone, "I'll kill him for you." Kim Shin. The name echoed. Jiho became extremely panicked, his eyes wide open and brows furrowed. Sun Sen looked at him gently and said softly, "Go back to the people waiting for you. Live a peaceful, happy life." Hearing this, Jiho unconsciously clenched his hands tightly. He wondered if he would help me kill Kim Shin? The image of a young orphan laughing freely flashed through his mind, returning to those who were waiting for him. Then came the image of him happily chatting with friends and family, living peacefully and happily. Jiho's eyes grew distant. A voice echoed in his head, "If you take one step, it will be your mother's smile." The figure of a man appeared in Sun Sen. "If you take 2 steps, it will be your father's smile." Jiho's body drooped with no life left. Just seeing his child made him laugh. Jiho clenched his hands tightly as he thought this. He said coldly, "Since Kim Shin took my father away, I've been in hell since then." Jiho looked down at the ground with a determined voice. "Tomorrow, if Kim Shin returns, I'll fight him. That's the only way out of my hell." The figure of Sun Sin's father appeared behind her. "Our family is always a mountain of smiles, everyone smiling." Meanwhile, Sin pulled his suitcase and sang happily, "When my brother laughs, it's bright." Walking down the hallway, "Our family is always a blooming smile." His face was full of enjoyment as he let himself drift with the song, "Our family is always a mountain of smiles." Suddenly, a police officer entered in shock and reported, "Chief, Kim Shin has returned earlier than expected." The chief replied calmly, "Oh." He leaned back on the chair, eyes fixed on the picture in his phone, a displeased tone. "Let him go when he wants to come and return when he wants to leave." "That damned lunatic." The police officer hesitantly suggested, "Chief, why don't we seek external help?" Guard North replied coldly, "What if something happens to my children? Can you take responsibility?" His face was extremely angry as he glared at the man. "This also involves you, this drug addict." He lowered his head and nervously replied, "I'm sorry, Chief." Guard North slowly stood up. "If you want to apologize, give me that." He looked bewildered. "What do you mean?" The chief coldly said, "A drug addict can ask for what?" Guard North tightened his phone, his hand trembling. "This will show me the beautiful memories. I'll pay you. Give me that." Suddenly, his face contorted with tears. Even in dreams would be fine. He missed his children so much. The scene changed to a man frantically biting his nails. A subordinate asked curiously, "Boss, isn't Kim Shin going to kill Lee Sun Sang for us? Then we don't need to surrender." Ji Jong was angry. He looked wildly at the subordinate. "You know nothing. That Lee Sun Sang is a real monster. Just because he's Kim Shin, it doesn't mean he'll win." As soon as he said this, he ordered sternly, "Tell everyone to gather outside for me." The subordinate asked again, "Everyone, right?" Di Rang clenched his hand tightly and muttered non-stop, "There's no other way out." Yan Rang gritted her teeth with a furious expression, complaining bitterly, "FCK, I can't go back as a subordinate. I won't give up the organization. It belongs to me." The scene changed. The moon was at its peak. Sun Sen slept deeply. Suddenly, someone called out, "Hey, uncle!" He was awakened and slowly opened his eyes. Before Sun Sen, man kneels down and says Jiho's words from earlier were sincere. "Did you really want him to have a normal life?" Leaning in, Sun Sen looks at him seriously and replies, "Of course they were genuine. He's still young. There are many more opportunities for him to start over." Man agrees with what Sun Sen said. "I feel the same way. I also hope Jiho can live a peaceful life like everyone else." Then he reports back to Sun Sang and Kim Sin, who returned a day early and is now at the church. At the end of his sentence, man's voice softens as Jiho, still unaware of this news, sleeps in the room next door. Jiho is still unaware of what happened. He's still very drunk. Suddenly, man's voice becomes earnest with tears welling up. "I'm really sorry. But can I ask you to help me with Kim?" Sun Sen gently smiles and replies that he was going to do it anyway since Jiho is his friend. Man walks slowly down the hallway. Sun Sen is still groggy from sleep. He puts a hand over his mouth and yawns loudly. Then he rubs his head to stretch out his joints. Alright, let's get to work. The title character, Sun Sen. Slowly opening the church door, Sun Sen's eyes are filled with a sharp gaze. He greets coldly and says it's been a while. Sun Sen smiles happily and asks if Jiho remembers him. Kim Sin responds warmly, "How could I forget? You're the one who saved my life." Sun Sen grabs his shirt and says, "So you do remember me, huh?" Suddenly, Sun Sen rips it open. His eyes are sharp, voice cold. "Isn't it fine for me to take this back now?" Sun Sen's face turns extremely fierce. "That was mine to give in the first place." Kim Sin laughs and says with excitement, "What kind of habit is that of giving something away and then demanding it back?" "You're a dead uncle." Kim Sin asks with a sinister smile, "What kind of habit is that of giving something away and then demanding it back?" "You're a dead uncle." Sun Sen leaps forward, jumping high to face Kim Sin. His left foot strikes Kim Sin's face, causing him to fall backward onto the floor. Sun Sen suddenly grabs his leg, making Kim Sin sweat and fearfully look at his side. While Sun Sen is still surprised, Kim Sin quickly kicks him in the chin with great force. Sun Sen's foot remains on Kim Sin's face, causing him to be afraid. A bead of sweat forms above his temple. As Sun Sen is still taken aback, Kim Sin swiftly strikes his jaw with a powerful punch. Sun Sen's foot stays on Kim Sin's face. Suddenly, he grabs Kim Sin's leg. He can't resist as Sun Sen pulls him up into the air. A strong push sends Kim Sin flying towards the old chairs, knocking them over. Man is displeased and says, "To save a beast like you, I had to take so many lives. Today, I will end this hell myself." At this moment, Kim Sin sits up straight, leaning against the chair with his hand supporting him. He responds in a low voice, "Why are you blaming everything on me? Honestly, you had an opportunity to stop earlier." He runs his fingers through his hair and continues, "Wasn't it easier just to kill me myself back then? Why didn't you do that? That was too easy for you." Sun Sen thinks deeply as he says this. Kim Sin continues provocatively, "I see you're happy with your choice." As he speaks, he starts to attack. A fist is raised. He seems excited. The next punch lands on Sun Sen's face. Another punch follows. He continues to beat up Sun Sen. He keeps hitting and kicking. One more punch into the other side of Sun Sen's face. When Sun Sen finished his sentence, he continued to kill people. This time, he gave Sun Sen a hard hit right in the face, making him sink back. Kim Sin remained lost in thought, his expression showing disdain. "It's all interesting because, after all, you're just like me, a monster." Sun Sen raised his fist to the sky. Then he shouted, "You've had enough torture. Die!" At the same time, he gave Kim Sin a hard hit in the face. Sun Sen's face took the full force of the kick. Weak Kim Sin was knocked out by the kick. Standing straight, blood streaming from his nose, Sun Sen slowly fell down. "I did that just to make sure others would be safe. If my death could end everything, even if I die 1,000 times, I'll accept it." Kim Sin wasn't ready to give up. He stood up and continued taunting. "Even though you're interesting, I'm getting annoyed now." Laughing, he continued, "You're already despicable, but now you're lying too." Sun Sen straightened, saying whatever you want to think, then slowly approached Kim Sin because there are things you can't see with your eyes. Another person came and shouted at Son Song, "Lie Son Song, motherfucker." Ignoring Kim Sin's surprised look, he ordered Son Song to stop and grab King Jang-gu for me. Ji Jong held up his glowing phone horizontally and spoke, "I sent my men to find the families of those you killed. All I need to do is give them orders, and they'll kill everyone." Sun Sen's face was cold as ice, eyes wild with madness, blood streaming from his nose. Sun Sen, "Ji Jong, do you know what you're doing?" Gripping the phone tightly in anger, Ji Jong shouted, "What the hell is this? Are you still treating me like a servant who just follows orders? Now you're the male leader of Jijiang." Ji Jong continued to shout at Sun Sen, "I told you to grab King Jang-gu," which surprised Sun Sen. Suddenly, a hand raised to adjust Ji Jiang's jaw mid-sentence. Kim Shin stood up, holding his head and pushing it to the right as he asked, "I don't understand what you're doing, Ki-jong." Ki-jong cried out in pain. "I'm helping you." Kim Shin continued taunting. "You're not smart at all if you want to help me." He ordered Ki-jong to give the order now for them to kill everyone. "I was having fun, and it's been interrupted by you. Because of you, Ki-jong." His hand still held onto Ki-jong's head. Sun Senku gently stopped Ki-jong. "Don't do that. Listen to me." Kim Shin used his hand to forcefully hit Ki-jong's lower jaw, causing him immense pain. His hands didn't let go of Ki-jong's head. The pain made his face sweat. Kim Shin shouted the command, "Kill! Kill them all!" Suddenly, Sun Sen kicked hard at Ki-jong's face. Caught off guard, Ki-jong couldn't react in time. The one behind him dodged. Kim Shin laughed cruelly. He raised his left hand in a wave. "Congratulations! You're now free. Now you're free. In the future, we won't have to lie anymore." He turned and walked away, not forgetting to ask Kim Shin, "Do you know what you've done?" Sun Sang replied slowly, "You just cut off the last thread that kept me human. Now I'm a monster like you said." He gritted his teeth and continued, "I'll tear you apart into pieces so you can understand what a true monster is." Tessio suddenly made a noise. Du Exeok stopped reading when he heard the sound. He turned to look at Tessio and asked, "Are you awake now?" Tessio held his head as he slowly sat up. Du Zeok continued, "You fainted during training." His eyes still focused on the book. He kept reminding himself, "Maybe I need to adjust my training intensity a bit for you in the future." Tessio sat with his back slightly bent, holding his own ankles tightly. "I must have just had another dream again. The woman who was stabbed by Zhao. She called out my name in her dreams. The woman lay on a pool of blood. Her hand trembled as it rose. Her mouth kept calling out, 'Hey!' Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Her mouth continued to call out Tessio. She called out again Tessio. Tears streamed down one side of her face. Her mouth kept calling my name Tessio." Tessio looked down at the ground with his head lowered. His eyes filled with sorrow. "The woman stabbed by Zhao was actually my mother." Du Zeok called out, "Tessio?" Tessio revealed and said that he remembered some things from the dream, showing his injured hand wrapped in bandages. The sound of someone wearing a green shirt being choked by someone in a black coat. That person was Seiha. His eyes were closed tightly as he struggled against the grip on his wrist, calling out, "Tessio." One tear rolled down while the other eye stared at his injured hand, saying, "I saw myself choking Seiha." Du Zeok sat up straight and listened seriously, asking, "Tell me what happened to me." Du Zeok paused. He calmly replied, "Tessio, this isn't your fault." He confessed, "It's my fault that you got involved in all of this. I'm sorry." The clock on the wall read 1:25, and as time passed, Du Zeok told Tessio everything that had happened over the past period. Tessio was surprised and remained silent, his eyes wide open staring at the ground. Finally, after a long silence, Tessio spoke up. He smiled faintly. "It's amazing. Everyone fought like heroes." His smile widened and he sat more relaxed than before. "We all fought to defeat the evil. It's truly admirable compared to someone like me." Du Zeok said with regret, "I'll do whatever it takes to heal you. I promise to bring you back to a normal life." Tessio continued, "You promised to train me into a powerful arrow. Did you say that?" Du Zeok sat up straight. He supported himself with his hands on his calves. His hands clapped together in response. "Honestly, I can't put you in danger again." Tessio interrupted, "Why not? Because I'm just an ordinary person, right?" He continued slowly, "After all this, I finally understand why I wanted to be a police officer, and why I wanted to punish the bad guys." His eyes filled with tears again. "I want to revenge on them all. Oh Lord, please, help me become as strong as Jiho, okay?" The rusty truck hesitantly replied with a slight bow in sincere apology. "But I promised Jiho to ensure your safety." The rusty truck sighed, understanding the situation, then turned around, put on his jacket, walked towards you, watched from behind, and asked, "Where are you going?" Stood still and replied, "I followed because I wanted to become stronger. not for protection. Reached out to open a door, glanced back and said, if I can't be an arrow anymore, then there's no reason for me to stay here. Then closed the door firmly and left, leaving the rusty truck sitting helplessly on the chair. Slowly walked on the stone floor. He approached a GS25 convenience store, hands in his pockets, eyes fixed on the GS25. Inside was a girl intently looking at her bright phone screen. The rusty truck stood outside worriedly, thinking he must be scared. How should I talk to him now? Suddenly, a car rushed towards them. The driver was a man with tattoos on his hands, glaring at the rusty truck. The driver's face had a long scar, looking menacing. The rusty truck clearly saw the driver's face, was surprised. His eyes widened in shock. It's that bastard who sold drugs to me before. He recalled selling drugs, remembering how he looked fierce. A few men stopped outside a house. One of them asked, "Boss, really need to go this far? I feel guilty." The boss turned and replied softly, "It's the order from Namki Jong's director. We must follow orders." The subordinate was nervous, suggested going back would be better. The boss grumpily asked, "Are you suggesting to become a dog for Kang Jeong-gu again?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "How long do you plan to be their errand boy? The pay is not much, but this is our chance to take control. They're all asleep, so no need to act directly." He took a large can of gasoline in his hand and lit it up before leaving. "Yes, sir," he replied. A distant voice echoed, "Who are you?" The rusty truck approached and asked again what they were doing at the blind orphanage this late hour. His hands clenched in anger. The boss laughed mockingly, surprised. "Aren't you an old employee of our company? To meet you like this is a great honor. But why are you still alive?" Before he could finish, he drew his weapon ready for battle. Strange. He reached into his pocket and took something out. "What are you doing with that tiny knife? Trying to cut an apple for us to eat?" That was the question Tae-seok received after 3 gangsters saw his small knife. "Today I meet my match," he replied. As he spoke, he placed the knife on his well-bandaged arm, finally having a chance to deal with those scum and save innocent people. "And since I'm not an ordinary person, it's really lucky for me." The sharp blade pointed at his palm along with the crazy words, "Today I meet you, because now there's a chance to deal with those scum and save innocent people." As Tae-seok became fierce, he went into a frenzied state, and since I'm not an ordinary person, it was really lucky for me. The boss slowly asked, "What are you doing nonsense?" He didn't finish his sentence as this punk, "I'll handle him alone while the rest go inside." Tae-seok lunged and grabbed the man's head, kneeing him in the face. The 2 subordinates saw Tae-seok attacking and worriedly called out, "Boss." One of them quickly grabbed a sharp knife and rushed towards Tae-seok, shouting, "You bastard." As the knife was about to strike, Tae-seok's arm intercepted it, holding the man's hand firmly. His head slammed into the attacker's face, causing his face to sink in. The attacker's nose crumpled as if it had no bones. A large mouth opened, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, saliva forming inside. Tae-seok still held the attacker's head tightly, both bodies pressed close together. The attacker cried out in pain, "My nose." The green jacket man was a bit scared, but seeing his boss and friend being beaten up, he rushed forward with his stick, shouting, "You crazy bastard." Due to their struggle, instead of attacking Tae-seok, the green jacket man accidentally hit his own trusted teammate. When the green jacket man realized who he had hit, he swung his stick into his own teammate's face. Meanwhile, after being pushed up high, Tae-seok fell and sat on the green jacket man's shoulder, making him fear for his fate. Tae-seok bowed to the director again. "Thank you for raising me. Let me call you father." The director cried again. "Tae-seok," he stood up while speaking. "I apologize for becoming an abnormal person. There's a cross on the wall. Now, I'll become a monster just as you said." Sun continued, turning to show him what a real monster looks like by breaking his face into pieces. Kim replied, "That's good, but killing me will be tough." Sun Sang sighed. Kim Sin rushed forward and kicked Sun Sang in the face, but he blocked it with his hand. Kim Sin turned to kick backward, but Sun Sang kept his defensive stance. Sun Sang's voice grew louder. He sighed. Kim Sin continued punching hard at Sun Sang's face, but Sun Sang didn't change his position, saying he would show him. Kim Sin kept provoking, wondering why there was no difference so far. As he attacked Sun Sang relentlessly, making me feel interested now. Don't just block anymore. After a long pause, Sun Sang sighed. Using the strength he had been holding back, Sun Sang punched Kim Sin's stomach, sending him flying. Kim Sin's body was surrounded by green and white light. With each step, Sun Sin's powerful punches sent Kim Sin reeling backward. The cross on Sun Sang emitted a blue glow, his face showing surprise. A large punch was heading straight for Kim Sin's stomach. The punch was so strong it went through Kim Sin. He widened his eyes in shock. Orange light surrounded them. If some divine power helped Sun Sen defeat Kim Sin. Kim Sin shattered into many small pieces. His eyes round from the shock. What is this? Kim Sin felt like he was being torn apart. Sun Sang returned to his attacking stance and delivered a powerful punch to Kim Sin's body, making him bend in half. All the smallest details of Sun Sin's fist were removed. Throughout the movement, Sun Sang still held onto the punch firmly. In his breath, he took a deep breath. Even in expression, it seemed like he was weakening now, showing signs of exhaustion on his face. He sighed deeply. All that remained was the desire to crush the opponent. The firm punch from earlier hit Kim Sin's face again. He eliminated everything unnecessary and maintained his attacking stance. Each punch reached its peak in power and effectiveness. Kim Sin lay motionless on the floor, his eyes wide open. This is what Lee Sun Sang learned through hundreds of battles. Sun Sang pulled back his hand, stood up straight, and returned to a defensive stance with crossed arms, exuding an intimidating aura as a victorious warrior. Yu Yang approached and asked, "Is this okay?" Gata gestured with the sharp knife in his hand. "Wouldn't it be better to call all our troops?" "He will lose." Jin interrupted reassuringly. "It's fine. Kim Sin, he is also one of our gods. We are not his protectors either." Sunjin turned to Yu Yang and suggested that if Kim Sin loses, it means he isn't a god. Then we just need to find another god. Yu Yang smiled dangerously and asked, "Isn't this too cruel?" At this moment, Yu Yang's expression was very dangerous. His suggestion made sense. This means anyone can become a god. With his voice, he grabbed Kim Sin by the collar and lifted him up. Sun Sang said as he tightened his fist, "We'll meet again soon because I will go to that place with you too." Sun Sang's face became deep. "In this danger, you must obediently wait for me in hell." Sun Sen raised his fist and stared at Kim Sin, silently saying something. "You must obediently wait for me in hell." Kim Sin emitted a faint sound mocking Sun Sen's words. Before Sun Sen could deliver the final blow to finish off Kim Sin, he suddenly punched him. Unfortunately, Sun Sen managed to dodge to the side. Sun Sen glanced at Kim Sin and asked, "Trying to survive before me, huh?" Kim Sin braced himself, retreating behind a wall. His shirt was torn by Sun Sen's grip, who then lost balance and fell to the ground, his large fist smashing into the ground, shattering stones. This was the first time Sun Sen's hand trembled as he faced it. He knelt on the floor, one arm between his legs for balance, his clothes torn, face dirty, looking like a stray puppy, fear of an opponent stronger than him. The blackened face asked with a shaky voice, thinking he only enjoyed killing others but also knew fear of death. This was the first time in his life. Kim Sin clenched his teeth, blood and gore around him, wanting to live. He raised both hands in front of his chest, breathing deeply to regain composure, trembling all over, willing to pay any price. He took a deep breath, then tightened his fist into a powerful punch. With one breath, he charged at Sun Sen, but the latter was prepared and blocked with crossed arms. Sun Sen angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" Kim Sin asked, "Are you trying to catch me now too?" Then he delivered a powerful punch from below, sending Kim Sin flying like a rocket. Sun Sen continued, "This is what the sick man likes about killing people like you. It's not about catching them first. A man in white with long sleeves was also ready to deliver a punch. He charged and punched the brown-clad man, holding a sharp knife directly on his face. The punch was so powerful that his face caved in, blood splattering everywhere. One eye closed, one open. The two men behind saw this, one with a large stick, another with a sharp knife, charging towards the white-clad man who looked around. In reality, during battles where he had to kill his opponent despite not wanting to, the white-clad man was surprised by something. He glanced at the man with the stick and delivered a powerful kick. Everything was going badly for them. All Sun Sen could do was make sure they only had one thing left. The remaining man holding the knife saw this, froze behind his teammate. All he could do was end their suffering with one strike. Sun Sen delivered a powerful punch to the green-clad man's face, making him spit out blood. Alone, Sun Sen fought three ruthless men. He knocked one down. The knife-wielding man cowered and didn't dare advance, trying to end their suffering quickly. A gentle breeze blew over Sun Sen as he kicked the enemy with his leg, sending dust flying everywhere. This was called killing and dying. He clenched his fist into a powerful punch. One straight punch to the green-clad man's face made him cower. Finally, after countless repetitions of two things that seemed impossible to coexist, he fell to his knees. Everything that happened made Sun Sen realize something he never wanted. Sun Sen folded his hands and held a fake sword, whispering, "Please, come to a better place." He mumbled while crying, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry for all of you." His hand still tightly holding the fake sword in prayer. Sun Sen tried to leave behind everything unnecessary to kill his opponent quickly. After defeating three thugs and ignoring their bodies lying on the ground, Sun Sen knelt down, showing remorse. He begged for forgiveness. Around him, a green aura shone, an invincible figure. Back with Sun Sen fighting Kim Sen fiercely, he asked, "Is this what you, the sick human, want to do?" Kim Sen fought like a robot controlled by someone, delivering a punch straight into Sun Sen's stomach. Around them, red lights surrounded him, making Sun Sen feel strange. He looked at his fake sword turning red and pondered, "No, this can't be happening." Kim Sen's punch continued as if shot from a bow. He hit Sun Sen's right chest, causing Sun Sen to lose balance. Kim Sen's mouth was full of blood, his lips opened slightly, revealing teeth. He took a breath and swung another powerful punch, sending gore flying everywhere, making the screen red. Then he mocked Sun Sen, saying this is the feeling after getting rid of unnecessary things, right? He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't play games with me." The final blow, Sun Sen delivered a super punch that sent Kim Sen crashing to the ground. "You bastard, where did you come from?" Kim Sen fell to the ground, face down, then leaped up and punched Sun Sen's chin, making him fall back. He looked at his opponent with a bullet-shaped glare, conveying every word through each movement and breath. Sun Sen used his left hand to deliver a powerful punch to Kim Sen's cheek. Full of emotion, Kim Sen retaliated with a perfect punch to the face, causing dizziness. Even his existence was affected. Another punch from Sun Sen, fat hitting skinny. The punch hit Kim Sen's face, but he continued talking, saying it's all about letting go. "I'm used to this already." A boy with half his face covered by hair hid behind a tree, looking sad because since birth, he had nothing anyway. Someone suddenly shouted, "Get out of the way!" Man blocked Jiho's shoulder and stopped him. "No, Jiho, the uncle said he would handle it for you. Why do you insist on going there?" Jiho angrily scolded Man. "Must I stay here then?" "Get out of the way." Jiho asked worriedly, "Why do I still want to touch blood? Isn't it enough if Kim just asks for death?" Hearing this, Jiho seemed a bit agitated. His teeth clenched as he tried to guess if this was what his father wanted. So nervous he was sweating profusely, he desperately tried to calm Jiho down, explaining that his father was trying to save his life for future revenge. Without letting Changman finish, his goal was clear: push him aside and rush forward, leaving Changman lying on the floor. Jiho softly said, "Sorry, but I can't just sit here." Crying and hesitating, Changman told Jiho, "Jiho, this is what your father wanted." Sitting down heavily, tears streaming down his face, He weakly explained that Ji-ho could live a truly happy life. The things in front of him were just illusions. Driven by his own desire for revenge, Ji-ho paused to listen. Then he continued walking forward, explaining as he went, "I'm here only to kill Kim-sin." His hand clenched tightly round Jun's. He kept moving forward, leaving Chongman stunned on the floor behind him. "I am a single arrow. Without killing Kim-sin, this arrow would have no meaning." On this side, Sun Seng was breathing heavily when I closed, his hands tightly clenched. Across from Kim-sin, he wasn't far behind, his face pale and lifeless. Both fists still clenching, panting heavily, Sun Seng and Kim-sin exchanged blows over a dozen times. Sun Seng continued advancing to meet Kim-sin in battle. Both had surpassed human physical limits. Their faces showed clear signs of exhaustion. They knew this would be their final attack. Kim-sin tiptoed, taking the initiative. He threw 5 punches forward, mimicking Sun Seng's moves exactly. Sun Seng slightly moved back to avoid Kim-sin's punch, but it was too short. Kim-sin didn't give up and aimed another punch at Sun Sen's face. The unexpected hit made Sun Sen unprepared. Perhaps the impact caused him to lose his sense of distance. Kim-sin's fist landed precisely between Sun Sen's eyes. Kim-sin whispered, "I won." "Kim-sin, your life ends now." Before Kim-sin could celebrate, Sun Seng firmly threw his fist at him. The punch accidentally grazed Kim-sin's chest and then glowed in the air. Sun Sen closed his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth. He wondered if he had anticipated that Sun Seng would dodge and aim for his necklace from the start. Losing and I meant the fun game of Kim-sin was officially over. So he showed a regretful look like a child. Do you think making this bull's game will end with Sun Sen gritting his teeth, relying on his high-flying sword, which barely grazed his face? Sun Sen clenched his eyes shut, gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to punch Kim-sin straight in the chest. Both punches met each other, colliding at the same moment. Sun Sen's fist hit Kim-sin's chest while Kim-sin aimed for Sun Sen's stomach. The loud sounds accompanied by the simultaneous punches. Sun Sen's hand touched Kim-sin's chest, sinking deeply. On the other side, Sun Seng's punch also sank deep. Two monsters. Kim-sin stood still, staring intently, looking both serious and comical. On this side, Sun Sen stood motionless with his eyes closed, probably calming himself down. Both remained still. They kept their positions unchanged. Both stayed in place. Just then, Ji-ho arrived. Ji-ho panted heavily, surprised by the two's stance. He gritted his teeth. Then he shouted loudly, "Kim-sin!" Kim-sin and Sun Sen's 5 punches were on their opponent's skin. The punches kept colliding with each other. Both stood still, maintaining their positions for a long time, exhausted from the final breaths they took. Both were utterly exhausted, panting heavily. Kim-sin was also exhausted. They inhaled deeply, but stopped short of filling their lungs. Sun Seng looked tired, his face covered with sweat, head shaking slightly. Kim-sin wasn't far behind, his face drenched in sweat, eyes half closed, cheeks sunken. To speed up his heart rate and cling to his life, Ji-ho approaches and sees two people fighting. He gasps in shock, his eyes wide with surprise. His face immediately changes color. Ji-ho angrily shouts out loud, "Kim-sin!" Then he rushes forward to punch Kim-sin straight in the face, causing him to spit blood. Full force, no mercy. Kim-sin closes his eyes tightly, but he falls to one side. In this state, I can finish him off. Ji-ho loses his composure. He's furious, just about to deliver another blow to kill Kim-sin. Suddenly, a hand stops him. The other person looks at Ji-ho calmly and asks, "Are you Ji-ho?" Ji-ho feels someone asking his name and shows some fear on his face. Ju-Yang notices the question and lets Kim-sin fall to the ground, taking this moment to intervene. He hesitates, then glances at Ji-ho. Not playing fair now, huh? Ji-ho sees Ju-Yang's hand shaking slightly as he wonders if it has 6 fingers like Kim-sin's. Ji-ho frowns and looks at Ju-Yang, calculating his next move. But who is this guy anyway? What needs to be done now is finish off the scoundrel Kim-sin. After figuring it out, I don't have time for such trivial matters. He swings his hand at Ju-Yang, but he dodges in time. Ju Young asks, why so rushed? We can get to know each other slowly. Ju Young raises his hand to stop and suggests getting acquainted. However, Ji-ho stubbornly doesn't want to make friends and swings his fist at Ji-yang. It seems he anticipated the move as he dodges and grins at Ji-ho. Then he turns to Ji-ho and introduces himself. I'm Ju-yang. I'll take over Kim-sin's legacy. The successor of Kim-sin, Ji-ho hears this with surprise in his eyes, his mouth open wide. Ju-yang happily responds, that's right. Then he swings his hand to punch Ji-ho, but Ji-ho manages to block the blow. He was chosen as the successor after Kim-sin. It doesn't seem like that. Ji-ho interrupts when Ji-yang's fist touches his arm. I see, only trying to catch that scoundrel. Ji-ho hums and kneads Ju Young's face with his knee. Ju Young's face distorts as he frowns and grits his teeth. You're too weak. Looking terrible. Ji-yang grinds out each word. Just one hit from you. Don't get cocky yet. Then he clenches his fists, preparing to fight. I'll kill you right now. Before Ju Young can rush in, Seung-jin stops everyone. Ji-ho, stop this, Seung-jin says, making both Ji-ho and Ji-yang look surprised. He holds a knife to the man with his mouth taped shut. If not, I'll finish off this fake bow right now. Ji-ho is alarmed. Uncle team leader. Seung-jin calmly replies. Don't get so worked up. He still keeps the key around the man's neck as Kim-sin promised to host a party for everyone. Seung-jin finishes his sentence. Ji-ho will be invited to at that time. Ji-ho sees Sun-sen and Kim-sin lying motionless on the floor. They are still in the same position as before. That is if our god still survives. Kim-sin lies motionless, his face a mess of red, hair hanging down, eyes closed. Sun-sen isn't far behind, also lying still with his mouth slightly open. A red sports car arrives. I always shine confidently. The car stops right at the bridge. I'm always excited, looking down from the beautiful and luxurious car. Mijin sits proudly in the car because Utopia is always by my side. Don't charge the batteries in the meeting room. Hold the tablet to display Mijin's image. In this advertising campaign, our company decided to promote Mijin, the brightest star of ours, to create a youthful and elegant image for Utopia's brands, hotels, and lending services. Director Jong smiles and praises. He asked him with a bored expression. It's nice, but is that all you guys have to offer? The ad needs to be more lively, though. He pretended to be puzzled and continued asking, are we just paying for this driving scene or what? The man next to him quickly chimed in, yes, indeed. Add some sexy dance moves to make it more attractive. The director smiled and praised the man. This guy is pretty sharp too. The man responded nonchalantly, but this campaign targets young female customers. Plus, we're doing this to change Utopia's image from a negative one. His weathered face with deep wrinkles, wide-eyed and alert, his sly smile hinting at something. The large X-shaped scar on his forehead made him look both suspicious and dangerous. He exuded the aura of someone who had navigated the underworld. I don't quite understand what Director EU means. The young man hesitated. What do you mean by that? Then he asked reconcilingly, isn't Utopia a black company too, sir? Jong Director was shocked and shouted, black company. The man next to him quickly calmed Jong Director down and asked irritably, has this brat been given too much leeway that he doesn't care about anything? He's right. What's going on here? Another man defended Zeung Din. His name is Jong-gu, holding a teacup in one hand. We're not a gang, there's nothing to deny. Just admit it. Let's rely on you then, Director EU. He shook hands with Zeung Din and patted him for encouragement. With one hand he shook Zeung's, the other gave him an encouraging pat. Honestly, I see a younger version of myself in you. Zeung Din responded shyly. You've really praised me too much. Jong-gu hesitated. Oh yeah, by the way. He looked at Zeung with a menacing expression and warned, next week we have a dinner meeting with the senators. Find some plump peaches for them to enjoy. Seung-jin bowed respectfully and said, I understand. I'll choose the freshest, juiciest peaches for you. Jong-gu still held Seung's hand tightly and praised him. I like your work style too. Very professional. Then Seung went to the restroom to wash his hands thoroughly. He stood in front of the mirror, looking at the steady stream of water on his hands, vigorously rubbing them together. He looked into the mirror, his face gradually changing, appearing almost teary-eyed. Just then, Director Jong entered. He smiled and asked him curiously, "Director Seo loves you too much, isn't he?" Seung-jin glanced at him. Director Jong turned to the opposite side. As he moved, he continued talking to Seung-jin. "With such a high-level introduction, we could have sent an employee, but you did it directly." Seung-jin turned towards him. "With both chairman and CEO present, of course I had to do it personally." Hearing this, Director Jong smirked even more. "So, isn't it because you're here to flatter the chairman?" Seung-jin looked a bit helpless. "I was just joking." "Just kidding. Why are you so tense? We're illiterate kids like us, right? Someone with more education like you wouldn't accept it, would you?" Then he hesitantly asked again, "By the way, I heard you were preparing something for the chairman earlier." He placed his hand on Seung's shoulder. "I was just joking." "Just kidding. Why are you so tense? We're illiterate kids like us, right? Someone with more education like you wouldn't accept it, would you?" He hesitantly asked again, "By the way, I heard you were preparing something for the chairman earlier." Director Jong made things difficult for Seung-jin. "I'm just testing to see if your food is safe." Seung-jin apologized politely. "Sorry, sir, I wasn't careful enough. Business should have rules and systems." He smiled and continued, "I'll let you test the goods first." Director Jong laughed loudly and replied, "Sure enough, it's our EU director. Very smart. No wonder the chairman likes him so much." Alright, just remember not to forget this in the future. Everything has rules and systems. He turned his back and left, but still couldn't help reminding the Jean motorcycle driver with a final word. The Jean motorcycle driver slightly trembled. He took off his coat and threw it into the nearby trash can. He stared intently at the worker until he finished. Then he approached a woman and asked her, "How's everything going?" The girl greeted him. "The EU director has arrived." Ji-yeon replied that things are still in testing, but it seems to be more difficult than expected. Ji-yeon continued, "We experimented with making our object enter a dream state while retaining rationality. They had to find the exact dosage of dream powder to prevent the distorted face and body from showing signs of distress." Texel wore an iron mask. When he saw Seung-jin, his eyes turned white and sweat dripped down his face. Seeing this, Seung-jin asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable, Texop? But what can we do? It's your own choice to become the arrow. You have to endure no matter how hard it is." Tessio raised his hand and pulled the rope taut. Tessio lunged forward, grabbing Seung-jin's neck, leaving him no time to react. Fear was clearly visible on his face. Ji Hyen shouted, "Director! Director!" Tessio is still squeezing his neck while he tries to stop it. Ji-won panicked and yelled loudly, Now, immediately inject the maximum concentration of Spring Dream." The people around responded, "Yes." Ziyu hesitated, saliva dripping from his mouth. He stopped. Tessio's hand finally released Seung-jin's neck, but a sinister smile appeared on his face as he looked at Tessio. Suddenly, Tessio's hand left Seung-jin's neck. Seung-jin ordered with a slightly sinister expression, "Check the concentration of Spring Dream right now for me." Tessio leaned against the chair and listened as Seung-jin went to investigate the bad guys together. Be heroes and sink all the trash into hell. The door suddenly opened. Diakpa entered with a man. She asked, "What's going on?" Seeing the overturned furniture in the room, she asked again, "What happened here?" Diakpa called out, "Uncle." The uncle bent down to pick up something orange and replied calmly, "Stay calm, Kim Sin has taken him." He opened the orange paper and read aloud, "Just because of that revenge plan, so many people have been pushed into hell." Seeing the uncle leave, Ms. Lean asked again, "Uncle, where are you going?" The uncle hesitated and replied, "I need to go." He handed the paper to her and said, because he sent an invitation, he's hosting a Christmas party this year and invited everyone, so Dad has to come too. He instructed, "We'll rely on you for the tests op." The uncle hesitated again, "I have to go there." Kim Sin lay still in bed with his eyes closed. He remained motionless on the bed, his hands resting on his stomach. He seemed at ease. One of them sighed. 3 days had passed and Kim Sin was still unconscious. Then he asked with a puzzled expression, "What if he never wakes up?" Zijin replied sadly, "If Kim Sin really dies, we'll have to find a new god. But since our god is still alive, the only thing we need to do is wait for him to wake up. We are Kim Sin's army." The man in the center sat solemnly while everyone around looked gloomy and dejected. Some were reading books, others were fiddling with objects. A man with glasses on his chest chuckled, "Every time I hear this, it really makes me feel sick." Then he continued looking at everyone. Honestly speaking, elevating him to a god just because of fighting skills sounds too ridiculous. Wouldn't it be better to choose someone new? Sun Ti reminded him, "Hey, you should watch your mouth. If you insult the god, you might get your tongue cut off." But he didn't listen and continued laughing sarcastically. "What's the big deal? It's just a fake religion. We joined only because we share the same interest in killing people, not because of any holy bond." Before he could finish speaking, Spring Tea jumped up from his seat on the table. He grabbed the man with glasses by the hair and held onto his collar, shouting, "Shut up or I'll cut your tongue out." He sneered and said mockingly, "How devout are you? Your body fought against a lipstick and ended up in bed. Remember, not just you know how to kill." Line 60 is repeated as it was the last line provided. How devout are you? Your body fought against a lipstick and ended up in bed. Remember, not just you know how to kill. He sneered again and said mockingly, "How devout are you? Your body fought against a lipstick and ended up in bed. Remember, not just you know how to kill." Raise your eyebrows and glare at him. "If you talk like this again, I'll send you to reincarnate." He roared in anger, "Get out of here before I lose my mind." You bite down hard on the knife he had in his mouth. Quickly grab the knife, then pull his hair and curse him, "You damn scumbag." Sun Ti angrily reminded him, raising a fist, "Remember, needles are gods. Serving them is our duty." Suddenly, another guy lunged at him, kicking him hard in the face. "What kind of army are you? This isn't your country." He stood next to the guy with glasses, stepping forward. He looked amused. "Moreover, this friend is right. We're here either because we like killing or to serve Kim Sin as servants." Sun Ti grabbed his neck. "Another one wants to cut your tongue out too?" The guy with glasses got angry and shouted, "Move aside so I can kill this bastard, even the Kim Sin. I'll kill all of you and eat their livers." "What kind of army are you? I'll kill them all." The door suddenly made a noise. Kim Sin clung to the door, his head down, slowly stepping in. Sun Ti was surprised and relieved. Brother Kim Sin." Kim Sin remained silent, still looking at the ground with tired eyes. Sun Sang on the other side was still motionless. His eye was still closed tightly. Suddenly his eyes moved, then slowly opened. He whispered something. "Oh my god, you went a bit too far. I know I deserve this. I'm talking to God while lying here like this. But why didn't you hear me when I was begging for punishment? Why now of all times? Answer me." The door of the room suddenly opened. Jiho and Strongman entered. Jiho asked, "Brother, are you feeling better?" Sun Sang sat up and asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" "You're weak," he replied, "about 3 days." Strongman looked worried and uneasy. Sun Sang muttered to himself, "So I didn't die after that battle. Maybe Kim Sin is still alive too." Gada said with a sad tone, "I failed." Ji-ho was concerned and quickly comforted Sun Song. "Brother, don't say such things. We fought to a draw, right?" Sun Song opened his eyes slightly and replied softly, "No! I can no longer see out of one eye. Moreover, after fighting with me, Kim Sin became even stronger." Sun Song was sad. Kim Sin took off his shoes and walked toward Jonggu barefoot. Jonggu was worried. FCK, does he hear anything? He comforted himself. Probably not. What should I do if he hears? He thought to himself, considering that Kim Sin had just woken up and must still be weak. A bold idea struck him. Maybe he could kill Kim Sin, reaching his hand toward Jonggu. His head and neck were suddenly split in two. Jonggu was so scared tears streamed down his eyes. It turns out it was just a hallucination from fear. Kim Sin approached him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Ignoring Jong-goo's shock, Kim Sin weakly said, "It's too much. Can you step back?" Kim then steps past Jong-goo, leaving him trembling in shock and surprise. Jong-goo is scared as he thinks to himself that if he acted, he might have died. "This guy isn't human," Jong-goo whispers, looking at Kim's back, thinking he's death. It won't be long until Christmas, and then Kim speaks up suddenly. Han looks around and asks softly, "Have you all finished preparing for the party?" A bright white car is parked outside. A large hand holds a small piece of chewing gum. "This is our research result from the past period." Mr. Min hands the gum to Taegyeokso and reminds him, "Just chew this gum, and your spring dreams will enter your body. It'll help you control your reason even when in a dream state. This is your treasure, hero of T-Soft." Ignoring the man talking, T-Shell sits silently, staring off into space. He glances at Kongman and asks, "EU Director, are you on the side of justice?" Kong answers, "No, I'm the villain." Then he looks at T-Shell to explain slowly, "Even though we dealt with those pests, it doesn't mean I'm good." Sangman reminds Tessel, "After you kill Kim Sin, just kill me too, because there's only one hero." This seems to stir something in Tessel. He glances at Sangman but says nothing. Sangman continues, "My sole target is for Kim Sin to die, just so he's gone from this world. Everything else means nothing to me." 11 years ago. "Are you joking with me?" Someone's voice yells out. A man stands in a room full of photos. He shouts angrily, "How long has it been since your new album came out and you're already doing this?" Holding a newspaper, he says, "Top EU singer Seungmin is dating single Mame." He continues, "Are you trying to bring everything down?" Mr. Min shows the newspaper to Seungmin and asks, "Do you know how much I've spent on you? You bastard!" He yells at Seungmin, "Even when partying, you should have eyes to choose a girl to date, not headfirst into 3 things. Seungmin grabs Mr. Min by the collar and says, "From now on, I won't be a singer anymore. If you ever insult my girlfriend again, I'll kill you." Holding a bunch of red roses, he calls his lover. He answers, "Hello," then asks, "Are you in front of the house? Can we meet for a bit?" Looking at the tall building, he says to his girlfriend, "I'm afraid reporters will see us." She replies, "Do you think the director will make things difficult for you?" Seungmin comforts her, "It's okay, I was thinking of quitting anyway. All my life just because of your presence. That's enough to satisfy me." His voice becomes softer as he continues, "They'll live happily together in the future." Jin looks worried on his phone. Her daughter Ian is playing with toys. She agrees, "Okay, I'll be right there. I'm just preparing a bit." Ian calls his daughter Ian. "Are you there?" Ian answers, "Yes, still fiddling with her doll." "If we had a father now, would you be happier, Ian?" he gently asks, stroking her head. "Is that what Mom is talking about with Mr. Min? Do you like it a lot, Ian?" "Yes," she answers softly. Under the streetlights, snow starts to fall. Seungmin's phone screen lights up with a message from the director. "You think just leaving will solve this problem?" he says angrily. "Come back here quickly, I'll deal with the reporters," he demands. End of scene. He turned off the phone, holding a bouquet tightly. Seeing the snowfall, he smiled and talked to himself. The snow is falling. Jan will surely like this. A distant figure approached and called out, "Uncle Dae, I just need to ask for directions. Is that the residential area nearby?" Zeongmin replied, "Yes, you're right." The other person responded happily, "Lucky me, I found the right place." "Thank you," he smiled in gratitude. His hand started trembling as he spoke. The driver said, "The EU boss has arrived at his destination." Zeongmin regained his enthusiasm. "Let's start then, the hero's test." The car stopped right after a black sedan. That was the car of Director Jong. He sat in the car with his assistant, looking uncomfortable. He talked to his assistant about Zeeman's EU driver. "That damn EU driver, man, I can't stand him. F***CK, he annoys me so much, always wagging his tail like a dog by Chairman Kang's side, waiting for leftovers to eat." The assistant offered help. "Do you want me to handle that guy for you?" Director Zhang laughed and said, "Yes, I'll bring you along next time. Teach that scoundrel a lesson." Before he could speak, the car suddenly shook violently. Zeman's black sedan blocked Director Jiang's car in front of him. The driver of the black sedan stopped and loudly cursed. "You were driving while checking your phone. That damn guy, you're done for." The white car opened its door and Ziangmin stepped out slowly. "Hello, Director King," he greeted. He poked his head out the window, looking surprised. "EU Director, what are you doing here?" he asked. "Are you still sober?" Ziangmin quickly replied, "Didn't you tell me to bring my ace card last time in the restroom? I'm just showing it to you now." Director Jiang's eyes widened with tension and sweat. "Introducing myself, Cell stepped out of the car. Our ace is Kim Shop here." Cell took a piece of gum from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Looking cold, Kim turned around and said, "Christmas is coming soon." He asked, "Have you prepared the party well?" Team lay beside a huge black shoe. An angel appeared before the prison director and called out, "Director, it's time to wake up now." The prison director slept soundly, mumbling, "What is it?" Donggu smiled wickedly. "I have two offers for you. One is to follow me, or die. Which one do you choose?" The prison directors here are still lacking in equipment. The prison director asked anxiously, "What do you mean? Why would you swallow us again? We've done everything you asked for." "Not yet." Donggu punched him in the face, causing blood to spurt out. Guns can only be used when escorting prisoners. A strong man with well-defined muscles stood still after hitting the prison director. The only thing they could use was a lead cane. The light from the gun shone across the bookshelf. "Get out now," he shouted. The man holding the slightly cayenne pepper-soaked gun aimed and shot at the prisoner in front. He warned, "Don't come near." The tall man coughed loudly, his face covered with tears and snot. He held a sharp knife, still crying, cursing, "You damn scoundrel, ordering me around. Today is your day of reckoning." The prison director hesitated, trembling in fear. "No, I'm sorry," as the gun sprayed gas. Meanwhile, another prisoner kicked a prison director directly, causing a water spray to erupt. Another prison director quickly grabbed his cane and rushed over. He suddenly realized something was wrong and turned to ask his colleague, "What's going on?" Despite transactions, he asked angrily, "Why did Kim Shing assign us to do all these troublesome tasks?" He suggested, "Just kill them. Isn't that more fun than imprisoning the prison directors?" Sun calmly explained, "His plan isn't something ordinary like us can predict. Our only task is to follow and obey." He replied sarcastically, "My friend, you're talking as if hitting me in the ear. Be careful or I'll break your nose." A voice shouted, in front of which several guards were tightly bound behind them. The fat man ordered the guards from the side. They all remained silent and obeyed. "Did you hear that? Whoever messes up will be punished. Do you understand?" Jin stood next to Qi Jiang, praising him evenly. "I didn't expect Qi Jiang's lackeys could actually do something like this. What are you planning now?" Qi Jiang replied with a question. Then he continued, "The situation is beyond imagination right now. We've already caused an uprising and taken control of the entire prison." He worriedly turned to Seong Jin. "At this point, I don't think the warden can cover for us anymore. This might be exposed, and the government will send in troops to suppress it. Over there, wielding a stick and plastic baton. Do you want to die? Be careful. Still looking around? Get ready for the fight now." Seong Jin finally replied confidently that he wasn't worried. It's only fitting for a party to look like a proper party. Seong Jin continued with a sinister smile. "This is how we make the world know our god of rebirth." A mouthful of chewing gum was making noise. He blew green bubbles, his eyes round like bullets. Director Zhang hesitated. "What's wrong with you? What kind of strange thing is happening now? You brought this worthless kid here to deal with me, right?" Director Zhang asked. Tazio made a grimace and pulled out a sharp paper-cutting knife from his pocket. "Are you saying I'm not dangerous enough for you to look at?" He lunged straight towards Director Jiang's car with his foot, breaking the window glass directly. Then he crawled into the car through the broken glass. The people inside screamed, "Director, stop him!" Another fat man in the car also pulled out a knife. "Damn you. Lucky to be alive," as he said while pushing the knife towards Tazio. But Tazio had already anticipated and blocked his move. Tazio grabbed the fat man's hand, causing him to fall forward. At first glance, it seemed like the fat man was attacking Tazio, but in reality, Tazio was lunging at the fat man's neck. Tazio bit tightly into his throat, not letting go. Director Zhang was terrified and saw this scene with horror. It was the assistant's turn. He also pulled out a knife and told Director Zhang to leave. "Mr. Director, please run first." Tazio quickly punched the assistant in the face. He then hit him on the cheek with his other hand while pinning him down. "What's going on? Damn it!" Director Zhang screamed as he opened the door and ran out of the car. Tazio looked at him fearfully. Director Zhang ran to Min, calling out, "Master Father, don't come here." He threatened wildly. "Move one step closer. I'll cut his neck right now." The driver in the car shouted again, "Director!" Director Zhang was terrified. His mouth kept shouting, "Don't come any closer." "What kind of demon are you?" Tazio, to complete his goal, supported Director Jiang's arm and kicked Kim Shin down into Mizudo, a kickboxing and soft martial arts school. "I had to learn so many things." As he said, he pulled Director Jiang's arm around in a circle, even though it was bitter that winning against a demon wasn't easy. Finally, he helped him land with an appropriate height, causing him intense pain. Kim asks, making Guang and Gook's hands shake. "Right, so what?" He stammers in response. "So why are you still standing there?" Kim asks and slowly steps closer to Guang and Guk. "Just shoot. A squeeze is all it takes for that to kill me." He taunts, "I'm just a person too." Following up, he grabs the gun's barrel with one hand without hesitation. Kim offers him the gun pointing straight at his chest. "Why didn't you do that? Or don't you see me as a person?" With a sly smile, he presses the gun into his own chest. "Why didn't you do that? Or don't you see me as human?" He bends over, taking the warden's name in vain, and shoots quickly. His eyes widen, teeth gritted tightly, cold sweat trickling down his chin in contemplation. "Can I kill him?" His finger presses firmly on the trigger. At this distance, he can't dodge for sure. The warden's face turns pale, eyes wide with fear, motionless. "But why can't I do it?" He pulls up his eyelids, veins bulging on his face in madness. "What are you doing? I said shoot." The warden's face turns pale, eyes red with fear, stammering. A monster of fear erupts from within, paralyzing his mind. His finger on the trigger trembles uncontrollably, putting him in complete control. Quickly take the gun out of the trembling hand of the warden. There's no other choice but to kneel and submit. Cold sweat trickles down his chin. The warden lowers his face to the ground. I just need to keep him locked up, right?" With a sly smile, "This is really boring." He grins. "But what price does submission come at? You have to squeeze the trigger, don't you? Only then will I be happy." Slowly remove the magazine from the gun. The boss has traded his entire life for this. The warden shivers, eyes wide in horror. Magazine empty. When did these bullets disappear? To continue living as a slave. With a satisfied smile, "I had prepared for this beforehand." What a pity. "I'm really curious about your expression after squeezing the trigger." The man, with scars all over his face, smiles faintly. "That Kim has become much stronger after fighting me." Sun Sen sits cross-legged on the cushion opposite Jiho. Facing him again now would almost certainly result in failure for you. Just a futile death. He squints, lips moving silently. "Even so, do you still want to do it?" Jiho looks sternly, eyes sharp. "Yes, I will do it." Sun Sen tilts her head with a gentle smile, one eye narrowed tightly. "I've told you repeatedly to try and survive. Why are you still like this?" "All of this is just a string of cowries from Ha." Jiho's voice booms. No, every word you say, I understand it all, but precisely because of that, I have to fight even harder. He bent down, his pupils dilated with intent. Kim-sen said he would throw a party, so I must fight for everyone's lives. Sun-sen tightened his fist. There was no other choice. He whispered, aiming at the heart of a monster is key. Jiho widened his eyes in surprise. Aim at the heart. Sun-sen rolled his eyes. Yes, if attacked there, you can stay alert, and if the attack is strong enough, it could stop your heart. Jiho's face darkened as he hesitantly asked, how do you know this? Sun-sen's lips curled up. Blood dripped from his mouth. Because I'm like this now. His face contorted in pain as the blood continued to flow. Kim-shin is just pretending to be fine, but really, my organs are seriously injured, just like me. A group of police were blinded and locked up. While some guards stood up to resist, most followed orders and entered the prison cells. The iron door creaked open. A figure was tied down on the ground. This is your specialty. The surrounding police rushed over worriedly. Are you all right? He slowly stood up. I'm fine. The police turned their attention to the man outside the room. Shout! Kim-sen, what do you intend with this tree? What are you going to do to us now? Han pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. I want to surprise someone. It's my father. His cheeks flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling like a child. So, I'll turn everyone into a Christmas tree, shining and beautiful. The police were speechless. Their faces pale as if seeing a ghost. He said that means, what? Turn away, laugh sarcastically. Let's see, just a little more. You're going to find out soon. Aren't you excited? He left, leaving the police in chaos and shouting inside. Kim-sen, it was about the tree, right? What are you planning? The man's deep voice echoed with satisfaction. A Christmas tree for my father. I thought he would do something really terrifying. Ji Yang narrowed his eyes, full of intent. If it were me, the party would be even more fun and terrifying. That man is named Zhao Zhang. A six-fingered hand pressed against a cold stone floor. He was born with albinism and extra fingers. The oversized white shoes crushed his hand. It looked dirtier the more he looked at it. Two large, fat prisoners appeared, glaring at the white-haired prisoner being stepped on. New recruit, how angry did your father get? Don't show up when your father is eating. Do you know you made him lose his appetite? Duong was hit and one eye was swollen. Blood ran down his lip. Why? Why is it like this? What did I do wrong? The fat prisoner laughed disdainfully. You really don't know. Not all prisoners are the same, understand? He slumped down, his eyes narrowing with pity. Even if you're here, you shouldn't expect to be treated like others. This crazy psychopath. His words stunned Duong. Blue veins bulged on his face. They say you killed your parents. The fat prisoner stood tall and continued mocking him. You got 20 years in prison. Want to challenge me? See if you'll be released before hanging here. He bent down and grabbed one of Duong's fingers. Today, I'm just going to take a finger from you. The prisoner was held tightly. He couldn't scream. The fat man squeezed his finger hard. If you were easy to fool, I'd take your whole hand. Stop pretending. His face turned dark and vicious. You have 6 fingers. Why not cut them off from the start? Before he could finish, a hand reached out from the head and grabbed his head. Maybe this will be less painful. I calmly stepped forward. My face darkened. I'm also one of these 6-fingered freaks. What should I do now? He squeezed the fat man's head hard, causing him to widen his eyes in pain. His head looked like a crying baby. I didn't mean to offend you, Kim-sen sir. He seemed not to care. He laughed widely. But using other people's appearances to mock them is not good at all. I squeezed harder, causing the fat man to cry in pain. His head looked like a crying baby. The scalp was pulled off, and the prisoner quickly begged for mercy. I know my mistake. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I squeezed his hand hard. Blood spurted out. Blood splattered on him. Now not just bald, but without any scalp left. The other prisoner saw this and retreated, crying with both hands in submission. Kim-sen sir, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. He sat down, frowning, observing the remaining prisoner to see what would happen next. I grabbed his hand. It seems a bit long for me. He sneered, his dilated pupils making him look really uncomfortable. The shout from that guy was so frightening it even scared his teeth, causing him to sit on the ground in horror. Do-rong knew Kim Sin wasn't saving him out of kindness or pity. As a reminder, the blood splattered because the monster's expression at that moment couldn't possibly be human emotions. His eyes sparkled with pleasure. It was just an image of a wild beast enjoying its joy. Du-rong widened his eyes in shock, observing him intently. The hands of this guy were covered in dirt. Sin's palm was drenched in blood, dripping onto the ground. This guy was hidden by Sin's small figure. Across from them, the prisoners were staring in fear. He sneered, his sickly appearance matching Du Zhang's ideal man since birth. He smirked, but this perfect father figure kept saying father all day long. Du Zhang stared at Sin's back, surprised that such a cold-hearted papa boy existed. His face was dark and his eyebrows were furrowed. If it were me, I would definitely be a better god. The fear I've sown in this world is surely much greater. The torn yellow envelope with neat handwriting was opened. I plan to have a Christmas party this year. I sent invitations to everyone, so Dad must come too. The bald man tore the letters and Christmas party plans in half. He stood before the running door, hearing music inside. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. All that fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh, he cursed inwardly. Mad at his own insanity, a wheelchair rolled up and stopped behind him, singing jingle bells, jingle bells. The bald man smiled from inside the car, handing over a warrant. Don't think I decided to go alone with this body. I know it's like signing my own death warrant. His silver hair was pulled back in frustration, but he still had to go. He couldn't continue making innocent people suffer anymore. A wandering man approached from the back seat. I'll be going too. The young man with a buzzed yellow haircut appeared. I'll kill that Kim Sin with you. The warrant officer hesitated, reaching out his hand towards him. What's wrong? He didn't seem willing to compromise. He spoke softly. Don't stop me. Even if you're not here today, I'll go alone. The young man was firm, his eyebrows whereupon together. You're no longer that Tessip from before. That Tessip is dead. I'm not a normal person anymore. The warrant officer looked surprised. What does that mean? Zimin sneered. Actually, I gave you this small gift for Tessip. A gift the warrant officer couldn't give him before. The warrant officer was angry and shouted, What did you do to Tessip that made him like this? Mr. Bin narrowed his eyes, reaching into his coat pocket. Don't show such anger. He pulled out a small gift box because he had one too. Mr. Bin's eyes widened dangerously. It was really meant for the Kim Sin scoundrel. But anyway, the three stood outside the running door, music playing in the background. Merry Christmas. The table was covered with syringes and vials. The gold star badge gleamed on his chest. The man slumped asleep against a woman. Senator, are you sleeping well? Jong-gu raised his glass of wine, sneering. It was clear he was tired from work. He frowned and sipped his tea, dreaming of beautiful dreams for now. I still need your help later because we can sell you as many dreams as you want. From the door of the room came a neatly dressed young man, trembling with fear. Sir, Chairman, the mission to kill Kim Sin assigned to Lee Sun-sen failed. Jong-gu frowned. What? What about Kim Sin? The assistant stammered. The matter, now all the guards and even the director are in custody by Kim Sin. They have all been controlled. Jong-gu clenched his glass so hard it shook. What's wrong with this guy? Lost his mind. He narrowed his eyes. What are you trying to pull, you jerk? The patient transport vehicle was being taken away. Two men were carefully stacking prisoner belongings and garbage bags into rows along the hallway. What the hell are you guys doing? Why are you suddenly organizing this garbage and prisoner uniforms like that? The prisoners in the cell were screaming. Is this really happening? Are you planning to set fire to this place? It's past lunchtime, but there's no food at all. They kept making noise and asking questions, but the guards weren't around. Hey, why are you ignoring us? Answer me. Their lack of response made them even angrier. Hey, bitch, can you hear me asking you guys? The man sat silently, mumbling to himself. I have to quickly inform Ji-ho about this. Kim, he seems like he's going to make a final decision on all these lives here. You're scared and crawling on the ground watching everyone. Hey, did you hear me? Ugh. The iron door slowly opened. Footsteps echoed on the old stone steps. A voice sounded, making him curious. Are you him? What's with that frown? Strong eyes. Kim sent me to kill you, but I know you can't do it alone. He didn't react to this either. Actually, I'm not here to fight with you today. I just came as a disciple of Kim. Jiho bit his lip suspiciously at what he said next. The Christmas party will start now. Follow me. Outside, the police officers were quietly observing the cell door. He pushed the door with his hand. Tizio frowned. Why wasn't the prison door locked? The police officer hesitated for a moment. Tizio, I have something to ask you. His sharp eyes looked at him. No matter what happens, prioritize your own life first. You absolutely can't die. Tizio stared determinedly. And you too, don't die, okay? Inside, Christmas music played loudly. The police officer and Tizio opened the door and entered. Before them was a small dry tree with bright lights hanging, a Christmas tree. The police officer quickly approached. What now? Is this really happening? He looked surprised as he gazed up. Look! Short fingers were tied to the tree trunk with string. Decorations were attached to the Christmas tree. Could these be the guard's fingers? The police officer gritted his teeth in anger. The image of a powerless old woman collapsing on the ground flashed through his mind. The chaotic memories of the toy car and the open book. Or did it want to be like 11 years ago? Detective Kim's eyes bulged as he tried to jog his memory of horrific experiences. A clear, youthful voice echoed. Do you like a tree like that? Detective Kim had prepared this gift for him. Zoom-jin grinned and stepped forward. He said when they met again, he wanted to see the happy face of his father. Detective Kim roared in anger. DHA threw a punch at the man. Damn it! Go to hell with you all. Do you think human life is nothing? Seong-jin, still held by his collar, defied him. If he didn't let go, everyone would die and the party would end. The black-haired man glanced down, a tuber of intellect. I was only tasked to start this party. So let's go. Detective Kim gritted his teeth as he trembled with rage at what the man said. Even if not me, Kim-sin would find him eventually. Black pants and shiny leather shoes. Detective Kim and Tizio followed behind the man. Why do you obey that scumbag? The old man raised an eyebrow in confusion. Surely, people like you would never do anything without a purpose. Whatever you want, Detective Kim will give it to you. Zoom-jin paused. Although we are all madmen, our purposes differ. Some enjoy killing, others want to escape, and some just seek money. The man turned away. As for me, I help Kim-sin because I want to confirm the actions of God. I always wonder if this world becomes hell. Would God just stand by like now? Detective Kim frowned, a grim expression. That scumbag Kim-sin being called a god is utterly ridiculous. He's just a perverted psychopath. No more, no less. Seong-jin calmly replied, his tone even. If you say now. That's correct, but isn't it because of Mr. Du Seok that the Madman exists today? Both Detective Kim and Tizio widened their eyes in shock. What are you talking about? Seong-jin smirked. Before he became like this, wasn't Kim-sin also just a blank slate? He always wanted to prove his existence. The man turned to face the two guests he had brought along. He wants to show it to his father. Uncle. His eyes deepened as he narrowed them slightly. Since meeting you, Detective Kim has grown up a lot. Now, let's see what he has become. Detective Kim muttered, that scumbag is hopeless. The old man pointed at the man with his cane. Even if what you say is true, we will still prevent it from happening. Zoom-jin folded his hands. That's not my idea either. But could you please exclude Taisio from our group? Only those invited can stay at the party here. The blonde man frowned. How ridiculous. Hurry and inform Detective Kim for me. Zoom-jin remained calm. It wouldn't be polite to just exclude him now. He pointed towards the corridor beside them. At the end of the corridor is where the head detective is located. Taisio, try going in and save the head detective? His eyes turned into a straight line. Of course, I have to do it alone because if the party isn't perfect, everyone will die. Detective Kim roared. Can you stop talking nonsense? Tiseo interrupted. Uncle, he glanced at him. Let me handle it. You go home and relax. Go to Kim first and ask for his help. Detective Kim is worried and calls you. Oops, what a fall. The other person shows no reaction at all. After finishing here, I'll come right away. Tessio frowns. Don't worry about it. Turn around and leave. You've grown much stronger than the T-Sop in my memory. Sun turns and leaves. The party will start now. Wait here for a bit. Jiho watches him closely. Where are we? You're alone in this empty execution room, right? Jiho clenches his lips, worried about what Ha Kim might ask of him. Mr. Jin steps forward. Jiho and Sun have arrived. He smirks, leading Detective Kim into the room. Haven't we met in a while? He blinks in surprise, stammering, you. Detective Kim stands still, Jiho. He rushes over to grab him and asks, what's wrong with you? Detective Kim clings to his shoulder. You've had a tough time, haven't you? Jiho stands motionless. Have you been well these days? I'm fine. The man bows his head, looking remorseful. I really regret letting you come here. Jiho gently pats his shoulder. It's okay. He lowers his face. You're an archer while I'm an arrow. The red curtain next to them is pulled aside. Their meeting moves me deeply. A man with a pendant round his neck appears. At first glance, you'd think they were long-lost father and son. Please sit on the chair. There's the cake with candles lit. He tilts his head. A rope hangs across his neck. I'm a bit jealous. Detective Kim growls in anger. Ha Kim Shin. He stops to ask, did you like the Christmas tree I prepared for you? The other man is furious, his hand clenching into a red fist. Don't ever call me father again, you dog. Detective Kim grits his teeth. Blue veins stand out on his face. Come here, I'll kill you. Please rest your hand on my cheek. You can't kill me. Stop it. Quickly accept this son of yours. He climbs up and stares at him with a predatory look. Then I'll seek death to be with you always. Just one button in the execution room. Both Detective Kim and Jiho widen their eyes in shock. What? Please stay calm. His rough hand presses against his cheek. I've thought carefully about how to make you recognize me as your son, so I decided to give you the gift you've always wanted. Every word he says makes Detective Kim's anger tremble. You can see my death and I get your recognition. That way, everyone is happy. Of course, being recognized as a son isn't easy. This simple decorated cake on the table still has flickering candles, so I need something to prove it. Please frown and solemnly. This proof I think of is for you to kill Jiho next to me. The detective gritted his teeth and cursed. Go to hell, you bastard, you've lost your mind, haven't you? He calmly observed him as if nothing was wrong. What's up? Aren't you a pin and arrow? Both have the same goal to strike the target. Jiho clenched his teeth in frustration as he listened to every word. If we could defeat our enemy, wouldn't it be okay even if the arrow broke? Those words stunned the detective. That was the sole purpose of an arrow. Veins bulged on his hand. I won't break my word. Once you're dead, Jiho, I'll die too. His eyes slowly opened wide, revealing deep, hollow pupils. Now, strike. He smirked with a mocking laugh. It's simple, just kill Jiho and it's like killing me. But if you can't do that, he sat opposite his father, calmly, not only for Jiho. Each word made the detective and Jiho gasp in fear. Everyone in this prison would die. The black eyes widened. I won't hesitate. What more can I do? The detective gritted his teeth in frustration at what he said. After all, his trained arrow only aimed to kill him. His hands clenched tightly, shaking uncontrollably. A deep voice echoed in the room. Oh Lord, do as he says. The detective was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. Jiho, you! He had large eyes and a somber expression. It's okay, just make sure that bastard Kim dies. He was right. The detective's face went slack with shock as veins appeared on his face. That was the sole purpose of an arrow. The small boy with oversized round glasses, tightly gripping his backpack, walked down the street. His name is Lee Jiho. He's 10 years old. The balding man muttered, that boy is also one of Kimson's victims. His face was pale and drawn, eyebrows furrowed. Would he really do it? The other man on the car watched Ji-ho closely. Yes, that's right. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. I must send that bastard Kim-sin to hell. His face was pale and drawn with white hair, no matter what it took. Ji-ho walked alone silently. Even if I become a monster, I've watched everything about Ji-ho. The principal looked tenderly at him. Ji-ho, never use violence under any circumstances, okay? God taught us to love all things, even our enemies. He knelt on the ground and hugged him. Forgiveness is the only path to happiness. The more you forgive, the more love you receive in return. Ji-ho reluctantly obeyed. Okay, I'll forgive. The old man watched them from a corner, his eyes filled with Ji-ho's anger. His small legs ran forward as fast as they could. The little boy gritted his teeth and ran as fast as he could. Ji-ho, run! Ji-ho, come on! Finally, he crossed the finish line. Cheers erupted. Ji-ho won first place. He smiled happily when he heard the announcement. Class 3 won the relay race. Among the crowd, the old man stood in a corner and clapped silently for him. Ji-ho ran so fast. It was an amazing comeback. Ji-ho's smile. 3 small snowmen lined up with faces resembling theirs. Look at this. They look like us. The 3 kids laughed together. Tessip looks the most like us. I don't resemble him at all. It's so cold. I'll go get my gloves. They played happily. Let's play snowball fight. I didn't even put on my gloves yet. The old man watched them with a happy smile. You guys are naughty. Help me out. Ji-ho's friends. A photo of Ji-ho and his father lit up under the lamp. He sat silently on a bench. Dad. A small cake with a candle was placed neatly beside it. Today is his father's birthday. Ji-ho clutched the photo tightly. I miss you so much, even my memories of Ji-ho. The old man still stood behind him, following him for 10 years. His hand was useless, unable to turn him into a tool for revenge. His fingers were missing the little finger in the morning light. He offered, become my arrow. Ji-ho stared at the stranger in shock. Go to that prison and finish off Kim-sin, then let me take over. Ji-ho's eyes widened in surprise at what the man said. But why? The boy was led away, riding a tricycle. He bathed and cleaned everything for him personally. His grandfather. Ji-ho still kept a determined gaze on his grandfather. If you don't die, then all of us here will also die. The tricycle moved gently. His eyes were soft and strange, but I couldn't kill him. Sorry. Please grab the rope and pull it off your neck. It's just an arrow. After all, its only purpose is to kill me. His face contorted in disgust. Why did you dare show affection for him, Dad? So he's not an arrow anymore. Please grip the fist tightly. He fiercely punched through the glass in front of him. The man hissed, kill them all, even Ji-ho, the warden, or anyone else here. His eyes were bloodshot with anger. Even those outside will die too. Do you know? It's because of your mistake again. A group of prisoners sat dejectedly on the floor. One of them spoke. What does this smell like? A thin stream of air entered through a crack in the door. It must be smoke from somewhere. The people in the cell were terrified. Yes, there's smoke. It's burning. 2 rows of clothes on the corridor caught fire fiercely. Hurry up and put out the fire. You bastards. Someone open the door. The prisoners outside shouted fearfully through the iron bars. Damn it, open the door. Is anyone there? She wept loudly, hugging her mouth. These bastards. Do you want to kill people? Open the door. Hurry up. Sweat dripped nonstop. Come on. Help me, please. The lighter trembled in his thick hand. Big brother, must we really go this far? Another group of prisoners gathered outside the hall. We'll follow your orders, but we can't become like him. Gi was equally terrified. Even if we don't act, he will still manipulate someone else. Moreover, if we don't obey his commands. When the white smoke spread everywhere, it's us who are inside now. The cries echoed through the walls. Open up. Gi, is anyone there? Open the door. Gi muttered, and after the party ends, he will kill us too. He stood tall. Now that everything is in chaos, let's escape first. Before they could run away, a triumphant voice echoed from behind. Too bad, it's too late now. A small boy approached the group of prisoners. Why didn't you run faster knowing that you would die? His eyes widened in terror. It's too late now. He dropped the cigarette that had burned out. So what? Minister Z watched the prison camp. The party has started. His assistant approached. Director, please leave here quickly. The police will definitely arrive soon. He remained motionless. Leaving now wouldn't be too late, would it? Z laughed bitterly. If I could, I just wish to witness that moment myself. His eyes were malicious. When Kim received the gift from me, I wanted to see his expression. White smoke billowed up from the prison camp. Nam's fist flew towards Jiho. Please lean back to avoid it. He twisted his wrist and said, you still haven't changed. The large hand of Xing rushed forward. Are you still coming to find me? On what grounds? From behind, the tricycle came, kicking him in the face, but was stopped. Before Xing could recover, Jiho kicked his side. Xing bent down, causing the kick to miss. He widened his eyes, his face twisted into a grimace as he tightened his grip. Let me temporarily stop your breathing functions. The anger was unbearable now. Please punch Jiho straight in the face, making blood spurt out everywhere. He lost momentum and fell forward, his nose bleeding down his face. I have to aim for his heart. With force, he punched Jiho, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Line 60 is repeated as it's already within the 60-line limit. Jiho screamed in horror. Jiho! Shinshin frowned and rushed to grab the old man's arm, pointing it at his face. He gritted his teeth. I've changed my mind. His fist raised high. I'll crush this first, father. The powerful punch aimed at the old man's face sent blood splattering everywhere before he used a lot of spring onion. He was punched so hard that his face was pushed back, causing his spirit to truly collapse. Shinshin's eyes widened in joy, his pupils shaking as he brought everything back into its rightful orbit, just like Mother used to do. Jiho panted heavily. Why exactly is this happening? He trembled all over, trying to stand straight for the people who died and even his uncle. He roared at the shadow of Shinshin. What does any of them have to do with him? You bastard! He didn't care. He was cold. Father said so. That I had nothing to do with him. Jiho looked worried as Shinshin continued speaking. Jiho, it seems like you really don't know anything. Tenzin smirked and rolled her eyes. Do you know what kind of person my father is? Let me tell you. Duseoke shouted loudly. Kim Sin! He widened his eyes and fell to the ground. He rummaged through his pockets. Shut up! Tenzin was amused, her eyes always curved down. What's going on? Jiho has a right to know too. Isn't it better not to have secrets the closer you are? Duseoke took out a gift box from Mr. Min and untied the string wrapping it. Tenzin was puzzled. What's father holding? Is this for me? Duseoke gritted his teeth, his pupils narrowing with malice. We'll die together. Kim Sin! Duseoke held up the small gift box high. He threw it at Shinshin. From within a bomb exploding, the thin paper wrapping was torn apart. Shinshin's eyes widened in shock as he watched the box fly towards him. Inside, a loud explosion echoed loudly. Duseoke smirked. I hope he likes the special gift I prepared for him. His eyes turned dark and eerie. Merry Christmas, Kim Sina. He walked slowly on the stone floor. TXOP was stopped by a group of prisoners in the corridor. Why are you late? The principal was beaten up and tied to a wooden chair. Next to him, the glasses-wearing man held two sharp blades. I thought you wouldn't come, so I was planning to deal with this guy right away. TXOP narrowed his eyes. He put a piece of chewing gum in his mouth. Let go of my uncle, and I'll give you a way out. The other person wasn't paying attention, chomping on the gum too. I think you're interesting, kid. The glasses-wearing man leaned closer to the principal's neck. Kid, do you know which part of the meat is the tastiest? He brought the blade down to the prisoner's thigh. The meat was too dry and not tasty at all. Then he pulled it up again. The belly had some fat, but would be too greasy after eating. The blade tapped across the principal's shoulder. The neck and shoulder meat were perfect, very chewy when eaten. Finally, the glasses-wearing man hung the knife over the principal's head, causing him to panic. But you know, the best taste is the brain. If roasted with butter, the brain will be crispy and have an incomparable aroma. The glasses-wearing man took a step forward. This applies to old prey. He narrowed his eyes, licking along the blade in his hand. The young horses are tender everywhere. I'll eat it all without leaving any piece behind. I thought I'd have to eat old horse meat for dinner today. Today's my lucky day. Tisop pulled out a paper knife from his sleeve. I've had some good luck too. One eye is twisted with anger, but at least I met you guys who kill people and I'm not an ordinary person either. The dark glasses gleam with satisfaction. You're a crazy kid. Get up. Tisop gritted his teeth and lunged forward. His fist hadn't even reached him when he was slashed across the shoulder. He clenched his teeth as his eyes widened in alarm. The smooth leather whip was now pressed against his waist. The dark glasses sliced through his shirt. You're quick too. He narrowed his eyes, smiling slyly. But it just makes me more excited. Just charge in like that and you'll be covered with my knife wounds. His twisted mouth showed anger. He lunged forward again. The dark glasses calmly held him by the waist. Am I fighting a bull? His eyes remained calm, charging like a mad animal. Tisop was pushed to the ground, and he raised his knife above him. Tonight you'll be my new dish, young horse. The slash across his shoulder sprayed blood everywhere. His thigh also had a knife wound. The sharp blade lunged towards him. Tisop growled and tightened his grip as he charged forward. The dark glasses stabbed him in the stomach with the knife. See, just a little provocation and you're charging to get cut again. You really are an animal. Tisop gritted his teeth in pain. He arrogantly declared, it's over now. No beast can move when stabbed in the stomach. Tisop quickly aimed a kick at the dark glasses' face. He was thrown to one side, spitting blood everywhere. He lost balance and glanced towards him. It's fine, his attack is too simple. The body of the dark glasses fell to one side. As long as I don't lose focus, I can dodge it. Just as he stood up straight, his eyes widened in surprise. What? Why? Say that again. Before he could speak, Tisop kneed him in the back of the head from behind. The injury to the back of the neck made the dark glasses spit blood and change his attack style. Tisop screamed as he pressed the man's head into the ground. He gritted his teeth and hit the man's head hard with the handle of the knife. His face was pressed to the ground, continuously struck from behind. Tisop didn't stop hitting him. The blow from the back handle made him cough up blood. The hand holding the knife dropped. His body lay upside down on the ground. The man accompanying him stepped forward, impressive. A young thug with thick hair hanging over his eyes, still strong despite a powerful blow to the face. He laughed widely, showing his perfectly white teeth. Let's see how you fight, little crazy kid. Tisop gripped the knife tightly and stared back at him, wondering if he could keep fighting with this damaged body. The dark glasses still smiled calmly. All right, let me take your knife. With your current condition, you can't even stab straight. His small eye revealed beneath his hair showed surprise. Before him, Tisop bent over and stabbed himself in the stomach with the knife. What are you doing, kid? His eyes were blurry as tears streamed down his face. He growled. The snake-like eyes narrowed. Frown, look at the one holding you. You're Shunti AE. Is that guy dead? He's covered in blood and his eyes are wide open. He speaks calmly, laying the other person down on the ground. Thanks, but you're too heavy. Move aside for me. Suddenly, Tenshin's eyes widen. Sadhu shifts, lying still on the spot. His hand trembles on the ground, but don't die yet. Tenshin's entire body shakes as he rushes towards the old man. Only then can you die after accepting this son. Jiho storms in and kicks him straight in the face. He grits his teeth, sobbing uncontrollably. Damn it! Why do you have to destroy everything like this? His punch, filled with Jiho's hatred, knocks him off balance. Why do you want to take away everything from me? Jiho cries out in pain. My father and uncle too. If you hadn't shown up, nothing would have happened. Punch after punch knocks him down until he falls to the ground. Everyone can live normally. His eyes lower to his still form. His fingers twitch on the ground. The look of pleading. He raises his hand to block the punch. His bottom lip is clenched tight. Nothing happened. Can everyone live in peace like this? Black looks away, looking at the man on top of him. So Jiho doesn't know his father anymore. His eyes turn red with blood. let me tell you about your father. What kind of person was he? A tall, hopeful man writing something on a piece of paper. He bends down to hand the skinny boy a piece of paper. Take this, kid. This is the number of a strong and reliable police officer. The boy clutches the paper tightly at that moment. If you ever encounter bad guys like us, call him for help. On the paper was a name and phone number. He will come right away. The dilapidated apartment building is painted red. After the day when Lee Sun-sen came, along the dirty, dark path with broken glass and trash scattered everywhere, my mother and I left home and lived in hiding. Jin clutches his skinny body tightly, holding onto the needle in his arms. No one is allowed to touch my son. Absolutely not. His face contorts with anger. Check over there too. A figure appears at the door under the light. Damn it, for a crazy man and this little boy, we have to suffer like this. If you find him, what do? We must capture him alive, but the old, noisy shacks are chaotic. In special situations, eliminate them always. At that time, being found by the chairman's people was just a matter of time. He picks up the phone to call. He tightens the corner of the paper Sun-sen handed him. Who's calling? He squints at the paper in his hand. Is this the number for Detective Kim? Please save us. He mumbles as he continues the story. I called the phone number Lee Sun-sen gave me. And then, raise your hands high, press them hard against Ji-ho's face. His nails dig into Ji-ho's head. His low voice after a moment, someone is here. His fingernails bleed down. His deep voice after a second pauses, and then he arrives. Ji-ho's eyes widen in surprise. Dad, right? A tall figure appears after the locked door. The police officer received my call at that time. Open the door for me. Kim was born with hope, carrying wide open doors. It was the first day I met Dad. But Dad, his eyes are always narrowed, his face pale. Not at all trustworthy like Lee Sun-sen said. The man with a bright gold tooth appears, doing well to keep the police in check. A small man with a vicious look steps forward. Thanks to you we didn't waste time. He's a liar. Old Jin-gu smiles triumphantly. Indeed, my arrow hit the mark. The screw truck lowers its head, eyes filled with guilt. Flames burst out fiercely. Save me, save me. Please open the door for me. Please, someone help us. The thick smoke makes them suffocate. Saliva drips down his lips. Save me! Weak prisoners lie on the ground. They kneel in pain, coughing violently. His eyes are red with bloodshot. Like this, everyone will die. Please! The man's face covered in blood lies on the ground. Spare me! Please! Small legs kick his face. Spare what? The small prisoner crosses his hands behind his back. Don't beg like that for mercy. Being a gangster, you should act like one. His words are directed at the man cowering on the ground. Did I say it right? Leader of Kijang gang. His eyes are filled with fear and hatred. Didn't you hear us talking about me being just a crazy person? No chance in the real gang world? A weak gangster like this can do nothing. Kijang is scared. He trembles all over. Ha! Spare my life. His eyes widen. His eyebrows are tightly furrowed. Please, just spare my life. I promise to do whatever you ask. The man has no intention of sparing him. He raises his foot to kick. Why listen to what I say? Cheeky one, I said don't beg for mercy anymore. As he cowers in fear, a voice calls out again. Did you write that? The prisoner looks on with satisfaction. What else is it? A large hand grips the wall. Listen to what you just said. A large man with closed eyes steps from his cell. Can I do this? He stares in disbelief. Lie Sun-sen. The man frowns and asks again. If now I save your life, can you release the people in the cells? The prisoner laughs coldly. Originally, we were just going to go fishing today. He quickly moved his foot towards Sun-sen. But I didn't expect to catch such a big fish. The punch hit him straight in the face. And it was blind too. Sun-sen tightened his grip. His punch was dodged by the other guy. It's scary. Getting hit like that, he'll be out for sure. The prisoner laughed with satisfaction. He kicked at Sun-sen's ankle joint, but it slipped and nothing happened. He turned his head to dodge the opponent's punch. Finally, the executioner Sun-sen became blind too. There's no taste left in this anymore. The prisoner fell back. A kick from below hit him in the face. He widened his eyes and laughed happily. It's just a piece of trash to be discarded. Then he turned around and kicked Sun Sen's neck. They used vicious moves, both of them dazed and swaying. Sun Sen fell to the ground. The prisoner mocked him. Fighting with disabled people like this is not fun at all. He smirked seeing Sun Sen shudder on the ground. Maybe I should end it quickly. Then he lifted his foot high, eyes wide with intent, but the path to the afterlife won't be boring either. His bulging eyes showed pleasure at the thought of meeting many companions like this. He gritted his teeth and hollered, "Lie Sun Sen." He hugged the prisoner tightly. Follow the sound where it's coming from. He clenched his teeth. Damn you, cheeky one, little fish. Sun Sen grabbed his ankle. He raised his head and caught him. Sun Sen swung his body high, throwing the prisoner into the air. The prisoner's face contorted as he was pulled up. Sun Sen forcefully threw him to the ground. Blood spewed from his mouth darkly. Then he dragged him along. Sun Sen grabbed his ankle and lifted it high. The prisoner's pupils were dull and dazed. Your path to paradise won't be lonely either. Don't worry about it. Your army or something of yours. He forcefully knocked the other person down. Blood spurted from his face. I'll send them all off too. Sun Sen was tired, breathing heavily. He turned his head back, noting that it's time to fulfill your promise now. You were called by name. Get going and release the prisoners. You said you would do everything as instructed just to live. The large hand of the prisoner squeezed his face, shouting, "Hey, listen up." His blood and nose ran down his lips. My father isn't as good as you think he is. His eyes narrowed in madness. He's a monster like me too. When young, I had my lip cut, my eyebrows furrowed. Thanks to you, we saved so much time. Jingu approached with a sinister expression. That's the arrow of mine. Kim frowned, looking unwillingly at the two. Don't even think about touching my son. Jin Shiok, thin and weak, hugged his body tightly to shield him. I won't let anyone do this to him. If you kill me, it's fine with me. Old Jingu laughed. So you're protecting a half-baked kid who appeared out of nowhere. The wrinkles on his face tightened. That kid isn't my grandson and definitely not yours either. Jin Shiok, big and tall. Don't lie to me. Jin is my son. What do you know? Old Jingu didn't care. If she's like this, I won't say much more. She hugged Shin tightly as the two black-clad men approached. Today, both of them must die. No way. Jin's eyes tremble as he mutters, "Don't touch my child. No one is allowed to harm him." Old Jin turns and walks back to his car, shaking his head at the woman. I will never have a sister like you. Jukso remains calm. He looks puzzled at the other person. Didn't you tell me that you wouldn't kill women and children? Jingu grins. This isn't something an officer like you should worry about, detective. Just follow my instructions without question. Jukso frowns. No compromise. I said I would obey the chairman's orders, but never to help you become a murderer. He sneers. So do you know what I'll do with those disobedient dogs? Jingu's eyes are filled with malice. How much I despise old talkers like him. Aren't you one of them? Jukso falls silent, realizing he is the one who caused me the most trouble. Jingu crosses his arms and stares intently at his target. Alright, since we just started working together, let's not make each other uncomfortable. I won't kill this woman or her son. He rummages in his jacket pocket, but there's a condition. What is it? The other person pulls out a dirty glass vial. Our spring dreams of mass-producing these products haven't turned out as well as the original. This can be fixed but will take too much time and money. His pupils constrict, his face hardening. If Moi could find a better method to extract from the female dog to reduce costs, we wouldn't kill them both. But I warn you, this won't be easy. Jin's body trembles as he clings tightly to the vaccine. No, don't touch my son. Absolutely not. The old man ground his teeth at what that person said, wondering if there was anything left in that crazy woman's head. Jingu sneered and walked away. But if we can't finish this, they and their family won't match us. I gave you 3 days, so I spent 3 days with my father. The old man stared blankly. What's the method of preparation? Please tell me. Jin ZCC smiled and patted his head without a care. Pity my dear house. This is truly the cutest child in the world. So cute. Du ZCC helplessly sat on the floor, hugging her knees. I know, but please tell me now. Please, ma'am. My mother can't even remember the preparation method anymore. Jin Seoke stared blankly like a lost soul. Oh, cute son. Oh, darling of my mother. My son is completely devastated. Du Seoke dejectedly lowered her head. If you don't reveal the preparation method, everyone will die. His words left Jin Seoke stunned with wide eyes. Even her son couldn't escape. He gritted his teeth in anger. What? Jin Seoke scowled and screamed. Don't hurt my son. No, absolutely not. The man's rough hand tightly gripped her collar. Du ZCC widened his eyes. So tell me now. He stared wide-eyed. Speak. Jin ZCC's voice trembled as she stammered. Don't touch my dear house. No, absolutely not. Du ZCC bit his lip, his face filled with malice. Time passed until the last day. He looked at the mother and son sleeping on the opposite side of the table with envy. Du ZCC slowly stood up. He pulled up Shin's hand and said, Little guy, let's play a game together. He squinted, mumbling, What kind of game? His thin fingers pounded on the wooden door. Jin ZCC sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Give my son back to me. Hurry and give him back. Her voice echoed through the wooden door. Oh, my son, my darling. Du ZCC sat on the ground holding Shin's shoulders as his cries continued. Give him back. Give my son back, my son. He pursed his lips and said in a hoarse voice, Is that you, Kim Shin? His sly eyes narrowed. Yes. Du ACC frowned, his eyes red with tears streaming down. All right, Kim Shin, what's your favorite game? He screamed loudly, Give my son back, damn you. Give him back, my son. Du ZCC glared and asked, Kim Shin, what's your favorite song? He smiled and replied, It's the Three Sheep song. I like that one best. Tears welled up in his eyes as he said, All right, then let's choose that one. He grabbed his hand tightly and said, Kim Shin, now play the game with me. Du ZCC held his hands and covered them while guiding him. The rule of the game is for you to cover your ears and sing the Three Sheep song continuously. He asked again, Sing it continuously? He warned, Yes, even if you hear any strange noise, you must keep covering your ears and singing until you win the game. The knocking on the door grew louder. The person outside desperately called out, Give my son back, damn you, give him back. Her tears streaming down as she screamed loudly, My son. Du ZCC stepped out with a fierce expression. His mother was stunned and stuttered, Where's my son? He stared straight ahead despite her shouting, Give him back to me. Inside, Kim Shin started singing Three Little Sheep. His voice grew louder, drowning out the sounds outside in the house. Du ZCC muttered as he wrapped cloth around his hands. Actually, I'm not the arrow of the chairman, but the one who wants to overthrow him most. His face showed desperation, but that bastard is holding my son hostage to threaten me. As he explained, I only did this out of necessity. Kim Shin's mother looked at him with a stern expression and kept calling for her son, My son, Kim Shin. Du ZCC slowly approached while saying, I don't want to be evil in the slightest. So please tell me the preparation method. He asked, but she insisted on bringing Kim Shin here. I can't leave it behind. Du Z-Rock's patience was wearing thin as he spoke again. If you don't say anything, we'll all die. Please, I beg of you. Please. His eyes filled with tears as he hit her. Stay calm and tell me that damn formula. Keep singing Mommy and Daddy. He had no idea what was happening outside, not even his own child. The Duzu Ziso voices continuously asked for Kim Shin's mother. Talk, talk. In contrast to the innocent, naive voice of him, his father is in good health. She was hit in the face but kept repeating to words, Kante. The sound of Kim Shin echoed on the other side of the door. The mother was kind and gentle. Blood splattered on the cloth in Duzu Jiso's hand as he pleaded, Talk, please. Kim Shin continued to sing loudly while her child was incredibly adorable, growing rapidly. Duzu Jiso's eyes were red with anger as he swore, Damn it, please talk, I'm the father. His mother only repeated one sentence, Kim Sin, my son, I am the mother. Kim Shin's singing never stopped. She was also the mother. Duzu Ziso stopped hitting and continued questioning. Please tell me the formula for spring dream concoction. He was desperate. Please, miss. His mother couldn't even finish a sentence, only uttering fragmented words. Kim Sin, my son. Then he spoke again. Mother really doesn't know anything because you made her like this. With a smile, he offered something he was looking for, asking the child to give it to him. Duzu Ziso asked back, what? Why do you know that formula? He smiled confidently and said, yes, but in return, you must give me what I want. He asked in shock, what do you want? Kim Shin replied succinctly, family. He requested, become my son's father, then everything will be resolved. Duzu Ziso agreed immediately, okay, become my son, or anything else we agree on. Standing before him, his small and harmless figure compared to the old man, he said, tell me the formula now, there's no time left. Kim Shin praised, great. His face lit up as he handed over a book. So from now on, you'll be my son and we'll be a family. Duzu Ziso was stunned by that. Inside the book I gave him, there's one page with content. Today at kindergarten, I learned to sing a song called Three Sheep. We also practiced dancing. It was really fun. It's a diary with drawings that Kim Sin wrote herself. Duzu Ziso read carefully. Another page said, today I visited Sanghain's house. His mother even fed me wild garlic. It tasted great. The 20th of May 2003 entry was, today we played with toy props. I played the father and bought a cake for myself. Cake is my favorite. 3 days later, he wrote, I have a new friend. He didn't have a name. It was the first time I met someone without a name. Anyway, it was quite interesting. The fun continued until the 24th. I played with my new friend. He knew many interesting games, but we agreed to play together another day. Duzu Ziso flipped through each page. On July 3rd, there was a strange entry without an illustration. Miss, I'm here. Mom misses me so much. Son, no matter where you are, Mom will definitely find you. Don't be scared, just wait for me a little longer. Duzu Ziso was confused. Kim Shin's mother placed her hand on his shoulder as she smiled and asked back, what's the matter, Dad? Your father. The diary entry of December 6th was full of tears. Son, please come back to Mom. Mom misses you so much. I love you. Miss my mother. The wait stretched into next year. Oh, happy birthday. This year you're 7, right? Mom bought your favorite cake. Hurry and eat it up. Please come back to eat the cake with Mom like old times. We'll live happily ever after. Arriving at a page where dates are no longer clear. Only tears and scribbled words remain. Mom loves you. Miss you. Miss you so much. I'm going crazy missing you, right? I made a mistake. I've wronged you many times. Please forgive me and come back to Mom. I can't live without you. Mom loves you. Love you. Love you so much. I love you too. I'm sorry. 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 The car flipped to another page. The images are completely opposite now. A mother hugs her child, both happy. Right, Mom finally found a way to see you again. Please wait for Mom a moment. Mom is coming to you right now. When we meet, hug me tightly, okay? Don't be shy, remember? Mom loves you. The car flipped again. He stammered this one. Zhuanming's method for concoction is written on the last page of the sketchbook diary. Kim asked again, should we install it? He looked at the car with anticipation. What Dad was looking for. Then he replied in a slightly formal tone, this one, that's exactly what you need to find. He interrupted him, no, it's not me, it's Dad. The car fell into deep thought. After a while, he said sorry for hitting your mom, then quickly stood up and continued, I'll open the door. You two must escape as soon as possible. He slowly walked to the door. Surely when we get this concoction right, the chairman won't spare us either. Suggesting then Dad will also run away with us too, because we're a family, right? The car refused. No way. Actually, I already have my real family now. He smiled understandingly. Oh, so if that family of yours is gone, then innocently asked, will Dad come back to this family of yours then? The car questioned, isn't your name Kim-sen? He slowly turned to look at him. What's your real name then? I just said I don't have a name. He looked at him with a frightening gaze. Dad will give you a name. The car hesitated, naming. Continue the story. Hateful as it was, Dad didn't even give me a name back then. His hand pressed on the face of that frightened boy, and they say Dad gave him the name Ji-ho, Kim Dong-ho. He forcefully pushed down Ji-ho while questioning, how can you bear such a name from a liar? His eyes fixed on the man. Forget it anyway since you're not going to die. He squeezed his neck and muttered, just make sure you die, Ji-ho. Ji-ho struggles as he hears what he says, in this world, only you and I remain. Another tries to speak but is cut off. Kill him. A weak, broken voice calls out for Ji-ho. He pauses, turning his head at the continued cry, stopping immediately. Despite vomiting blood, the man pleads, no. Kill Ji-ho. He glances over. Kim asks to cut him off. He's just a spear I trained to kill me. Is everything just my father's lies? Tears run down his face as he continues. Alright, if you want Ji-ho to live. His eyes become more terrifying when he proposes. Then let's play a game too. If I can sing until the end, I'll let him live. Someone who is unconscious hears voices nearby. Ji Jang, it's time to fulfill our deal now. The man proposes releasing everyone. That thing hesitates, saying he will do anything just to keep his life. Other prisoners scream in the fire, save me, save me. Jong looks around instinctively. He mutters, jumping into that fire means certain death for me. Plus, I don't know if Kim's forces will arrive while saving them. His hand searches in his jacket pocket. You're doing this to save me and then make me go die. The man asks again, confused. Go on, what do you mean? What if you don't intervene? How will their lives be? He cuts him off, then continues speaking after tossing the card down. This is a keycard to unlock the cell door. Do whatever you want with it. I have no interest in this matter. Ji Yang questions, why? With disbelief, Ji Yang asks Lee Songshang, are you really trusting me, a half-baked guy like me? He runs away, ignoring the call of Ji Young. Behind Songshang, flames surround him as he mutters, no way. Meanwhile, another prisoner is beaten to a bloody mess. He immediately retaliates with a punch, but Tishao quickly dodges and counters. Then he lands another hit on the face of this man. The man exclaims in amazement as his face hits the ground. Too fast. Tishao's punches are getting faster. He can only stand there taking hits. How can a body like that handle it? He charges with incredible speed. A powerful punch to the face of the other man. That sends him flying backward. Tishao crouches to gather momentum. Like a bird, he dives on top of this guy, raining down punches on his face. He's hit so hard that blood comes out of his mouth. All he can say is monster. Tishao jumps back in preparation for the final blow. He steps heavily on this man. Tishao's eyes are filled with excitement now, but they quickly return to normal. He gasps for breath. Tishao spits out blood and cries out in pain. He clutches his stomach, falling to the ground. Wounded and angry, he struggles back up. His hand is also bleeding. Tishao slowly crawls forward and stops as he looks at the man tied to a chair in front of him. The man anxiously cries out when his gag is removed by Tishao. Tishao, you're bleeding. He grits his teeth, enduring while cutting the ropes. I'm fine. Behind them, someone shouts, Tishao, that's him, right? He stares back at the man who just spoke in disbelief and asks again, what? Tessio was beaten badly, struggling to say broken words. Impressive, really, very much like him. Tessio questioned, what do you mean by that? But he didn't add anything else. Tessio angrily asked again with trembling voice, I'm asking, what did you mean by that? He remained silent. Desperate, Tessio cried out and fainted. Speak up! You were lucky to be caught by the man. He looked at him with a sad yet hopeful expression, and reassured, Tessio! No, that's not true. You don't resemble that scoundrel at all. Kim Sin was now crying as he pleaded with Du Seog. If you want Ji-ho to live, then I must sing too. crying and making a request. If I can finish singing, Ji-ho will be able to live. The old man lay motionless on the floor, blood everywhere. His mouth trembled as he struggled to say each word. Baby? His voice was weak, but he continued singing sak, do-do, do-do-do. Ji-ho gritted his teeth and said, "No way, uncle, you can't sing." Duzio-ok seemed to lose consciousness, but kept going, living deep under the sea. His voice brought back memories of a happy family photo. Do-do-do-do. When the child sang this song happily, baby sharks were obedient and cute. The clapping accompanied the music. Do-do-do-do. The little boys dance, mommy shark do-do-do-do. Beautiful, kind do-do. His mother joined in with him, mommy shark do-do-do-do. And they sang together, daddy shark do-do-do-do. He stood there strong when he heard their voices. Powerful, cool do-do-do. Duzio-ok stammered, daddy shark. The last words of the song, do-do-do-do. His mother hugged him and praised, "Great job, you learned all the lyrics." He buried his head in his mother's embrace and said, "I didn't remember everything before." Duzio-ok looked at him with a hint of pride. "It's because daddy sang along that you could sing the whole song." He stretched out his trembling hand. Oh my. He held them close and was moved. "I'm sorry." Tears streaming down as he told them, "For not being able to protect you both, even revenge failed. I'm sorry." His wife gently stroked his cheek. "It's okay. We don't need that." She smiled understandingly. "You've already done a lot on your own." She called him Jong-soo father. "From now on, don't leave us again." The little boy beside him cheered. "Right, Daddy, please stay with us and Mommy." But suddenly he turned his head. Another boy in glasses stood at the door looking at them intently. Do-XEO-OC weakly said, "Ji-ho, I'm sorry." He said to him, "You must live on." Ji-ho looked and called out, "Uncle, uncle." Kim-sun also looked there and asked, "Did your father sing the whole song? Do you want Ji-ho to live like that?" Looking at Duzio-ok, he declared, "Okay, then I'll spare him because I'm not a liar like my father." Tears streaming down as he continued, "But in return, you must stay with me by my side because you are my father." Kim-sun growled threateningly, "You can't leave me." Duzio-ok closed his eyes and stopped moving. "Do you understand? He just left like that." He paused, instinctively calling out, "Daddy," then ran to him immediately. Kim-sun lunged forward, tears falling sadly. "Daddy." He tried his best to perform CPR and desperately tried to save him. "No!" A desperate cry came from Kim-sun. "You can't die. Dad can't die now." But Do-seok's cold body showed no reaction. If he had died. Kim-sun's tears kept flowing. "You have to take the child first before you can die." "Dad!" A sudden punch hit Kim-sun's face, knocking him back. Kim-sun's face clearly showed the mark of a fist. G-H-O-O stood still, his hands raised high. His tears flowed nonstop on his face. Kim-sun stammered, "G-H-O-O." He didn't let him catch his breath and immediately rushed over. Another punch landed in the center of Kim-sun's face. G-H-O-O! Hit like a turtle straight to hell. In pain, he muttered each word. "Pay back, Dad." Tears rolled down G-H-O-O's cheeks as he poured his anger into every punch. "Paying back, Dad, for me." Dae-jong ran out quickly. He panted as he ran away from here, only stopping when he reached a safer place. Escaping now. Damn it. I'm alive. He was sweating, still scared as he planned his next move. Now he had to quickly leave this damned place and go to where his brothers were hiding for a few days. Ji-yang looked at the car in front of him and wondered, "Why is there a car parked here?" Ji-yang sneered, "It's like heaven helped me. My fate didn't have me die in this damn place." Mr. Tran approached and grabbed the door handle. The person inside was surprised to see Ji-yang. "Huh, what's going on?" He cut off the other person by pressing a knife against their neck. "If you don't want me to slit your throat, shut up." He threatened, "Take me to the city center quickly. Start the car." Suddenly, someone from the back seat spoke. "Hello, Mr. Nam-jong." He turned around and gasped. "Huh?" The person in the back seat suddenly tightened their grip on him. "I've heard a lot about you, but never expected to meet you like this." Namjoon asked back, "Who are you?" But the person beside him hit him across the face. The person in the back seat laughed heavily as they continued tightening their grip. Following my advice was a wise decision. I even got this Christmas gift. This person smiled at Ji Yang, who was unconscious in the front seat. The driver sighed. The boss is indeed smart. Over here, someone bumped into the wall. Sun Sen let water pour over her face as she thought. He mumbled, "Finally, you understand." Water dripped down his distorted face as he continued. "Why did God take my eyes?" His hand clenched. "All of this is what I deserve." As he reached for the fire, slowly stepping into it. "You did the right thing. Only hell deserves a sinner like me." Sun Sen laughed as the flames began to engulf him. "Thank you, sir. Even though late, I have to pay the price now. I will accept it without complaint." Ji-ho was venting his frustration with punches and kept saying, "Give me back my life. Kill that bastard." He muttered, "Ji-ho, your eyes." He mumbled, "Ji-ho, your eyes." Observing Ji-ho's strange behavior and guessing it was a nightmare, Ji-ho cried while continuously punching him. "Why did you kill them?" A figure emerged from Kim-sun's face. Ji-ho screamed, "Give me back my father." His hands didn't seem to tire as he demanded Kim-sun return his father. The image of Ji-ho now echoed his past, when he was a little boy in glasses and continuously screaming, "Give me back my father straight away." The red-haired youth returned home at dusk, with some hanging on the fence. Young Ji-ho kept punching Kim-sun. He questioned him, "Didn't my father do anything wrong?" The screwdriver began singing. Taking another step brought his mother's smile. Despite being hung up high, he muttered. Taking another 2 steps brought his father's smile. Crying and sniffling nonstop, beating and screaming, "Give me back my father." A hand reached out. It grabbed his neck. Shin mumbled, "To end the nightmare, there were only 2 ways. Inject more spring dreams, or cut off oxygen supply to the brain." He tightened his grip and woke up from that dream Ji-ho. In the dream, Ji-ho grabbed Shin's hand again. He looked at him with narrowed eyes. This made Kim Shin exclaim in surprise, "Such strength." Ji-ho let out a hoarse scream. He bit off his finger, causing blood to spray everywhere. Ji-ho swung his hand and punched Kim-sun with full force. Kim-sun spat out blood. He clutched his body in pain. In the dream, Ji-ho observed him struggling to leave. He kicked a punch. He flew up high. Ji-ho cried as he watched. "I'll make you suffer for it." His eyes sank into that power. The pain was 1,000 times, 10,000 times worse than what my father endured. Please get up and comment, "Ji-ho, you're really strong. Like this, I'm going to die." He tightened his hand on him. "Dying isn't so bad after all, because I can still meet my father in the other world." He laughed bitterly as he asked, "Come on, Ji-ho." Ji-ho roared as he lunged forward. They exchanged blows. Ji-ho was hit straight in the face. Kim-sun wasn't doing much better. He retaliated with enthusiasm, and Ji-ho kept hitting his face. Kim-sun looked at him with narrowed eyes. In the dream, Ji-ho swung his hand and punched down with full force. Then he kicked into Kim-sun's head. Fortunately, he managed to block it to reduce damage. Ji-ho curled his hand into a fist and punched straight into Kim-sun's chest. He vomited even more blood. He said, "No matter what he is or says." With tears in his eyes, this guy pleaded, "I don't care. Give me back my father." Kim-sun replied, spitting out blood from his mouth. "Ji-ho!" He stopped when he explained, "Do you still remember what I said before?" Kim-sun confessed, "I'm jealous." His eyes looked down as he said, "Really, very jealous." In Ji-ho's dream, Kim-sun cried and spoke, "So jealous." The knife in his hand glinted when he said, "Your father." He rubbed the little Ji-ho's head, seemingly loving him a lot. His eyes widened in horror as he heard what he said, "So jealous." Mistakenly, it was exactly like that now. "I'm really jealous of you, Ji-ho." His eyes lingered on the screwdriver. Living with such jealousy is truly exhausting. Kim-sun's eyes were filled with tears as blood ran down his nose and mouth when he pleaded, "Can you help me end it? This suffering." Someone is slowly waking up. Tiny whispers continue without stopping. The fire rapidly approaches them. They stand still despite being surrounded by flames. The person below mumbles incoherently, "No, don't go!" This man embraces Sun Zin. Then he whispers to him, "Kid, my eyes can't see anything, so you have to guide me." Despite being badly burned, he carries this person on his shoulder and suggests, "So don't die, you must live." As both voices approach the exit and escape from this hellish place, do you understand? No matter how much beaten, life only gives a twisted smile on his face. Can you end it for me? The pain continues as tears fall down his face. These words make the two Ji-ho go berserk and attack. "You've caused all this trouble. Die!" A fatal punch appears on his face. Feeling it's not enough, he continues hitting him a few more times. "Damn you!" Different punches are continuously delivered to Shin. Colin's legs prepare for the final blow. Ji-ho directly kicks Shin in the chest, making him feel intense pain. Blood keeps spilling from his mouth. He doesn't care about any of this. He only clutches his fist and charges straight at him. "Die!" His eyes widen as he looks ahead. At the same time, his fingers retaliate after he punched him. Shin's blood sprays onto Ji-ho's face. He can't see anything anymore and only futilely wipes away the blood from his eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Shin immediately uses the prepared rope to strangle. Unprepared, Ji-ho is caught by the rope around his neck. As he pulls him up, he sighs in frustration. "What a pity, Ji-ho." While pulling the rope, he pretends to create a hanging scene. "So you can't end my suffering anymore, Ji-ho." After a long struggle, Ji-ho is exhausted and can barely breathe. He continues saying twisted things. "Do you know why I kill people?" His desperate tears keep falling to the ground. Laughing, he quickly explains despite still struggling in helplessness. "I did this just for Dad to come find me." Shin's lips curl into a wicked smile as if everything was planned. "To let Dad know I'm alive. To make sure Dad never forgets me." In the past, Jin clutches Jin Seok's hand and calls out, "Mom." He walks forward with someone claiming to be his mother. "So now that cop is your dad, and this is where." Before them lies a rundown slum, but he doesn't care and continues brainwashing the family's shared love. "Do you remember?" Jin Seok has no idea what's happening. She nods in agreement. "Yes, my son is right." It seems she has become someone else, losing her mind. "We shared so much love with Dad there." Shin's lips curl into a satisfied smile as he talks. "Even though Dad isn't here now, he'll definitely come find me." The scene changes and Sin's wicked smile echoes. Finally, it's here. He still had that perverted look as he called out, "My son has been waiting very long for this." Desperately crying while unable to stop the tears falling in despair. All the other police officers were restraining him from doing anything bad but letting him continue to cry. "You bastard! I'm not your father." Absolutely not. He didn't hear these words, even showing a bit of excitement. "Even when eating or sleeping, you'll make me never forget you for just 1 second." With a perverted smile on his face, he quickly declared that he could only think about this child alone. Coming back to reality, look around the room again because I'm only thinking of you now. Helplessly looking at Dulceok's lifeless body there, but my father is no longer here now. Continue looking at Ji-ho still hanging from above. "Ji-ho, what should I do now? You're completely out of your mind." Still, he kept asking, "What am I supposed to live for now?" His tears continued falling as he realized his mistake. "Why am I still alive in this world?" While muttering to himself, TSOP's finger quickly attacked. He immediately delivered a fatal blow to his face. At the same time, Ji-ho's hanging rope fell, making him fall down. Looking at Teseo's unfamiliar face, he wondered who this was and why I didn't invite you here. Teseo ignored his baseless words and calmly ordered, "Uncle, take Ji-ho away quickly. I'll stay behind to block that Kim-chin bastard." The police chief, although worried, had no choice but to carry Ji-ho and prepare to leave. "Taesop, you're also in a dangerous dazed state." He nodded understandingly. "It's okay." His eyes were now filled only with hatred. This is what a hero should do. Thinking about Tessel being in danger made him more anxious and angry. "Tessel, don't let anything happen to you." Their conversation turned into an angry, questioning look. Who wants to take Jiho away without permission? The police chief ignored them and carried Jiho away. His eyes became extremely crazy as he screamed, "Let go of him before I kill all of you." Jiho lay still, gradually losing his mind. He became angrier witnessing everything. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Finally, he burst out laughing. "So what?" Laughing with great interest. "How amusing, really very amusing." Tessio coldly questioned him. "What's so funny here, you bastard?" He smiled and said something incomprehensible. "I thought there was nothing left in this world to hold on to, but thanks to you, I found a reason to continue living now." Looking at Jiho being carried away by the police chief, even more interesting than my father. Seeing him as crazy, Tessio pulled out his bloody knife and said, "Bastard, I don't understand what you're doing, but it's all over for you." Taking a deep breath, he directly stabbed himself with the knife. "We'll die together today." He burst into laughter in surprise. "Too bad, this is a bit difficult." Quickly smiling and brushing his hair, "I found a reason to continue living this life." The scene changed. Diane angrily asked the people inside the room, "When are you coming, Kim Shin?" Thinking about it made him angrier as he loudly questioned, "We're already dressed in uniform and ready to leave." With his impatience, Jin held up a Bible book and announced to everyone, "Let's slowly start leaving now. The party must be winding down." Doogie stood up immediately without hesitation. "Let's get out of here quickly. Otherwise, the fire will spread here too." He folded his Bible book and announced, "Alright, but we still have one thing for you to complete before leaving." Ju Young was a bit confused when he heard Zi Hongjin say this. "What do you mean?" While he was still trying to understand, strong hands grabbed him. Ju Young became extremely anxious in this situation. The angry man shouted loudly, "Damn it! What's going on here?" Zi Hongjin stood up, holding a water bottle and smiling as he chatted. "Don't worry, Ju Young. This is what Brother Zhu has always dreamed of. Isn't Kim Sin the ideal model for you?" This made him extremely furious, screaming wildly, What are you guys planning to do?" Zi Hongjin calmly poured a strange liquid over his head. "We're just helping you become Kim Sin." Sensing something was wrong, he widened his eyes in surprise and panic. "Is it Sang?" In front of his stunned eyes, Seong Jin lit a match to explain further. "We are deeply grateful for your final act. If they find a burned corpse with 6 fingers, people will definitely conclude that it's Kim Sin." His eyes turned extremely vicious as he prepared for the next action. So Ju Yang can become Kim Sin, and Kim Sin can live a new life. The prospect of going to the afterlife frightened Ji Yang greatly. He screamed in fear, "Hold on! Wait! No! Don't!" The prison echoed with his desperate cries. "No," but the letter fell right onto him. Before everyone's expectant eyes, Ji Yang was burned to death and continued screaming. Even Seung Jin joined in praying that this fire would light up his path of righteousness. The door of the cell began to open slowly. Seeing who entered made Seong Jin extremely happy as he chatted. "You came just in time. The party ended beautifully, right?" They quickly looked at Sim. "Mr. Kim Sin, he's carrying Do Seok's body over." Surprised by his logout, but still, he continued to look at the face of the man who had crossed into the afterlife. "Has he gone?" Sin slowly walked forward and nodded in confirmation. "Yes." He gently placed Do Seok's body on the table, but it was fine. This time, he directly used a knife to cut his little finger. "Now I can do this." Without any fear, he easily severed his own finger. "I can send this to my father now." Even severing his little finger and sending it towards Zi's hand. On the other side, the police chief was still carrying Jiho out. "Jiho!" He was very tired but kept pleading. "Don't die! You must live!" As he grew weaker, fortunately T-Sop arrived in time to drive them away. She urgently shouted for everyone to get into the car. Everyone quickly get into the car. Her face was extremely worried as she asked again, "Only 2 of you? Where are Chu and T-Sop?" The police chief remained silent without answering her question. The scene shifted to another part inside the prison, where a limp body lay on the ground. Perhaps he was attacked and couldn't resist, fainting there. A bigger fire is gradually breaking out here. At the same time, his ring finger was placed by another finger. Seeing him so sad, Jin Soong only comforted him. After all, our parents will eventually leave us someday in this life. He immediately nodded to confirm, yes, this party can end now. This time, he looked at Do Seok's body still lying there. The party really did. Tears kept falling from his face, very long. His voice echoed inside the small room. Dad, is it okay if Do Seok is still sleeping peacefully there? With tears on his face, he cried out in pain. This party has been too long. Looking at Do Seok's body lying there, Dad, Jin Seong was on the phone and announced, Kim sir, we need to hurry up. We have to leave before the police arrive. Hearing him say that, he could only nod to prepare to leave this place of sorrow. Okay, I also have something important to do after leaving here. Jin Soong's curiosity was piqued by his words. Something important? A strange smile appeared on his lips. Yes, his twisted mind kept popping up. He quickly reported back to the group. I need to find a new family. Looking at Do Seok's cold body, he smiled maliciously. Thank you, Dad, for bringing Jiho to me. Time passed quickly. The fire brigade finally arrived and extinguished the fire here. Seeing the tree hanging with fingers made the firefighters feel extremely frightened. What kind of strange incident happened here? The prison scene became extremely chaotic as everything was engulfed in flames. More medical personnel are needed over there. Bring more medics. Even reporters are reporting new information. A very serious fire broke out at the Gwangshan prison. All of this is being broadcast on TV. The bodies of prisoners and officials were continuously discovered. The number of casualties is expected to increase significantly, and there's no immediate solution yet. The reporter's voice kept echoing, but some bodies found weren't killed by the fire. DOPA was still calmly listening to this news. Inside the secret base, Jiho was still sleeping soundly and didn't know what happened. She remained silent, listening to the new information. Therefore, the police are actively investigating information about fights in the prison. The police stated that some dangerous criminals took advantage of this incident to escape. His face turned pale as if he couldn't get through this illness. His eyes were tightly closed, no longer having any hope for this cold world. At the time of returning to the past when Jiho was scared, Taeseo approached and teased him. Hey, you screamed so loud earlier. Did you have another nightmare? Hearing that, he quickly removed his glasses to explain. Nothing happened. Seeing him acting strange like that, he quickly comforted him. Go wash your face with water and wipe away the sweat and tears. He nodded gratefully. Thank you. While wiping away his tears, he quickly suggested, I've been crying so much, I'm hungry now. Let's go eat. Suddenly, Texel became very serious. What was that? I just said something casually. As he walked out, he warned him. It wasn't your fault. This made Jiho pause in his tracks at these words. Why did you say that? Before he could understand what was happening, Taeseo walked out. Just keep that in mind. Remember what I said and don't have any more nightmares from this dream. After this dream ended, Jiho's tears flowed down his face as he slowly opened his eyes to wake up. As he struggled to sit up, the chief of police looked at him with a sad expression. Jiho, are you feeling better now? He glanced at the chief with hopeful eyes and asked, what happened next? Tell me about it. The scene shifted outside the orphanage. The director was still on the phone. Yes, hello, nothing to worry about. His face showed great concern as he quickly questioned those reporting the news. I called because of the prison fire in Gwangshan. I want information on prisoner Seo Jiho. Is he alright? The police reported back to him quickly. No one found with the name Seo Jiho yet. The search is still ongoing at this time. We'll get back to you when we have more information. He sadly nodded in understanding. Yes, thank you all. The police continued questioning him. May I ask if you're related to the person? Upon hearing this, he quickly introduced himself. Oh, I'm the director. After a short pause, the director changed his story again. No, I'm Dai-ho's father. The police reported back to him swiftly. Yes, we'll get back to you with any updates. He sighed in great anticipation. Yes, thank you for your help. After hanging up, the director continued looking at the happy family photo on his phone. As he was still admiring the picture, someone chuckled and approached to talk. You really know how to make people jealous. Why does Jiho have so many fathers? Seeing him suddenly appear surprised the director a bit. Who are you? He laughed. Me, of course. With an extremely wicked smile on his face, he announced, I'm also Jiho's father here. After hearing everything, Jiho tightly clenched his hands in despair. In the end, I couldn't protect anything. Understanding his state of mind, the chief of police quickly comforted him. Don't blame yourself anymore. You've done your best. But thinking about everything that happened made him even more despondent. Everyone died because of my uselessness. On this side, Din's cold hands had already strangled the director. He smiled wickedly at his just completed action. I once made a mistake with your father by killing all those around him. Not only did I kill his biological and adoptive fathers, but now I'm directly killing the last companion, the director, making him think of no one else but me. Yet he couldn't. Looking at the happy family photo, Din laughed maniacally and announced, so this time, I won't make the same mistake with Jiho. I'll do it cleanly and perfectly. His face had become extremely twisted, believing his plan was flawless, not as careless as before. On this side, Jiho's desperate tears continued to fall. It's all my fault. He recalled everything. The promise of making him pay for it. When Jiho bathed and rode the merry-go-round together, he quickly told the director, if we become monsters like Kim Shin, will people still love us? Memories ran through his mind, making him even more desperate as he clenched his hands tighter. Just empty words from a weak person like me. Everything has turned to dust. Thinking about all the sacrifices everyone made for me made him furious to the point of madness. I'm a failed arrow. I'm trash. 2 years have passed and a wooden statue of a snail shell has been quickly carved out. On the table are images of different people including Texel, the director, and others. Jiho is still sitting there lost in thought. Suddenly, his phone rings. He quickly reads the message from Min Park Man-gu at Sungsan 2, 114. The room is now filled with trash on the 5th floor. The scene shifts to a bustling city full of people. The walls are covered in missing prisoner notices. All contributions greatly support the investigation. Wanted, murderer who escaped. Reward for information is 1 billion won. Top suspect in arson cases. Killed 2 inmates. Escaped. Murdered the director after escaping from a children's home. Seo Jiho, 22 years old. 180 centimeters tall, round 80 kilograms, muscular build. May have changed names to Kim Young-ho during his escape. Those who provide accurate information will receive a reward and their identity will be kept confidential. Any attempts to hide criminals will face severe legal consequences from the Jong Police Investigation Bureau. This made people nearby laugh as they walked by. Why hasn't this bastard been caught yet? Boss, its bounty has reached 1 billion won now. Another man quickly suggested an idea. Let's quit work and go hunt down Lin instead. They treat it like everyday gossip. Dad, you should be scared too. You'd wet your pants if you saw him. All the harsh words reached Jiho as he walked through the streets. He's the most disgusting serial killer. Do you know how many lives he has taken? You've quickly arrived at the old building about to be abandoned. His steps are firm as he approaches. Seeing strangers, 2 guards outside rush to stop them. Hey, stop! Why can you enter here? One of them threatened. Get out before I send you to the chicken farm. Before he could finish, Jiho coldly attacked with a hammer. He quickly followed up with another punch to the face. The remaining guard decided to end his life with the hammer. Feeling the situation worsening, he desperately pleaded for mercy. No! Please! After subduing the guards, Jiho slowly unlocked and entered. As he passed by, the guards were covered in blood. Holding a hammer, he coldly asked inside, Who's Song Kyung-min here? Hearing this, the thugs immediately advanced with weapons to question him. Who sent you here, dog? What are you, man? Jiho smiled in surprise and introduced himself. Me? I'm Seo Ji-ho. This made one of them startle. You're really Ji-ho, the guy we were warned about. Before he could react, Ji-ho struck him with a hammer. Feeling it wasn't enough, he continued to beat several large men behind. Ji-ho firmly stepped on their heads. With the hammer raised high, he identified his next target. This time, he directly brought down the hammer and another fell out. After a few basic punches, Ji-ho sighed tiredly, another one broken. The remaining guards were now trembling in fear. With no choice, he pulled out his hidden weapon from the backpack. Just one strike and he directly took their lives. Wenbin saw things weren't going well. He quickly pleaded, "Wait, hold on, calm down, I heard about you." He continued recounting what he knew, saying this guy was a hunter who targeted members of his organization. Seeing no reaction from him made the man even more scared and signaled, "If you want something, just say it." He planned to use something valuable to trade for his life. "I know you're doing this for a reason, but he isn't." He gently grabbed the man's head. He directly hit the man's head hard onto the ground, making him feel intense pain. After forcefully hitting his head on the ground, Ji-ho interrogated again, asking why I'm doing this. "Have you attended Utopia's new president's inauguration ceremony?" He showed a picture of Shin and asked, "Have you seen that bastard there?" Seeing the picture of Shin made him hesitate. "I don't know, it happened long ago, plus there were too many people there so I can't be sure." Feeling like he didn't gather any useful information today, Ji-ho sighed and put the picture in his pocket. "Don't know." He picked up his weapon again. The same phrase killed many before him. He felt he could kill himself now. Koo-young-bin shouted urgently, "Wait, hold on." Han was desperate and kept pleading in despair. "I remember now. I think I did see him. But it seems you don't care about this anymore." "Remembered? So what?" He quickly raised his weapon, shouting that anyone who knew too much wouldn't survive. This made the man even more desperate. What the hell is going on? Just thinking about dying makes him extremely scared. "FCK, will you spare my life if I confess everything? You damn psychopath." Ji-ho still firmly raised his weapon, saying he would kill anyone related to Kim Sintao. Before going to the afterlife, he had to teach him many lessons, even thousands or tens of thousands. Unconsciously, he remembered the wooden statue with the spiral design he created. Those statues represented all those who died because of him. Just thinking about the increasing number made him more desperate and shouted, "I will kill them all." After saying this, Ji-ho's face was filled with tears, as if repaying what those creatures did to him. Blood flowed down from Min's body as he left his life. The ground was covered in scattered bodies. Ji-ho took a vial of medicine and said today he killed 7 people. He injected the medicine into himself, even if only a little. His eyes were dazed, as if no longer paying attention to anything, hoping everyone was satisfied. And so Ji-ho closed his eyes and fell asleep, no longer wanting to meet his father in dreams. In the dream, he saw Taeseo's familiar face. He also met the director, who was like a second father to him. Do Seok, though cold, taught him many life lessons and revealed an important truth. Everything couldn't return to normal since he decided to step into that prison house. Just thinking of everyone made his tears fall continuously. Unconsciously, he remembered the happy picture with the orphanage, not knowing that all those moments were the happiest in his life. When Ji-ho woke up, his eyes were filled with immense pain and only sorrow remained, like being trapped in hell. He didn't know what was happening to him anymore, just drowning in nostalgia. While Ji-ho was still suffering, the door began to open slowly. Seeing Ji-ho's spirit so drained made Min uncomfortable. "Did you use that dream again? I told you to stop this." He calmly wiped his tears and replied, "What does it matter to you? I don't care about living longer." Mr. Zaihe sighed and continued to report, "Who has time to care about your health? Huh? I'm only worried you can't fulfill the duty of an arrow like me." Before Min could finish his sentence, Ji-ho's large hand gripped Min's car tightly. He pressed Min's car backward and loudly questioned him, "How unlucky am I? Now do I have to become a suicide bomber like you or turn into a monster like T-Sop?" His eyes turned extremely angry as he declared, "Remember this, after I deal with Kim Shin, it'll be your turn." Hearing that, Minskar gave a forced smile and explained, "Just worry about Cindy's safety first, then do whatever you want to kill her later." Jiho had no choice but to release his hands. After taking some deep breaths to calm down, Minskar immediately shouted, "Enough chaos now. Kid, let's talk business, okay?" It seems he found new information and reported it to Jiho. Kim Shin must be hiding in Utopia Corporation, thus infiltrating the internal of Utopia is the only way we can find him. His voice quickly echoed as he looked at Jiho. "You're already too famous now, so this won't work anymore." Hearing that, Jiho understood Seongmin's intention. "I found a new arrow with a completely unfamiliar face." In the room filled with garbage, Seongmin quickly announced, "This arrow also has a reason to send Kim Shin down to hell like me and you." The time shifted to the large school. At classroom to thirds, the students quickly greeted each other inside. "Hello everyone." Chae On-soo smiled and introduced himself to the students. "I'm your new teacher who will be in charge of your class for a year. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Park Chae On-soo." Just by looking at his nervousness, everyone became amused and laughed loudly. "You're so handsome." This made him happy as well. "Thank you all. How old are you this year?" He laughed to answer, "I'm 28 years old this year." But the students were very excited and suggested, "Let's see your talent show, teacher." Chae On-soo didn't know what to do. Another male student quickly asked, "Teacher, have you got a girlfriend yet?" Hearing that, he announced to all the students, "I don't have a girlfriend. The reason is my fiancé doesn't allow it." This made everyone in the class laugh loudly. "You're cute, and you even hearted." After school ended, Chae On-soo told everyone, "Guys, let's study hard from now on." He looked at the students sincerely and said, "I'll try my best to have many happy moments with us in this year we spend together. Please help me." The scene changed to a cafe with 2 small cakes. A joyful voice echoed, "Congratulations on your new position." Seeing the cake right in front of him, Chae On-soo was slightly happy. "You ordered to pick cakes, huh?" Ji Hyun laughed and explained, "I ordered it for you. You love cakes the most in the world, don't you?" He happily ate the cake while smiling and chatting. "No way! Cakes are your second favorite thing. Your number one is Ji Hyun, right?" These warm words made her extremely happy and praised him. "Oh my god, you're so sweet. I've been working hard for you." Quickly taking a close look at his handsome face, she said, "Look at who's so smart now." He laughed teasingly, "Don't you think I'm great?" Ji Hyun quickly nodded proudly. Of course, to get here, he had to work hard. Starting from the orphanage wasn't easy. She quickly praised him. "Your boyfriend is the coolest and most awesome in this solar system. The others only kicked shoes for you." These words made Jin-soo feel a bit embarrassed. "Hey, that's too much, right?" Gently moving closer, she kissed his lips. "Who said I'm amazing?" He quickly announced, "Jian, people are watching us." Laughing quickly, she teased, "Never mind, let them eat dog food." Neither of them noticed that Jiho was still reading books far away. He quickly muttered Chien-soo's name again, Park Chien-soo. Unconsciously, he remembered Seongmin's instructions from the night before. "This arrow has a reason to send Kim Sin to hell like me and him. He might not even know it himself." Mr. Min's car pulled out a phone with Cheon-soo's picture on it. His name was Park Jin-soo, 28 years old. Mr. Min's face remained calm. He recounted everything. The forest guard found him fallen and crawling when he was 6. He was taken to the hospital, but had to live in a vegetative state for a year. His voice kept repeating, though he regained consciousness, his brain damage was too severe. He couldn't remember anything from before, not even his own name. Jiho remained silent, listening intently. Feeling these words were too long and confusing, he questioned why Mr. Min chose this person as the arrow. The corner of Mr. Min's mouth curved into a strange smile at the one who took everything from him. This time, an image of his mother and child walking happily on the road appeared. Both her face and name were visible. Turns out Chae-on-soo was the little boy in life. All that he once had was Kim Sin. The scene shifted to Chae-on-soo's side. Walking down the long path, he chatted happily. The night air felt nice. It wasn't cold at all. Ji-in nodded and smiled in agreement. Yes, because spring is coming soon. He gently glanced at her blushing face as she expressed her thoughts. Ji-in, thank you for always waiting for me. But she understood these things well. She softly explained again with a smile. Why? What did I wait for? He couldn't explain it either. Now, you don't have anything in your hands. Even dating is just going to the park. Ji-hyun must be an amazing person to comfort his mood continuously. So what are you saying? Walking with a lover at the park is the happiest thing in life. I don't like fancy places. Don't want expensive food. Just hearing these words made him incredibly happy. As long as it's with you, anywhere makes me happy. Amidst the dim street lights, he softly called out, Ji-hyun. Ji-suk wi prepared to propose. He was only happy when she was by his side. He quickly pulled out a ring and proposed to Ji-hyun. Will you marry me? I want us to see the best things together and go on this journey. Seeing the ring in front of her made her gasp in surprise. What, why now? He smiled as if waiting for this happy day for a long time. He had thought about this carefully and waited until his life was more stable to tell her. Looking around the scene, at our first meeting place with all its memories, he only wanted her to be the one holding my salary forever. Ji-hyun smiled happily. Turns out there are people who dare to think about other things without studying hard. Fool! Her face was filled with tears of happiness. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this? Chun-soo continued reading his vow. Although he can't give her a happy life like others now, he will work hard. Clearly, she only cared about him and their future happiness. Fool! Who made me carry this burden alone? I'll try my best to. If it's tough outside, can you take care of me at home, right? Hearing this, he gently put the ring on her finger. Thank you. From now on, we won't let go of each other. The ring was slowly slipping onto Ji-hyun's hand. He became extremely happy. I love you. Ji-hyun? The peaceful scene suddenly disrupted by a stranger rushing into the shelter. Unfortunately, the golden ring fell forcefully to the ground below. The ring immediately bounced down onto the street. The incident quickly rolled to a strange man's feet. Chae-on-soo was a bit angry, but didn't want to make a big deal out of it, sighing and complaining. The ring fell. Hey, be more careful next time when you're walking. The road is so wide. Another person quickly picked up the ring from the ground below. I'm sorry. Turns out this strange man was Ji-ho. He slowly extended his hand with the ring towards Chae-on-soo. Because he obstructed your happy moments together. I apologize sincerely. After taking the ring, he nodded and let it go. Is that okay? Noticing something was wrong, his eyes immediately became dazed and lost focus, and he fell to the ground, making Ji-hyun worry and shout out, Hey! Oh my! She was extremely scared seeing him faint right in front of her. What's wrong with you? Oh my! Ji-ho still stood calmly where he was. It seemed like nothing affected his emotions at all. He just looked calmly at the cold ring on the ground, ignoring her continuous shouting. Wake up! Chae-on-soo! This time she directly called for an ambulance and quickly approached to report. Hello, 119? My boyfriend suddenly fainted in the middle of the road. Ji-hyun became extremely worried and cried helplessly. This is at Wangshan Park Center. Please come quickly to help me. The more she said, the more agitated she became as she reported to the ambulance. I don't know, he was still conscious just now but after bumping into a strange man. But when she looked back, Ji-ho had disappeared before her eyes. In the far distance, Ji-ho slowly walked forward. His solitary figure reflected in the dim street lights looked extremely sorrowful. He recalled that night and asked Min's car in surprise. He said Park Ji-soo was Kim Sin-sao, but even after knowing the truth, the more he talked, the more confused he felt. But what if he feels living his current life is better than revenge? But Min's car's mind is too dangerous. Min's car quickly proposed. We have to create it if we don't have it. Because revenge has completely changed Min into someone else. We must make him think only about revenge. Jiho remained silent, recalling everything even though he didn't want to do these things. He had to turn him into a monster like us while Chien-Su was still unconscious and unaware of what was coming. The scene brought back the image of his mother and father happily holding hands in their small house with 3 lambs. The boy was really playing with his mother, father lamb, mother lamb, and baby lamb. And his mother quickly burst into laughter and sang, "The father lamb healthy and strong." Both of them walked down the long path with a very happy demeanor. The mother lamb gentle and warm, the baby lamb cute and growing fast. This dream in Chien-Su's mind made him feel uncomfortable. He slowly opened his eyes and looked ahead. What he saw was Ji-hyun still crying and shouting, "Are you awake now? Do you have any pain anywhere?" He struggled to sit up and asked in confusion, "Is this a hospital? Why am I here?" She helplessly explained everything. "Just now at the park, you suddenly fainted." Her face was extremely despondent as she cried. The hospital test also showed that he tested positive for drugs. These words made Chien-Su freeze in place, unable to believe what was happening. At the same time, a police officer quickly stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm Kim Il-min from Wangsan Police Station. We need to talk to you for a moment." After checking and analyzing, he quickly reported back everything that happened. The test results showed he wasn't a regular drug user. He nodded immediately, understanding the situation. "Yes, sir." Before leaving, he couldn't help asking, "You just need to write a simple statement as a victim." After leaving the hospital, Ji-hyun worriedly supported Chien-Su. As she supported him, she fearfully suggested, "Can you walk? Let me call a taxi." He smiled and shook his head to explain, "I'm fine. I want to take a short walk." Just thinking about the terrifying scenes that happened made her sigh in fear. "I thought such scary things only happen in movies." Terrifying. This made her extremely angry, especially since it involved drugs, but he just remained silent. Chae-on-soo couldn't help recalling the conversation between the police and him. This is a type of drug that has been very popular recently called Spring Dream. It can make users feel their happiest and most beautiful memories through dreams. These words from the police officer also surprised him. "The happiest memories?" He nodded to confirm. "Yes, exactly." His face became serious as he explained everything again. "I'm not sure what the culprit used it on you for, but you must be careful. This drug is closely related to major cases." His eyes turned extremely worried, looking at Chien-Su, and it's also very addictive even after just one use. If you feel any problems with your body, go to the hospital immediately. Thinking about this, Chien-Su became deeply confused, lost in his thoughts. Meaning that what I saw in my dream was actually memories of my childhood that had been lost. He couldn't help recalling his mother's smile from the dream. His eyes turned hopeful as he wondered, could she be my mother? While still lost in thought, Jian smiled and approached him. "Hey, even though something bad happened, but..." Her face quickly turned red as she started chatting. "Right now, I'm really happy." Seeing Chien-Su still standing there dumbfounded, she laughed to explain, "What I meant was when you proposed to her." This time, she gently used a sincere expression to chat with him. "Idiot, I love you." As usual, Chien-Su swiped his heart emoji in response. "I love you more." His current life is already enough to make him happy, so he doesn't have anything else to worry about. We must be happy. Time passed, and every night Chien-Su had to suffer through extremely uncomfortable nightmares. Even in his dreams, he was not at peace, causing him to sweat profusely. Just thinking about everything that happened made him fear non-stop, recounting the story bit by bit. It has been 3 days since the incident occurred. When Chien-Su sat up abruptly, he realized it was all a dream. He had not slept for 3 consecutive nights. His eyes turned extremely scared as he recalled everything that happened in his dreams. Every time he closed his eyes, he would have the same nightmare repeatedly. A large hand and an evil smile kept pushing him down the cliff. In his dream, a 6-fingered hand appeared. He fell straight down into the deep valley without any preparation, being pushed off the cliff and falling endlessly. Cheon-soo did not know that all of this was planned. These were also the withdrawal symptoms mentioned by the police. Just thinking about everything he went through made Cheon-soo exhausted. However, Park Cheon-soo did not seek help from the police or hospital for treatment. He remembered the happy scene when his mother and he walked together, with a healthy father and a warm mother. It was a bit hard to let go of these memories, meaning he would lose all memory of his mother, whom he had been searching for 22 years. Thinking about the melody in his dream, Cheon-soo hummed the tune, "The baby is so cute." He still couldn't quite picture it when Ji-hyun suddenly called out, "Hey, are you listening?" This made him slightly startled. She continued to suggest, "I said we should book the venue for our wedding ceremony in advance." Her face was full of anticipation before their marriage, but she seemed a bit disappointed. "Recently, the booking schedule has been very tight, so we need to find a place soon. And it's even harder to get a spot during autumn." She sighed and explained everything she had planned. "You know, online people say you should try the food first before deciding. It's only once in a lifetime. We can't afford to have bad food at our wedding." Cheon-soo was still confused about what was happening to him. He nodded and chatted. "So this weekend, let's go there and try it out." While he was still bewildered, a student's voice rang out. "Teacher, you finally woke up now." The female students approached him to announce, "Classes are over. It's time for the break. Are you okay?" The students looked extremely worried as they glanced at Cheon-soo. The whole class period, the teacher just sat there in deep thought. Sweat kept dripping from his face, making him even more anxious. "Where am I at school? Sorry, kids. Today, I don't feel well." Just as he was trying to figure things out, a voice suddenly spoke next to him. "So you're a teacher now, huh? I've been meeting with both sets of parents." Ji-hyun's dad smiled and praised him. "He's heard so much about you from his daughter. Despite the tough situation, you still worked hard like this. Great job, young man." The more he talked, the prouder he became of his future son-in-law. Ji-hyun whispered to her mother nearby, "See, I told you, my dad is easygoing." After saying that, he even suggested we make a few dishes together. "They have great fish salad here." Ji-hyun's mom was furious at the suggestion. This guy, just seeing his son-in-law and immediately trying to rope him in. But it seemed he still enjoyed his future son-in-law very much, like a tiger without a windbreaker. Except Cheon-soo stood there clueless about what was happening. "What's going on? I don't know anything. Everything feels so chaotic." When he replayed the scene in his mind again, Ji-hyun confronted him directly. "You've been acting strange lately, right? Whenever I talk to you, you never answer." The more she spoke, the more upset and angry she became. "Even yesterday when we were with my parents, it was like that too. Why is this happening? Answer me." But he still didn't know how to answer this question. "I'm sorry, Ji-hyun." He sighed helplessly and said, "It's just that I've only been in my new job for a short time, so the work pressure is too much right now." Hearing this, Ji-hyun was slightly scared and quickly looked down. "Is it? You don't want to marry me anymore?" He didn't know how to explain anything else but just apologized. "No, not like that, Ji-hyun." She hit her palm against his chest. "Why are you acting this way?" All the events had left her exhausted and she buried her head in his chest, unlike him at all. The more she talked, the more hopeless she felt about what to do. "Please give me back the old Park Cheon-soo. Take me back. Give me back the person I love." Her voice kept echoing. "Don't change, please." Cheon-soo stood there in silence, deep in thought. Park Cheon-soo had been thinking for a long time. His eyes suddenly seemed lifeless and strange. He told himself, "Just once. Really just one time." When he replayed the scene, he went to the transaction location. "Are you DM?" He knew who he was. "I want to meet my mother again." A strange man handed Cheon-soo a pill and gestured, "Please transfer money into my virtual account." He nodded immediately, understanding the meaning. "Got it," despite telling himself. "Then go to the hospital for treatment." After returning home, Cheon-soo quickly took the pill from the bottle. He tried to convince himself and continued his normal life. And so, Chun-soo injected the drug into his own body. just once. His eyes were extremely worried about what he had done, just one time. Slowly, he fell asleep due to the effects of the pill. Chinsu closed his eyes tightly and fell asleep. In his dream, he saw a woman gently place a cake on the table. She warmly patted his head and asked, "Do you like cakes, my little one?" While buying a cake for his son to eat, she smiled and chatted, "Looks like I need to learn how to bake so I can make more for my darling." Turns out Cheon-soo was actually just asking for a cake. He happily brought the cake to his mouth, and from now on, his mother would make cakes for him every day. After waking up, he slowly opened his eyes and looked forward. Gradually recalling his not-so-great past, tears of surprise welled up in his eyes. "Jin," the sunlight gradually illuminated the room. He smiled as he asked, "So that's really my real name?" Immediately after waking up, Shin-soo quickly called his girlfriend to tell her, "Ji Hyun, can we meet today? Is it possible now? I'm not the same person as you said anymore over these past days." He had made a firm decision for himself. From now on, he would find back to who he used to be. "Sorry for worrying you." After his girlfriend's instructions over the phone, he nodded in understanding. Thank you. Let's meet at the cafe after I finish work." His lips finally curved into a gentle smile. I love you too." After hanging up, Shin-soo quickly made a decision. "Alright, I'll return to who I was originally. It's a pity that in my dream, I couldn't see my mother's face. But this is enough for me. My expression has become very gloomy. But it's satisfying. The past can never be as important as the present." As he went to work, his colleagues quickly noticed his cheerfulness and started chatting with him. "Teacher Bak, is there something happy that made you look so good today?" Cheon-soo laughed in response. "No, just because I got enough sleep today." This surprised his colleague and they continued chatting. "I was a bit worried too. Recently, your face has been looking pale. The quality of my classes has also slightly declined." His colleague placed a hand on his shoulder and advised, "From now on, try to be as happy as today. Keep it up." Cheon-soo's eyes seemed strangely strange. He couldn't find any consciousness anymore and slowly fell down. It turned out he could no longer stand firm and just fell into an undefined void. Confused, he turned his head back. A terrifying hand suddenly pushed him forward. Even the blood on his hands splattered out. Cheon-soo gritted his teeth in anger at this. Unable to bear this anger anymore, he immediately stood up and attacked the one who had pushed him off the cliff. His colleague's alarmed cry made Cheon-soo realize something was wrong. When he looked back, his colleague lay motionless on the ground. "Kim teacher, someone call an ambulance quickly." They quickly signaled to each other. "Oh my god, stop the bleeding first." This time, they stared at Shin-soo with great fear. "Park teacher, are you crazy?" His colleagues kept blaming him. "Why did you act like that?" He still didn't understand what was happening. His face became extremely bewildered as he looked at his blood-stained hands. "I just wanted to attack that devil." The image is of the orphanage where Jiho used to stay. But when you meet again, everything has been destroyed by fire. Helpless, he falls into despair with tears. "No, no!" Kneeling in front of the burning orphanage, Jiho desperately screams out, "No!" At this moment, Deok-soo appears and quickly speaks up. "It's all because of you. All due to your weakness." Turns out he is trapped on those fingers, blaming himself. "Only because you couldn't do anything about Kim Shin. Their voices keep echoing, so we have to die." This makes Jiho freeze in place. The director behind him also cries out in despair and pleads, "Jiho, kill that bastard." Taeseo seems to be enjoying this too. "Yes, kill him. Jiho, all the innocent children who died at the orphanage are gone. Oh, Jiho, please kill Kim Shin. Kill him." They are like strange fingers endlessly pleading to hypnotize Jiho. "Kill Kim Shin. Revenge for us. Kill Kim Shin. Kill Kim Shin. Please kill Kim Shin." Returning to reality, over these years, Jiho never felt at ease after everyone's death. He slowly opens his eyes and returns to reality. Realizing the present is even more painful than the dream, he can only sigh helplessly. Did I just sleep? Another nightmare again. His eyes have become very thoughtful, speaking incoherently. No matter how much spring dreams I have now, I keep having nightmares. The more I dream, the more my memories seem to fade away. Jiho tightly grips the small pliers in his hand. After all, humans never know contentment with what they have. Facing this strange man, he doesn't care and just expresses his feelings. Only after losing everything do you realize how precious those things are, but it's too late. He sighs at the loneliness of his life amidst unfortunate events. I talked a lot today. This time, he stops and looks ahead, his eyes becoming extremely cold. Please understand because usually I have no one to talk to, as they were all killed by Kim Shin. Looking at the bastard in front of him, who was blinded by Jiho, he quickly questions, "Alright, let me ask you this." He gently removes the tape from the man's mouth. "Where is Kim Sin?" He hurriedly reports everything he knows with great fear. "I don't know." After escaping, I immediately fled. Only a few stayed behind to discuss future plans against Utopia. Jiho, who doesn't seem to care, slowly brings the pliers towards one of his fingers. "Speak up, everything you know. You have completely changed after all these events and are questioning him. After all, he used to be part of Kim Sin's army. If you keep talking nonsense, your end will be death." After threatening a few words, he directly cuts off one of his fingers, causing him to scream in despair. "You're crazy. I really don't know anything. I'm telling you the truth." Hearing that he doesn't know what's happening, you can only sigh and complain. "Alright, which finger next?" He could feel the pain spreading throughout his body. This time, he directly pleaded, "Hold on, stop it, please, I really don't know anything." Jiho didn't hear all of this. He kept cutting off each of his fingers one by one, making him feel heart-wrenching pain. Seeing no positive results, you can only sigh and complain, "Alright, not knowing isn't a big deal." His eyes turned extremely cold as he announced, "Because as long as I kill that bunch of scoundrels today, I can dream beautiful dreams." The scene shifts to Chae On-soo. He helplessly doesn't know what to do in front of this sight. Me, I can only. Looking at the colleague he had attacked made him even more helpless. Just attack that demon. He tightly gripped the cup in his hand with shaking hands, not knowing what to do. My real goal isn't like this. Time passed by as Chae On-soo shakily held a coffee mug inside the room. The manager quickly approached and sadly informed Chae On-soo that Kim Sensei said he wouldn't file a lawsuit because he didn't want to make a small matter big. He nodded in trembling understanding, "Thank you." Although very reluctant, for everyone's safety, the manager quickly announced, but teachers at the school had voted and made a decision, including me. Her face was extremely calm as she declared an important matter to him. With Park Sensei's current condition, we really can't have him teach anymore. She even kindly advised that perhaps what he needed most now was rest and psychological treatment. Chae On-soo nodded in understanding. "Yes, I understand." When you look back, you are standing in a heavy rainstorm. The delivery man handed him a strange small black bag. It turned out he was buying spring flowers again to meet his mother. In the heavy rain, Chae On-soo helplessly called out, "Mom, I miss you so much." The image that appeared was a delicious cake on the table. Ji Hyun had been waiting for Chae On-soo at the restaurant for a long time. She waited from afternoon until late night. Even the staff announced, "Sorry sir, but our restaurant is closing now." This made her feel extremely helpless. Yes, she tried calling Chae On-soo many times, but to no avail. The phone rang on this side while raindrops splashed everywhere. In a daze, Chae On-soo called out desperately, "Mom, please let me see your face just once." He didn't care about everything that had happened to him. "I miss you so much." Time continued passing. A week passed like this. Ji Hyun's hand quickly pounded on the large wall. She kept calling out Chae On-soo's name. "Open the door and get Chae On-soo." The more she said, the angrier she became, screaming in frustration, "You know he's inside. Open the door now. Get Chae On-soo." Chae On-soo slowly stepped out and asked in surprise, "Ji Hyun, what is it?" Ji Hyun was extremely wet, blaming him endlessly. Are you asking me that now? Why didn't you answer my calls for a whole week? The more she said, the angrier she became. And about quitting his job at school? Do you know how much I've been worried? But clearly, you don't want to face all of this. You just look in another direction. I'm sorry. It's because I was too tired and just stayed home sleeping. This made her even more stunned, unable to believe it. What's going on? Are you sleeping? How can you talk like that? You think you can just lie and try to open the door? Even if you're lying, you should have a reasonable excuse. Do you think I'm stupid? Ji-in is shouting so loudly. You should step back. She's going deeper into Jensu's room. You need to see what he's doing all by himself in the house. Suddenly, he pushed her away. This was the first time she fell down from him. Her eyes can't believe what's happening. Jinsu, my love. He's helpless, not knowing how to explain. I'm sorry. Ji-in is crying uncontrollably. She doesn't know what to do in this situation. Whether you break up with me or hate me, it's fine. Her voice seems to be pleading with Jinsu. Please come back and be the old Jinsu. Please, please. He's also crying because he doesn't know how to explain. I'm here. His eyes are filled with despair after all these days of searching for the old Jinsu. But even so, he still coldly closes the door. Sorry, I'm very tired now. I need to go to sleep. Ji Hyun is crying uncontrollably at Park Chien-soo's sudden change. She tried to wake him up, but it seems futile. I'll wait for you. His eyes have changed drastically. No matter what, I will wait. He slowly closes the door, ignoring Ji Hyun, who is still there, hoping that Chien-soo, whom he loves, will return. The door slams shut in front of Ji Hyun, leaving her helpless. She'll wait no matter how long it takes. Time passes, another month goes by, and Chien-soo uses Spring Dream to see his mother again. Alright, this will be the last time. On the ground lie scattered empty Spring Dream bottles. Because of missing his mother, he spent all his money. He quickly injects this stimulant into his body. This time, his eyes are filled with hope. Please let me see my mother's face. He slowly closes his eyes and falls asleep. Please. The images of him and his mother walking hand in hand on a long path, with their father saved in the small house, saving both parents. She smiles and turns to sing her favorite song for her mother and save him. She also smiles and turns to talk, making sure her father is healthy and strong. This time, her face is very kind, singing warm melodies, a kind and warm mother, a cute child. Finally, Chien-soo sees his mother's face. Mother! In the lonely dream, with hope of finding his mother again, finally he can see his mother's face. In the dream, she keeps praising him. Great job, you finished the song. This time, she quickly takes his hand and pulls him along. Let's go eat cake now. Do you like it? He nods in understanding. Yes, sir. But when he looks back, Shingjia has taken his place. Mother! His hand trembles as he reaches out to his mother. Who is your mother taking with her? Everything changes when Shingjia takes away everything from him. I'm here. That kid is not my son. When you turned around, your mother had completely changed into someone else. She's the one who gave birth to you. Thinking about this dream makes me feel even more powerless, mother. You woke up from the nightmare and tears kept falling down. You are my son. You are my son. At this moment, Jiho also approached and spoke. Did you just have a nightmare? Seeing a stranger appear in his room, Chien-soo quickly stepped back out of fear. Why suddenly? You! Who are you? He remained silent without saying anything. Unconsciously, he remembered the scene where Joo-ho gave him a cigarette when riding the motorcycle. Did you smoke? He still carefully looked at the old man and asked again, Uncle, who are you? The old man was very calm about everything that happened, quickly introducing himself as I am someone like you. Returning to reality, Jiho gently informed him and wanted to help. These formal words surprised Chien-soo so much that he stood still. Standing in front of him, he declared, returning everything that he had suffered. This time, he extended his hand towards the nameless villain who took away his mother and even his name. Chae-on-soo was still unsure about what to do in this situation. Be my arrow, Kim-sin. The scene changed to a cemetery where the remains of those bad people are kept. Ji-ho led Chien-soo here and announced that when Kim-sin was in prison, his mother had to live in a mental hospital. He recounted everything. Then exactly 2 years before this villain escaped from prison, it was also when she was killed. Chien-soo silently looked at the urn of ashes in front of him. Thinking about his mother's departure made him even more desperate. This is my mother? Slowly touching the cold urn here, the unmarked gravestone, this is. He couldn't help but remember his mother's warm smile when she took him for a walk around the city. Holding his mother's urn, Chae-on-soo shed tears of despair. My mother? As if he had made up his mind, he turned and spoke slowly. Did you mention that arrow thing? I will do it. His eyes changed dramatically due to the hatred. No matter what, I will do it. Just to kill that bastard Kim-sin. I will do everything. Seeing his goal achieved, Ji-ho nodded calmly and said, Good, listen carefully now. He quickly announced everything to him. From now on, he is no longer a normal person, but an arrow. Intense training began again. A large hand hit Cheon-soo's face directly. Seeing it wasn't enough, Tenzu immediately hit his stomach with another punch, causing him pain. It turned out that he had provoked the drug dealer. He mocked, You've been playing too much. You must be crazy. The more he thought about it, the more he felt contempt. How can someone as weak as you not know fear and dare to attack me? After continuous beatings, Chae-on-soo was extremely tired. He took off his helmet and coldly declared, Your father said, do business with money. If you don't have it, get lost. So angry that he even kicked Cheon-soo's handsome face. After defeating him, he immediately got on the motorcycle and cursed, King hell, I was busy enough to meet this debtor. After a long time of fighting, he was extremely tired and couldn't move. Ji-ho's watch beeped, announcing that he had lasted 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He held out for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is just the beginning, and the target will be him. Approaching Chien-soo, Ji-ho quickly informed him, We don't have much time left. He must become stronger as soon as possible. Hearing this, sweat dripped down his face. Panicked, he asked again, I've never fought anyone before. Can someone like me get stronger? Ji-ho was very familiar with these things. He coldly signaled, If you're already an arrow, don't think about silly things like that. Getting stronger is not a matter of whether it can be done or not. He slowly walked forward while announcing what he had to achieve, and I will personally make sure you become strong. Training continued as heavy sacks filled with stones were constantly lifted up. Despite his weak body, Cheon-soo still determinedly lifted these heavy things. Even eating nutritious soups was necessary for him to get stronger. His punch hit the ropes straight and firmly. Cheon-soo had resolved to change while Ji-ho continuously taught and trained everyone behind him. Ji-ho's eyes were filled with determination. At a certain point in time, Ji-ho expressed his thoughts to Seong-min. If we could make Park Chien-soo agree to become an arrow, how can we embed him into the core of Utopia? Min chuckled softly and comforted him. You don't need to worry about that. He also didn't forget to mention his plans already made in his mind. I will make sure Utopia accepts him, but before doing that, we must ensure he survives first. His voice kept echoing. Your job is to turn Chae-on-soo into the strongest arrow. If he dies, it has to be within Utopia. Ji-ho became serious when taking on this task. Time passed as Chae-on-soo trained his punching until his fingers were covered in blood. But he didn't give up and continued training diligently. Thinking of everything lost made him even more focused on training. When he met the drug courier again, he directly punched him in the face. Chae-on-soo also kicked him hard, nearly killing him. He had completely transformed through Ji-ho's training. After just a few basic punches, this guy finally fell to the ground in pain. Seeing his achievements made Chae-on-soo laugh with joy. I won! Finally, I won! While he was still happy, several thugs quickly appeared behind him. Damn it, what are you doing? Looking at the weak and skinny Chae-on-soo made them look down on him. Turns out they called us to the park for you. You dare hit our people, you bastard. They kept scolding angrily, acting like crazy. These actions also made Chien-soo uncertain about his strength. Jiho had placed all these in plain sight. He doesn't know fear anymore. Shinsu gritted his teeth and prepared to make the next decision. This time, he was determined to defeat this group of thugs with a punch attack. This made them even angrier. "You crazy!" Jiho clearly saw their loud shouts. The scene shifted. Delicious food was already placed on the table. The woman quickly turned around and called her son. "Son, mom's ready. Come eat." Step outside with a smile and ask, "Did you have soybean soup for breakfast today?" He took a big spoonful of the delicious soup into his mouth. After tasting this yummy soup, he was extremely happy and praised it. "It's so good. Mom's soybean soup is the best in the world. I wonder where he got these fake parents from." But his foster father laughed and agreed. "Dad decided to marry me because of this soup." Hearing that, she laughed and turned around to talk to him. "You know, you said you fell in love with me at first sight. Did you trick me?" The family happily talked while I poured them soybean soup. "Keep talking like that from tomorrow on. I'll give both of you ramen instead." He even suggested, "Oh my god, then starting tomorrow, I need to use tape to seal my mouth shut." Scared, he softly spoke up. "Dad," he reported back to the man, still hiding behind a newspaper covering his face. "Eat breakfast quickly, don't read the paper anymore." His eyes continued looking at these so-called parents, and his hands were trembling with fear. "Stop shaking like that." Hearing those reminders made him hold the newspaper even more tightly in despair. When he put down the newspaper, his face was full of tears as he begged, "I'm sorry, please forgive me this time." Seeing this attitude, he sighed and said, "It's okay now, just forgive me." Thinking about his scheme being exposed made him force a reluctant smile. How could any father say such things to his son, right, Dad? Seeing Sin's anger, the man had no choice but to kneel down on the ground. He felt tears of despair, shivering as he begged Sin, "Kim Sin, please give me one more chance." His words continued without pause. "I promise this time I'll do it well, no mistakes again." Angered, Sin tightly gripped his chopsticks. "Please let me." Before he could finish speaking, he directly stabbed the chopsticks into the man's head. His eyes turned extremely cold as he declared, "This is ridiculous. Asking my son to spare me when I'm his father can't be tolerated." He continued to look at the fake mother and asked, "Mother, did you say that?" She felt tears of fear but reluctantly nodded in agreement. Yes, please. What I did was wrong." Hearing her, he chuckled as he slowly pulled out the bloody chopsticks. "Mom." His eyes were extremely twisted as he kept questioning. "You killed me right in front of my mother and she's defending that you did it right. How?" This made her even more desperate, trembling with fear. In just a few minutes, this poor woman finally went to join the king. A subordinate quickly cleaned up the scene and reported back to Shin. "Sir, we will prepare you a new family right now." He nodded in understanding. "It's fine." He glanced at the cold corpse being dragged away. "I don't see anything funny about this. Extend your six-fingered hand forward." He sighed and complained, "I need a real family." Shin with his vicious eyes looked ahead as if waiting. "Come to me quickly, Jiho." On the other side, Chien-Su was extremely tired after the training. "You single-handedly defeated all those attackers surrounding you just now." Jiho approached and praised him. "Now you're starting to look like an arrow." Without giving him a break, he continued issuing orders. "We will move on to the next training phase." His voice echoed, absolutely no failure. Chien-Su held that terrified knife. Looking at the man in front of him, but hesitating to strike, the man angrily questioned, "What are you?" Meanwhile, Jiho informed him, "Target is Wuju Place 50 years old." He kept instructing through his walkie-talkie. "He's a brutal attacker who attacked bar staff while drunk. Due to mental health issues, he was released after 6 years." His voice continued without pause, "Now working part-time and living with an 8-year-old son." This made Chien-Su uncertain on how to proceed. "Son," he continued instructing through his phone, "the combat skills you've learned over time. It's now time to apply them for the next step." His voice echoed, "Kill him," recalling the scene where he strangled a man in the past. Back then, he had caught the man's son hiding under the bed watching everything. Jiho was extremely panicked, not knowing what to do. The boy felt tears of despair trying to stay silent. Returning to reality, he resolved not to make this mistake again and absolutely not fail this time. PIL. Seeing someone approaching to attack him made him extremely scared. What? What is it? Motherfucker? What does that mean? He continued urging, you can't become a useless person like me. Chien-Su's knife-wielding hands started trembling, unsure of what to do. And so, the vial of medicine Ji-ho gave was used up and left on the ground. He quickly fell into a deep sleep to meet the good things in his dreams. Outside the secret base, Ji-ho coldly reported everything to Seo-min. Although not perfect, he had fulfilled some part of it. He also didn't forget to ask if he had found a way to bring Park Chun-soo into Utopia's inner circle. Seo-min chuckled and lit his cigarette, saying, first I'll make him a thorn in Utopia's eyes, but one they can't remove. Seo-min's voice comforted as the best way was to exploit their bottomless greed. But he still felt something was off. How? Seo-min proudly pulled out a new vial and slowly announced someone had volunteered to be an experiment, allowing him to develop this. He quickly picked up the vial and explained its name is Light Dream. If Spring Dream only helps users recall beautiful moments of their memories. It seems he was very proud of his strange new drug in hand. Light Dream will bring much more happiness by helping people fix forgotten memories too. Who hasn't made mistakes and regretted them in life? Light Dream will help them fix everything, making it even more addictive than Spring Dream. After hearing these incomprehensible explanations, Ji-ho coldly asked what he was researching for. He laughed as he finished his cigarette and explained, I'll let Park Chun-soo sell this. His lips curled in satisfaction, revealing everything in his mind. Utopia will surely notice and come after him. Of course, if unlucky, he might be killed, or if lucky, they'd keep him to investigate the formula. As he spoke, Ji-ho angrily punched Seo-min in the face. The more he thought about it, the angrier Ji-ho got and cursed nonstop. How can you treat others' lives so cheaply? You're planning to ruin Park Chun-soo's life. Feeling not enough, he punched Seo-min in the face again. All of Seo-min's actions only fueled his anger towards this deadly drug. Do you know how this drug can turn the world into hell? In this world, there is. As he was cursing, Seo-min's lips curled in surprise, treating others' lives so cheaply? It seems Seo-min paid close attention to what Ji-ho said just now. What did you say? Absolutely no personal emotions should interfere with the mission. He quickly held up the Light Dream vial he had created. Any arrow affected by anything is trash. This made Ji-ho pause in thought. Feeling time was running out, Seo-min coldly ordered, it's enough of this fake kindness now. We're just a bunch of scumbags trying to kill another scumbag. After getting up, Seo-min regained his composure and declared, if you can't accept this truth, you'll never kill Kim Shin in your life. The scene switched to a remote village outside the city center. Constant arguments were happening here. Take it or leave it. Villagers fiercely argued over the vials. Give back Spring Dream. Mothers too. Don't lie. This is mine. Even the man bit another man's ear. Son of a bitch. Give it back now. The other man didn't back down and angrily cursed, you dog, dare to bite me. Do you want to die? Both sides argued fiercely without backing down. Why? Do you think your father is scared of you? Let's see what your father can do. Here, there's a lot of blood here. Seeing his opponent still challenging him, the man with bleeding ears was extremely angry and brought the knife forward. You dog, did you think I'm scared? Today your father will teach you manners. As they continued to argue fiercely, a hand quickly placed on top of one man's head. The interrogator loudly questioned both men. What are you doing? Seeing the guy appear, everyone was extremely frightened. You interrogator. The interrogator commanded. Hand it over before I break your head. Seeing his attitude so scared, they couldn't resist and quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, we know our mistake. His trembling hand slowly handed the vial to the interrogator. Please, please forgive me. After getting back the vial, he directly ordered the people inside. It seems your heads can't remember, so I'll have to remind you again. At the bottom of this weed patch, even a stone. His face turned extremely calm as he declared, or if you cut one more piece off, there's nothing left for you guys anyway. Do you hear me? Outside this remote village, an expensive car slowly approached. Mr. Min's voice echoed in the Manic region. This is a primitive village within a resettlement project area. Now it has become a gathering place for spring dreamers and lawbreakers. He quickly observed the surroundings outside the village and explained to Jiho. So this is also where the spring dreams are consumed the most. Besides spring dreams, other drugs are also sold here. His face was extremely calm as he looked ahead and the leader of the Manic region, according to my investigation. The man in charge of the entire area is the tall man just now, Jang Ho-sung. He coldly questioned, "Who are you?" Quickly turning round, he asked with his fancy suit on, "Coming here for a joke?" This was also the target of Min and Jiho, Chien-su, to sell Kwang Mung. Despite being slightly scared, Chien-su still introduced himself. "I came here to do business with Manic Jong, Mr. Ho-sung." Inside the car, Jiho was a bit worried and asked back, "What if that bastard Ho-sung doesn't agree to the deal?" Mr. Min laughed as he had anticipated everything. "He's not an idiot, don't worry. Kwang Mung is his golden egg. Speaking of which, I've prepared a drug myself that has much higher addiction than spring dreams." In the large room, Ho-sung laughed in surprise and asked Chien-su, "You said you would sell this to us at a lower price than spring dreams?" Despite being slightly worried, he still nodded to confirm with him. "Yes, that's right." Seeing such a good deal fall into his hands, he laughed in surprise. He couldn't help praising. "Looks like this is good. Great work." The corner of his mouth suddenly curved into an odd smile, if he had planned something before. But you know what? Ho-sung intended to take over the drugs from Chien-su, and he didn't forget to reveal his plan. Once you step into Manic Jong, you can never bring anything out of here. Hearing him speak like that, he was slightly shocked. What are you saying?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ho-sung's large foot kicked his face. He calmly kicked him down to the ground. His eyes turned extremely vicious as he raised his fist in front of him. "Today, you will die here." When Ho-sung attacked, Chien-su dodged and avoided the fierce blow. His quick reaction made Ho-sung marvel at how he dodged my punch. He had anticipated what was about to happen. "You're not just a simple drug seller," Chien-su, as he held his hand preparing for the next fight. The more he saw this, the more amused Ho-sung became, "And you won't run away anymore." He laughed at him with anticipation in his eyes. "Are you going to stand here and fight me one-on-one?" Although unwilling, Chien-su had no other choice. Despite appearing calm on the outside, he was more scared than ever inside. He wondered to himself, "What did I do wrong? Why is this guy suddenly like this?" Ho-sung interrupted his thoughts and quickly announced, "It seems your life today will be left behind here." A white car parked by the road with voices inside. "I should go check too." "Where are you going?" Jiho looked outside coldly. "Leaving Park Chien-su alone made me feel uneasy." Mr. Min seemed not to hear or asked, "What's wrong? Feeling anxious for a dart, right? Just look outside." He didn't answer. Mr. Min frowned and advised Jiho, "Don't let personal feelings get in the way. Remember we are here." Jiho whispered to Mr. Min's car, "Isn't he our tool for revenge?" His face became serious until the revenge goal was completed. At least he had to take care of the tool. Mr. Min seemed to understand. "That's right." Before leaving, he warned Jiho a few things. "Be careful then, and this area is where drug addicts gather. Jiho is tangled up with some dangerous elements. These drug addicts have nothing to lose compared to us." The scene changes to someone mumbling about a beautiful angel amidst the hellish flames. "Angel, don't go. Take me with you. This world is too hard." The music swells and covers his face, but he doesn't bother chasing it away. Another boy writhes in pain. "Get out of my head. Get lost, motherfucker." Someone else looks at their reflection and talks to themselves. "Mom, How many times have I told you I haven't done anything wrong? A strange figure walks through a narrow alley filled with crazy people. The place is messy with so many spring dreaming addicts. Ji-ho raises questions but wonders why they are all lying on the street like this. A voice echoes nearby because soon the sun will set. The woman looks dazed from drug use. In this manic line, few have electricity, so no lights are on. Her words aren't very encouraging. Ji-ho looks at her puzzled. I'm just a place that brings nightmares. Suddenly she pulls Ji-ho back. You've only just arrived, right? She's clearly addicted, pulling down the remaining sleeve of her shirt. Do you have many spring dreams on you? Give me some and I'll do anything for you. Ji-ho looks disgusted at the woman. If Utopia sells these dreams, more people like us will be homeless. A cry for help comes from a house to the west. Save me. Men tied to beds are screaming, please, untie me, please. I can't take it anymore. Their eyes bulge red, mouths drool. Please, let me go. Save me. Through the window, Ji-ho looks shocked. What's going on? What are they doing? In another scene, a man smirks triumphantly. Today's life is at stake. Chae-on-soo raises his fists in defense. It seems we'll have to stay in manic line. Ho-sung jumps and rushes forward. Die! Ji-ho stops Ho-sung with both hands. How can I defeat him? With one hand, he could knock someone down like that? What kind of power is this? Ho-sung tries to kick his face, but Chae-on-soo dodges quickly. His face turns furious as he retaliates. This guy is completely different from those we've faced before. Ji-ho gives him a punch in the face. For Ho-sung, it's not even a challenge. You're scratching my back? Enough! Ho-sung retaliates with a powerful blow to his face. Are you trying to scratch me? That's enough! Ho-sung throws him off balance. You think you can fight me with that fist? A kid, right? I can't believe it. Chae-on-soo struggles, thinking of how to defeat this guy. He gets hit in the face by Ho-sung's punch. He remembers his grueling training, sweat pouring down. What if he faces someone with superior strength? Don't worry, these are just the beginning. Ji-ho lifts a bag of sand and tells him that fighting isn't the only thing I'm teaching you. You have to rise up to live. Ji-ho calmly says, this is combat. To win, use every means at your disposal. No matter how low it is, remember, real combat is different from sports. Despite being tired with the sandbags on his back, Shin-soo still has strength. I know that much, but what should I do? Ji-ho says, make them think you're surprised by your actions. He maintains his stance to give Shin-soo strength, meaning he must show the most insane and bloodthirsty behavior possible. He provokes Cheon-soo's enemy. Imagine facing Kim Sin. Coming back to reality, even though you beat me until I bled from my nose, how am I supposed to show my madness and push myself to the limit? What does this name even mean? It's so vague. Damn it! Ho-sung laughed and pointed at him mockingly. What are you talking about, dumbass? Did I hit your head really hard? Chae-on-soo stood up, still holding his fists high. He kept his contemptuous attitude as before. He was still able to stand. His ability to withstand hits is quite good. Honestly, not many of my opponents can take as much beating as you. Ho-sung rubbed his head and prepared to continue the fight. But I don't have time to play around with you anymore. Let's end it here then. Without noticing, Chae-on-soo threw his jacket in his face. Ho-sung quickly pulled the jacket off himself. What are you trying to do to that cow? But Chae-on-soo suddenly ran away. Running away? Are you joking with me? He quickly grabbed his suitcase with one hand. He headed towards the front door. Ho-sung smirked. You disappointed me. The guy shouted loudly, always taunting. It's useless. My people are everywhere in this region, you fool. Stay and fight like a man or I'll see you later. Chae-on-soo didn't care what Ho-sung was doing. He yelled loudly to get everyone's attention. He opened the suitcase full of heroin. It's a special event for free samples, all free to promote our new product. Come on and take some. Sure enough, as expected, it attracted everyone in the village. What is this? Isn't that Juan-meng? Their eyes turned red with blood. Really, everything is free? Ho-sung was short-sighted. He couldn't understand Chae-on-soo's plan yet. Did I really hit you so hard in the head? What kind of trick are you playing now? He immediately threw all the vials out. They flew right into Ho Sung's face. Damn you. I'm pissed off, making his face turn black. The people rushed in to search for the drugs, as if possessed by a demon. It's all mine. Get out of my way. These are my drugs. F*CKU. Move aside. A small number can't defeat a large one. No matter how much Ho Sung screamed, they didn't pay attention. Stop right now. King Hell. Do you want to die as a group? Sweat poured down his face. Ho Sung was worried too. These drug addicts, King bastards. While he was cursing, a black rope tightened around his neck. Don't want to die, get out of my way. Che On-soo used the tie and stepped on his back to tighten it. What are you doing? Did you use these dogs to sneak behind me? Full of hatred, Che On-soo's eyes were filled with anger. Die! Ho Sung only tried to loosen the rope and curse. You damn scum! He continued his threats. You're trying to use these cow tricks to kill our boss, right? But Ho Sung is stronger and easily broke free from the rope. You must be mistaken. The rope slipped from Che On-soo's hand. He didn't expect to escape. Only now does Ho Sung realize his intention. He didn't plan to tighten the rope around my neck. So what was his real goal? While Ho Sung was distracted, I quickly grabbed something behind him. Was it to disrupt my balance? Che On-soo hit his head hard. But why did he do that? Ho Sung seems to have some blood in him. He got knocked down and still praised the move. Quite impressive. I just got hit. This action makes you look bad. Ho Sung tightly grabbed my hand. But what do you know? He's turning the tables on me, right? Ho Sung guessed everything was turned around. What now? Now he realizes something. In his coat pocket, Che On-soo calmly stood aside and told Ho Sung, "That's right. I had the light dream in my coat pocket ready. You're burying your pig face like that. The drug must be starting to take effect." Che On-soo's demeanor is calm, because he's the victor. Soon you'll fall into a deep sleep. I've won. Ho Sung could only scream, "You don't get to happy yet, I will." He bit his hand until it bled to keep himself from falling asleep. If this is Spring Dream, I absolutely won't let myself fall into a dream. His eyes turned red. I won't sleep. Ho Sung became rigid and firm, and fell before so many people. Che On-soo sighed in relief. I've won. Someone picked up the vial of drug happily. The man trembled with joy at holding the drug. Now he has something to fight life's storms and can dream again. Over there, they were fighting and cursing. Get out. This is mine. I saw it coming. Get out. Che On-soo heard those curses and punches echoing in his ears. No, I see you have a lot of them now. A bunch of your mothers? Sun Sang appeared just then, roaring loudly. What are you doing here? Put down all the spring dreams in your hands quickly. None dared to fight or do anything silly anymore. Everyone retreated. Village chief, we apologize. Che On-soo was surprised by this scene. The addicts here completely ignored Jang Ho Sung's words, but listened to this man instead. He asked in surprise, "Who are you exactly?" Sun Sang introduced himself. "I am the village chief here." "What are you doing here?" Che On-soo was slightly stunned. "You guys, what's going on?" He continued speaking. "I know there's more than one of you." Sun Sang's face was scarred with deep wounds. Though his eyes no longer held light, we can still feel the presence of our enemy. A man holding a black bag respectfully reported, Village chief, I have collected all the spring dreams here." Sun Sang ordered, "Put them down quickly." He gritted his teeth in anger. Who made this disgusting thing and brought it to sell? He threw away his cane, spread his legs widely. How much destruction must these people cause to the world before they are satisfied? Sun Sen stopped his scarred face. "You should be grateful to heaven for sparing our lives by not killing any more. Otherwise, no one would dare step out of here." Che On-soo stared at Sun Sen's resentful actions with wide eyes. What? Even his nickname? They seemed to hate Juan Meng with a passion. Then Sun Sen turned around and said to someone, "Hey, you little mouse hiding in fear. Lucky for us that the one who sent him here was right." Indeed, Ji-ho stood behind the wall secretly watching. He shouted loudly, Never show your face before me again. This is my last warning. Next time it won't be so lenient. He spoke with malice. Killing creatures like you isn't murder, just cleaning up trash. Mr. Min lit a cigarette and asked if Lee Sun-sen was at Manic Song. Two men were talking in an eerie setting. What is Sun-sen planning to do there? Could it be that he intends to lead the drug addicts there to create a new power base? Ji-ho tightly clenched his hand. No, you misunderstood this place. Manic Song isn't what we thought it was. When Ji-ho saw the man tied up on the bed pleading, "Please untie me. Someone save me," a hand held onto his and encouraged him to endure no matter how hard it might be. Sun-sen tried to suppress the addict's cravings. "You must get through this," he shakily said. "Village chief, village chief." Ji-ho saw that it was actually a drug rehabilitation center. Sun-sen encouraged him to overcome himself. "If it gets too tough, I'll give you a small dose, but keep trying and enduring as much as possible." From the bottom of his heart, he said this is how you can escape this hell. The truth was revealed about the number of dreams sold there. Ji-ho exclaimed in shock, "Mr. Sun-sen, a noble purpose was being acted out. It's actually raw material for dilution and treatment purposes." The farmer's hands nurturing green saplings. Ji-ho stood aside quietly observing. The gardeners looked happy planting rows of crops. "It's getting late. Let's stop here for today." "All right. Who do you think did it? Let's go eat something and head home." Ji-ho lowered his face, feeling a bit guilty. Manzong isn't hell. Lee-sun is turning it into a place for humans to live in. Mr. Min comforted him. "So, Manic Song isn't working out. No worries, we have plenty of places." His hand still curled tightly, his voice trembling. Could this be the only way to get Park Chin-soo into Utopia? Ji-ho seemed trapped. Is there really no other way? Mr. Min smiled mysteriously, still holding an unlit cigarette. "Of course, so don't think about such trivial matters anymore. Focus on the core of the issue and forget how bad this world has become. You only need to think about one thing, killing Kim Sin." Somewhere else, two men shook hands under a flash of camera lights. The two men reached a reasonable agreement for their business. "The chairman hopes for your help in the future. This will surely be the top hotel in Shanghai." He put on glasses and smiled strangely. "Also, the nutritional supplements you sent us last time reacted very well. They were more effective than other supplements and could even improve users' moods." He made a tempting offer. "If you grant us distribution rights, I'll definitely expand our business to global scale." The partner man modestly replied, "It's just a small gift from me as a token of goodwill. Thank you for your praise, Chairman." He politely responded, "I'll discuss this with the management team." At that moment, an employee whispered to Jin, "Our new factory manager wants to meet you briefly." He found it strange. The factory manager wanted to see me? Mr. Jin moved down to the factory and politely asked, "Manager, what's this about?" So Jong held a tray with items and greeted, "Chairman, hello, we've just developed some new products, so we'd like you to take a look." The shiny beautiful pills on the tray had good intentions. We thought injecting them into people in the usual way might be too complicated. So we researched this flexible and chocolate form for easier use by customers. She still kept her friendly face. It was even more aesthetically pleasing and delicious. Mr. Jin heard with a slight cough, but that's what he wanted to hear. "What an incredibly unique idea. Why are you showing me this?" He modestly said, "I'm just a junior assistant. It shouldn't be for the chairman," as So Jong approached him. "Come on, we know everything." She winks at young Jean and implies, "In this utopia, who has more authority than the Secretary General? Presidents or directors are just second-rate, right?" He leans close to her, his face full of eerie expression. "Don't say such dangerous things, please. Who told you that? I don't need to look at the lollipop. Everything is clear to me." Though small in hand, it triggers terrifying excitement. This place, who's really strong, who's weak, and who will survive? Xiang Jin's face shows unpredictable cunning, fascinating, just like Sun Tzu's work. The lollipop breaks suddenly. "Oh, did you investigate me? But it seems you misunderstood a few things when tasting that rubber-like substance." He's hit the jackpot, quickly saying thanks to her. He waved his fingers dismissively. I'm not Han Sun-tai's creation. It's him who is my creation. On one side, 3 men and 3 crying students were huddled together. They kept shouting, wanting to be let out. Oh, brother, don't joke around anymore. Open the door for us, please. Open up. When they couldn't take it anymore, they screamed, do you want money? Open up. You bastard, your mother, open up. One of the girls was sobbing, save me. So Zhang recounted, 7 years ago, I was just an ordinary high school girl. As the water bottle and peanuts fell, they were slowly taken from my stash, mine. You bastards, take your country's share. And so Zhang was ruthlessly pushed out then. How could a weak woman compete with men? A frail girl couldn't fight back, soon was pushed to the ground and said he would kill all of them. She was a victim in that dark place, the weakest in Han Sun-tai's hell. One of them held everything and cursed, you maggots, get out of my sight. He went mad, grabbing all the drugs, ready to slash anyone who came near. It's mine, step 1 foot here and I'll kill your mother. The most interesting part was that the 3 strongest were the youngest brother, the only one with a weapon. Everyone there was cursing, this uncouth guy, are you trying to eat everything yourself? You're the youngest? He still held the hammer, ready for any fight at any moment. Motherfucker, why not just come in and see? This made everyone fear him. Damn it, this bastard. Then he called out, Sung-yu, you there? He was still very cautious. Only the good guy would help me. I'll share my peanuts with you. Thank you. And he set a condition, but in return when I sleep. He wanted Sung-yu to be his bodyguard, watch over me and stop those bastards from messing with me. What was coming would come, but luckily it was raining season, so the old roof of that warehouse collapsed. They had to raise their heads to catch every drop of water to survive. That's how they could stay alive. Thanks to this, we could drink water, swallowing mouthful by mouthful with great effort, but no one could endure it forever. After a week in that terrible warehouse, the green-shirted man wiped his mouth. Damn it, I'm starving. So Zhang realized something obvious. I had understood the true nature of this game. Those plump peanuts weren't just about a few peanuts or a water bottle. The green-shirted man suddenly noticed something because there were too few peanuts. Even if he ate all of them, it would be like starving to death. His legs still in sports shoes. So Zhang sat in the corner of this prison and realized that the nature of it was for him to see who would first show their animal instincts, and who would become prey. Who would be the predator? He held the hammer. You look pale, don't you? He touched his empty stomach and dirty face. This must taste good. Girl, you're clueless. And who will end up as the prey? He called out, come on, want to eat peanuts? I'll share some with you. Follow me. So Zhang stood up. She gently hugged the green-shirted man. He was still in disbelief. This girl looking so innocent and pure, but she knows how to crave a man already. So Zhang whispered into his ear, Uncle, you look good too. Instantly, one of them held down the green-shirted man's head. I understood everything at that moment. The two started beating him up, ignoring his curses. What do you bastards think you're doing? Me? Get out! I'll kill all of you, until he lost consciousness and died. She smiled wickedly. I've always had the predator's instinct since birth. Sung-yu trembled, begging for mercy. Brother, please, I'm sorry, it was my only choice. That man stuck out his scythe and yelled, shut up, you dog. The leader of them had already died from the saliva dripping out. How dare you stand with him after betraying your father? He hit Sung-yu hard on the head. He spat out all the saliva. Did you think you could live in peace after betraying me? Die, you scum. He kept hitting Sung-yu mercilessly until the murderer, who had just killed his youngest brother, took the stick and beat the one he thought had betrayed him to death. He hit him repeatedly. The sound of the stick hitting the skull was loud and blood flowed everywhere. Sung-yu still begged for mercy. Please, please spare me. With those pitiful cries, now you realize your wrong choice. I know I'm wrong. So Zhang witnessed all this. All of that didn't scare me, but made my heart race like the excitement and anticipation of my first love. Until So Young was beaten so badly his head was full of blood and his mouth was bleeding. A hand grabbed her and called out, So John, So Jong's best friend spoke up. No matter what happens, I'll protect you. I won't let anything bad happen to you. A fake love from you, who has secretly loved me for a long time. So Jong muttered, how could that be possible? Her eyes filled with helplessness. Try looking at the situation now. You're smaller than him. When standing and looking at his shoulder, her health was clearly weaker. So Jong shed heart-wrenching tears. If he were to attack you, you'd be the one struggling for survival. Jong couldn't resist the peach blossom dancer. No way. I'll do whatever it takes to protect you. So Jong spoke in a pleading tone. Really? You won't break your promise, right? Even if you're not sure, agree first. Of course. So Jong looked very scared. Then can you kill him for me? Jong didn't quite understand. So Jong lowered his head. The old man is alone now. She reached behind her back. You and Jong Hyun are two people. She unbuttoned her bra and handed it to Jong, suggesting they act when he's sleeping. Just use this to choke him. So Jong whispered, now there are just the three of us in the room. As he fell asleep, two vague figures approached. The bra strings tightened around his neck. Jong and Hyun fought viciously for survival. Damn you, die! She screamed, tightening her grip on the other's throat. Die! While Hyun struggled to grab the hammer behind. She tried to pry away from his grasp, but he was faster and hit Hyun in the head with it. He quickly cut through the bra strings around his neck. He punched Jong in the face with a kick. Sitting on top of her, he prepared to deliver another blow. Hell, you little brats still have milk coming out of your mouths. His eyes filled with hatred. You dare attack my son? Jong reached out crying for help from his friend. So Jong, help me. But she only sat in a corner, hugging herself. Jong, I'm sorry. I thought you could do it. Her eyes still full of guilt. But this might be too much for you. You're such an idiot. You should have worked out more. After dealing with the students, he started to realize something. Hell, what are you saying? At first, it was you who asked me to kill your little brother. He challenged. Are you going to play tricks on me again now? So Dong sat silently in a corner. Uncle, I'm sorry. Her eyes were lifeless. But this isn't the end of it. Black didn't understand anything yet. Someone from behind tightened his neck. What's going on? Sungkyu tightened his grip again. You, damn you, go to hell. He screamed loudly, his face disfigured. I've already explained there was no other choice. Why don't you listen? So Jong grinned. I didn't just undress for those two, socks or bras. Everyone likes the underwear of high school girls. As he reached the end of his life, the hammer fell from his hand. Sungkyu happily taunts after defeating someone. Well deserved. Huh? Who said you could treat me like that? Well, you think you're the victor? It's time to show your true colors and fight back. From now on, food and water are mine. You tried to share with her, but cheap shot. Kid, I'll split it too. Sungkyu is ambushed from behind. She widens her eyes and asks Han, let me check if your leg can move properly. Try moving it. Now the true face of a monster reveals itself when attacked in the spinal cord. Humans become paralyzed below the waist, right? So Jong emphasizes an old point. I'll remind you once more. This game is not about fighting for food and water. So Jong smiles wickedly like a murderer. As promised, I'll give you all the peanuts and water. Eat well and live as long as possible. The essence of this imprisonment is a game to see who can be the last predator surviving. It's always the unexpected victor, and in literal terms, I've become the predator feasting on the weak. Cut to Jiho still in the quiet forest. Can there really be no other way but this to bring Park Shin-soo into Utopia? Seong-min smirks and holds a cigarette. Exactly. Don't worry about leaving empty spaces either. He utters with sarcasm, no matter what happens in this dog's world, make Jiho think only of killing Kim Sin. That's all he needs to focus on. Suddenly someone steps forward and curses. Is that so? Senior Master, you're really doing it? It disgusts Ho Sung. You want to turn this world into hell just for revenge? What the hell are you saying? He exclaims. Jiho is stunned. Gang Ho Sung. What's going on? He steps out from a door. I called him here. Chien-soo admits with a worried voice, but an unconcerned face. When I knocked him down, I grabbed his phone and brought it back. I still haven't paid off that debt, he says calmly. Jiho grabs his collar. Are you crazy? Who gave you permission to act on your own? He throws a punch at Chien-Su, calling him to the secret base too. Do you know what you're doing? He remains calm and says, of course I understand everything I'm doing. Jiho's conscience is tormented. I didn't want to sell the medicine in the first place. But seeing people at Manic-sung react to the drug, he becomes more certain of his thoughts. He sees enough drugs for a week and thinks about the possibilities. Or they fight over it. He curses, give me back my stuff. I saw it first. It's mine. Chien-Su stands there. You bastard, I'll kill you. His eyes filled with anger. I will destroy this monster and make sure no one else's life is ruined like mine. Jiho can't accept it. He grits his teeth. What the hell are you thinking? Remember what I told you when we decided to become a dart? He asks. His eyes filled with rage. Why do you think about such nonsense? I warned you of this when deciding to be a dart, didn't I? His eyes are covered by anger. If you keep thinking like that, you'll always be useless. Do you understand? Ho-sung grabs his hand and says, don't get too worked up. He proposes a partnership. I'll help Utopia find the light without selling dreams. Ho-sung will wait for Manic-sung to stop buying drugs from them in 1 to 2 months. Then I'll pretend to have a new source of supply and make Utopia aware of your dream, he says. He tries to convince Jiho, you might become an enemy of Utopia, but you'll help us. He smirks, it's a win-win situation. Jiho is skeptical but agrees. You'll help us even if it means becoming our new enemy? Ho-sung laughs. Partnership must be mutually beneficial. Of course, there are conditions. First, don't sell the drugs you've created to the world. He adds another condition. Second, the revenge target is not just Kim Sin, but also destroying their entire drug-making facility. Ho-sung smiles and states his final condition. And the third condition is that I must join your plan to destroy Utopia. Seong-min immediately replies, I'll reject it. He has his reasons too. The first step is to create a distraction before executing the plan. Why should we accept your conditions? Ho-sung calmly asks, why? If you keep using those dirty hands to sell our dreams to the world, then threaten them, me and Lai Village Head will personally kill all of you, or if we can't get everyone. The guy turned his ghastly face towards Min's car, and we have enough power to destroy all your plans. Jiho clenched his fist tightly. While Ho-sung prepared for the worst, he finally agreed. Alright. Jiho reached out to cooperate. I'll accept this deal that's nothing but a threat from you. You're threatening again, but if anything goes wrong and affects our plans. Jiho exuded deadly intent. Not just him, everyone in Manic-song will die. Time passed quickly. 1 month later, he walked slowly. Chae-on-sun stopped the white car. He counted each minute. Here they are. The scum caught him and put him in the car, regardless of the fields. And they secretly watch everything from the shadows. So Dong shook the vial with the pills. You guys used this to steal our bread, didn't you? She spoke out pure and professional words. Where are your noble thoughts? Do you know who you're messing with? So Dong hung his leg over the side of the car. Oh my god, we never expected such a delicious saboteur. Then she pretended to be a beautiful girl. There's no other choice but to try it out. She made herself look alluring. Oh my god, we never expected such a delicious saboteur. There's no other choice but to try it out. Chae-on-sun just stared without reacting. So Dong shook the vial again. But this precious dream pill really worked well. Then he pulled on his collar. So I think we should make a deal. So John offered a friendly cooperation, with a knife ready to stab him at any moment. Come work for my team. I won't hesitate to pay you. No, this is a terrifying threat. And of course, you can refuse and get a peaceful death. Chae-on-sun agreed softly. He laughed in a truly evil way. After all, my ultimate goal is money. As long as I have it, I'll do anything. So Jong was very satisfied with his attitude. You're really a half-wit. But we only work with half-wits like you. So Jong wanted the deal to be done immediately. Let's start working right now. As he finished, a bag was thrown over Cheongxian's head. The car drove through the night. Xiangsua. So work hard and earn lots of money. So Zhang explained gently to him. Pure spring dreams are distributed from the factory to different areas. With meticulous processes, they will be mixed with appropriate doses and bottled, distributed as legal goods, then sent to affiliated organizations, then given to middlemen, next transferred to individual sellers at each trading point, finally reaching consumers through them. After setting up those stones, Ziming started planning. He would use the dream-making process to catch Che On-su. He kicked a stone to enter the factory and used Che On-sun as bait for his plan, leaking information and Kim Sin. Then he moved on to the next step, coordinating with Ji Ho and Ho Sung. Ziming continued removing another stone, destroying trading branches. Ho Sung suddenly stopped him. Hold on, there's one more thing. He kicked the last stone. We must prevent the dream-making formula from spreading widely. Ziming immediately objected. That can't happen. Don't you know it only happens when Utopia Corporation collapses completely? They determined their resolve, softly saying they would do so if necessary. Ultimately, you have to take a risk because if you want revenge on Kim without turning this world into hell, that's your only option. Now, Chien-sun has arrived. He's about to uncover the bag over his face. He pulls it back for him to see the light. They welcome Chien-su as a guest, saying welcome to Utopia, Mr. Chien-su. He looks around, and this is a large-scale production facility, the Spring Dream Workshop. Pinching Tae-yun's ear lightly, she hints, "Hey Tae-yun, what do you do? Shouldn't you greet a new colleague? Or are you so dumb that you can't even say hello properly?" Tae-yun's voice trembles after being pinched. But sir, isn't the research staff position enough with just me? Why do we have a new person like this? So Zhang forcefully tears off his ear. Oh my, when did Tae-yun start being so meticulous? She smiles both mischievously and gently. If you could make something like that, I wouldn't have had to bring you here. But unfortunately, all you are is a useless dog who only barks. There's no other choice. You endure the pain. Flatter, sycophant, sycophant. She's right. I am indeed a useless dog. Then she turns to Chien-sun and says politely, Mr. Chien-su, if you have any questions in the future, just ask this dimwit. He's so foolish but has been hanging around long enough to show you everything. Listen carefully. Yes, sir. At that moment, Seong-jin arrives. This is Park Chien-su whom she mentioned earlier. So Zhang still wears a smile. Yes, sir. Please greet each other. He extends his hand towards So Jong and warmly greets him. Nice to meet you. I am Park Sung-jin, the head of the secretary department. I've heard a lot about you. Inside, Chien-sun is slightly surprised. This is the priest Ji Ho mentioned. He keeps his composure. Yes, in the future, I will have to rely on you. They shake hands cordially and cooperatively. Seong-jin seems quite observant. His hand has many calluses. It looks like he's probing Chien-sun. Did you know he's a teacher? His hands are like those of an athlete, right? Chien-sun answers cleverly to avoid falling into their trap. Yes, I actually enjoy sports and athletics. You must have investigated me beforehand. Seung-jin's expression darkens. In the future, the production of light dreams will rely heavily on you. Otherwise, what's the point of sparing your life? Later, a subordinate reports urgently, the chief executive officer received news that Seo Ji-ho appeared in Yongsan branch. He doesn't rush but asks carefully about the number of people there. The subordinate politely replies that most of our staff are active. He states in number, roughly 40 lives. Jin's car suggests they can secure victory. I think we'll catch this scoundrel this time. But Seong-jin smirks, that's not enough. He grins wickedly and calls Ji-ho over. Ji-ho will be delighted to meet Seo Ji-ho. A man asks sarcastically, are you that scoundrel Seo Ji-ho? Ji-ho stands still like a statue, holding a hammer. He's been stealing people from us lately, hasn't he? Behind the purple-clad man are many subordinates. This fool dares to come alone today. He mocks, today, I'll break your teeth so you won't dare to bite again. On Ji-ho's side, Ho Sung appears. Too bad. Ji-ho isn't here alone today. He's a fierce fighter with another big dog. The pressure overpowers the purple-clad man. His voice trembles. Who are you? No need for words. Ho Sung punches him in the face. Don't think one more person can change anything. Another punch knocks down the purple-clad man. Do you know what will happen? Your lifespan will be shortened significantly. This angers Ji-ho's subordinates, and the branch manager leads them up. They prepare to rise together. Ho Sung delivers another punch. There are only two of them. Hit the second guy right on the head. He cares more about eating than this. But what do you want to eat today? Ji-ho, who is acting, also wonders why he's asking now. He simply replies that the village chiefly taught him so. They beat each other up until they're exhausted to reveal their maximum strength after the battle ends. While fighting fiercely, he sells things at the same time. The desire and regret over those plans will give people a terrifying power. So I always think about what I'll eat after every fight. Ji-ho, who is holding his opponent's head ready to hit, reminds Ho Sung that he should focus on fighting and stop doing unnecessary things. Someone with a sword attacks from behind. Go die straight away, you miserable wretch. Ho Sung recognizes him because of the loud noise. He deals with the guy with one punch. Ji-ho reminds himself to focus too. Otherwise, his dinner tonight will be rice and gruel. Ji-ho just turns around without saying anything. The story goes back to last night when Ho Sung wanted to fight Utopia. Ho Sung asks back, why is that so important? Ji-ho immediately answers, of course it is. Do you have a reason to know the cause? I can't trust those idle guys who like playing heroes. Ho Sung laughs. Hero? He shows his phone with a picture. This is my wife and daughter. Ho Sung tells a sad story about his little girl passing away 5 years ago, a traffic accident. It led him into the cycle of social ills, silently listening because he misses her so much that his wife got involved in that damn spring dream. Then he asks an odd question. Do you know what the world for drug addicts is like? Ho Sung reminisces if drug users have nightmares and die in their dreams, they will be trapped in those nightmares forever. On the other hand, with spring dreams, one can die in a happy dream and enjoy that happiness forever. Unfortunately, this is what happened. My poor wife believed in that nonsense story. Ji-ho continues. That's why. That drug took my wife's life. She committed suicide after using a large amount of spring dream because she couldn't bear to leave her poor daughter alone in the other world. His tears flow down his face. You know, at that moment when she accepted death, I was also under the influence of spring dreams in the room next door. Ho Sung must be very regretful. My reason isn't much different from yours. It's revenge. I want to wipe out Utopia and that damn spring dream from this world forever. Back in reality, Ji-ho punches twice. He looks around curiously. Have they all been defeated? Ho Sung complains a bit. This bunch of troublesome people is really numerous. After finishing the task, Ji-ho remembers his question from earlier. Do you want black bean noodles? Ho Sung turns around. He continues talking. I know a place that makes them really well. Ji-ho puts on his hat and prepares to go to the noodle shop. I'll treat you to dinner and settle this debt from today as well. He laughs mischievously, bargaining. Hey, one bowl of black bean noodles compared to me risking my life for you isn't too cheap. At least it should be meat stir-fry. Ho Sung sees someone through his eyes. Who is that? What else now? The artist smiles strangely. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ji-ho, right? He compliments Ji-ho with a bloody face. You look pretty handsome too. I have to touch it once. The artist appears like a ghost returning from the dead. I've been curious about you for a long time. To see what our T-Saw friend looks like. He spilled the ice cream before he could eat it and sat there talking about his father. I didn't even know what my father looked like. When I was young, they said I was found in a trash can at the park. His face showed a hint of sadness. Isn't that funny? People could have left me more comfortably at the church or orphanage instead. Ji-ho looked at Taiseo with pity, holding a warm hand and a letter addressed to my future guardian. But his mood gradually sank. All I got was a black plastic bag, like being thrown away as trash. It led to hatred and resentment. Why could they be so heartless towards a child? The artist reached out to greet him. Ji-ho wondered what my friend Taiseo's companion would look like. Jiho looked at the hand extended toward him. Nice to meet you, Jiho. He said something obvious with a smile. The name Taesoap was given by the director. Jiho raised doubts as he stood before the other person. Were you really Taesoap's father? The artist's smile was sinister. I'm the one who abandoned it, so in a way, I can consider myself its father too. Like a ghost appearing from this world, Taesoap is my child, carrying my bloodline. A man who looks down on his own son, or perhaps one of my creations. Jiho wondered aloud about Hosung's punch. Was it an artwork? And he gave him a good shove in the face. Hosung pulled Jiho away quickly. The guy shouted, "Hurry up!" The Korean sign on the outside. Both of them broke free and jumped out. Jiho yelled loudly, "What's going on? Why should we retreat from there?" Hosung muttered, "It must be him." His voice sounded like Jun in June. His left hand was scarred and had a snake tattoo with deformed fingers. He was the only village chief warned us to never confront. Returning when Sun Sen talked to Hosung. In Utopia, there are not just ordinary thugs. There's someone you should absolutely avoid. He remains mysterious and must not be provoked. I still don't fully understand. Sun Se whispered a warning because confronting him goes beyond human combat. It's like surrendering to evil or jumping off a cliff yourself. He took the matter seriously when mentioning this issue. In Utopia, there is such a person. He's like an evil beast ready to devour humans. And after being beaten so badly, people call him by that name. No longer in his original form, known as the blacksmith artist. The artist pushed the broken pieces aside and praised, "You're quick, my friend." He looked out to watch them run away. "It's okay. Sooner or later, we'll meet again." He smiled strangely and said, "Next time, I'll turn you into a beautiful artwork." Huh? The vials of the Institute were neatly arranged on the conveyor belt. This so-called spring dream is just based on basic formulas from Chun Meng. Tiu turned serious again. There's nothing special about it. If I had time to research, making this wouldn't be a difficult task. He scratched his head. Yes. Actually, I managed to create this mostly by luck. In front of someone as knowledgeable as you, how could I compare? He chuckled and covered his mouth. Regaining composure. Despite my intelligence and good looks being obvious, it's not hard to notice. But seems like you can spot a person too. You're diligent and eager to learn. I hope to teach you more in the future. To be like me, you'll have to work harder. Got it? Then Cheon-sun suddenly softened his tone. By the way, there's something I want to ask you. I noticed that a lot of Spring Dream is being consumed. Lines 38 to 47 repeated, yes, actually, mostly by luck, in front of someone as knowledgeable as you. How could I compare? Chuckling and covering his mouth, regaining composure. Despite my intelligence and good looks being obvious, but seems like you can spot a person too. You're diligent and eager to learn. To be like me, you'll have to work harder. Got it? Yes. He asked a question. In this factory, the number of finished products is much lower than what's sold on the market. Senior, do you know why? Taehyun was about to answer, but felt something wasn't right. Why are you curious about that? Chien-sun just showed some curiosity. It's just a bit of interest from me. I don't mind if Senior doesn't know. I can ask the boss too. Who touched my dorsal fin? Taehyun scolded. Hey, do you think I'm blind? How many years have I dedicated to Utopia? His voice softened as he began to reveal a secret. This is a secret, okay? Actually, there's another factory outside this one. That's the main headquarters. Cheon-sun's eyes widened in surprise. He showed genuine admiration. So high up? I see how big and impressive this place is already. But do you know where that factory is located, Senior? Hyun got annoyed with him. He frowned slightly and tilted his head. That's top secret. Only the leadership members know about it. Do you think Utopia is a pyramid scheme? He exaggerated Chien-sun's position. No outsider has ever been here before. Your eyes sparkled with admiration. The more he said, the higher it sounded this was truly Utopia. Later, an employee came to inform him that he could go home to pack his belongings. Hurry up and change your clothes. Chien-sun nodded in agreement. Thank you. On the way back home, the car sped up. The person next to him warned, "You only need to pack your things. Don't try anything." He sat straight with a serious expression. "Why would I do that?" Just as he finished unpacking his bag, Chae-on-sun's face lit up with joy. Working in such a high-paying place, what else could I ask for? The person next to him laughed happily and satisfied. "Good job." The car dropped him off right on the street. "I'll pick you up at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Make sure to be ready on time." He politely replied, "Yes, I remember that." Chae-on-sun walked slowly down the road. He lowered his head in thought. Is the address of the main factory confidential information? What should I do then? Chae-on-sun opened the door to his room, wondering if Kim is here. A soft voice echoed from inside the house. "Did you bring Chien-soo back already? You just got home and Seo-jong was already sitting there with a birthday cake." "Miss Seo-jong, why are you here?" Her red lips spoke softly. "Thinking about it, I've only given you tasks since we met. Not even a welcome party." Seo-jong greeted with a smile. "Do you like cake?" The strawberry-flavored cake had two candles on top. The flames flickered, one green and one yellow. "Sit in front of the birthday cakes," Mr. Jean asked happily. "So many cakes today?" He said with a warm voice. "Yes, because it's been 2 years since then." The flames burned fiercely. "Stand before this horrifying scene." He smiled strangely. "I must have accidentally hurt too many people." Seung-jin still thought it was just a joke. "Is it really today?" He held up the dream catcher in front of his face. "That's what gave me some comfort." Then he pressed it against his face. "That's right, the dream catcher, which allowed me to see my dreams again." He opened the lid of the vial. Seung-jin reminded him. Kim asked for something with the addictive nature, but his request kept going on anyway. "I don't care." He looked up at the sky, "and I've always wondered what it is that I truly desire." The silence in the room was thick. The craving rose within him. Tears began to flow down from his eyes. "That's interesting." 2 streams of tears flowed down. He sank into a dreamlike state. "Of course, it's that thing." He was immersed in the high, with dozens of birthday cakes on the table. "It's exactly what I've been longing for all this time. I wish this desire could become a reality right now." In the middle of the night, the apartment was still lit up, and in Chae-on-sun's room, Ji-ho. Half of the cake had already been eaten. He was forced into a kiss. She bit down on Chae-on-sun's lips, even fiercely biting them, leaving a red mark on his lips. She licked her lips, showing extreme desire. "You're better than I thought, you know? Not killing you was a wise decision." Her hand caressed Chae-on-sun's face, making him confused. "What is this? What does she really want?" She gently pulled down his shirt slightly. The 3 leaders of Utopia had very positive feedback about his vision. "I always handle the useless ones who eat and do nothing strictly." So Jong planned to use her beauty to subdue Chae-on-sun. "But for those with ability, I know how to reward them appropriately." So Jong showed a seductive demeanor in front of him. The high-ranking leaders of Utopia were impressed by his vision and enjoyed it greatly. "Don't think that I only know how to punish the useless ones." Her shirt slowly pulled down, revealing her collarbone. "I also know how to reward those with ability." She sat on top of Chae-on-sun like him. Suddenly, someone was touching outside the door handle. Both of them looked out, so Jong felt really annoyed. "Who is it?" Very impolite. Chae-on-sun hesitated. "Let me go check who it is." As he opened the door, he wondered if anyone else had come to find him. Could it be Ji-ho? Or the boss? Chae-on-sun froze when he saw the person in front of him. A girl stood at the door, shyly looking down. Ji-hein-ah, US? Can we talk for a moment?" He turned his head to look inside. "Now, this is a bit awkward." So Jong fixed her shirt again, showing a sly face and said it's fine if she came in, even complimenting the girl outside, "Who looks so cute?" She heard him question Chae-on-sun. "Right, that person is." He doesn't know how to explain it. Chae-on-sun spoke bitterly. "This has nothing to do with you anymore. Saying something that stabs at our hearts. We've already ended a long time ago." Turning away from Chien-sun, he said not to come looking for him here in the future. The door slammed shut. Old man's car had a green tea-scented voice. Is she your girlfriend then? Chien-su, you're really good. Tranning Gapi's eyes smiled. There's no need to pretend to be so heartless, right? Chien-sun kept his face buried in his hands. Are you afraid I'll kill that girl? His hand clenched tightly. No. It's just that I don't want anything to do with my ex anymore. The demon's words became more and more repulsive. Your lying face is so cute. Chien-su-a, the more you lie, the more I like you. Chien-su-a. And the girl outside the door still wouldn't leave. She rubbed her belly. Chien-su, I really do have something to tell you. Tears fell profusely out of sadness. This is very important, right? Why are you treating me like this? So Gyu picked up his bag and said that today's business was over here. The atmosphere wasn't suitable for any exchange anyway. He put on proper clothes and left. See each other at the company tomorrow. North Cheon-su. It seems she caught a whiff of something. Oh, but did you ask Dae-hyun about the main office location? Cheon-sun looked innocent. I'm curious about this. So Jong turned around with an extremely cunning expression. I have a lot of questions about that place too. That's top secret for me as well. She makes the other person feel afraid. But I heard it harbors a terrible monster there. So Jong was talking about someone scary. It's the notorious figure brought back by the Secretary General. Chien-sun was surprised, opening his eyes wide and asking why she would tell me such secret information. She still had a casual expression, finishing her high heels. What of it, after all? It's just rumors. So Jong looked at him and said, besides, I really like Chien-su too. Then she bade farewell to Cheon-sun. Take care. See you tomorrow. The other end is watching them. Yes. See you later. Min North was uncertain about the answer. What she just said, I wonder. Ji-ho confirmed immediately. His face turned dark. That's right. It's talking about Kim Sin. He stretched his fingers and wondered how to find the location now. His hand flexed. Even she said she knew nothing about it. Min North calmly said, I've already made a plan. Show your determination. Just destroy Park Chien-su's factory, and the employees there will be brought back to headquarters because they're all important figures. It seems someone is coming outside. A guest entered through the door. I also invited an expert to help us with this. The man said, we've heard a lot about you guys. I never expected to meet you like this for the first time. He asked, can we join your revenge game? They clenched their teeth and agreed enthusiastically. Right now, he could give Jong-kyu several punches. Isn't that old fool always trying to make money from spring dreams? I've been hoping you'd show up sooner or later. Looks like today is your day. Min North tried to calm himself down and said, well then, King Jong-kyu is no longer the chairman of Utopia. He's now an ally. Jong-gu took off his glasses. That's right, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now he only has one eye. I want to choke Kim Sin just like you guys. Ji-ho, your eyes. I've always had a strange smile for Jong-gu. I said it before, right? I need a place big enough to play with my friends. He pinned Jong-gu under him. Why did you keep hovering in front of me when I was having fun? I'm so uncomfortable. Do you know that? His ears ring from the spinning eyes. Jong-gu cursed loudly. Kim Sin, are you crazy? Damn it! Before he could finish his sentence, he stared into Jong-gu's eyes. You dare! He was like a devil from hell. I'm curious too. Do you think you can sing forever? We couldn't even finish one song back then. Jong-gu, resentful as he recounted, had his eye taken away by him. He caused him so many injuries and lost his right arm too. To this day, Jong-gu has to use a wheelchair. Even his spine was completely ruined by that bastard. Jong-gu harbors this grudge because he had to live such miserable days, so he's determined to seek revenge. He wants to join Ji-ho's revenge team. We'll use the former employees under us to destroy their place for you guys. His hatred is unmatched. Just bring that Kim Sin bastard down to hell for me. Jong-gu fought with that snot-nosed Shin. I'm like you guys too. We have nothing left to lose, so we'll kill that Kim Sin no matter the cost. The car sped along the road. Boss, this seems a bit off. Driver glanced back but wondered if we could trust Kang Jankyu. Mr. Min scrolled on his phone with a calm expression. What if he only wanted to use us to reclaim Utopia? That's fine, even if he betrayed us. It would be after Kim Sin is eliminated. Just follow the path you've chosen, no worries. I just need that bastard Kim Sin to go down to hell. Mr. Min kindly instructed the driver. I sent your salary and severance pay. You don't understand? Severance pay, right? I guarantee no issues for those who worked with me for years. You know that too. Who knows what will happen in the future? So I sent it to you beforehand. After this is over, go abroad. The money I send should be enough for you to live a normal life. Driver suggested Mr. Min and the boss go abroad too. I'll invite you to drink Vietnamese apple wine. You're curious, is it good? Mr. Min lowered his head with a forced smile. So are you not bored following me? Live comfortably, get married, have kids. Do you remember anything? Alright, after this ends, I'll also find my freedom. Mr. Min mumbled. Just hold on a bit longer. He looked outside through the window and told the driver to stop here. He wanted to walk for a while. The car slowed down gradually, and he stopped at the signpost. It's pitch black here, like it was abandoned. He remembered holding a bunch of red roses in the snow. Mr. Min felt a bit nostalgic. They were planning to develop this area? What a waste! Can I fly to paradise with everyone after everything is over? Suddenly, someone asked from behind, Are you Sungmin? The artist gave an odd smile. Oh yes, it's good that he led me here. Mr. Min felt uneasy. This was the man Ji-ho mentioned, the father of TSLB. He laughed and immediately squeezed his neck. Didn't you have a close relationship with my TSLB? The artisan used firm pressure. But today we came to find TSLB's friend, not him. Mr. Min's face was covered in sweat from struggling to breathe. The artisan asked softly, coughing, Where are you right now? What town? He tilted his head like a weirdo. Oh, I forgot that you can't speak. Let me give you some air. The artisan loosened his grip slightly. Mr. Min's tears kept flowing. Nam Ki Yong. He looked confused. Nam Ki Yang. Quickly say the address. Stop being so annoying. Suddenly, someone hit him on the head from behind. He glanced around, not in time to react. Huh? What is it? Your mouth keeps making noises. Ji-Ion kept hitting his face continuously. Darkness obscured the view, not seeing his face clearly. The injured man was half on one side. Sun Sen seemed to be practicing chi cultivation. He walked slowly over. He immediately knew who it was. It's been a while since we met. I've heard some things about you too. Sun Sen inquired about Ji-ho. They say you're planning to make Kim pay for his crimes, right? You keep your head down like that. Yes, exactly. Ji-ho spoke softly. I came here seeking your help because of this matter. Sun Sen seemed to have anticipated it. Is that so? Ji-ho clenched his hand tightly. This chess game is hard to win. With my current condition and abilities, defeating Kim Sin is impossible. I can't afford to appear in a ghostly state anymore. He made a request. Please tell me how I can become stronger. Ji-ho really wanted to defeat Sin. No matter how hard or painful, I can endure it. Please help me send that devil to hell. Meanwhile, Ji-jong was hitting the artisan's face. He suddenly blocked a punch and quickly pulled Mr. Min away. He mocked, creating Sun Sen to lose his humanity. Yet he created another slave with Sun Sen. The artisan playfully said, You Sungmin, your hobbies are quite similar to mine. He clapped like a madman, truly an excellent work of art. The artisan kicked Mr. Min's leg but yelled in pain, as if the artisan was treating him like a toy. I'll scratch your foot first, just in case you run away while I'm playing with that piece. He screamed. Nam Ki Yong. Ji-jong knew he cared for himself. Forget about me. He jumped and kicked the artisan. Just kill this bastard. On Sun Sen's side, Ji-ho is now truly very strong, even to the point of overpowering Kim Sin before. You've forgotten already? Ji-ho slumped down in despair. At that time, it was just because I fell into a trance state. I failed only because I was too weak. You can't keep making mistakes on top of each other. That's why everyone has to die unjustly. Ji-ho became furious. Now I can no longer use the trance state anymore. Everyone who cared about me was killed by that devil. Sun Sen spoke softly. Ji-ho, don't misunderstand that the trance state gave you extra strength. It only brought out all the power you already had. It revealed your inherent nature, so even without the mountain dream, you could still unleash your original power. The artisan held Ji Yang's foot. He twisted it gently. Just one step like that made it hard for Ji Yang to escape. He used Ji Yang's controlled leg to launch a counterattack. The artisan is clearly an art lover, truly a masterpiece, surpassing human bone and joint limits. But the twist in his knee should not have involved so much extra skin. He didn't know what to do, he just did it. The artisan smiled wickedly, creating chaos in every game. When Ji Yang's body was no longer intact, that was the prey's desire for survival. Ji Yang used all his strength to choke him. Those blows poured out all of one's life force were the most wonderful ones. The artisan still responded cheerfully. Zhang screamed in agony. He had to bite into the artisan's neck like a dragon ghost. Zhou remained calm, listening to Sun Sen's advice. So how can I become as strong as when I was in the trance state? Sun Sen sympathized with him. You're haunted by your past and feelings of guilt. That haunting! He seemed to read Ji-ho's mind, eroding his life day by day, without any desire to live left. How can you become stronger? And Sun Sen pointed out a way to regulate himself. What you need to do now is erase the guilt from your past and find the value in life again. That's the only way for you to get stronger right now. Ji-ho muttered, how can I escape this sense of guilt? He realized he couldn't. I can't. Ji-ho frowned. I don't have the right to do that. It seems Jirang is in a weak position now. The artisan climbed onto him. No more surprises are happening. He easily twisted Jirang's neck. The artisan turned towards Mr. Min's car, forcing out any trace of Ji-ho. Focusing on the main issue, tell me where Seo Ji-ho is hiding. I don't have much time for you. Even if beaten, Mr. Min wouldn't say a word. What a joke. Do you think I'll tell? The artisan adjusted his messy clothes, saying everyone would talk like him in the end. His angry hand split open, but after becoming our masterpiece, they all spoke and begged for a quick death. Mr. Min twisted the spring dream vial. What a pity! He drank it all at once, intending to die after Kim Shung. But the artisan gasped. Could it be self-mutilation? His eyes turned red with rage. The pain overwhelmed him. His mouth frothed like a seizure. He could no longer see clearly. Hien, Mr. Min's face became even more terrifying, flowing. The artisan is truly the villain. He still hasn't figured out anything unusual. Just standing there for a long time, Yeo Sung Min. As a businessman, you should take some responsibility. How can you be a director when all you think about is your own benefit? He turned to look at the car that had just arrived, leaving behind a mess. The driver trembled, director. Without hesitation, he pressed the gas pedal hard. Damn you. Go to hell. The light shone directly on the craftsman. He laughed in a strange way. You've got some good subordinates there, clear and bright. The craftsman rushed forward, a very loyal subordinate. The craftsman stomped through the car window and was incredibly foolish at a distant apartment building on a hill. Mr. Ongjin, are you calling me? Yes, that's correct. Raise your voice in questioning. Don't you think you're doing something without consulting me? I heard you send someone to eliminate Ji-ho? Step by step, did he send the craftsman? Mr. Ongjin answered obediently. Yes, that's right. He began to get angry. I hate anyone who dares to meddle in my affairs without permission. Didn't you know this? Sin's face turned dark. Why are you still acting so foolishly? I really don't want to kill you. He easily grabbed Mr. Ongjin by the head. Sin viciously lifted him up. What does Mr. Ongjin envy? Me? I just want to fulfill your wishes. His strength was so great that his nose and mouth started bleeding. To create a perfect family, he sent the craftsman to kill someone. Him. Still patiently listen for now. Even though I'm boiling inside, I think Ji-ho didn't deserve to be part of your family in the first place. If he could eliminate the craftsman, it would prove his worth and bring you closer together. Seong Jin's words convinced Shin. who let go as Mr. Ongjin clutched his face in pain. Shin warned softly, "Next time if you act so foolishly again, you'll die for sure." Seongjin held his face and cried out, "Why must it be that bastard instead of me?" Blood dripped from his eyes. "No one deserved to be part of your family more than I do. Kim Sin, only me." Sin spat out, "No way, you don't fit at all." Each word made Seongjin tremble. Only Jiho and I can truly understand each other's empty souls. Meanwhile, Jiho was sitting in the base. He used a knife to cut pieces, discarding guilt and finding the will to live again, to carve out those loved ones who died for him in vain. "How can I do this now?" "Sorry everyone, I can't." Suddenly, his phone rang incessantly. "Check your phone," he said. Jiho's eyes widened as he read the messages. What? What is it?" The door suddenly opened. Jiho was dazed. "Isn't it beautiful?" The craftsman laughed at others' pain, admitting that he felt a bit awkward saying this himself. But really, the picture the craftsman showed was genuine art. "These are masterpieces created from death. Only I can make them." Sin longed for Jiho to the point of madness. "And you, Jiho, will be my next masterpiece forever." Sun Sen had previously said he once stood at the pinnacle of fame. "I was a symbol of Utopia's power." More accurately, that symbol was built through strength and dominance. In front of this craftsman, it's like a clown stepping out of a nightmare. But he and me are completely different. If I'm just a symbol, then he is the real pain. He accepted the responsibility to deal with the dirtiest scum. He handled everything neatly and secretly. An artist can turn anyone into a masterpiece. He's a sadist who could kill women and children. As long as it's the target, he's extremely dangerous. Sun Song warned Jiho, sooner or later, he'll come looking for you. Jiho, be careful. Right now, Jiho has to face this guy. He can't be TSLB's father. He put on his glasses and looked calm. TSLB is truly my son. I just didn't need him anymore. His hand tightened. Could it really be discarded so easily? Jiho glared at him with hatred. Why would he bring you into this world then? The artist blew on the glasses for his family. He laughed maniacally while cleaning the glasses. Always a good disguise for me. Outsiders wouldn't know that such an ordinary uncle could be a murderer. The artist tilted his head, finding it obvious. Moreover, creating children is very interesting to me. I always want more. He thought of them like works of art. The mother lay in a pool of blood, calling out for her child. Look at the blood flowing everywhere. TSLB. The artist held the knife tremblingly. I'm just giving you back what you made me endure. He thought, but TSLB's case was an accident. That night, tears fell. All of this is your own doing. The artist. He recounted that a foolish man came to seek revenge. The mother was killed just after giving birth to the baby. He said that fool killed both women. The door creaked open. The artist stepped in and greeted. Me, I'm back. He spoke. Who are you? That man's voice trembled. You, the artist. The woman on the ground had long stopped breathing. The artist froze. What? Are you dead? He laughed madly. Perfect timing. Now you have to endure this pain like me. The pain of losing a family. He immediately snapped the man's neck. The artist grabbed his head. What's it like to lose your family? Then he crushed his head neatly. A pity. This time, you wasted your effort again. The artist didn't hesitate to kill the murderer in a blink. Dis said, but I did feel a bit of loss. Maybe I'll have to find another family to replace this one. Then he killed him without using his hands. Too much time wasted. As the artist held the knife, the baby in the crib woke up with blurry eyes. He laughed, that's my son. He lifted the baby from the crib. TSLB is smart. Do you understand everything? He had gone mad earlier and now would cry if he made noise. So I'll send him off with those two. The artist rewarded TSLB. Right, you're such a good boy. So this time, I'll spare your life specially for you. He was about to continue the story. Jiho looked displeased. Did you really throw TSLB in the trash can in the bathroom in a plastic bag with only his name on it? The artist thought he was doing TSLB a favor. Doing this shows how much we love him already. If it were any other TSLB, I would have killed them long ago. He revealed another secret. Oh, I forgot to mention. All my children are named TSLB, so sometimes I get confused between them. The artist asked Jiho why he suddenly took off his shirt. Jiho showed a strong physique. You, old man, could never be the father of TSLB. The artist was emotionally numb. Whatever he said didn't matter to him anyway. Before he finished speaking, Jiho was right next to him. The artist dodged his attack easily. How fast? He thought Jiho was a tasty morsel. Let me start creating the new masterpiece then. The artist grabbed Jiho's wrist. Jiho swung his arm immediately. He punched the artist in the face. The artist was taken aback. What? Did you apply oil? Jiho attacked before he could react. The artist couldn't grasp Jiho's limbs. He gave him several consecutive punches to the face. Jiho was drenched in sweat. I heard from Lee Jangshun about your fighting style. If you can't grab the target, there's nothing you can do. Your right punch is full of hatred. Even if you meet TSLB in the afterlife, don't call yourself his father. Another punch to the face, but this time a bit softer. The artist retaliated with a counter-punch, hitting Jiho's face. He kept that smile, mocking, "Actually, breaking bones to create the sculpture is my favorite method." His attack was prepared, not the only way for me. The artist punched Jiho in the face again. He immediately knocked him down and sent him flying. Then the artist kicked his leg. He kept kicking his face. Blood gushed out from Jiho's nose. The artist was well-trained and practiced this many times. He laughed cruelly. It seems like you're going to the afterlife, not me. But you won't be able to meet TSLB there. Jiho asked, what? The artist revealed another secret. Kimson saved TSLB as a special gift for you. This made him furious. The artist gave Jiho another kick. It seems this gift won't reach you now. That punch caused immense pain to Jiho. He didn't consider his own child, but if Jiho died, TSLB would no longer be useful for Kim Sin. Gazing at him, he laughed viciously. It seems like I'm going to the afterlife, not you. But you won't meet TSLB there. Jiho remembered Sun Sang's advice. If you want to regain your strength, first you must escape from the guild shadow, Jiho. Sun Sang closed his eyes and Jiho heard Sun Sang's words echoing in his mind. Find a reason to live on. Jiho kicked the artist's grip. The artist's hand flew up towards the ceiling. He grabbed the wooden statue and stabbed it into the artist's face. Blood flowed all over the artist's face. He continued cursing. You bastard! The artist held his bleeding face. A few minutes ago, I beat him half to death. You still keep that wooden statue with you and smashed it right in your gloves. Jiho is close because I found a reason for myself. You have to live so you can meet TSLB. Don't let me end up dead at your dirty hands, you bastard. Jiho questioned, under the overwhelming pressure. Tell me where TSLB is now. Jiho let go as the broken piece of wood fell, his voice showing impatience. TSLB, where is he? Ignoring the blood dripping down, the craftsman gritted his teeth. He lunged forward and started punching again. I told you already, meet each other in hell. Before touching Jiho, the craftsman was punched straight in the face by him. His nose was deformed by Jiho's punch. Blood continued to flow out. He was knocked back by the force of the punch. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, how fast is he? Not giving him a chance to stand up, Jiho landed another hook to his cheek. The craftsman began to stagger at this moment. His eyes started losing focus. Taking advantage of the situation, Jiho turned around. In an instant, Jiho's heel struck, completely deforming the craftsman's face. The craftsman fell down quickly onto the ground. His eyes were dazed but still managed to look at Jiho with determination. No matter what, he had to try. Grabbing his ankle, the craftsman grabbed Jiho's foot lightning fast. The craftsman wrapped both legs around Jiho's thigh and clamped his hands tightly on his ankles. His face showed a mad joy, eyes wide open, lips curved into a smile. Got him. Suddenly, Jiho kicked with the other foot. Without hesitation, Lian stepped down hard on the craftsman's face, causing the ground to sink under his weight. The craftsman's face showed Jiho's footprint, his face contorted, blood spewing from his mouth. The craftsman released Jiho's foot and he went berserk with punches. Seeing this, the craftsman quickly tightened his grip to defend himself. When one of his punches came down, the craftsman used his arm to block it, his face showing fear. Forgot, he still has a hand. Struggling for a moment, the craftsman kicked hard at Jiho's soul. The strength in his legs pushed him back and his body slid forward. Taking advantage of this, the craftsman turned to run away, fear showing on his face. I must have messed up. My current strength is no match for this monster. Just as he thought this, Jiho landed a knee straight into his spine. He grabbed the craftsman's hair tightly, causing him more pain. The craftsman endured the blow, his eyes filled with only pain and his pupils dilating rapidly. After a while of fighting, Jiho coldly asked again, I'll ask one last time. Where is TSLB now? As he asked, he slowly lifted up the craftsman's chin. In his eyes, there's only utter fear right now. But the artisan just chuckled a few times before speaking again. I don't know about that. It's not something I care about, so I didn't ask either. He was trembling badly. But how did you suddenly become so strong? The artisan glanced at Jiho as he spoke. His eyes were bloodshot. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to tell him, because I already have something I want to protect. You worthless scum will never understand that. As he said this, his voice grew colder. Next to them, the wooden statue's head remained silent. The more he spoke, the redder his eyes became. He seemed truly lost now, ready to kill or be killed since I've already lost. But Jiho only muttered in response, yes, but I won't let you die easily. His hand forcefully lifted the artisan's chin, causing him pain. Jiho was now overwhelmed by anger, losing his rationality. His eyes grew colder as well. I'll also let you experience this feeling once. The feeling of being a masterpiece. But upon hearing that, he laughed. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. His voice couldn't help but carry some anticipation. Alright, good idea. Remember to do it. It's really beautiful. After a while, the artisan's face turned pale. His eyes lost focus. In the darkroom, his head was twisted backward. Outside, a pair of legs were slowly walking. Jiho's silhouette could be seen in the darkness as he descended the stairs. Jiho began to breathe heavily. Yet, he was still calculating. The evidence has been discovered. I can't stay there anymore. I need to find a different secret hiding place. A place where I can stop running. Just thinking this, his hand clutched tightly at his heart. Suddenly, Jiho's eyes became empty. But where could someone like me find such a place? Standing on the mountaintop, he vaguely looked towards the still-lit city below. On the road, two young men were laughing and talking. Really, I'm 100% sure she likes me. Just because she smiled at you? A mocking voice. Stop being delusional. You've been acting crazy lately. As he said this, the green jacket laughed loudly. Suddenly, Jehovah took over his body. Looking at him blankly, the boy seemed angry. Oh, what's with you? The person next to him patted the boy and asked Jiho, Hey, what are you doing? Your nose is hanging down, right? But he didn't pay attention and continued walking vaguely. Jiho kept walking aimlessly until dawn. The sun's rays suddenly hit his feet. His eyes remained blank as he seemed very tired. These endless weary steps brought him to a place. He glanced sideways, his heavy breaths still audible, a place he hadn't returned to for 2 years. Before him was the orphanage bathed in continuous sunlight, a place he always tried to avoid when memories of it surfaced. Standing alone before the orphanage, his eyes tightly focused on that warm place. At this moment, a child recognized him and happily called out Jiho. Next to him is the director with a gentle smile, stroking the little boy's head. Jiho has arrived. Come in and wash your hands, rest. Beside them are 2 kids happily showing off to him. Today they got to eat fried chicken. Jiho will play football together later. His pupils gradually dilate. At this moment, he subconsciously responds, Ah, let's play. Suddenly, his body tumbles down as if hit by a wave. But the orphanage is not what he remembered. Inside the orphanage, only ruins remain. He lies right in front of the orphanage gate now. The hat on his head has fallen off. Two small cakes slowly roll down the road, past the old man. For 2 years, someone else always tried to avoid this place full of memories. Now Ji-ho is sleeping soundly in the middle of the street. Suddenly, a figure blocks out the light shining on his face, and he loses sight of where he's stepping. A girl stands there looking at him. Her black hair shines, her voice carries surprise. Ji-ho calls his name, his eyes widen in shock. Somewhere else, the door of a building is tightly shut. Inside, someone is calling Chien-soo. Hearing that voice, Chien-soo turns around. Yes! So Dong smiles widely and gently requests him to follow her for a moment. The two step out of the warehouse together. After walking for a while, Chien-soo starts feeling anxious. He asks hesitantly, "Is there something wrong? Could I have made some mistake?" She quickly denies it. What kind of mistake? There's nothing like that. Looking back, she smiles brightly. I just wanted to give you the reward that couldn't be given fully before. But hearing this makes Chien-soo feel bewildered. Reward? Seeing his surprised face, she bursts into laughter. Just kidding, look at you. How could we do such a thing in the company? Chien-soo is really innocent. Standing before the containers, she explains with energy. I called you here because there's something I want to tell you. When using the mixer for drug preparation, some special things need to be noted. Turning around and performing the operation, she explains while showing him, basically, using this mixer isn't dangerous. But if we double the required water in the ingredients and increase the mixing speed to maximum, at this point, she looks at the control panel. Suddenly, she takes a deep breath. When turning back, her smile remains. The product won't be able to withstand the pressure. Spring Dream will be released as gas. And everyone in the factory will be exposed to Spring Dream in gaseous form. Hearing So Jong's explanation, Chien-soo now remembers clearly. He looks at her directly and says, "That's how it is. But we'll never add double the required water unless someone does it with malicious intent, right?" Suddenly, she smiles again, hinting in her words, "That might be useful someday." Hearing this, he looks blank. Huh? Seeing him like that, she prolongs her voice teasingly. Just kidding, you're too trusting, so cute. I said that to remind you to be careful at work. Not wanting the person I like to make any mistakes. In front of her straightforward confession, Chien-soo stands still. Inside him, confusion starts. His hand clenches into a fist. She told him Kim Shin is in the main factory. And she revealed the weakness of the formula and the mixing machine too. Could all that be just because she considers me an ally? Is there any other special reason behind it? Thinking this, he watches her retreating figure. Suddenly a booming voice echoed, "Boss, what's going on?" Everyone was shocked. A chubby handheld crutch user stood below. His face showed concern. "Boss, quickly lead the research team out of here. We're under attack by enemies." Hearing this, Chien-soo, who was standing behind, also became frightened. But in her voice, there was an unusual firmness. "Oh my god, something big is happening. So we should leave quickly too, right Mr. Chien-soo? Let the factory staff handle everything here," as she looked at him with a meaningful glance. Outside, a crooked-faced man was loudly shouting, "What? You scoundrels! Do you know where this is?" He was cut off before he could finish speaking. A person smoking a cigarette spoke up beside him. "Of course I know where we are, because it all belonged to me once." Jong-gu sat in a wheelchair. Surrounded by his subordinates, he was flanked by people standing outside the factory gate who were surprised to see him. "Guys, Kang-kyu, general manager." He slowly removed his glasses. Jong-gu's tone was sarcastic. "Looks like you haven't forgotten my face, have you? These traitors." A smile played on his lips, but each word he spoke was enough to make people fear him. "Listen carefully to what I'm saying. Enter the factory, kill anyone who gets in your way, then set it all ablaze for me." Jong-gu sat on his wheelchair, watching with satisfaction as flames engulfed the factory. A person leaned against a wall. His entire body was covered in blood. His pleading voice echoed, "Please, spare me. Please. We were once part of Utopia, weren't we?" His vision began to blur as he spoke. In front of him was a crutch holder, one hand gripping his hair tightly while the other side showed scenes of chaos and murder. The crutch user also spoke up. "Why didn't you say this when you turned your back on General Manager Kang?" As he said this, his hand holding the crutch raised higher, with blood dripping from the blade. After some time of killing, Jong-goo's group began pouring gasoline into the factory. The floor was littered with bodies, while several liters of gasoline were being poured on them. After a moment's preparation, one of his men lit a lighter and threw it inside. In just a few seconds, the flames burst into life. Sitting in his wheelchair, Jong-gu was delighted by the sight. He sang along, "Burn up, burn even more." Our factory boss, he stood beside his remaining subordinates to admire their work as the fire now engulfed the entire factory. On Jong-gu's phone, he was texting someone that they had completed the task at the factory. After confirming the message, he threw the phone away and quickly ordered, "We're done here. Let's get out." He seemed to remember something as he asked, "How many of our men were injured?" Before he could hear the answer, a scream echoed. A hand tightly holding a katana was raised. Mo-gun was wildly swinging his sword, brutally killing anyone in front of him. Beside him, another person quickly stabbed their opponent's neck with a knife. Mo-gun's expression became more frenzied as he stabbed another man with his sword. The other person swiftly choked someone else and plunged the knife into them. In just a few minutes, both of them easily killed everyone around Jong-gu. He was quite surprised by their actions, enemy soldiers. Suddenly, another figure appeared, calmly greeting Jong-gu. "Long time no see, Kangkyu General Manager." Seung-jin's face darkened as he questioned with a challenging tone, "Why are you doing this to us?" Unlike his gloomy expression, Jiang-gu was laughing happily. "Why are you guys so late? This workshop was already burned down by me long ago. Just wait there. I knew you'd eventually catch the scent." As he spoke, he quickly pulled out a gun from his coat. Right after Jiang-gu aimed the gun at Eun-jin's car, he kept talking. "Kim's dogs are for you guys." Before he could finish speaking, Mo-gun rushed over. He swung his sword and slashed straight into his hand. The sharp blade of the sword also cut through Jiang-gu's legs, which were already crippled. The sudden pain in his hand made him squint, clenching his teeth tightly. Seeing Jiang-gu scream in agony, Mo-gun sheathed his sword with a satisfied smile. His severed hand lay on the ground along with the gun, and upon seeing it, he screamed again. "West, my hand!" Now Eun-jin pressed closer, his voice carrying a hint of contempt. "Your old life had to beg like a dog just to keep half of its value. Still don't know how to appreciate it. You're now a cripple among cripples." But despite the pain, Jiang-gu still smiled happily when provoked. "A cripple among cripples? I can't sit idle and just watch you guys breathe like dogs." Seung-jin immediately pinched his nose after hearing this. His tone seemed very impatient. "So I have no other choice now. But honestly, I didn't expect it to end up like this. The cowardly old man died because of this factory." As he spoke, Seung-jin's smile widened. Both his hands tightly covered Jiang-gu's nose and mouth, making him unable to breathe. His eyes began to roll back. "I thought an old man wouldn't act so foolishly." Blood continuously seeped from the corners of his eyes. Tears flowed down his face. Suddenly, someone stepped forward to report, "Director, all the researchers have been evacuated." Hearing this, Seung-jin took a deep breath but didn't loosen his grip. "Good news then." The tall man's voice had a hint of worry. "Where are they then?" The other man replied, "They have all been evacuated to the main workshop." Hearing this, his eyes gradually opened wider. Standing before the blazing fire, he looked at Seung-jin with concern. "Why are you calling me director?" Hearing him call, Eun-jin snapped back to attention. "No, nothing's wrong. I just wonder about this old coward Kang Jiang-kyu. That he could do such things out of hatred is strange. Plus, his expression as he died." As he spoke, his face darkened again with a satisfied look. It was clear that he had a plan. His Han eyes opened, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Thinking about it, I'll just wait and see what Han has planned." Meanwhile, Ji-ho was still sleeping soundly. His eyes slowly opened, showing signs of exhaustion. Beside him, Se immediately brightened up when she saw him awake. "Ji-ho, how do you feel? Turning to look at her, he was surprised. Say, his eyes widened in surprise as he quickly sat up and asked, "What? Why are you here?" Seeing his concern, she explained, "I just returned from the US. Suddenly, I remembered something from my past and came back to the orphanage. Just then, I saw you unconscious there." The car tightened his grip on his thighs and said, "I thought calling an ambulance would cause trouble, so I brought you here instead." Seeing her like that, he patted her shoulder. His hand was still trembling. "Car, you shouldn't be here. Go back to America quickly. This place is dangerous." His eyes widened as he spoke. The fear in his voice was clear. Sei's tears flowed down her cheeks. There was a hint of resentment in her voice. "Why? Or will I also be killed if I stay here? And end up on the news like what I saw," making her cry even harder. Looking directly into Jiho's eyes, Sei emphasized, "I don't believe it. Jiho, I believe you're definitely not the one who caused all this. Tell me, what happened?" Standing before her heartfelt plea, Jiho fell into deep thought and eventually confided in Kar about his failed attempt to frame Kim Shin and the pain he endured. In front of the cross on the wall, he recounted everything, including how Kim Shin killed everyone close to him. Both of them sat there with sorrowful expressions. Their faces showed deep sadness. Jiho looked worriedly at Kar and urged her. He hurriedly encouraged her. "Who knows if Kim Shin is targeting you too? So go back to America quickly." Sitting with arms crossed on his knees, Kar buried her face in her hands. After a while, she spoke heavily. "Then aren't you the one who's most at risk now?" As she said this, two streams of tears flowed down her cheeks, comforting him. She said, "Revenge isn't about killing Kim Shin anymore, but create a real family that Kim Shin can never have and live a normal life. That's also revenge." Jiho was surprised by her words, but he didn't know what to say at this moment. Her eyes were glistening, tears still lingering on her cheeks. The light from outside illuminated her back. "So, let's run away together, okay?" But Jiho was firm in his decision and said, "Thank you, Kar. But if Kim Shin is still living freely like this, I can't live a normal life." His voice grew more agitated as he clutched the phone with an incoming message. Jiho slowly stepped out. The words he spoke now were filled with determination. It was a promise to save TSLB and end all this. "I'll definitely come back for you." He turned his head towards Kar. She still sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she looked at him intently. Watching Jiho leave through the door, Kar promised, "I'll wait for you. You must come back." Kar kept her promise in his heart and quickly pulled up his cap. With a determined look, he found his path. On the other side, Soo and Sojong stood by the ship's bow. Sojong smiled and approached him to talk. "You never know what will happen. Finally, I can work at the main factory where I've always been curious about." Hearing Sojong's words, he looked ahead again. "Yes, I was also surprised." In front of them was a distant island with a tall building on top of the hill. As they reached the shore, all three quickly went ashore. Soo's polished leather shoes stepped on the white sand. Looking ahead, he wondered if this island was where Kim Shin lived. What about that building? Thinking so, Soo looked at the tall building in front of him with a mix of curiosity and hesitation. Suddenly, a voice echoed beside him. "Mom, just hand it over. Let me carry it." There was a mother and son walking together. "This is heavy. Let's carry it together. No problem," he thought as they walked past them, more confused than before. Mother and son, he thought to himself. Line 60 is repeated for the exact count of 60 lines. He looks around and spots two elderly folks sitting in the sun, with an old man there too. Then his eyes land on a string of shops, even including the security rooms. Right beside them, a security room is bathed in sunlight. Soo can't help but feel suspicious. His eyes keep widening. What exactly is this place? What's he doing to this place? Suddenly someone greets him warmly. After such a long journey, I'm sure everyone must be tired. Sin is standing in front of the building entrance, a warm smile on his lips. "It's my pleasure. My name is Kim Shin, the manager of this island factory. As he introduces himself, he extends a hand. While shaking hands with Sin, So Jong returns a polite smile. Greetings, Mr. Kim Sin. I hope you can take care of us in the future. My name is Hong So Jong. Turning to Sin, Hong curiously asks, are these to the ones who came with me? Seeing this, she quickly introduces them. Yes, I'm just leading the researchers from the lab. Chae Onsu's hand is now trembling tightly, his mind cursing the name. It must be the one who took everything from him, his eyes shifting to a calm expression. Over here, Sin smiles cheerfully and chats with everyone, asking if they are researchers. We will rely on you in the future. As he passes by Chae Onsu, Sin hints mysteriously, but Chae Onsu can't understand why he feels like the man to his right. He looks very familiar. I must have met him somewhere before. His eyes widen as if recalling something. In his mind, Sin appears in a younger form. He really resembles an old friend from my childhood. Could you tell me your name? Chae Onsu is stunned. His pupils keep widening. Sin smiles mischievously like a child. You look very much like one of my childhood friends. Can you tell me your name? Sin's demeanor returns to normal. Chae Onsu nods slightly, mouthing the words. Yes, it's Park Chin-soo. My name is Park Chin-soo. It's a pleasure to meet you. Despite the greeting, his eyes are still gloomy. After confirming the name, Sin smiles warmly again. Oh, I must have mistaken you for someone else. That makes sense. How could that guy survive until now? Hearing this, Chae Onsu's lips tighten. Ignoring Chae Onsu, who is still standing there, Sin turns straight and ranges thanks. It's my pleasure to see everyone after such a long journey. Let's get you all settled in for some rest. Everyone must be tired from the trip. Come inside and take a break. Please guide them to their resting places and prepare accommodations. The person Sin called her Ives now. He calls out loudly, TSLB. TSLB is standing there in a simple t-shirt. His eyes widen at the name. TSLB with a plain t-shirt stands there. Sin smiles and answers him. Yes, sir. Since you've traveled so far, it's fine to leave your luggage there. I'll help clean up for you guys. Looking at his hand, Chien-soo noticed a missing finger. Inside Chien-soo's mind, he wondered if this was the Nin SLB Ji-ho had mentioned. He still lives. Now his expression couldn't hide his surprise as he saw the gnarled hand. The elevator is moving slowly inside. Sel and Chin-soo stand inside, one a manager, the other an employee. Chien-soo spoke up again. Isn't your name TSLB? Hearing this, he replied, yes. So Chien-soo asked, are you working at the Spring Dream factory now? Sel was surprised by his drug's name and paused before recognizing it. Spring Dream, do you mean the health food we produce? That's right, I work there with my parents. Hearing this, Chien-soo became more amazed. Along with your parents, when did you start working there? As they reached their destination, Taeseo shared the story while unpacking his bag. I started working right after I turned 18, about over 2 years now. I was born and raised on this island. Could it be that he was brainwashed like my mother? Chien-soo thought as he clenched his fist tightly. Taeseo led him to the place and happily announced, we're done here. You can call this your home now. Although it's a bit dull, you'll find it nice after staying long enough. The people on this island are all friendly and kind-hearted. As he spoke, his lips curved into a smile, showing pride in his voice. After a while, TSLB was peeling radishes. A man entered and asked worriedly, TSLB, what are you doing? He looked surprised at the question. Dad, you're back? I'm just preparing dinner for Mom. But he shouted loudly out of worry. Who said you could do this on your own? What if you get hurt? The knife in TSLB's hand paused as his father took it away. He tried to persuade, Dad, I'm not a child anymore. Cooking is something I can handle. But his father firmly argued, no, give it to me. Seeing this, TSLB could only reluctantly comply. Dad, I'm already over 20 years old. You treat me like a 2-year-old. People might laugh at us if they knew. His father was a meticulous and overly protective person. Seeing the missing ring finger on TSLB's hand, his father frowned again. Son, I'm afraid you'll hurt yourself again. Leave these things to me. You mustn't touch knives. Remember that? It's dangerous. Hearing his father's concerns, TSLB scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, I remember. I'm sorry, Dad. But he understood why his father was so worried. Quickly taking off the apron, he turned to greet his father. So I'll go work now. Seeing this, his father smiled kindly. Alright, be careful at work. 2 years ago, Tessio had a severe car accident that wiped out all his memories. His past days remain a blank to him until now. Passing by a room, he asked inside, "Mom, have you felt better?" But the response was faint and weak. "I'm still feeling tired. Go work carefully." Seeing his mother like this, Tessio became worried and quickly reminded her to take her medicine. "Mom, remember to take your pills. Are you going out?" Outside the factory, sunlight is filtering through the leaves. Inside, Tessio is fully dressed in protective gear. "Hello, everyone." Hearing someone talking below, he turns to greet them. "Oh, TSLB has arrived." "Hi there." The manager who was standing down there now speaks up. "Your mom's taking the day off again today." Upon hearing this, he honestly explains. "Yes, sir. Recently, her headache has worsened." Hearing Tessel say this, the manager shows concern. "That sounds serious. Next time there's a cargo ship, I'll ask them to buy some good medicine for your mom. Don't worry too much." Seeing his sincerity, Tessel smiles and replies, "Great, thank you so much." "You're welcome." The manager politely responds, "There's no need to thank me. Helping each other is just what we should do." All the people living on this island are very kind and good-hearted. Turning away, the manager still reminds him, TSLPA. Don't overwork yourself either. Take it easy when you're young. Seeing that, Tessio smiles. "Yes, you too." They know you have memory loss, so they always sympathize and help Tessio. By now, he has approached someone who is working. "Hey, let me take your shift. You're going to rest?" Hearing him say this, the other person asks back, "I still have 15 minutes left on my shift." Seeing his hesitation, Tessio tries to comfort him. "It's okay." The manager keeps glancing at him from behind. Without the kindness of these islanders, Tessel's life with memory loss would have been much harder. But recently, he has a worry. The door slowly opens and Tessel's voice echoes inside. "Did you come back?" That's unusual behavior from her. She is sitting on the chair. Seeing this, Tessio anxiously asks Han, "How are you feeling, Mom? Has it improved a bit?" But she only vaguely responds, "HMM." Due to her frequent headaches, she doesn't go to the factory anymore. The pain has worsened and made her less talkative. Her pupils are dark, showing fatigue on her face. "Mom has already prepared dinner for you, honey, or rather." TSLB, hearing this mistaken name, he looks worriedly at her but remains silent. Moreover, she sometimes calls Texel by someone else's name. Texel is in the bedroom, still staring at his feet. Sometimes they even argue with each other. They never did that before. Separated by a wooden door, their voices echo inside, making Texel uneasy. "What's wrong with you? Calm down quickly. I can't take this anymore. I'm so tired." Thinking of her previous cheerful smile, Texel has more questions now. The warm mother who always smiled. What happened to her? As he wonders, the sad expression on his face appears before him. At this moment, she is looking at an old photo and crying. Seeing her like that, Texel is stunned. "Mom, are you crying?" Hearing his voice, she finally notices. Quickly putting away the old photo, she stammers, "TTSLB. Haven't you gone to sleep yet?" At this moment, a sad expression appears on his face. Despite some hesitation, he asks, "What's that picture about then? Though what is that photo of, please? Who is this? It should be a man." Knowing you saw her, she quickly avoided his gaze and urged him to leave. "No, nothing's wrong, dear. Don't worry about it. Go back to your room." But Tisha was determined at the moment. His lips moved slightly. "Mom, could it be that Mom really can't tell me what's happening? We are a harmonious family." Despite a slight tremor at the end, her resolve was clear in her words. His intense observation made her lower her head even more to avoid his gaze. But her silence only made him more determined. "Mom, please just tell me. Maybe I can understand you. I'm no longer a child. I can listen. Don't endure this alone anymore. Just tell me what's going on." Hearing that, she fell into deep thought. After some time of contemplation, she decided to reveal everything. TSLB. Really, our family. Look straight into your eyes. Saying the truth made her tear up. "I'm not your mother." As soon as she finished, the room fell silent. TXL was still in shock, unable to believe what he just heard. "What? Mom said that. What does it mean?" Suddenly, a man stepped out of the room and seeing them, asked worriedly, "Why aren't you two sleeping yet? It's late." Seeing him, fear was clear on her face, but she forced herself to finish. "Today after work, come to the waste disposal site. I'll tell you everything." The moon was high in the sky and darkness enveloped the space. Outside the factory, everyone had just finished work. Tired as they were, "You've worked hard today." "Yes, we all did a good job today." Greeting people by the Texel River, he fell into silence again, worry evident on his face. "What's happening, Mom? Can we really find out everything just by going to the waste disposal site? Am I not your child at all?" Thinking this, his hand holding the bag strap started trembling. Suddenly, someone called his name. TSLOP. Hearing someone call him, he turned around to see who it was. Strange. At that moment, Shin was standing there. Seeing him, he hurriedly greeted. "Greetings, sir." Smiling at his reaction, the man asked, "Are you free? Let's talk for a bit." Following his invitation, though hesitant, TSLOP quickly apologized. "Oh, sorry, sir, but I have an appointment today." A smile appeared on his lips as he confirmed that he was indeed meeting with his mother. But soon, the smile faded into a look of sorrow. "Actually, I wanted to meet you TSLOP to discuss your mother's issue. Can you spare some time?" At this moment, the mother was waiting for him to arrive. Suddenly, another voice echoed, startling her, "Slop won't come." The father had been standing there all along, his face dark and trembling. "Why did you do this? I warned you of the danger. Why put yourself in such a dangerous situation?" Hearing his questions, tears flowed from her eyes. "Truly, I've pushed myself to my limits. This island, this apartment building, the factory, people, everything here terrifies me." This line is repeated as per instruction. This line is repeated as per instruction. Seeing her cry, he also shed tears. At this moment, only pain was in his voice. Who wouldn't understand that? Everyone here is either forced to come or addicted to spring dreams. But everyone is trying their best to endure so they can survive. The tighter his fist clenched, the more he spoke. The mother didn't hesitate to spill everything out now. "This no longer has any meaning for me. I tried contacting someone outside and got a response. My wife passed away. My son died from drug overdose while using spring dreams. On the other side, please chat with Cell. Have you been worried about your mother's situation lately? I can understand that." The light and his silhouette made him seem more isolated. "My mother had shown similar symptoms too." Hearing him say this surprised you. Is the director's mother like this as well? A sad expression appeared in his eyes. "Please continue to ramble about that non-existent story." "Yeah, it's been a long time since we met. My mother didn't recognize me and kept saying I'm not her real child. Her real son is the sculptor. These are symptoms of a serious illness." As he spoke, he glanced suspiciously and tried to explain. Caught up in the story, tears flowed from his eyes. "Honestly, I don't know what to do anymore. My mother's words left me very confused." Seeing this, he continued acting out, his lifeless eyes staring at the ground, each word sounding very heartbroken. "There's no other choice but to take my mother to a better place for her old age, somewhere I understand more about. So I want to tell you this. If TSLB agrees, I will help you bring your mother to a better place too. Let's get straight to the point now." But he beside him was even more anxious. "Really? But won't it be very expensive?" Almost achieving his goal, he smiled and comforted himself. "Don't worry about the cost. Everyone on this island considers each other family. I've already talked to your father about this. Early treatment will yield better results. So I told him to prepare in advance." After hearing his thorough preparations, he fell into deep thought. On the other side, the father was desperately squeezing his mother's neck, his hands trembling. With 2 streams of tears running down his cheeks, he spoke towards her. "So, what are you going to do because your son died? Can you put us all in danger like this?" His hand grew stronger. She gradually lost consciousness and started foaming at the mouth. In the darkness, he kept mumbling about his thoughts. Almost everyone on the island would have perished because of her foolishness, pretending to be stupid. On the other side, Texel mumbled to Sin, the director, "I'm not sure if I should say this, but..." His eyes showed a bit of empathy as he looked at him and me. "We seem to have many similarities, right? My mother and your mother both lost their minds. Even his finger wound is similar," looking down at his own hand now. Hearing this, he laughed, his lips involuntarily curling up. "It's true." Out in the sea, a floating boat was moving quickly. His eyes looked into the distance with certainty, making people curious. "But there's someone even more like me. He will be here soon. The son I created," as he remembered Jiho's face, his hair blown by the wind. "He must be coming to me now." As expected, he continued straight on. On the outskirts of the island, he still looked at the building with lights on. The floating boat moved slowly. Sitting on the floating boat, Jiho gazed towards the distant island. In his eyes, only determination remained. Thinking back to a few days ago, someone in sports shoes stood near the rocks. "Even if we kill Kim Sin, Utopia will continue producing spring dreams, so the world would hardly change much." Looking straight into his eyes, he handed over the mission with determination. "If Park Chien-soo gives us the location of the main office, go finish off that bastard Kim Sin." Jiho became even more determined after hearing Lin Mac's words. Looking at him like that, he added, "We'll work together to get this done." On the other side, a hand kept digging into someone's throat, making them choke. Cheon-soo looked strained as he repeatedly gasped, "Hew, hew, hew." After some effort, a small device was finally vomited out. The small device landed neatly in the coconut shell basin. Wiping off the water from his mouth, Cheon-soo's mind raced. Jiho must have received the GPS signal by now. This was the next step of their plan. He frowned, his expression resolute. Inside the factory, everyone was working hard. Standing above and looking down with hatred, Cheon-soo saw most of Kim Sin's gang members and island residents in the factory. He slowly moved to where he needed to go, still thinking about minimizing the number of people present as much as possible before Jiho arrived. Cheon-soo pushed open the door and stepped inside. The 2 people inside were surprised to see him. "Oh, you're one of the researchers. Sorry, but this is a restricted area." Cheon-soo immediately kicked the person who spoke in the face. Beside him, Hee-soo was now terrified. The man screamed as he was grabbed by his hair. "What are you doing? Why?" Cheon-soo tightly gripped the man's neck. Using all his strength, he squeezed until the man couldn't move. After dealing with the 2, Cheon-soo quickly put on a gas mask. He firmly grasped the control panel. Cheon-soo felt uneasy inside. "I'm worried, but it seems like there's no other way but to follow what Hwangzu instructed me to do." Thinking this, he became even more determined. His hand quickly operated the controls. Outside, a series of mixing machines started shaking violently. The workers nearby were also stunned. What's going on?" The manager was alarmed and urgently told someone behind him. "Why is the pressure in the mixer suddenly increasing? Quick, contact control room." Soon, the chemicals from the mixing machine began to release toxic gas. Seeing the scene, the manager screamed in horror. Spring Dream must have been exposed. Everyone quickly evacuated. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. His legs forcefully fell down. A series of workers inside the factory fainted. Cheon-soo's vision was blurry. He still couldn't believe it had worked. Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling him. "Of course, you're someone with great potential. I told you so before. Whatever I said to you will be useful one day." So Dong, who was standing there, praised Cheon-soo. But in the current situation, Cheon-soo became even more cautious towards So Dong. Why would she want to help me? After hearing his question, she smiled calmly and her voice softened a bit. I mentioned this before. It's just because I like you, Cheon-soo. Seeing her continue to talk, Cheon-soo grew impatient. He shouted loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. What is your real goal? Are you an ally or an enemy of mine?" The corner of So-dong's eyes curled up in disdain. Han Sun-dae had also said so. He even said he met his god. Recalling their previous meeting, So-jong was surprised to see So-jong come all the way here just to meet him, wondering if she came to reconcile or blame him. Hearing his question, So-jong only slightly curled her lips and replied calmly, "Blame? Why should I do that? Complaining and blaming is for the passionate, not me. I came here to ask you a small question." Lines 59 to 60 repeat, so we'll end at line 60 as per instruction. I thought you would be satisfied with your twisted game after satisfying your curiosity about humans. While saying this, she looked at Sun with a disdainful glance, but the next words were actually a real taunt. Why not just die instead of living in such suffering? Sitting inside, Sun remained silent and tightly pressed his lips after hearing these insults. After some thought, he began to mumble, "No, now I no longer care about humans anymore. Because here I have met a god far beyond humanity. From now on, I will dedicate my entire life to serving him." As he spoke these words, his eyes showed only determination. Springsteen narrowed her eyes as she heard this, wondering. Bing Tan stood up from the chair, continuing to mock Sun with her insults. "You'll never achieve what you want. Even if you make us participate in that game, all you can do is watch from afar. If you were really curious like this, you should have directly participated in the game instead." The more she spoke, the sharper her words became, but Sun remained very calm and observed. She laughed at him again, continuing to belittle and mock Sun. Just like how he only knows to blindly worship others as gods without ever considering becoming one himself. Why is that? Because you're just a coward. Hearing this, his expression changed. From a straight face, he looked at her with hateful eyes. Seeing his expression made her more excited. "I'm completely different from you. I am strong and wise enough to become whatever I want." After the recollection, So-jong happily raised both hands in encouragement, her eyes crinkling. "So Cheon-soo and Ji-ho, try your best to kill Kim-sun together. Come on." Cheon-soo was now agitated, still urgently asking, "What's the point of all this?" Suddenly, So-jong shouted loudly. She showed fear and screamed, "Save me!" Seeing his shocked face, a group in gas masks rushed in. Luckily, everyone is here now. One of them quickly swung his scythe to attack, but Cheon-soo managed to block it. Cheon-soo glanced at So within, who was calmly leaving, looking back and forth. At this moment, she was calmly walking away. She greeted her a few times. The time together was really fun. "Goodbye, Cheon-soo." On the other side, the man with the scythe swung it again, shouting loudly, "Die." But Cheon-soo easily grabbed his wrist and held him back. With a strong shoulder strike, he easily threw him around. His head hit the ground hard, making him unable to continue fighting. Turning around, Cheon-soo charged at the next opponent with his knife straight towards them. He nimbly dodged the knife and punched directly into their face. The cries of pain from those he hit echoed. Cheon-soo quickly rushed to another one. He swung a punch at another man, causing his mask to break. In just a few minutes, he fought against nearly 10 people. Although starting to tire, he still managed to knock down another one. Damn it, there are too many enemies. Not letting anyone block him, Cheon-soo kicked the stomach of the man in front of him. His eyes were determined as he quickly comforted himself. "But I'm just a dart." He had to fight until Ji-ho came. Just thinking this, a knife stabbed into his abdomen, stopping his movements. The pain made him cry out several times, looking at the man who stabbed him. Seeing he stopped moving, a man behind him held a knife and rushed forward. "Today is your luck day. Die straight to hell," as he shouted. He stabbed his knife down, but suddenly a hand stopped him. Behind him, someone was tightly punching towards him. The stab hit him like twisting his flesh and blood. Before Cheon-soo's surprise, his body shattered into many pieces. Where the blow landed, blood oozed out. He quickly fell before Cheon-soo. At this moment, Cheon-soo was still dazed. His mind was a jumbled mess. What just happened? Just one punch made his body explode like that. Suddenly, the person from earlier spoke up. You've been struggling alone like this enough. From now on, hand it over to me. I'll send that bastard Kim Shing straight to hell. As he said this, Ji-ho looked at him with a firm gaze. Somewhere else, a car was speeding down the road. Inside, Seong-jin sat deep in thought. In front of his close subordinate, who was smiling and teasing them. You're still thinking about Kang Jang-kyu's matter now. Don't overthink it. When resentment is too great, people might disregard consequences to seek revenge, including giving up their lives in the process. He seemed very certain as he spoke. Morgan, who was playing with a Rubik's Cube, spoke out. Yes. Moreover, everyone's expression when they die is hard to understand. I've even seen someone gasping for air like they were climbing during their last moments. It looked very funny. Comforted by the words from those two, he felt at ease now. Is that so? Looks like I overestimated the situation a bit. Suddenly, a light shone straight into his face. In an instant, the car's windows shattered and his face distorted due to the impact. Looking outside, a truck had crashed into the car he was in, causing one side to be completely destroyed. From inside, a leg stood upright. Looking towards the overturned car, a figure spoke. You can't die that easily, you damn dogs. Stop pretending and show yourselves. As he said this, his eyes turned cold and menacing. Inside, Seong-jin hurriedly crawled out. He was slightly injured, but despite the fainting voice, he asked, "Are you Manic Zihong?" Seeing Seong, Zihong rushed over. He laughed madly and swung his fist at him. I'm famous enough to be known by even those who should die. Seeing this punch from him, Zihong quickly closed his eyes. A sword immediately appeared beside him. Mo-gu jumped out of the car, quickly stabbing his sword into Seong, but he dodged it. Looking at the tip of the sword before his eyes, he laughed. I knew it would be like this. A car accident can't kill you. The more vicious you are, the longer you live. Hearing this, Morgan suddenly burst into laughter. That's right. He swung his sword again, his eyes filled with mockery and contempt. Evil lives long, while foolish ones underestimate their strength. They should die sooner. Just as he said, he fiercely slashed down, but couldn't hit him. Zihong used one hand to block the attack. With his other hand, he clenched his lips tightly, gathering all his strength. In a moment, he swung his fist straight at Morgan's face, but Morgan dodged it with his sword. Zihong gathered all his strength for this strike and knocked Morgan back, causing him to crash into the car behind. Without giving Morgan time to catch his breath, he kicked again, forcing him to dodge. Now recognizing that, Morgan smiled with interest, not only wearing iron gloves, but also in armor. Seems like Uncle has done thorough research on me. As he said, he swung his sword across. Zihong dodged the attack and retreated. His hand picked up a piece of broken glass. How can I let you go? The one who took away 15 classmates' lives with his sword. He threw the glass at Morgan, forcing him to block it with his sword. How could I possibly let you off? With the sword that killed 15 classmates, he forcefully pushed the glass towards Morgan, making him quickly block it. Zihong's face showed only hatred. He clenched his fist and charged again. Such a cruel act can only be done by someone like you. But when he swung his fist at him, Morgan's sword had already arrived, forcing him to retreat. Enduring the pain, Zihong gritted his teeth as he looked down. Damn it, I'm at a disadvantage in terms of distance. At this moment, Mogong returned to wielding a sword before fighting. A sinister smile appeared on his face. You know me so well but still dare to bring your corpse here? Uncle is even more foolish than I thought. The sharp sword reflected the light. Morgan's black eyes stared directly at Zihong. 7 years ago, Kim Morgan, wearing thick protective gear, was holding a wooden sword in defense. At the start of the match, he charged and attacked his opponent, who couldn't react. He had been an excellent kendo fighter with promising future. His hand tightly gripped the wooden sword handle. Morgan swung his sword again. He's a prodigy in swordsmanship. Everyone pays attention to him. His collection of practice swords is piled high on the shelves at home. He has innate talent and works hard every day. Morgan's excited look through his protective gear reveals his eagerness. Yet after each match, this excellent young man sits alone mumbling to himself. Droplets of sweat keep flowing. Something is still missing here. This can't satisfy me. Just looking at the wooden practice sword and muttering. People always thought his muttered words were self-motivational phrases to push himself harder. But one summer day, a group of shocked police officers stood in class. "Order your weapons. We told you to drop your weapons. Did you hear?" From the corner of the classroom, Morgan looked bored, his face still stained with blood. "Oh my God! Can't you come a bit later? I still have many sword techniques to practice." When Morgan brought his father's real sword to school, holding it made him stand among the fallen classmates, causing the police to get even more agitated. "Me! I shot them! Drop your weapon. You've killed 15 of my classmates in a very brutal way." Tightening his grip on the sword, Madman proudly spoke, "There's satisfaction that only real swords can bring. It's just that fate was wrong about when and where I was born. If I were born during wartime, I would have become a hero." The more he said, the more excitedly he looked at the Ho-Shung, his lips showing a mad smile. Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth in approval. "You're overthinking it, brat. A swordsman doesn't need to fight unarmed people like you to be heroic. You're just an evil monster with a messed up mind," he shouted, his face now showing only determination. The sword slowly moved down and stabbed directly at the Ho-Shung, forcing him to use his hand to block it. His lips curled up. In Madman's voice was only contempt. "Just a bit of protective gear? What cheeky behavior." His eyes were glued to the man, the eyes of a wild beast examining its prey. Armor can block sharpness, but not completely stop an attack. He must have hit several ribs already, right? At this moment, the Ho-Shung touched his chest and quickly thought to close the distance. By any means necessary, as he thought, the sword pointed straight at the man's midsection, his eyes staring into the blade. Lowering his body slightly, the sword swiftly passed by the Ho-Shung, allowing him to reach within striking range. But Madman mocked, foolishly thinking I'd let you get closer. As he spoke, he stabbed the man's foot with the sword. In just a few seconds, the sword in the man's foot swung up, easily cutting his face. One of his eyes was injured now. The pain made him cry out. More cuts appeared on the Ho-Shung's thigh. His other hand was also hit. Blood continuously spurted from the Ho-Shung, each sharp strike cutting into him, forcing him to use his hands to block. Despite this, the Ho-Shung continued advancing. Blood still flowed out, just a bit more. Madman's eyes showed surprise and shock. What? He was still gradually getting closer. Feeling this, his hand swung the sword faster, filling the air with the stench of blood. The Ho-Shung suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with determination and desperation. His iron-gloved fists swung up. Suddenly, the sword stabbed into the man's body. The man stopped due to pain from his shoulder. Madman stepped back to avoid this punch. Seeing he had hit the Ho-Shung, he sighed in relief, still smiling lightly. "You surprised me. Seems armor can't cover joints after all." But facing your challenge, he only smiled calmly. "That's right, joints can't be covered by armor, so the sword can easily penetrate them, right?" At this point, he grabbed the sword tightly. Madman's hands were trembling. He was surprised inside. "Damn him! Don't let me take back my sword." Just thinking, his eyes kept glued to the sword being held tight. Suddenly, the sword pierced through his body with a loud thud. Blood from the wound continuously dripped onto the red shirt. Coughing in pain, he struggled to get up and ignored Morgan's shocked expression as he charged forward again. In an instant, his powerful fist had already struck him, distorting his face. Morgan lost momentum and flew backward due to the force of the punch. Seeing the pitiful sight, he forcefully pulled out the sword from Morgan's shoulder. Back at Morgan, he was sobbing in pain, tears streaming down his face as his hand touched his cheek, jaw, feeling excruciating pain. Before Morgan could cry out again, he lunged with the sword, impaling it straight into Morgan's head. Panting heavily, he muttered, "I've dealt with that nosy kid. Now I need to deal with these guys too, right?" The CEO's eyes glinted as he looked ahead. Looking at Zihong Jin and his remaining henchmen hugging each other, He smirked lazily. Oh, no, I should call you father instead. Suddenly, Zihong Jin took out the broken phone in his hand and turned it on. Hold on, check this out. While you were fighting, I sent my most skilled subordinates to Manic. As long as I give the order, your Manic will be flattened like a pancake. With a blatant threat on his lips, he still looked straight at Ho-sung with an indifferent expression. But now, Ho-sung burst into laughter. What are you saying? Flatten Manic? Your stupidity surprises me. Do you know who's keeping the Manic in check? The more he spoke, the harder he couldn't help but laugh. Somewhere else, a series of footsteps were heard. A group of people with a fierce aura walked down the narrow alley. The leader looked at his subordinates and clearly said, "Boss has given orders. Kill anyone you see. We will completely wipe out this place." Suddenly, a figure appeared, shocking everyone. What did you just say about wiping out? Standing in the dim light, his face was hazy when he appeared. Who are you guys? Why are you leading people around at night like vandals? Seeing him, the leader still smiled calmly and asked, Li Sun saying, I didn't expect to find a fake dog living in this shabby place. But now his eyes can no longer see anything. He can't fight us. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the alley turned off. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Sun Sang only smiled and explained, in this Manic area, there's only sunlight and streetlights. Almost no one has electricity here. This means that now, we all face nothing but darkness. Saying this, his momentum increased. His red eyes made the opponent panic even more. Sun Sang quickly raised a fist. 5 powerful punches hit swiftly. One of the people in the group was forced to take the blows, one cheek already swollen. Not only that, he kept throwing spinning jabs, causing those in the alley to cry out in pain. Seeing it wasn't enough, Sun Sang lifted a leg. He forcefully kicked the person in front, compressing everyone together. The people in front kept acting like punching bags, while those behind were confused about what was happening. What? Why are you guys constantly retreating? I can't see anything. What's happening over there? Hearing the cries of his fallen comrades, they asked each other in panic. Alone and facing them, Sun Sang leaped up. One foot stomped down on a person lying on the ground, causing him to cry out. Not only that, his foot suddenly spun around. A spinning kick sent everyone falling back. One of them recognized this and quickly ordered everyone to disperse. If we fight in such a narrow alley, we'll just become prey for him. Sun Sang was concentrating all enemies into one direction. He clenched his fists again. Taking a deep breath, he swung his fist with a professional stance, forcing the opponent to retreat like a wolf herding sheep. With a calm expression as he charged forward, amidst the cries of the sheep-like people, it was the sound of a wolf's prey being hit repeatedly by Sun Sang's fists. A punch landed on his ribcage, causing the recipient to cry out in pain. These weren't precise attacks targeting weak points. Instead, they were random punches with no skill involved. Another punch hit his arm, causing him to scream in agony. Rather, it was just a series of unskilled punches. Another fist was about to land. The one who had been giving orders straight into the chin, receiving a powerful blow that made him spit out blood. But it's the owner of Broken Fists who returns here. It's that notorious cleaner again, leaving a trail of beaten people behind him. In front of him are sandbags continuously receiving his punches. In the silent night, clear sounds of fist clashes echo from one side. Although his bodyguards are fading, wherever his fists land, they become fatal spots. On this side, Ho-sung stands upright, covered in blood and bruises. Get lost. Do you think you can pressure me with that broken body? Looking straight at the opponent trying to resist with just a weakling before him, someone taunts. Hearing his words, he grits his teeth despite the continuous bleeding. Weakling. I didn't say anything wrong, damn it. Saying that, he rushes forward quickly. The sharp knife is almost in contact with Ho-sung's body. Observing his attack, he easily dodges. His 5 punches also fly at the same time. One of those men has Ho-sung holding him tightly, but he quickly uses one hand to block the punch. Suddenly, the hand holding the knife spreads out, causing the knife to fall. Another hand with a ring grabs the knife swiftly. In just a few seconds, He stabs again, but Ho-sung blocks it. Looking at him straight in the eye, he suddenly smiles, fast and nimble. Looks like you were trained properly too. Seeing this, he calmly says, I learned these from someone like you. 909 Special Forces veteran, Master Ho-sung. That man rushes over and hits his head hard with a fist. Hearing Han's background, Ho-sung just smiles. So it is. Both stare at each other. Ho-sung teasingly adds a few more words to Han. How could I not smell the military school scent on you from the start? Just as that man wasn't paying attention, Ho-sung quickly kicks his stomach. His face twists in pain. With Ho-sung upside down like this, he becomes agitated and swings his knife wildly. Seeing an opening, Ho-sung rushes forward, punching him straight in the face, his voice still echoing in his ear. Do you remember anything? That when finishing the Special Forces training course, one must possess superior assassination skills. His foot stops right next to Han's. Another punch hits, loudly reminding Han of that standard. That is the criteria for sea soldiers. But he doesn't give up. The knife in his hand spins around. He quickly swings it horizontally, but Ho-sung easily dodges by bending down. His lips now only show contempt. You're too predictable. Because of my armor, you can only aim at my head. A powerful punch hits his ribcage, causing more pain. Moreover, Ho-sung rushes forward again. Only determination in his eyes. It's all over now. Go die. I'll show you the true Special Forces level. The hand holding the knife falls silent. A powerful punch hits him straight in the face. At this moment, he also swings his hand to hit Ho-sung's shoulder wound. His ring pierces right into the bleeding wound. Fighting until the end. Standing firm there, he looks at the man falling down. Ignoring the bloodstains on his shoulder, he wonders more about this final punch. Did you use 5 punches to hit my wounds? Why didn't you use the knife instead? To cover up your wound? Ho-sung seems very curious as he asks. Suddenly, Shing-eun's voice rises, calmly picking up the knife. He says, that's because if using a knife, one fatal stab in the shoulder wouldn't be enough to take someone down. Using his fingertips to touch the knife, he calmly explains to Ho-sung. Seeing him like this, Ho-sung becomes even more agitated now. So you're ready to die now, damn it? Are you going to fight me with that knife? His whole body seems to stagger as he speaks. Seeing his expression, Shing-eun can't help but smirk. No way, I hate fighting. Actually, I only like killing people. Watching Ho-sung helplessly kneel down, his eyes suddenly widen. Ho-sung looks resigned into my eyes. Looking at where the guy I just defeated is lying, Ho-sung realizes something. Could it be? Seung-jin's face shows a calm smile. His voice whispers like an evil devil from hell. Yes, this is exactly what Mr. Ho-sung likes. Spring Dream. It's a spring dream ring taken from one of Seo Ji-ho's victims. Isn't it quite useful? As he speaks, he looks at the dagger still on his hand and slowly sits down, pressing the blade against Ho-sung's neck. Ho-sung has already enjoyed what he likes. So now it's my turn to enjoy my favorite job. Saying this, he presses the knife in, causing a thick red blood flow out immediately. Ho-sung's consciousness gradually fades into a daze, but he still struggles. No! I can't let Spring Dream defeat me. Again, his voice gets even softer and his eyes grow dimmer. In just a few seconds, Ho-sung loses consciousness. At this moment, Ho-sung's mind recalls the small figure of his daughter showing him her painting. Dad, look, I drew our family. Seeing the picture, he smiles gently. Ho-sung's large hand strokes his head. My daughter will have a bright future as an artist, but why is my shirt so dirty? It's muddy. But when he asks this, the expression on his daughter's face changes. He explains, no, it's not like that. It's just a pretty pattern. Dad doesn't know anything about it. Seeing her jump up excitedly, Ho-sung can't help but tease further. So what? Such a dirty pattern, she retorts as he continues to joke. No! You're so silly. Behind them, the wife saw this and couldn't help laughing too. Don't tease each other anymore, boys. Let's just eat our meal. On the table is a bowl of black bean soup already served with side dishes. Ho-sung looked at it and couldn't help marveling. It looks so delicious. The girl sat down and started eating like a starving tiger. In no time, she was all messy from the soup. Black bean soup. So good. Sit beside me. Seeing this, his wife laughed again. She quickly wiped her with a napkin. You must eat carefully when it's so tasty. Why are you being so naughty? Sung sat opposite and teased back. With such good food in front of us, but only playing around without eating, Miyu is the silly one here. As he scooped up a spoonful, some soup accidentally fell down. The girl laughed at him too. Look how messy your eating is. Seeing his awkward expression, even his wife couldn't help laughing. Oh my, look at the way you and your son eat. Just like that, the girl sitting next to him laughed, pointing out, same with daddy. Sung smiled happily at them. He didn't mind being teased by the girl. So I'm this silly because of Miyu's influence. But she immediately rebutted. Not yet, you're the one who got me into it. A smile appeared on his face. Right, this is the story people often talk about. If someone dies while using Spring Dream, they might stay in a beautiful eternal dream forever. Standing up from the table, Sung said to them, I must go clean my clothes now. He quickly walked back to his room. Such a wonderful death. It could also be seen as an escape. On Sung's face was still a bright smile when with the two most important people in his life. Suddenly, Sung's eyes widened. From the corner of the room, a messy Sung sat leaning against the wall. His face was covered in sweat and his long uncut hair. A glass bottle and a syringe lay on the ground. Seeing himself like this, Sung's expression turned fearful. He quickly turned around to check. At the table, his wife and daughter were happily eating, but behind them was someone hanging there. The smile on his face vanished. Panic showed in his eyes. A rope hung from the ceiling. His wife's voice sounded dark. Me. At the other end of the rope, it was tied to her neck, but the sound still echoed. I understand none of this is real. I can't forget our promise of happiness. His eyes filled with tears as he returned to reality. Only blood in his eyes. He grabbed the knife near his neck. The boatman was also shocked, his hands trembling as he tried to grab the knife. This is pure Spring Dream. How can you? Rising slowly from the ground, Sung's determined words echoed. I vowed to myself that I would never be defeated by Spring Dream again. And I must live and clean this world of trash. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Suddenly, the gas valve was detected. In the control room, someone quickly closed it after pressing the buttons. A lab worker removed his mask to reveal a sweaty face. You can take off your mask now. I've sealed the gas valve of the mixing machine. Now in the lab, all workers were lying on the floor. The assistant asked, so, what's left is just killing Kim Shin, right? But Ji-ho denied it. No, that will be done by me alone. Hearing this, the assistant was shocked and his face turned dark as he questioned, what? Why are you saying this now? About the bleeding wound of the assistant, Ji-ho thought that in his current state, he couldn't fight. He should leave using the boat I brought. He advises you to return to your normal life in the future. Seeing this, that employee couldn't hold back his disappointment and clenched his fists in questioning. I've done everything to get to this point. So what are you saying now? He asserts that these minor injuries on the surface don't affect me at all. Suddenly, the employee's face hardened, his eyes filled with determination and sharpness. If I die, I'll die while fighting. I also want to take revenge myself for what he did to me. Hearing this, Ji-ho recounts that someone once told him that revenge doesn't necessarily mean killing Kim Sin. This surprises the employee. Ji-ho believes that living a normal life that even Kim Sin couldn't have is another form of revenge. Thinking about Seha's tears, Ji-ho suggests a happy life as a way to take revenge. Placing his hand on the employee's shoulder, Ji-ho mentions his girlfriend who is pregnant with their child. He announces that he's pregnant with your baby, shocking the employee. Ji-ho encourages him to return and give her a proper family. Help me take revenge on Kim Sin. For a moment, the employee hesitates. Then he asks, what about you? What are you going to do? Hearing this, Ji-ho looks sad but promises that after everything is over, I'll return, for sure. Meanwhile, Sun-sin's fists crush the Utopia employees into pulp. Despite not being able to see, he fights with all his might. One by one, they are beaten up, each carrying a self-defense knife but still getting pummeled. Seeing this, the remaining few become wary. Out of nearly 60 Utopia employees, only about 10 remain. Now Sun Sen faces an array of knives and weapons with his body drenched in blood. But along with the defeated enemies comes exhaustion. Sun Sen's breathing becomes erratic due to exertion and critical injuries. His fatigue and weakened punches weigh heavily on him. Yet, he clutches his fists tightly despite this. Unable to see, each attack requires full effort. Seeing Sun Sen with blood-soaked wounds and heavy breathing, everyone understands that his body is reaching its limit. Sun Sen asks, "What are you doing? Why aren't you standing up?" More importantly, the dawn begins to break. Sun Sen weakly orders them to get up. As they stand, only he remains in darkness. In an instant, a sharp pain pierces him from behind. A different employee with murderous intent tries to stab him, saying, "Please, die." But Sun Sen retaliates by hitting him straight in the face. Another knife is driven into his body, and his breathing grows labored. In this situation, opening his lifeless eyes, Sun Sen weakly reminds himself not yet. But as soon as he says that, his entire body gives out, collapsing. Seeing this, the employees recognize their chance. The leader declares it's over and they just need to finish him off. With weapons raised high, they believe they've defeated Utopia's strongest. In this scenario, Sun Sen weakly mutters that this is the final punishment for those who want it. Child of God? Then I accept. But he prays, asking God to bless the people in Manikjong. Even though I'm evil, I'll accept being burned 1,000 times in hell. His hands now covered with calluses and dirt, Sun Sen earnestly pleads for peace for the villagers of Manikjong. Seeing this, one employee chuckles, asking what he's seeing like a ghost. "Now you're done," he says, preparing to finish him off. Goodbye. As he prepares to deliver the final blow, a rock hits his face. Looking at the situation, he exclaims in surprise, "What?" The simple villagers rush forward with long water pipes and shout, "Come out, you trash! Get out of our village!" Seeing this, the leader is shocked and curses them as drug addicts. The villagers continue to attack the employees, shouting, "Go away, scum! Leave our village now!" Despite bleeding from his head, he can't resist due to overwhelming numbers. The villagers keep opposing their actions. "We don't need your spring dreams anymore." They didn't hold back while venting their anger on the staff. They were cursing loudly. "We're no longer afraid of you scoundrels. You dead bastards." On the side, Sun Sion slowly spoke up. "No!" The man worriedly reminded. "I told everyone to hide already. Don't fight them." Hearing this, a villager came close and firmly assured, "We won't run anymore, village chief. We will protect you." They thought he would do as he did for us, and Sun Sion was led by the villagers. But Sun Sion stubbornly stopped everyone, saying we shouldn't sacrifice ourselves for someone like me who deserves punishment. Another villager spoke up, "Village chiefly isn't one to be punished. He is a great leader guiding us to a better life." In their eyes, he was the savior. Meanwhile, holding onto his knife that was cutting into himself, a voice echoed, "Because I promised never to fall to spring dreams again," with red-raged eyes full of vengeance. Ho Sung fiercely threatened to wipe out all these trash from this world. He immediately lunged and punched the man in front hard on the jaw, causing his face to swell. Not stopping there, Ho Sung grabbed his head and mercilessly slammed it down onto the ground. He repeatedly kicked the staff member's stomach with full force. Ho Sung exerted all his strength. Then he delivered a final blow right on the opponent's face, making him clutch his face in pain. The staff member with an already bruised face cried out in agony, "Pain, it hurts so much. I was wrong. Please spare me." Ho Sung only sneered, "You cry and beg like a dog after just a few hits?" He pressed the terrified staff member's head down and raised his fist to mock. "You always thought you were invincible, but in reality, you're just trash." The staff member sobbed, "Please spare me. I don't want to die. I'll do anything you ask. Please." But Ho Sung with intense rage refused. "Seeing your defeat is enough punishment for me. It feels so good that I want to make you suffer more." He tightened his fist and thought, but since I'm different from the trash like you, I'll give you a death sentence. Ho-sung swiftly delivered a powerful blow to the staff member's temple, causing him to fall unconscious. With slightly labored breathing, he muttered, "Done." Excitedly, he thought, now all that's left is G. Killing that Kim Shin bastard will be utopia. Spring dreams will disappear from this world. Ho-sung told himself his promise would come true. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Meow," startling him. Before Ho-sung stood his wife and their little daughter, looking at him with gentle and loving eyes. His wife comforted, "You've worked hard. You don't need to fight anymore now." Seeing her, Ho-sung was overwhelmed by shock and emotion, exclaiming, "Meow, me-ju, how?" His wife advised, "Don't suffer over revenge. Just return home with us and live a happy life." Hearing this, tears streamed down Ho-sung's face. He couldn't speak but only sobbed. But suddenly, his eyes turned red and hollow. Ho-sung's eyes widened in pain as dye stained his face. Holding the blood-stained knife, someone asked, "Are you having a beautiful dream?" Ho-sung, noticing the ring on Ho-sung's hand, that person explained, "It's not spring dream but light dream." Zeongrin sneered, "Even in dreams." Watching Ho-sung lying there, his eyes wide with hatred, Zeongjin thought, but maybe he experienced the happiest feelings in the darkness. Ho-sung was left on the road. In the bathroom, a song echoed, "There are 3 sheep." While bathing, Kim Shin sang, "Living in a house with a father sheep, mother sheep, and baby sheep." The song had the line, "Save your father, strong and healthy." With the word "save your mother," warm and kind, the song sounded bright. Even Kim Shin, with his cunning eyes, enjoyed singing this song. Just as he sang "Save your child," very cute, a staff member rushed in to report, "Mr. Kim Sin, something big has happened." As the staff member explained, Seo Ji-ho had arrived on this island already. Kim Sin broke his comb. Without finishing his sentence, more importantly, the Spring Dream Factory was attacked by that ugly staff member who slashed him with a broken piece of the comb. Now, the staff member painfully held onto his wound. But Kim Sin kept a calm face and calmly suggested, "Please stay quiet for a moment." He continued to comb his hair with blood-stained fingers. He leisurely thought, "It's been so long since I felt this good. Don't ruin it." Ji-ho walks to a place. He looks around and wonders where Kim Sin is. Suddenly, Ji-ho realizes something, his eyes widening in surprise. He looks at the surrounding restaurants and shops. Ji-ho questions, "What are these places, the businesses and residential areas? This place seems like a bustling part of an urban area." Ji-ho can't hide his shock as he wonders why this is appearing on the island. Could it be? Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a swing nearby. Memories from his childhood rush back vividly when playing with his father. Ji-ho wonders if Kim Sin is trying to imitate him, but as he looks up, he's even more surprised. Seeing the building in front of him, he recognizes it as where he and his father used to live. Witnessing this scene, Ji-ho's face shows clear anger and disgust. Ji-ho exclaims, "Kim Sin, you really lost your mind." From above, looking down through the glass, Kim Sin says, "I miss you a lot, Ji-ho." The man with a twisted smile thinks, "You must be surprised, but I still have more gifts for you." Meanwhile, a car stops on the road. A subordinate of Zeongjin steps out and asks the manager, "Are you okay, sir?" He politely says, "We're late, please forgive us." Hearing this, Zeongjin replies, "I'm fine." Loosening his tie, he tiredly asks if there's anything to drink in the car. Seong-jin explains, "It was a long journey that made me so tired." They continue driving. After drinking lots of water, Seong-jin asks, "What about Ji-ho? Has he arrived on the island?" "Yes, he destroyed our production facility." Hearing this, Seong-jin angrily crushes a water bottle in his hand and wonders, could those dogs use a tiger's trap to attack both me and Kim Sin? Seong-jin's face darkens as he orders, "Quickly call reinforcements to the island immediately. I need 100 people." The subordinate replies, "Yes, sir. I'll do it right away." Now Seong-jin realizes, "But what department are you from? I've never met you at the company before." Hearing this, the man called a subordinate responds, I work in the research department. But isn't it strange that the chief secretary doesn't feel any pain now? Shouldn't the medicine be taking effect by now? Sungjin is shocked and exclaims, "What's happening?" He immediately feels a sharp pain. Sungjin's body tenses up. He continues to suffer in pain. What the hell? Weakly, Sungjin questions, "You, what did you do?" Into the water. Now, the imposter breathes out calmly and says, "Great." He worries, "I thought this time I'd get caught in a trap again." After some time, another car approaches the Jin's vehicle. With a warm smile, Soyeon asks the chief secretary, "Good morning, sir. Wishing you a nice day. Honestly, I was wondering how to kill you, but it turns out the stomach is the quickest way to hell." She introduces, "Poisoning food and drinks isn't your favorite method, is it?" Now, Seyoung-jin's twisted face with visible veins struggles to ask, "Why?" Hearing this, Sojong simply replies, "Why what? I told you at our first meeting that I always knew who would survive until the end." She wonders, "Didn't you wonder how I knew that?" Sungjin's eyes filled with hatred struggle to form words. But it seems Soyvon doesn't care much. She shows a twisted smile and proudly admits, "Because the one who survives until the end and takes everything away is always me." Meanwhile, Jiho faces his childhood memories, clenching his fists. He thinks this building looks exactly like where he used to live. So, Jiho speculates that Kim-sun must be there too. Wondering if TSLB is with him, he walks on. But then a voice echoes, "You." Gripping the knife tightly, a man trembled and spoke, "You are." He asked in fear, "Jiho, is that you?" Then, without giving Jiho time to prepare, the man lunged at him with the knife. Fortunately, Jiho managed to dodge it. He wondered, could he be an agent of Utopia? Looking at the man's actions, Jiho realized something but thought, "Why isn't he more professional?" The man shouted, "Die!" But Jiho quickly subdued him, accompanied by a punch to his face. Jiho thought it was like he had never fought before. Despite being beaten and humiliated, the man pleaded, "Please." As soon as he said that, Jiho made him stab himself with the knife, thinking, who cares about who he is anyway? Jiho stabbed the man's chest directly with the knife. He thought all of Kim-sun's scum were dead. The man gasped in shock. "No, no." He tried to say, "Yes, I killed you, then my family." With his last words, he died. Jiho looked at the defeated man for a moment. He wondered complexly, why did he say that? What happened in the end? Suddenly, a voice called from afar, "Dad!" It made Jiho freeze on the spot. Taiseo rushed over with tears streaming down his face, sobbing loudly. "No! Not allowed!" Jiho recognized it as TSLB. Seeing this, those around Taiseo tried to stop him, but he struggled and shouted, "No matter who you are." Younger Taiseo angrily pushed the people away and said, "Forget about him." He swung his fist at Jiho's face. As he hit Jiho, Taiseo asked in pain, "Why?" He continued hitting Jiho and questioned, "Why did you do this to my dad?" Taiseo angrily kept hitting Jiho while cursing, "How could you be so cruel, you bastard?" Kim-sun muttered, "To kill me. You had to turn yourself into a monster, right, Jiho?" Looking at the scene below, he thought that everything they did was being replayed exactly. Kim-sun smiled satisfiedly and said, "It's perfect. You're very worthy of being my son." He picked up a knife nearby. Holding the knife high, Taiseo shouted, "I'll give it all back to you." As he plunged the knife towards Jiho, Jiho grabbed his hand. Jiho said, "TSLB, it's me, Seo Jiho." Tried to remember everything. He reminded him, "This guy is not your dad." Jiho prompted, "Think about your real family." He also recounted that the one who took away his wonderful family was Kim-sun. Taiseo asked in pain, "Why should I believe your lies?" Crying, he said, "Die, you evil bastard." Above them, rain began to fall. Jiho's blood spread with the rain. Jiho reminded Taiseo, "You're being controlled by Kim-sun. It's me, Jiho." He recounted, "We grew up together in an orphanage for blind children." Jiho tried to jog his memory. "We were the best of friends." Taiseo asked, "We were good friends." With eyes full of sorrow and hatred, He said, "You're trying to deceive others, but you can't fool me." Tessio pulled out a knife and said, "You took your father's life yourself." Cao Tone stabbed Jiho again. He was so angry. How could they still be friends? The knife slipped from Jiho's hand and pierced his hair, breaking the blade. But Taiseo didn't stop. He swung the knife wildly, shouting, "Die, you evil bastard!" At that moment, Jiho pushed him back, sending Taiseo flying away. Jiho worriedly asked, "TSLB, are you okay?" But then, Taiseo gritted his teeth and said, "Don't call me by my name." He decisively swung the knife at Jiho and ordered, "Stop calling me and show no familiarity anymore, you bastard." Fortunately, Jiho managed to dodge it. Without stopping, Tessio lunged forward with the knife raised, shouting loudly, "Die!" Seeing this, Jiho quickly grabbed Cao Tone's knife handle and locked his hands behind his back. After controlling Tessio, Jiho tried to persuade him to calm down. TSLB, please listen for a moment. But blinded by rage, Tessio kept hitting his head against Jiho's chest and ordered, "Get out." Suddenly, Tessio noticed something. In front of him, another man was tightly holding a knife. Seeing this, Tessio recognized the opportunity and called out, "Uncle, it's just in time." He shouted loudly, "Take advantage of this chance and stab that evil bastard." But then a knife plunged straight into Cao Tone's stomach, making him exclaim, "Oh, behind me." Jiho widened his eyes in shock and called out, "TSLB." After that stab, the man quickly ran away, mumbling, "I did it. Finally, I did it." Suffering this, Tessio painfully wondered, "What? Why?" He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the knife in his stomach. Tessio staggered and fell into Jiho's arms, asking, "TSLB now?" Holding the wound to stop the bleeding, Jiho advised, "Don't move." He kept reminding him, "Don't fall asleep. Try to stay awake. Please, don't fall asleep." But now, Tesseo's eyes were gradually losing focus. He stared blankly and said, "It's too cold." Taiseo was in intense pain, but just then, he used his last bit of strength to kick Jiho, causing him immense pain as blood filled his mouth. Despite Tesseo's continuous attacks, Jiho tried to stop him. "If you move more, you'll lose too much blood." As soon as he said that, Tesseo staggered and kicked Jiho. Due to the intense movement, Tesseo's wounds started bleeding heavily. Seeing this, Jiho urgently tried to persuade him, "Please, stop struggling, listen to me." But Tesseo ignored him and continued lunging with clenched fists. He used all his strength to punch Jiho, but Jiho managed to block it. With rage clouding his mind, ignoring the severe injuries, Tesseo kept attacking Jiho frantically. Jiho pleaded desperately, "Please, stop." Exhausted and helpless, Jiho had no choice but to retaliate, punching Tesseo hard. In an instant, Tesseo lost consciousness, but he immediately woke up, his eyes filled with fury. He retaliated by hitting Jiho's face forcefully. Just as Tesseo was about to punch again, Jiho stopped him and used his foot to control him. In the chaos, Jiho said, "Sorry, TSLB, I had to help you out of this daze first." Using the idea of cutting off oxygen supply to the brain, Jiho tightly squeezed Tesseo's neck despite his struggles. He tried to lift his fist up. Tesseo struggled to hit Jiho again. Enduring the pain, Jiho told himself, "Keep going, just a little more. He can wake up from this daze." Looking at Tesseo's growling like an enraged beast being controlled. With Jiho's method, his grip gradually loosened and fell off. But then Tesseo pulled the knife out of his stomach. He painfully grunted and took out the knife to ease the pain. Seeing this, Jiho shouted loudly, "Don't do that, TSLB. If you pull it out, more blood will be lost." But ignoring him, Taiseo pulled the knife out forcefully, causing a gush of blood. Blood spurted from his wound. Tesseo continued wildly trying to take Jiho's life. As Tesseo trembled and raised the knife, he only managed to cry out a few times before his eyes became completely lifeless. The knife fell from his hand. Seeing his friend lying in a pool of blood, Jiho couldn't contain his panic and called TSLB. In pain, he crawled to TXL with tears streaming down his face, shouting, "No, no, don't!" Now, TXL could only barely move his lips. 127 out of 132. He uttered one word, "Father." Tessio tried to grab the man's hand and called out, "Dad, oh Dad." But soon, Tessio fell silent, and he took his last breath. In front of this scene, Jiho trembled as he cried out, "No, no way." The tears mixed with the rain, he spoke weakly, "Oh, sorry, TSLBR." Jiho blamed himself, "Oh, I'm sorry for you." Gazing at his friend's body, he thought it was all because of me, myself, that made him end up like this. He walked down the stairs. With a mangled and wet body, Dim muttered to himself, everything is my fault." He believed he had caused everyone's suffering. Dim sang a sad song as he approached, taking 2 steps. The smile of his mother appeared, along with the faint image of his father. In pain, he asked himself, "Dad, why did you save me?" At that time, it would have been better if Dad let me die with him. Standing in front of his house, the sight of his father's broken body greeted him. Voices echoed as he took 2 more steps. The smile of his father made Jiho even more exhausted to speak. If only things could be different. Thinking about that hand, he realized he didn't need revenge after all. Recalling the truck accident, Jiho thought, I wouldn't have become a target either. He blamed himself for not letting those people he loved die in vain. Jiho silently wondered why his father had tried to save him. He opened the door. Jiho stepped inside, greeted by Kim Sin, who was happy and spoke up. "Welcome back, Jiho." He sighed. "Now you're just like me." Kim Sin showed a twisted smile, thinking that all were only bringing misfortune to others. He said, "We really do look alike." Kim Sin commented like father and son. As he combed his hair, Jiho's face seemed to take on the pain of his own while also showing a hint of Kim Sin's features. In the rain, Shin-soo was pushing the boat with all his might. His face showed an indescribable emotion. Looking at the floating boat, Shin-soo remembered Jiho telling him that his girlfriend was pregnant. Jiho advised him to try and build a real family when he returned. He urged Shin-soo to take revenge on Kim Sin by doing so. Shin-soo replied with confusion, "How can I do that? I've come this far. I can't run away now." With complex eyes, he affirmed, "I'll fight him too. I can't let you face him alone." Just as Shin-soo was about to continue, Jiho refused. "You don't need to do that." Lowering his head, Jiho admitted, "In fact, I'm just a scoundrel who should be despised." He confessed that he was the one who injected Spring Dream into Shin-soo at the park on that night. Jiho regretted saying that it was him who took away his previous happy life and dragged him into this miserable revenge plan. Hearing this, Leon-soo couldn't help but angrily punch Jiho. He angrily asked, "That's you, the one who pushed me into this hell?" Seeing this, Jiho replied, "Yes." He persuaded him not to worry about his safety and urged him to return to the life he once had. Jiho looked up with sincere eyes and advised, "Go back and find that girl, create a small family and live happily. Enjoy the life we can never have." Standing in the rain now, Shin-soo clenched his fists tightly. He sadly looked into the distance and cursed, "That bastard." But he wondered, why didn't you just finish me off? In a house with a family photo cut and pasted to look like it was one, Jiho, with bitter tears in his eyes, cursed, "Son, what the hell are you talking about?" Facing him, Kim calmly said, "After leaving that prison, I've been following Jiho just like how our father did for 10 years. He stirred Jiho's old memories of anger. In scenes like these, when you're feeling hopeless, or when you're furious, Kim admits that the truth is, all you think about is me and gradually turn into a monster just like me. Recalling his past self, Kim happily expresses, "I saw everything. That time was really happy for me." As Jiho clenched his teeth in disbelief at Kim Sin's words, he was being triggered more by Kim Sin's calm demeanor. With his satisfied smile, Kim Sin declares, "And it's me. I'm the one who made you like me perfectly." Looking at the family photo with Dad Lau Do Seok, he wants to make his father regret. Unable to take it anymore, Ji-ho lunged forward to punch Kim Sin, but was quickly stopped. With a look of utter hatred and extreme anger, Ji-ho shouted, "Don't say nonsense." Ignoring the comment, Kim Sin remarks, "You're so strong now. Isn't that all thanks to me?" This made Ji-ho even more impatient. He lunged again and yelled, "Shut up." But in an instant, Kim Sin gently grabbed Ji-ho and whispered, "But it's not enough like this." Then, without mercy, he threw Ji-ho backward into the TV. Not stopping there, Kim Sin lifted his leg to kick Ji-ho again. Luckily for Ji-ho, he managed to block it. He took the opportunity to kick Kim Sin's foot. Knocking him off balance, Ji-ho delivered a punch. With Kim Sin's reflexes, he countered with a punch of his own. The punch left Ji-ho dizzy. Just then, Kim Sin picked up a vase and screamed, "It was worth the wait. You're still interesting, Ji-ho." Then he hit Ji-ho's head hard, grabbing a chair nearby. Ji-ho quickly counterattacked by hitting Kim Sin with the chair, but it seemed to make him even more crazy. Despite his bleeding head, Kim Sin was still excitedly exclaiming, "So fun, don't you think, Ji-ho?" Ji-ho lunged forward and grabbed Kim Sin's collar, ordering, "Stop it." He pinned down Kim Sin and threatened to kill him. Thrown straight onto a nearby table, the wooden table broke into pieces. But Kim Sin continued to taunt, "How can this be? I've been waiting for this day for so long." Picking up a plate, Kim Sin lunged at Ji-ho and commented, "The feeling of devouring something you made yourself, lucky me." Seizing an opportunity, Kim Sin kicked behind while praising, "Really fun." In an instant, Ji-ho was controlled by him. Using a large cabinet, he knocked it down onto the table to crush Kim Sin, but Kim Sin jumped off and laughed maniacally. Just as he was satisfied, "Ho, almost got me with that cabinet." Using his full strength, Ji-ho smashed Kim Sin's face like squashing an annoying insect. With a punch, he shouted, "Go to hell, demon." His punch hit Kim Sin straight in the face, making him bleed from the mouth. Seeing this effect, Ji-ho thought of his injuries from their prison fight. Another punch landed on Kim Sin's chest, causing him to spit blood. Realizing it worked, Ji-ho thought, "Now I can finish him." Punching again, he felt the impact of his previous fights. But Kim Sin caught his punch and held his hand tightly. Struggling to free himself, Ji-ho couldn't escape. He hit Kim Sin with his other hand, but Ji-ho was immediately knocked back by Kim Sin. Despite the severe blow from Ji-ho, Kim Sin managed to stand up using his head. In a tree-planting pose, he quickly brought his knee down and hit Ji-ho hard. With some hair falling out, Kim Sin said, "Sorry, Ji-ho." Raising his fist with a satisfied look, he commented, "You failed again." Delivering another punch to Ji-ho's face, he taunted, "We still have time for one more song. Didn't you meet your ex-girlfriend Seer recently?" Continuously hitting Ji-ho in the face, he mocked, "If you sing a whole song, I won't kill her." Kim wants to express that he's really curious. Like a demon in human form, Kim gives off an eerie presence that scares people. He looks at Ji-ho with intense interest and wonders what song Ji-ho might be listening to these days. Dizzy from the sudden movement, Ji-ho cries out, "No, stop, don't touch me, Ji-ah." Hearing this, Kim makes a proposal. "So sing quickly if you can perform as well as your father did." At that moment, a knife plunges into Kim's shoulder. Then Chien-soo stabs him in the face with such force that Ji-ho looks up in surprise. Chien-soo asks worriedly, "Ji-ho, are you okay?" Hearing this, Ji-ho asks in shock, "Why did you come back here?" Slowly getting up, Kim says, "You can't see the scumbag over there. Did you know we were having a great time together?" With an angry expression, he pulls out the knife and threatens, "And you're still playing games like this?" North Chien-soo. Hearing that, Chien-soo replies in a low voice, "My name isn't Park Chien-soo." He says, "The real name my mother gave me." Chien-soo raises his eyes with anger and determination, introducing himself as Kim Sinker. The image of the jeans-clad man appears in his mind as stern but caring mother who always looked out for her son. That was the real name she gave him. As he speaks, Chien-soo's face turns fierce, his eyebrows furrowed with a desire to devour the person before him, Kim Sin. Meanwhile, Sin remains calm and composed, holding the knife that just stabbed his shoulder tightly. His tone is sarcastic. I already knew everything, but now. Swiftly, he thrusts the sharp blade towards Shinsu with a mocking and cruel expression, making everyone shudder. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved him from the deadly attack, showing cautious eyes. He quickly turns to avoid, and the knife slices through some of Shinsu's hair. Unsettled by the sudden attack, his pupils contract in fear and panic as if encountering a demon. So finally, in front of Shinsu stands Sin's terrifying face with a menacing smile, showing madness and malice. The brutal man stares at him, asking why he brought Shinsu here. He should have stayed as far away from me as possible. As he speaks, his hand tightens around Cheonsu's neck, lifting him up harshly. His powerful arm bulges with muscles. With a sickening and deranged look in his eyes, Shinsu hangs suspended in pain, his body convulsing from the agony. Feeling the need for more pain, his fingers delve into the wound on his side, pressing hard against the bleeding area. The new injury adds to the old one, causing him intense pain. He closes his eyes tightly, trying to endure the pain as he screams in agony. Seeing Cheonsu's strong reaction, Sin becomes excited, raising an eyebrow and staring at Shinsu with a mocking expression. His tone is sarcastic. Did Jiho bribe you here to find your real name? He adds fuel to the fire, or maybe to seek revenge for your lost mother. As he finishes speaking, Jiho rushes towards him. Witnessing Sin choking Shinsu, Jiho can't help but shout loudly, drawing his attention. Jiho tightens his fist and charges at him, preparing to strike. His eyes are bloodshot. The dried blood on his face makes him more determined. This is our battle. Unafraid, he turns around, easily throwing Shinsu towards Jiho, causing him to fall. Losing balance, he falls down but still wears a smug expression. It seems Jiho did something wrong again. Seizing the opportunity when they are unprepared, Sin kicks hard into Cheonsu's stomach, making him cry out in pain. Meanwhile, Jiho, hit from behind, is also badly injured. His goal is to kill me. He continues attacking with a bloodthirsty look on his face. Isn't the life of others unimportant? As he speaks, Shin punches Cheonsu's stomach and forcefully pushes both of them onto the ground. Both are severely injured. Shinsu repeatedly hit in the stomach, Jiho colliding with his back. After such a series of brutal attacks, Shinsu spits out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes wide from dizziness. Jiho is alarmed. Even though he's being pressed down, he still cares about Shinsu. He tries to catch him. Sin shows no intention of sparing their lives and continues kicking hard into Shinsu while pushing back against Jiho, creating a terrifying scene. After satisfying his violent urge for the moment, he stops and whispers sarcastically, "Poor thing. You were just used from start to finish. Even in death, you're only being used as a shield now." Shinsu's anger reaches its peak, his teeth grinding together. He emphasizes each word with a choked voice. "You said it right. I was manipulated and my whole life has been ruined." His eyes widen in intense hatred and fury on his face. It's as if he wants to end Sin's life together, but what difference does that make? Just kill the scumbag. Immediately, Shinsu grabs Sin's collar with a tight grip, visible veins bulging on his hand, filled with hatred and intent. Quickly, he uses Sin as support to stand up, squeezing his neck tightly before Sin's confused and shocked gaze, unsure of what Shinsu is planning. After some thought, the familiar scent emerges, making him curious. He glances at Sin with a hint of fear gasoline. Beside him, Shinsu speaks up, his lips still wet from fresh blood. He whispers from deep within, "All that I did has been repaid." Then, he pulls out a lighter from somewhere and slides his finger down the ignition wheel. The fire ignited quickly, with a clear intent of harm in his eyes as he glared at Jiho. To Cheonsu's surprise, Jiho suddenly lunged out and flung the lighter straight up. His face tense, he tried to stop Jiho from doing something rash. Cheonsu's eyes widened in shock. In that moment, he couldn't comprehend Jiho's desperate and angry gaze directed at him. Frustrated by the disrupted plan, he snapped at Jiho, "What are you doing?" Without time to answer, he quickly shifted his feet to brake and prepared for an attack. Despite their combined efforts, They struggled to defeat Shin. He pushed Chinsu aside. His other hand blocked the incoming punch, his face bulging with anger and ferocity. The hand that stopped the attack tightened round Jiho's, fingers gradually curling into a tight grip. With a mocking tone and sneer, he said, "I can't even understand what you did just now. That was clearly an opportunity to kill me." The veins on his face stood out more as he warned with a terrifying expression, "You're only thinking about me. Why are you still thinking of anything else?" In response, Shin's voice was firm and resolute. "Park Shin-soo, you must live no matter the cost." Hearing this, he tightened his grip on Shin's arm around his neck, struggling to follow Ji-ho's words while trying to return to his normal life. His face contorted with rage as tears streamed down his cheeks. "I won't let anyone die because of me anymore." At that moment, Ji-ho's past self appeared, his face drenched in tears. With the same determination, he punched straight at Shin. "I'm not like you, a demon." Before Ji-ho could attack again, Chinsu was suddenly freed as the hand around his neck loosened. However, Sin blocked his crucial strike with both arms raised to defend himself, creating a powerful shockwave. Despite the pain, he continued attacking, tears and blood mingling on his face. At that instant, Ji-ho looked exactly like his past self, tears streaming down his face. With the same determination, he punched Shin in the face. "I'm not a demon like you." Before Ji-ho could attack again, Cheon-su's neck was released from Sin's grip. Unfortunately, Sin blocked his main attack with both arms raised to defend himself, creating a powerful shockwave. Sin's body was incredibly resilient. He smiled in excitement despite the punch. He mocked, "What a pity, Ji-ho. That opportunity is gone." Despite missing Cheon-su's attack, Sin remained calm and composed. His eyes still showed anger, but he didn't mind. At least Park Chin-soo wouldn't die because of him. Sin was puzzled by Cheon-su's words, his eyes wide with confusion. Ji-ho quickly lunged towards Sin, his steps urgent and fierce as he ran towards the standing Sin. While Sin struggled to understand what Chin-soo was planning, Ji-ho suddenly tackled him, pushing both of them back. Seeing Ji-ho's intent, Chin-soo rushed to stop him, his face showing shock and fear as he tried to grab Ji-ho's arm. After executing his plan, he turned to look at Chin-soo one last time with a lifeless but relieved expression. As his life ended, memories of the past flooded back, his eyes closed tightly. Seated solemnly and seriously, he advised Ji-ho to achieve maximum strength. "You must first eliminate guilt, and next..." Despite the scars covering half his body, his words were caring and concerned. "Find out why you want to live." Even as he died, he thought of Zia with tears of sorrow and compassion streaming down his face. She kept reminding him that revenge wasn't just about making Shin pay. The light from the setting sun illuminated his pale but pitiful face, his eyebrows furrowed as he whispered to Ji-ho one last time, "Live a life where that murderer can never dream of. Live truly happy and peaceful. That's also a form of revenge." Then appeared a vague figure of Zeok, his wrists tied to a metal fence, his arms scarred, taking a step as he smiled. Under the golden twilight, his entire body was trapped on the metal fence, head bowed down. Like Jesus on the cross, his voice weak and trembling, another step as he smiled at his mother. Just seeing him made everyone smile. Recalling this, Cheon-su's face showed shock and fear. He tried to save Ji-ho. Instead, he thought, "I'll tell others what everyone has told me." With those words, both of them fell from the high-rise window, shattering glass scattering everywhere. Determined to die with Chin-soo for his sake, realizing their plan was too late, Ji-ho decided to tell Chin-soo the truth with tears in his eyes. Alongside concern and hope, "You must live. Don't forget what I said, live happily and peacefully." After saying this, both of them fell from the window, glass shattering everywhere. Determined to die together for Cheon-soo's sake, it was too late when he realized their plan. Sin fell down, hovering in midair as death approached. His face showed surprise and shock. Ji-ho! In the gray sky with a few faint rays of light, Chin-soo quickly ran to the broken window, worried and scared, looking outside. We see them falling from the topmost room of the high-rise building continuously, Jiho's excited and refreshed face as he finally gets to eliminate his hated enemy. In contrast, Shinsu's face is filled with fear and horror witnessing Jiho sacrificing himself for him. He opens his mouth wide in shock and shouts, doesn't he? His eyes now only show emptiness and despair, seemingly drained of all life force, brimming with hopelessness and powerlessness. The sky brightens up, the sunlight piercing through the dark clouds, illuminating the long white path ahead. Most prominent are the two motionless bodies lying in a pool of fresh blood, signaling the end of two lives, but the beginning of a glorious victory. Shinsu's steps become heavy as he struggles to approach the crime scene. The broken glass and deep red blood only add to his sorrow. A surge of emotion overcomes him, making tears well up in his eyes. Each word is filled with sorrow and compassion. He vows to return. Crying, he limps towards Jiho's still body. His hand clutches the wound on his side, vowing not to let anyone die unjustly again. Tears fall freely from Shinsu's face, his eyes filled with sorrow and compassion. Looking at Jiho, he asks rhetorically if he has kept his promise. Clearly, he did say so, didn't he? In response to his lament, another motionless body lies on the ground, covered in wounds. The most severe injury is a head wound, blood streaming out like a river unceasingly. Shinsu then reaches into his pocket and searches for something for a while. He carefully pulls out a small transparent bottle, speaking with great regret and concern. Jiho, this is all I can do for you. Despite the pain in his body, Shinsu kneels before Jiho's body, whispering softly, I'm sorry. He gently separates Jiho's blood-stained lips and slowly pours the liquid into his mouth. After completing everything, he gazes at Jiho's face one last time. His face is covered in cuts and bruises, but shows a sense of liberation and happiness, even in a dream. Before this lifeless body, Shinsu feels a sharp pain in his heart. He tries to hold back tears, grieving the loss of someone dear. Rest now, my friend. Suddenly, a faint cough is heard. I'm not dead yet. He's still struggling for breath, his face covered in blood and broken teeth. He pleads with Shinsu. Me too! Witnessing this scene, instead of fear, his eyes show anger and resentment. He furrows his brows in fury, the peak of his frustration as he shouts. Falling from the highest floor to the ground, unable to do anything but gasp for breath, his red-rimmed eyes look up at the sky, using all his strength to beg Shinsu, please, give me. His voice weakens, but his eyes still burn with intense desire, desperately pleading, me too. Blood in his eyes thickens as his face turns dark and grim, repeating his wish, meet, Dad. With tears streaming down his face, a cruel and mocking smile appears on his lips. The tone is sardonic and sarcastic. Still breathing, finally, heaven has mercy. Shinsu approaches Shin's struggling body with a murderous look, a sinister smile on his face as he looks ready to devour him. What's your favorite song? Severe injuries have distorted his face, making it more zombie-like. His hair is messy, half covered in blood. I'll give you if you can sing the whole song. An old hand gently strokes Jiho's head. It seems they haven't had much time together for a long while. He looks at him affectionately and says, I've been busy, so I didn't play with Ji-Hall as much as before. It's okay, son, I'm sorry. Ji-Hall? Ji-Hall. The little boy happily holds a cotton candy stick. It's fine, Dad. We can still have fun now too. Hearing this, he smiles happily. Ji-Hall? My son, I thought you were just a little boy, but it seems you're more thoughtful than that. Looking at Ji-Hall, it makes me so sad to see you understand things like this. Seeing him happy, he asks, so from now on, won't you grow up anymore? Can I keep you as a little boy forever? Immediately after, both enter the amusement park. The first ride is the roller coaster. Jiho screams in fear. His father teases him. The future pilot of Dad's plane is scared already. That's not good. They quickly switch to a car race. Jiho mischievously shouts, hit us, Dad. His father laughs heartily. Oh my god, save me, oh my god. Next, they play the spinning cup game. Ji-ho laughs excitedly as he plays. This is so much fun. His father reminds him. Hold on tight. The happy smile of his childhood, playing games with dad to create unforgettable memories from those joyful days, continues the scene with the same context and tone as above. Then they held hands and strolled around the playground. He looked at the 3 elephants in front of him and said, "Look, it's our elephant family." Ji-ho pointed mischievously. "See that little baby elephant there, Dad?" His father smiled and said, "They look so cute." Suddenly, someone spoke up. The man looked in their direction. "But Dad, the elephant family will always be kept here like this, right?" The father replied, "Yeah, that's probably true." The little boy sat on an elephant's back and sniffled. If they're kept like this all the time, the elephants must be very sad. The mother nearby praised him for his kindness. "Hello, in our house, you are such a kind child. I love those elephants so much," said the grandfather standing beside them. "Looks like your father is more like your grandmother than your grandfather, with that kind heart." The elephant let out a sound, drawing their attention despite being caged. "But since they are together as a family, they won't be too sad," he said with a smile. Hearing this, the father reminded his son, "That's right, in our house, as long as we're all together, even hardships become happiness." Nearby, another boy was excitedly shouting, "Look, there's an elephant. Its legs are like pillars." The old-looking man patted the boy and said, "Be calm, you'll scare the elephant." A girl stood beside him with her arms crossed. "Do you know causing a disturbance in public is very impolite?" The boy ignored her and continued shouting loudly. "Look at that car," he said. "See how the elephant is drinking water from the hose." The girl shouted back helplessly, "I saw it. Please be quiet a little bit." Ji-ho smiled as he watched his friends. A warm scene of happy families, where love is eternal. Ji-ho also smiled happily, with an innocent and adorable smile. Suddenly, something caught his attention. 3 sheep. Inside a house. The mother sheep and father sheep were crying in the darkness. And their baby sheep, too. The mother sheep looked at the boy with determination. His voice changed to one of anger. "You're not allowed here. You little bastard, Kim Sin. Go die, Kim Sin." It turns out that the person in the darkness was actually young Kim Sin. Back to reality, Kim Sin lay on the ground with a bloody face, his breath fading away. Recalling those memories, tears welled up in his eyes as he smiled contentedly. The blood had formed a large puddle. Cheon-soo looked at Ji-ho's cold body and paused for a moment. "Don't be sad, Ji-ho. Everything is over now. Let's go home," said Cheon-soo as he touched the cold back of Ji-ho. His eyes filled with sadness. "He had told me to live a normal life," he thought. Ji-ho once said that I should build a family and live a normal, happy life, helping me get revenge on Kim Sin by doing something he could never have. Until now, I haven't killed anyone. Cheon-soo was angry at this moment. His eyes were slightly wet. Another scene appeared in his mind. Ji-ho had said to provoke and return without getting involved with blood. Even the man he stabbed that day wasn't his intention. He saw himself with a serious face. "Remember, don't become an evil like me and Kim Sin." Those memories flashed through his head as Cheon-soo said with nostalgia, "Thank you, Ji-ho. I promise not to stray from the path. I will return to my normal life." 5 years later, Ji-ho was still wanted by the police. So Cheon-soo and Lee Sun-sang decided to put Kim Young-ho's name in the box with Kim Chung-ho's ashes inside a glass cabinet. The orphanage staff and residents were placed next to Ji-ho as an act of comfort. Everyone was together at last, he thought. "Ji-ho," she softly said, "tomorrow is my first day at work. I chose the orphanage. Do you remember the wish I wrote in my final year of school?" She whispered her thoughts. "I wanted to become a director like the one at the orphanage." As she spoke, she remembered the photo taken with the children at the blind orphanage, caring for them wholeheartedly and looking after us orphans. Line 60 is intentionally left blank as per the instruction. And watching those children grow day by day, seeing them fulfill their own dreams, meeting and marrying the ones they love. The voice of Uncle Sen wavers as he speaks, his words choked with emotion. Tears stream down his face as he looks at them, wishing for a peaceful and happy life. We move to another residential area, and Sansan carries a water bucket and calls out, "Everyone, come here quickly to get some water. I brought cold drinks for everyone." The farmers working see him and stop their work. "Oh heavens, we told the village head not to trouble himself like this. Just hold on a moment. My throat is as dry as the dessert. It's so hot today." Nothing beats drinking the rice-washing water from our village head. They quickly take a break and drink from the golden bowls. After drinking, they exclaim happily, that was refreshing. Selling this rice-washing water would bring in quite a sum of money." Uncle Sun modestly replies, "Even though I'm blind, at least I can do something for everyone instead of doing nothing." A woman cries out, "Oh my goodness, the village head is being so generous again. Without the help of our village head Lai, how could we have such a good life today?" As he pours water, the village head says, "No, it's you villagers who saved me from hell, helping me live without sin." Then Uncle Sun places another bowl of rice-washing water on the ground. A man asks curiously, "Why are you pouring another bowl, village head?" "Don't look down on it," he says. He clears his throat and answers with a smile, "This bowl of rice-washing water has its owner." As he speaks, Uncle Sun's face shows sadness. "I'm drinking rice water with everyone, but I can still feel you. Sit down and enjoy this cup of water with me, okay?" Ho Sung, the bowl is still there, but no one's drinking it. At the mall, Chien Ho and his wife are shopping. Ji Hyun gasped at the price of carrots. "Oh my! Why are they so expensive? The price of these carrots gives me a headache. Maybe we should buy Chinese vegetables to save money." You go ahead and tell her, "Wife, just buy imported fruits and veggies from Vietnam. I can take care of the two of you." She happily replied, "I was just saying that. Give me 1 carrot, please. We have to get good vegetables for our little goldfish to eat, right?" "Oh, Trang wrong. Don't look so jealous. Eek. I hate eating carrots." Chien Ho chuckled and reminded her, "Even if you dislike it, you still need to eat it properly, kid. That's how you grow big and strong." The little boy whined, "I want to eat cake." Ji Hyun chimed in, just like his dad, always talking about cake all day. Chien Ho laughed and said, "Let's go get carrot cake then." "Really?" she asked doubtfully. Meanwhile, the boy was excitedly agreeing. "Yeah, Dad is the best." They passed by a TV showing the development of tourism, which is currently very popular. Several travel companies are showing huge potential for growth recently, especially Utopia Group leading the way. The key to this rapid development lies in the leadership and brilliant moves of the new CEO, who took over 3 years ago. Today, we invite with great respect the highly esteemed CEO of Utopia Group, Ms. Hong So Trong. MC smiling gently said, "Hello, Ms. Hong." Seo Jong quickly replied, "Yes, hello everyone. Can we ask about your secret to such rapid growth in Utopia? Do you have any special business philosophy?" Seo Jong smiled and said, "My only wish is to provide the most comfortable and relaxing services for our customers." She confidently elaborated, "More specifically, we want customers to immerse themselves in happy memories they've long forgotten." In this busy life, sometimes people need to sit back and reflect on past moments of peace. MC praised, a business genius and also quite literary, Ms. Hong. She modestly replied, "It's my first time on TV, so I got carried away." Alright, now I'll get back to the demeanor of a businesswoman. Chien Ho suddenly noticed their conversation. He turned his head and listened intently. Utopia always aims for customer satisfaction as our business goal. Seo Jong smiled happily, reiterating, "We use the best services to help customers relive happy memories." Ji-won noticed Cheon-soo's sadness and grabbed his hand. "Come on, or we might miss out on the last carrot cake in the store." He responded vaguely, "Okay." Chang's Hong chimed in, "Mom, listen up." He continued, "At my kindergarten class, there's a boy named Min-kyu who bullies other kids. He even pulls their hair and teases girls." Ji Hyun asked, "Is that the big kid living in building 106? The little boy confirmed, "Yes." Then she asked, "Has the teacher noticed this?" Chang'ung looked at his iPad and said, "Yes, the teacher knows, but he's not afraid of her. If Minkyu bullies others again, I'll teach him a lesson." His mother reminded him sternly, "Come on, you shouldn't act like that." The little boy looked up confused. "Why? Clearly, he deserves punishment." Ji Hyeon explained. "Yes, he does deserve blame, but if you do the same, you'll become just as bad as him." Chinsu frowned in agreement. Just like before, Ji-ho's gate was getting colder on his shoulder. The gate sang, "9, son," then, "So cute." Chinsu turned to look. He opened his mouth wide and sang fast, big, loud, like a river. Each word echoed loudly, quickly. "I've sung the whole song." His eyes bulged with veins, tears streaming down. Chien-ho's voice shook as he cried, "I won't spare you. You worthless scoundrel, you don't deserve to die peacefully." He raised the brick above his head. Then he angrily shouted loudly, "Die, you devil! Why are you smiling at Kim? Interesting to interesting." Finally, as his voice barely finished the word, the brick had already covered his face completely. Chae On-soo wept and smiled painfully, her voice trembling, saying the same thing. "I'm done. One life ends like this, but the sea outside remains blue." Leaving old memories behind, he called out to his wife, "Do-hoo, promising to protect you both and our family. No matter what it takes, I will be determined to keep this warm family life until the end." Chae On-soo smiled happily as she left, her voice fading away because she is a father.